and early this morning. And as you can see, looks like everybody's still just a little bit asleep sitting out there on the track. As they're working their way around, you can see working through the wave. Down the back section they go. Barry Ritchie going to be out front. Mike Dana in the number 2 spot. Brian Borley in the number 3 spot. Mike Sontag in the number 4. Joe Laws. Julian Milevinitz in that number 6 spot. Monty Houston the 7. Eric Fletcher in the 8. RJ Hart in the 9. Keith Mechanic in the 10. Wade Moore. Austin Wick. Edwin Hartman and Sam Langer. That's going to be your running order right now. Barry Ritchie out front with a that changes up with the sectors here. That looks like they've got about a 3.8 second lead. As they're working their way through the wave right now, Brian Borley going to be out front. Down the backstretch he goes. Barry Ritchie in the number 2 spot. Mike Sontag in that 3 spot. Now in our truggy classes, if you're just tuning in this morning, truggy classes top 2 bump out of the lower mains. In our buggy classes, we're running the ladder system. So it'll be our top 3 out of our buggy mains bumping up. So top 2 out of buggy out of this one going to be bumping up to the F main. Brian Borley going to be out front now. Mike Sontag in the number 2 spot. Barry Ritchie in the 3 spot. As they work their way around onto the front side right now, Brian Borley in the number 6 truck. Looking at our leader right now as he works his way into the whoop section. And there's that battle for second now, the bump spot. Second, third, and fourth all right there together into the whoop section. They go. Mike Sontag in that number 2 spot in the yellow and blue. Sontag started the number 1 spot on the grid. He's still running second right now. 3-way battle between Sontag, Ritchie, and Laws. And 2 truck. Man, Sontag's truck looks just like, oh, we got a little pass here. Sontag, and I believe that is Barry Ritchie with very, very similar looking trucks as they work their way around to the track. And Sontag still in second. So Joe Laws in third. So there's Sontag, the purple and yellow. Joe Laws. There behind him into the whoop section they go. Barry Ritchie behind him in fourth. Mike Dana in the number 5 spot. Working their way back around now onto the backside. Through the wave, Brian Borley going to be out front. 4:05 down, 5:55 left to go here in this one. And looks like Sontag now in for fuel. So Sontag making his pit stop. He's in and on the wall there. That is going to allow Joe Laws to work his way by. Oh, in trouble there. That's the battle for second and third right now, but Sontag going to rejoin that battle. I believe that was Sontag. Joe Laws now up into the number 2 spot. Barry Ritchie in the number 3 spot. Sontag coming out of the pits right now. Going to be in the number 6. However, these guys still have to pit right now. 4:45 down, 5:15 to go. As you can see, working back around to the front side. Joe Laws, we're looking at him right there. Oh, Joe Laws getting a little bit sideways. Brian Borley right now trying to stretch out his lead just a bit. Barry Ritchie still in the number 3 spot. Mike Dana in the 4. Mike Sontag in the 5. Milevinitz in the number 6 spot. Hartman, Fletcher, Hart, Moore, Houston, Mechanic, Wick, and Langer. Looks like Mechanic, Wick, and Langer off the track, unfortunately, early on here in this one. Here comes your leader, Brian Borley. Truck number 6 leading us out. Joe Law still in the number 2 spot. Mike Sontag now back up into the number 3 spot. So now Sontag has worked his way back up into third at this point, chasing down Joe Laws, and I don't believe Joe Laws has made a pit stop just yet. We'll keep an eye on Joe Laws, truck number 3. Brian Borley going to be out front still here in this one. Laws in second. Sontag, Richie, Moore, Malevinitz, your top 6. Hartman, Dana, Fletcher, Hart, Houston, Mechanic, Wick, and Langer. And this is going to be the battle now for the bump spot as they work their way through the whip section. Mike Sontag in that yellow truck. Oh, and Joe Laws going upside down. So Sontag now up into the number 2. Borley, top 2 drivers out of this one, going to be bumping up. And I believe Brian Borley has made a pit stop. Now that's Brian right there in front of Mike. So Mike and Brian together. Now Mike to the inside. Mike Sontag dives to the inside. What a pass right there. So Sontag now back to the front. He started front, and he's looking to finish in the front. Brian Borley in the number 2 spot. Joe Laws in third. Joe Laws not that far back from him right now with 3 minutes left to go. Some of the most exciting racing taking place in our lower mains here at the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road Nationals at State Minor Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Here they come back around to the front side. Sontag out. Oh, no. Trouble for Brian Borley in the number 2 spot. He tumbled. He's back on his wheels, though, still in the number 2 spot. Joe Laws trying to chase him down right now for that final bump spot. 2:40 left to go. There you see Joe Laws. Through the staircase they go, dropping down. Oh, trouble. That was, I believe, Sontag. Sontag goes upside down now, so Sontag goes from first to third. And now more troubles for Sontag. And Sontag waits there, lets him have the spot back. Sontag hopped over that pipe there by mistake. Let him have the spot back. Good work for Mike Sontag on that one. So now Brian Borley to the front. Joe Laws in the number 2 spot. Mike Sontag in the 3. So Sontag went from first to third with just a matter of a few corners. Brian Borley working his way back through the center section now. Up over the double. Oh, Borley comes up a little bit short there. Oh, side by side. Sontag with the inside move now. Mike Sontag now back over the number 2 spot. Joe Laws dropping to third. Brian Borley in the yellow and white. Trying to stretch it out just a little bit right now. Barry Ritchie trying to join this battle. We have got a 3-way battle for second, third, and fourth right now. Oh, in trouble there. I believe that was Barry Ritchie. Good save as he comes back onto the track. So there's your leader. Your leader working his way through some lap traffic. Mike Sontag trying to work his way back up to the number 2 spot. Joe Laws in third. Barry Ritchie in fourth. Julian Malevinitz in the number 5 spot. Dana, Fletcher, Moore. 1 minute left to go here in this one. As they're working their way back onto the right-hand side of the track. You can see Brian Borley out front still. He is 1.3 seconds ahead of Mike Sontag. Joe Laws in the number 3 spot. Barry Ritchie in the 4. Coming back around to the front side now. 34 seconds left to go in this one. Here comes first and second. There's Brian Borley right there, the yellow and white. Mike Sontag in second, and now he's got Joe Laws right behind him. 20 seconds to go. Joe Laws is going to have to make his move. They may get one more lap after this one. It's going to be close as they work their way back around. Here they come. Into the wave section. There you see Sontag in the yellow truck. And Joe Laws up the inside. It's a drag race. Laws checks up just a bit. Time is going to expire. Are they going to make it? They're going to get it. One more lap to go. This is going to be their final lap right here. Oh, Joe Laws clips the inside pipe. And now Mike Sontag, he's putting the pressure on Brian Borley. And Joe Laws goes upside down. That is pretty much going to seal the deal, I believe. I think it's going to be Brian Borley and Mike Sontag. But now Sontag putting the pressure on Brian. Assuming they don't take each other out here. Down the backstretch they go onto the right-hand side. 2 turns. And that's going to do it. Brian Borley and Mike Sontag bumping up out of this one. What a fantastic race. What a way to start the final day of the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Of course, our live RC broadcast, once again, brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a. and Lifetime. Race number 14 is finishing up right now. As we get set now for race number 15, our 164th even.
When it comes to true champions by design, Team Associated radio-controlled cars have everyone beat, hands down. With multiple national and world titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars and trucks on the track today. So get behind the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
This is the ProTech RC LS5. It's a 5-port long-stroke .21 Nitro engine, perfect for buggies and great for truck. It features everything you'd expect, like an easy-to-tune, heat-resistant carburetor, turbo plug, large cooling head, and explosive power, all at a price point that blows away the competition. When you need unbelievable torque and gallon-after-gallon reliability, head on over to A Main Hobbies and pick up the ProTech LS5.
Hello, I'm Justin Fales here at the 2017 Nationals. I'm using the LFR Hammerwing and LFR Assassin body on my buggy, and on my truggy I have the LFR Strike.
And we are back as our warm-up is winding down here for our 164th even buggy main. These drivers, top 14 drivers here in this one. I shouldn't say top 14, but our 14 drivers in this one. 12, 13, and 14 are bump-ups from the 128th main. That would be Jeremy McGuigan, Steve Colbert, and Sean Price. You know I might. As we're getting set, off and underway here, race number 15, our 164th even buggy main. It is real early in the morning. And we're already racing. A little bit of trouble off the start here in this one. Michael Wheel looks like he grabbed the early lead in this one. Edwin Hartman, the number 2 spot. Jeff Keaton in the 3. Triken Coons in the number 4. Mike Sontag. Now Mike Sontag in the number 3 spot. We just saw Mike Sontag in the race before this in the Truggy class, and he made the bum spot. Let's see if he can do it again here in the buggy class. He's up to second right now as they work their way around onto the front side. Onto the left side of the track they go. Edwin Hartman of DOD out front leading the way. And Sontag in the number 2 spot. Oh, second and third getting piled up together. Into the hay bales they go. All sorts of trouble there for Sontag. Sontag now goes upside down. So that right there may have cost them a lot of racing left to go, but may have cost them the bump spot as they got tangled up there. Our third place driver getting into the back of Sontag. I believe that was Jeff Keaton. We'll verify that there. Edwin Hartman, though, meanwhile, out front, leading the way in control of this one as he works his way around. Jeff Keaton in the number 2 spot now. Matt Wendell in the 5. Coons, Cole, Valdez, Richie, McGuigan, Price, Wheel, and Ochoa. As they're working their way back around, Keaton still in the number 2 spot in that final, no, I take that back, top 3 bump in buggies. So Mike Sontag in that final bump spot. There you see Keaton working his way into the wave. Here comes Mike Sontag. Sontag into the wave now. Triken Coons, they go. Fast lap right now, going to be a 35-2 by your leader. So Edwin Hartman trying to stretch out his lead more and more here in this one. It's Hartman, Keaton, Sontag, Coons, Buzel, Richie, Valdez, Colbert, Wendell, Price, Wheel, Ochoa, Cole, and McGuigan. Oh, trouble on the front side. That, I believe, is going to be Mike Sontag. So that may change things up. 3 minutes down, 7 to go here in this one. Edwin Hartman out front. Jeff Keaton in the number 2 spot. Jordan Hughes on the number 3. Mike Sontag in the 4. Triken Coons in the 5. Barry Ritchie, Justin Valdez, Steve Cole, Matt Wendell, Sonny Ochoa, Michael Wheel, Jeremy McGuigan, and Dylan Cole. Right now, Edwin Hartman going to be out front here in this one. He's got a 19 point. No, that's not correct. It's Jeff Keaton, number 2. And it looks like maybe Jeff Keaton now closing the gap up here. Oh, boy. Not sure if that was lap traffic. We'll see when they come around here. And Sontag now up into second. So that was Keaton with a bit of trouble, it looks like. Sontag working his way down the stairway. 5 minutes left to go in this one. Just at that halfway mark here for race number 15. Coming up next, going to be race number 16, which I believe is going to be our 160. Edwin Hartman still out front here in this one. New fast lap of the race now. Mike Sontag with a 34.457. Jeff Keaton in the number 3 spot. He was on the 4. Colbert in the 5. Michael Wheelmole. Sonny Ocho. 14th place going to be Jeremy McGuigan, if not maybe 3 times in buggy last night. Oh, we got a broke car. That is Jeff Keaton. So our 3rd place driver, Keaton, has got some. And is he going to try? No, he is coming off the track. So Keaton into the pits. And he is now in and on the wall, and that's going to do it. So Keaton in the final bump spot is now off of the track. And just like that, things go upside down for Keaton. And now Steve Colbert working his way up into the number 3 spot. Colbert, another one of our bump drivers, has worked his way up to the top 3 now. So it's Hartman, Sontag, and Steve Colbert. Jordan Husel in the number 4 spot. And Triken Coons rounding out your top 5. 3:15 left to go here in this one. Sontag out front. Oh, and now Hartman dropping back. However, I believe we'll see these guys making some pit stops here momentarily as Sontag out front. Hartman in the number 2 spot. Colbert in the 3. Don't know that Hartman has made his pit stop yet. 44-second lap for Hartman, I believe. Maybe that last lap, Hartman pulled it in, got a splash and go there. Sontag out front now. The Mike Sontag, we just saw him in the Truggy main bumping up, and now he's looking to do the exact same thing here in the Buggy main. Richie, Wheel, Price, Ochoa, Wendell, Valdez, McGuigan, Cole, and Keaton. Of course, Jeff Keaton was running up in a bump spot himself, and unfortunately had a mechanical issue. He's off the track now. .145 left to go here in this one. So Mike Sontag still out front. Edwin Hartman in that number 2 spot. Steve Colbert in the 3. Jordan Husel in that number 4 spot. Triken Coons in the 5. Five seconds left in this one now. Mike Sontag. And he's looking to do it again here in this one. That is going to be time. Sontag working his way around now into the final sections of the track. Backside he goes, back around to the front. And Mike Sontag going to take the win from 9th on the grid. So Sontag going to be bumping up once again. We'll see Hartman in that number 2 spot, and it's a guaranteed bump now. Richie is done in 4th. So Hartman is going to take 2nd and make the bump, as well as Steve Colbert in 3rd. So Mike Sontag, Edwin Hartman, and Steve Colbert bumping up. Barry Ritchie taking that number 4 spot, and Michael Wheel rounding out your top 5 here at a 164th even main. As we finish up here for race number 15, coming up next going to be race number 16.
You're watching the final day of the 2017 Roller Fuel Off-Road National Championships live from the State Line RC Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Thanks to our sponsors this week, Team Associated, along with Lead Finger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, AKA Products, and Lifetime Scoring Engine. Thank you, everyone, for following along with us this week on LiveRC.com, as well as Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and twitch.tv. Checking out some of our chat rooms here. JM in our YouTube chat saying that the track looks blown out. Yeah, it has worn pretty badly. I think it's actually given the track just more character, and it's definitely not bad. I think that a lot of the drivers I've spoken to actually like the challenge. It's seen a lot of laps this weekend. In fact, I'm going to pull up just how many laps it is. We've seen 18,375 laps, turned by 365 different cars, totaling 189 hours, 37 minutes, and 27 seconds of combined well. BBT Racing Team tuning in again from the UK. Richie Rich in our LiveRC chat room said he watched all day yesterday and he's back for more. Thank you, Rich, for joining us yet again. Kevin66 pointing out a great day for racing, absolutely. Race Day Hobbies, one of our sponsors this week. Giving a shout out to Danny B, telling him to show them how the Iowa boys do it. Once we get into racing, this will show how fast the cars pass through a zone of 2 timing loops. A new beta feature we've been working on, using for the first time here at the Roar Fuel Off-Road Nationals. Check out what's going on in Facebook. Ryan Albanese, are they bumping to the A main? They can. This is the F though, so they'll have a few stops to make along the way. In the truck class, the top 2 bump up, and in the buggy division, the top 3 in each lower final transfer to the next one. So the way that works, this being the Truggy F main, the top 2 will transfer to the E main, the top 2 in the E will transfer to the D, and so on. And then in the buggy class, there are odd and even ladders based on where the drivers qualified after 4 rounds, and they'll bump up within their own ladders 3 at a time until we reach the semifinals. Homer Allman joining us once again in the LiveRC chat room, cheering on Ward and Schimmel, both locals to his track back in Virginia, the Tilt Yard. Very knowledgeable LiveRC fans in the Facebook chat talking about the bump ups.
So, Aaron, we're back to Truggy. A lot of these guys going back to back. Buggy, Truggy, Buggy, Truggy.
Yeah, and with 2 classes like this, you see a lot of people that obviously the same speed in both classes, so they end up about the same spot in the program. It makes for a really busy few hours.
Absolutely. And, for instance, Mike Sontag, he has raced in the last 3 races now.
Yeah, that's a lot.
He went Truggy, bumped in Truggy, literally changed models on his radio, went to Buggy. Now he's back in Truggy.
Difficult going back and forth from the Truggy to the Buggy. They both drive very differently.
That is no doubt.
Kevin Morales from 8th on the grid, making his way all the way to 2nd with Michael Wheel. Actually jumped up, and here comes Mike Sontag once again from 14th on the grid, already having transferred from the G into the top 5, fighting for a top 2 finish here to go up 1 more letter in the alphabet. Mix up there in the S-turn section. Looks like Sontag, I believe. Nope. He is not in that group.
So Chris Morant out front leading the way. Kevin Morales, the number 2 spot. Brendan Schimmel in the 3. Donnie Ward Jr. Donald Elliott Jr. Chris Morant, the Sorsiki driver out of Missouri, leading this one right now. Looking to try and bump his way up into the E main. And Chris Morant already onto the front side of the track right now. So Chris Morant stretching out his lead here in this one, truck number 2. And good battle right now. Kevin Morales, the number 2 spot. Brendan Schimmel in the 3. Donald Elliott Jr. in the 4. Kevin Morales and Brendan Schimmel going to be right there together. Great view right there of the J Concepts track cam. Those drivers work their way through the switchbacks. Say go now. So Brendan Schimmel right now 7.7 seconds back from Chris Morant. Kevin Morales going to be 1.5 seconds out of the bump spot that last time by the line. Oh, trouble there. I believe that might have been Brendan Schimmel. There you could see Chris Morant start to stretch out his lead a little bit more. Morant headed down the back stretch. Chris Morant out front. Kevin Morales, the number 2 spot. Donald Elliott Jr. in that 3 spot.
Look at the lead from Morant getting cut in half last time by as Kevin Morales made up 4.5 seconds. Oh, the lead down to 5.8-ish. Meh. Morant coming by with a 34.6 on that last lap. New personal best for both Kevin Morales and Donald Elliott Jr. Lead down to just 3.6. So Morales making up more ground. This time by Chris Morant. Slower in sector 1 by a half second. So Kevin Morales reeling him in like a fish.
Reeling him in like a fish.
Yeah.
Going 9:20 in the morning.
I know. I'm sharp.
You are. You got a good night's sleep last night, didn't you?
No. No, that's why I'm already in tip-top shape this morning.
And I believe that is going to be Donald Elliott Jr. coming in for fuel. He had a little bit of trouble getting into pit lane.
The entrance to pit lane, you know, we've seen a lot of tracks over the last couple of years to slow down before they come into pit lane, be it putting some really sharp bumps there. In this case, the pipes make a very tight S-turn section that the cars have to slow down and navigate so that they're not launching into pit lane and putting the pitmen in danger. So, unfortunately, can make for a really long, aggravating pit stop for those that come in a little too hot or simply misjudge that S-turn.
I think my favorite pit lane speed bump, I guess you might say, or speed trap, as you would say. The bar above pit lane, but I love it when the bar is not quite I mean, you have to be going an exact mile an hour to get under that bar, and you come in 1 mile an hour too fast, and it hooks the wing and just hangs it.
Right.
Those are my favorite ones. I don't remember what track that was I went to, but literally you had to almost just stop the car to make it under that thing.
That's fun. Shruggy would have been worse.
Yeah, I don't even remember how Shruggy made it through. I don't know.
That's all right. They shouldn't have been allowed in pit lane anyway.
Already on a hate trip. Kevin Morales now taking over the lead. Chris Morant in the number 2 spot. Donald Elliott Jr. in. Trouble on the front side. So now Chris Morant, the Sorsiki driver. Looks like I believe he may take over the lead here this time, and he does. That was Kevin Morales going upside down on the front stretch. Donald Elliott Jr. in the number 3 spot. .330 to the left to go here in this one. Chris Morant, Kevin Morales, Donald Elliott Jr., James Calhoun, Brandon Hogan. Morant.
Does Sorseki make a truck?
Yes. No.
Please hold.
Maybe. Let's find out. Well, we have our detective trying to find out. Oh, no, they don't.
No, so they
I
make
didn't know
a
that.
Nitro buggy and an e-buggy. So I wonder what Chris Morant is running for the truck class here.
I'm going to take a guess. He is a racer from one of my local tracks. Before he ran SOAR, he was running Mugen. So,
Before SOAR.
Before SOAR.
Before SOAR and 7 years ago.
Yeah, it might have been 7 years ago. Chris Moran out front. Kevin Morales in the number 2 spot. Donald Elliott Jr. in the 3. Mike Sontag. Check this out. Mike Sontag, we just talked about him. He just bumped up in truck, then had to go right back on the driver's stand to bump up in buggy, and now he's back in truck, and he's in 4th. Only 2 spots out of the bump. However, he's got some work cut out for him if he's going to try and catch up to Donald Elliott Jr., which now Donald Elliott Jr. has taken over 2nd. Kevin Morales right there, so now a battle for 2nd and 3rd. 1:30 left to go here in this one. About Junior truck
Break. It hung the left side tires on the wrong side of the pipe and able to get back on the lane without issue.
Minute 15 to go. Watching these trucks, the track definitely starting to get rough here today. That is no doubt, especially for the buggy drivers. Got their work cut out for them. Uh-oh, big trouble there for Donald Elliott Jr.
He was out of shape before he even left the jump.
So Kevin Morales now up into the number 2 spot with 50 seconds to go.
They'll make it by for one more for sure and extend this battle for the final transfer position. A shot at the E-main to the wire. Taking out our J Concepts track cam going through the S-turn section. That was the remix version. Down the back straightaway is the battle for the 2nd spot with 30 seconds left to go. This will be the final lap. Cross the line with 29 seconds left. And Donald Elliott Jr. has to stay close. Hope for a mistake from Morales or force the issue going into, maybe the S-turn section over this big sky double.
I got to be honest with you, it's the Roar Nats forcing the issue at this point on the final lap. He's got to do what he's got to do. So
Right.
Kevin Morales has to watch his back
there.
as they head through the wave. Oh, no.
Morales punched it through the wave, and that's going to be it.
He got it.
Whoa, almost threw it away there at the very end.
So Kevin Morales going to take 2nd to bump up. Chris Morant is now on his victory lap. Morant starting 2nd on the grid as he works his.
Checking out our J Concepts track cam.
With the headset on. He's the 2nd. Maybe a dialed RC shirt.
Yep. And checking out our chat rooms here. It's like Jason Duffy and in our YouTube chat and Jay Warner 67205 in our
Okay.
Yeah.
Jason Duffy also from our local track. So
oh, cool. The final will not have to bump out of a semi. He does get to run both semifinal practices coming up later today. Brian Curry pointing out that Tyler Jones made the even semifinal in buggy and the B in truck. Young Indiana native. Richie Rich in our LiveRC chat room saying that by the end of the day that it's going to be really interesting. I agree. Richie Rich asking how many laps this track has seen this event. I was looking at that a little bit earlier. 18,593 by the end of that race.
Woo.
Yeah, Tony Tiger 68 pointing out there have been 451,000 laps turned in Roar events since they started running live time.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Live time scoring engine, the official scoring software of the Roar Nationals.
So watching also from Facebook.
And look who car number 10 in this race. Don't turn around. Oh, Larry Commissar. Oh.
Poor Larry. Poor
I wonder
Larry.
if he's heard that before.
I don't know. He has now. He has now. Maybe he's got.
Someone watching online was like, yeah, they kept going Falco on you.
Taking a look at our J Concepts track cam here. Our lineup for this one: Michael Valentine Jr., Brandon Hogan, Ian Riley, Danny Bartholomew, Ron Lupel, Pablo Tejada, Jermaine Leggett, R.J. Hart, Michael Eagleberger, Larry Commissar, Steven DiPlacido, Eric Fletcher, Scott Belcastro, and Jeremy Morrow. So Eric Fletcher, starting 12th, is one of our bump drivers, and he has a theory that any time that Brittany is on the camera, he loses. So he specifically,
womp, womp.
Yes, he specifically asked Brittany to step away from the camera and let someone else run the camera for his.
Everyone's
race.
just telling her what to do.
Yeah.
Don't use the camera.
Don't fall off the trailer.
Don't fall off the trailer.
That's right. And you know what? She's doing a fantastic job. She's not falling off the trailer. We do have a full day ahead of us, but she's still up there right now.
Coach Townsend in YouTube asking what the weather's like. It's currently 60 degrees with 63% humidity. But it does look like, at least according to Google Weather, maybe partly cloudy, mostly cloudy in the afternoon. It's perfectly clear out right now. It's been nice. Okay, Tony Tiger 68 in our LiveRC chat room laughing, saying he knows Larry very well, and yes, he's pointed out that song to him. I'm sure you weren't the first.
Another look at our ProTech RC Speed Trap. These drivers come rocking it down the back straight.
Clint Lang on Facebook watching from Franklin, Indiana. How close is that to Fremont? Oh, yeah, it's about 194 miles. I would have stayed and watched from home, too. Patrick Hurst eating some barbecue and watching the Roar Nats. Doesn't get much better. I agree. Getting that barbecue started early here at 9:30 a.m.
It does get better. It does get better.
Does?
Yep.
What?
He would bring us some of that barbecue.
Ah, good call.
Mhm.
Dylan Hartshorn saying hi on Facebook. Joey Showers telling Tony Holbert to stop watching the race and go move. Mary Valentine cheering on Michael Valentine Jr. Not biased there. Chris Largent, String Bean number 73, giving a shout out to Jared Tebow and the Garrison family, representing the 816 compound. Best families in all motorsports, hands down.
How's it happening? How's it happening? How's it going, String Bean? Good to see String Bean tuning in.
Well,
164th Odd Main with an odd start. He is alive and well and firing this morning.
I stake no claim to either adjective. Michael Valentine Jr. from first on the grid, running out front with Brandon Hogan second, but R.J. Hart with a good start. Hart start from 8th on the grid up to 3rd. Ian Riley running 4th, and Steven DiPlacido 11th on the grid, rounding out the top 5 so far.
So what a crazy start here in this one. It was Valentine Jr. able to get away from all that carnage, and R.J. Hart jumping up there. And now, dare I say it, Eric Fletcher has worked his way into third. So there's Valentine Jr., there's Eric Fletcher as they come around down the front stretch now. Brandon Hogan out front in the lead, Valentine Jr. in second, Eric Fletcher in third. So Fletcher has worked his way up from the back of the pack. He bumped up into this one, and he's looking to try and bump up once again. Ian Riley in the 4, Danny Bartholomew in the 5, R.J. Hart in the 6, Commissar in the 7, DiPlacido in the 8, Leggett, Morrow, Tejada, Eagleberger, and Lupol. So now 2 minutes down, 8 to go. Oh, trouble there into the tarp section. What a terrible place to crash right there. That was Michael Valentine Jr. So now Eric Fletcher, I believe, has worked his way up into the number 2 spot. Up a spot. It does not.
With 7:45 left to go. Still lots of time here for this one to shake out. Eric Fletcher, the overperformer so far, trying to bump up another main event, get to the 132nd.
The overperformer.
Yeah, from 12th on the grid up to second, beating the expectation.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. I was going to say, wasn't the whole objective here to win this race for everyone?
Yeah, would you have said 12th would be the one to do it?
You know, it's funny you say that because last night we said if you start in the back, you're going to win.
Exceptions to the rule do not negate the rule themselves.
Man, such a knowledgeable young man. Man.
Brandon Hogan leading the way still. He's had a pretty solid run. Unfortunately, Michael Valentine Jr. started first and has slipped out of the top 3. Here's Eric Fletcher and RJ Hart down the front straightaway. Everyone in this main, most of the drivers in this main going for the double tabletop double.
RJ Hart still in that number 3 spot. Now Valentine Jr. back up to 3. Into the final bump spot here for him. And there we're looking at Fletcher down the backstretch. Valentine Jr. in the orange buggy down the backstretch. Now there goes Valentine Jr. on to the right-hand side. Back around to the front now. Oh, Valentine Jr. goes upside down. No turn, Marshall. Wow. Oh, no.
That was a bad place to crash.
That was rough. Oh, but look at this. I believe that was RJ Hart that just went by and didn't make it up on top. Came up short.
That happened. He was facing the wrong direction and everything.
Man. What a turn of events right here. So Valentine Jr., it looked as though he
But they were in a straight section of the track.
What?
You said a turn of events, but they were going straight.
Oh.
Michael Valentine Jr. now taking over the 3rd spot with Steven DiPlacido running 1.6 seconds back.
Ooh! Valentine
Nice
Jr.
move.
Yeah, that was. Uh-oh. We got a 3-way battle now as it worked. Oh, no! That's Fletcher. Fletcher getting caught up. It's now Hogan, Valentine Jr., Commissar, DiPlacido, and Fletcher drops to 5th now.
He's in 3rd, and I've had this queued up. I've been wanting to do that all week.
I'm really glad you did that.
Yeah. Now you know what song it is, right?
I do, actually. Now that you play it, I actually know.
Or you couldn't tell from my singing?
No.
Well, as I played that song, he slipped back to 4th. Sorry, Larry.
Way to go. Way to go. You play his theme song, and he drops out of this one. So Hogan, Valentine Jr., now Steven DiPlacido. We still got 4 minutes left to go, so still a lot of racing left to go. So Placido in that final bump spot now. It's now going to come down to DiPlacido and Fletcher. Larry Commissar are going to be right there with him, along with Pablo Tejada, Jermaine Leggett, and Denny Bartholomew, Jim Morrow, RJ Hart, Belcastro, Eagleberger, Riley, and Lupel. Our race day hobbies pit lane cam. The drivers starting to work their way in for fuel now. Uh-oh. Is that a flame out? Oh.
That was odd.
It just needed a little...
Hey, pit guy, can you check my rear ride height? Looks good.
That worked okay. Huh.
What was that?
You got me. It worked, though. I'm going to start trying that, though.
Got a Savox instant replay here. The most bizarre pit stop of all time. It's on the right side of the screen.
You're out.
Sets the car down.
It's dead.
And pulled forward a little bit. Pit person reaches down. Move the shocks up and down like every person that visits a hobby shop for the first time. And then the car takes off.
Oh, man.
Hey, y'all. How does this work?
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, Eric Fletcher has worked his way back into 3rd now after a little bit of a rough flap. Pablo Tejada into 4th. Michael Valentine Jr. has fallen back to 5th. Look who is in 2nd. Larry Commissar.
The Commissar's in town. Oh.
He should be in the bump. You need to change the song. Commissar
He's
will-
in the bump is too many syllables.
Oh, we got somebody upside down here. We got trouble.
Larry Commissar's bumping up. Oh,
Minute 50 to go. Fletcher down the number 3 spot. Michael Valentine Jr. in the 4. Pablo Tejada in the 5. And as you can see, Hogan out front. Brendan Hogan is pretty well. He doesn't have a giant lead on these guys by any means, but he's.
he did just have a personal best last time by 34.287.
Yes, he did. Interesting. Oh. Is that Larry? That was Larry. Larry goes upside down, so now, oh boy, this is a 3-way battle. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th,
Wow.
all right there together.
Commissar flew through that whoop section.
With a
though.
minute
That
20
was
to go. Oh, Fletcher comes up short. Fletcher goes tumbling, so now Valentine Jr. to 2nd, Commissar in 3rd.
Whoa,
Oh,
Commissar came off that big double upside down.
I don't know if he hit something on
That
the
was
face or
weird.
what. That was very strange. Down the backstretch they go now. So now it is Pablo Tejada of PTRC Diff Oil and Shock Oils.
Oh, I thought he was a baseball player.
Maybe.
Yeah, Savox instant replay here. I believe this was Commissar's car. Check that out.
So it looked
It's
to
like
me
a
like
half barrel roll.
he dropped off in that little
The
notch.
foot mark.
Yes, the foot mark.
But, I mean, like that part came up.
Oh, there's the foot mark right there. Man, somebody's got a big foot.
Yeah. Well, the track was also muddy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's an understatement.
Yeah, so for those that weren't watching yesterday, after all the rain, they were pulling the tarp off. Someone accidentally stepped on the lip of the jump, and that's what created that divot. That wasn't cars.
So Brandon Hogan out front leading the way, Valentine Jr. and Pablo Tejada. Now, Eric Fletcher is back to 3rd. This is the battle right here. Through the wave they go. Uh-oh, Fletcher goes a little wide. Valentine Jr. looks to the inside. Fletcher closes the door on him onto the right-hand side. He's got to look at this. Oh, he's pushing him across the line. Unbelievable.
Oh, that turn marshal is not happy either. Just took a buggy to the shin.
Unbelievable. What a race. Look at the difference in time.
I feel like you have a difficult time believing things.
I do.
Oh, okay.
I do. My mind is blown.
Yeah, Savox instant replay here, that finish.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, like the on-track action was great, but watch this poor
Look at
turn
this.
marshal.
Bro.
Go to the inside, punch and fly with the car.
Oh, wow. Woo-wee. What a finish
I don't know why that turn marshal didn't see that coming.
to that one.
Right.
Man.
Yeah, like last lap, last corner.
So,
He's sitting on a bucket. He was a sitting duck or a human
wow.
right to the shin. There's Mama Kaufman.
You know, I can't blame Valentine Jr. for trying that.
No,
Not at all. That was wow. So Brandon Hogan, Pablo Tejada, and Techno's Eric Fletcher going to be bumping up once again.
We got a new graphics package here showing up the results of this race.
Man, I love main day. I love it. Qualifying's exciting. But, man, when you get the heads-up racing, you get things like
this
that.
is Indiana Day.
Not main day.
Right.
Indiana day. Woohoo! Wow.
Len Stage in the LiveRC chat room saying that his dogs are hollowing now that after hearing me attempt to sing. I am under no delusion that I can sing. That almost makes it more entertaining for me. Race Day Hobbies asking if they've blown the track off any this week. Nope. Richie Rich pointing out that the pothole in the front stretch is causing some problems. Indeed, the track will continue to develop. And
Hey, Facebook.
yeah.
Zach Edinburgh has joined us. So, Zach,
Oh,
had
watching
a-
from the pit area.
he had a little bit of a rough night, though. Zach did.
Yeah.
Zach was turn marshaling last night, and
Oh,
one
that's
thing
right.
led to another, and ended up grabbing a buggy to the head. And
Ugh.
glad to see Zach is okay, and obviously well enough to watch Live RC. So
Yeah.
that's good to see.
Well enough to stay on the screen. Dan Stevens said that Eric did a great job. Richard Hollis saying hi. Hello, Richard. Joey Showers wants someone to adjust his wicker bill. David Sparks, what was that, Sportsman? Close. Joey Showers like my straight section when you were talking about a turn of events. Nick, hey y'all, why don't you drop some of those off? Fort Wayne's not that far away.
He is so serious about that.
Wait, so
right
we've
now.
had someone watching from Franklin, someone watching from Fort Wayne, which is 52 miles away, and we are in Fremont. I'm pretty sure every city in Indiana starts with F. Indianapolis, for example.
Yep, and we're staying in Fangola. Yep.
So some people were talking in the LiveRC chat room earlier about what should happen at the start when it turns into chaos. Tony Tiger 68 says, I can't help think there has to be a better way. Racers rolling starts off pit road. I mean, I think the biggest problem with that is that we spend too much time on qualifying anyway. Like, you're right. We spent 2 days on it. The cars hit the track more in qualifying than you do in the main events. The advantage, I mean, doing a single file grid, I think doing a single file grid and the fact that the cars haven't done a heads up start in a week is why the first turns end up being so ugly. A rolling start, like I've been to races where they try that, and if they practiced it more, it might get better, but the rolling starts usually end up just being a mess.
When they work awesome.
Yeah.
But the percentage rate of work to fail is
Right.
not.
And
not
also,
good.
like, the pit roads aren't meant for people to drive out of them quickly. I don't know.
Who originally came up with the format for RC racing? Like, who decided all that?
Who knows?
But, you know, I guess if you think about it, it's a little different, but it's similar to Supercross. I mean, the main brunt of everything in, like, Supercross race is heat races, semis, and last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, but the main event's still longer than all three of those put together. What, 6 laps? 4 laps?
8, 6.
8, 6, and 4?
Yeah, and I guess you wouldn't run all of them. That's
Right.
true. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, fair enough. I've also heard of some tracks trying to do
Like the dual, I've seen a lot of like double file starts that do really well.
yes.
I think double file starts with the cars a lot closer to the corner so that they're not going so fast by the time they get there work out pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if this Truggy main, I have zero hope that this will be a clean start.
No,
J
this
Concepts track cam here for the E main.
It's going to be clean. I feel it. I feel it. Look. Oh, that one doesn't count. That doesn't
Okay.
count.
What about that?
That doesn't count either.
5-truck breakaway here as someone went chassis side up over the center double on the front straightaway. Chris Morant from 13th on the grid, picking up a few spots, moving to 8th as he tries to bump up a second time in that Sorsaki prototype.
That was your turn marshal just got hit, too.
Who?
The turn marshal that was sitting on the bucket down
Oh, yeah.
there? That was Chris.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he raced, went out marshaled, got beamed
took a buggy to the shin.
took a buggy to the shin, then limped his way back up the driver's stand, and now
Oof.
finds himself in 7th.
That's rough. So Mike Legui out front with Cole Caston right behind him. Just 0.3 of a second behind at the line. Legui going big through the double-double single. Caston opting for the traditional double-single-double. Good runs up to the inside of the whoop section, though. As Legui and Caston working together to break away a bit. Landon Lewis making his way back up to the 3rd spot, trying to distance himself from Jake Spalding and Blake Pickett.
We saw some good runs out of Blake Pickett in, was that Buggy yesterday? Buggy or Truggy, but he had some phenomenal runs. I'm a little bit surprised to see him back in the E-main here for Truck. I kind of thought he'd be further up than that. Mike Legui out front. Trouble on the front side. More trouble. And I believe that is going to move the middle of our pack back up quite a bit. Brad Shear out there in this one. Tater Sontag out there. Got some pretty strong names in this one. Victor Guerrero, our HB Racing West Coast team manager. We got Tater Sontag, of course, a young rising star, local to this track, correct?
Who?
Tater Sontag? From Michigan?
Yes.
Yeah. Kevin Morales out there, Aaron Kaufman.
Our ponytailed camera guy was sitting over here nodding at us very frustratedly. Yes.
Is that a word?
It is in this trailer.
Okay. I agree with that. I'm going to remember you said that because when I start saying stuff.
No, actually, it is a word. Not porridge.
I was just trying to think about what word that was that I made up yesterday. Legui out front, cast in the number 2 spot. Blake Pickett, just talking about him putting in some good runs yesterday. He's worked his way up into third. Remember, now we're in our truggy class, so we're running the more traditional letter main system instead of the letter instead of ladder. So only 2 bump up in truggy, 3 bump up in buggy. So right now, Cole Caston and Blake Pickett in the bum spots. Mike Legui drop into third now. Landon Lewis in 4th, Jake Spalding in 5th. Victor Guerrero in the number 6 spot. Bradley Rippey, Brad Shearer, Aaron Kaufman, Morant, Phillips, Schumacher, Sontag, and Morales. So Cole Caston leading us out right now at truck number 3, but he's got company coming up behind him as Blake Pickett and Mike Legui trying to close the gap on him.
The top 4 drivers not in order, but still occupying the top 4 spots as we approach the halfway point.
The top 4 drivers not in order, but still occupying the top 4 spot.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Cars 3, 2, 1, and 4.
Okay, I see.
But Jake Spalding just stepped up from the 8th spot on the grid to 4th and ruined it.
He sure did. Way to go, Jake. I definitely thought you were trying to say that, like, 1st through 4th or in 1st through 4th, but maybe not in 1st through 4th order.
That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. That's why I was confused. That's by what you were saying.
Because you misinterpreted what I said.
That's not the first time and won't be the last time in this trailer this weekend.
Probably not during this heat.
That's very possible. That is absolutely very possible.
Cole Caston with a personal best lap last time by as he took over the top spot, 31.897. Meanwhile, Blake Pickett's last lap was a 34.4. So Caston trying to maintain a little bit of control of this one. A 34-second lap this time by as we've got pit stop coming in and out.
Perfect view of the pits right there.
Tyler Hook's going for the double side grab on that truggy to put it back in pit lane. That's
dangerous.
Yeah.
That is
brave.
Yes. Tyler is risking his fingertips for his
That
drive.
might have been the palm, right?
Palm, fingertips. He's risking his well-being for his drive. Oh, beautiful entrance right there into the pits.
Aaron Kaufman, that's a bummer. Oh man, Mama Kaufman with a fuel bottle.
Now see, that was pretty quick.
That minus the front flip entering pit lane.
Yes.
And also, I'm sure they know that he didn't have to get a full tank of fuel.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. So
that was not a fast pit stop, even with the gun.
That one I missed.
Dad was pretty ginger putting the, not like Tyler Keel redhead ginger. I mean, like he was apprehensive putting the fuel gun into the body there.
Look at all the headsets here in this one. Got a lot of headsets out there. This is interesting.
We'll see fewer and fewer as the day goes on.
Like 10-scale electric indoors, even though we don't have pit guys?
I don't know.
I just want to talk to somebody. That's what I'm. Yeah.
I feel lonely in 6 minutes.
Yeah. Or you pick one marshal, and you get to talk to that one marshal the entire time. Okay, now watch me. Here I come. I'm getting squirrely.
No, don't get his car. Don't get his car.
Exactly. 3:20 left to go. Cole Caston and Blake Pickett in our bump spots right now. Michael Legui in the 3. Landon Lewis in the 4. Victor Guerrero in the 5 spot. Jake Spalding, Bradley Rippey, Aaron Kaufman. And changing up a little bit now. Victor Guerrero in the number 5 spot. I don't think he's quite had the weekend he was hoping for.
No, and he's been very vocal about it.
I would say that would be putting it politely. I would say so, yes.
He's not stoked.
Landon Lewis in that number 4 spot. Michael Legui in the 3. So Legui right now is, I believe, about 6 seconds back from Blake Pickett. for the bump spot with 2:40 left to go.
Cole Caston out front. Working through a little bit of traffic here on the infield of the track.
He's got Blake Pickett right there behind him.
It shouldn't be that close, right?
I believe that's him.
Oh, yeah, he should be pretty close. Yep. Less than 0.8 of a second here. Battle for the win coming down in the final 2 minutes. Whoa! Hee-haw! Blake Pickett's truck kicking straight up in the air over the whoop section. Really only get away with that in Truggy. That's kind of weird, like a bomb went off under just the rear of the car and it went whoop.
I like the fact that I've done it too, but we both keep doing hand motions.
Oh, yeah.
And no one can see
Right.
us. Legui in the number 3 spot right now. He's got a little bit of catching up to do. First and second battling out. So Legui's best shot right now at this point that these two race each other into crashing, and then he makes up lost time.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Right. Don't know what to do. Paul felt good. Paul felt real good. Through the wave, down the backstretch they go.
Tiptoeing around the edge of the pipe there. I think that was Pickett. There's a little bit of ground coming onto the back straightaway. Ooh, oh boy.
Lapper's getting in the mix here. Man, shifting gears right there as he works his way into the whoop section. Really closed the gap up on the leader, then kind of lost a little bit of time sweeping wide there in one of those turns. Up and over the roller section, now back into the wave he goes. Caston, Pickett, Legui, Lewis, and Guerrero. Now your top 5 with 30 seconds left here in this one.
Battle potentially for the win coming down to... Oh, they should get back for
Oh,
one
no!
more.
Was that
I think that was Caston, right?
Caston that just flamed out?
Oh, flamed out? I think somebody crashed. I didn't see anybody stop.
Not a flame out, just got stuck. I'm receiving word. Okay, fair enough. So Blake Pickett going to take the lead now. Cole Caston second. Mike Legui in the number 3 spot with 5 seconds. I think these two have got it pretty much wrapped up. And
Pickett made it by.
so he gets a free one. Caston locks up second. That's going to do it. So Cole Caston going to take second and the final bump spot here in this one.
And interestingly there on that lap where Pickett took over the lead, well, with 1 lap to go, Pickett and Caston both did their fastest laps of the race, including Blake Pickett's fastest lap of the race of anybody, 30.6.
Wow. Laying it down.
Yeah, at the end of the race.
So Blake Pickett taking the win in the bump spot. Cole Caston second. Legui third. Landon Lewis fourth. And Jake Spalding rounding out our top 5 here in our Truggy E-Main race number 18.
And Blake Pickett, Cole Caston moving up to the D. Checking out what we got going on in our chat rooms. LFR1 was cheering on Cole Caston. Got that bump up. RC37E says the headsets make the guys look like a bunch of truckers at an outdoor convention. Sure. LFR1, good morning from Florida, boys. Hope you got some sleep last night. Nope. Tony Tiger 68 is 2 hours away. He asked if he drives down, if he can be a guest commentator for the show. Sure. If you come down, you can do a lower main.
So that is a brilliant idea.
What's that?
If I had a headset, I guarantee you,
Yeah, I'm going to be coming in the pit.
And like you were in, Saving Silverman?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to be coming in to pit, over. You don't have to make the noise. The walkie-talkie does it for you. Okay, over.
Exactly. That is exactly what I would do. Let's see here. Well, we've got a lot of Cole Caston fans in our Facebook chat here. Jose Augusto with clapping hands. He says show with clapping hands.
Jose Gallego flexing for us, and they are tuning into the Facebook chat as well, cheering on Cole Caston.
Josh Glancy Chris Schaefer says, great job to cheering on some sort of Watson relation there.
Maybe.
Thank you, Watson.
Excellent deduction, my dear Watson.
So on the track right now, getting set for their warm-up is race number 19 of 33. This is our 132nd even buggy main. In this one we have Kyle Prask, Tater Sontag, Cody Watson, Chris Morant, Donnie Ward Jr., George Barrage, Marlo Bright, Tony Sadberry, Brian Beckholt, Camden Lime, Monty Houston, Mike Sontag, Edwin Hartman, Steve Colbert, and I'm just going to go ahead and pass it over to Aaron. Aaron, let's go ahead. What is the Sadberry joke for the morning?
He might be excited, Barry, with a chance to bump up to the 116th even.
There you go. That'll work.
Hey, race day Hobbies Pit Lane Cam.
Check this out. In this race, we have Mike Sontag and Tater Sontag, father-son.
Uh-oh.
Tater is starting second. Mike is starting 12th.
Yeah, Mike?
So what happens now if it's Mike and Tater battling third and fourth for that final bump spot?
Oh, Tater's going to give his dad the wheel. There's no question.
That's
Father's Day was last week. Down the trough, Mike.
that's true. Okay, fair enough.
Beat it.
Drayton Stoops says, Tater, Tater, Tater. He's got this if he stays calm. Chris Schaefer says, let's go Camden. Talking about Camden Lime. He was in here hanging out in the studio yesterday. Bradley Major says, Sadberry.
Emilio Gomez asking in our Facebook chat. Actually, first of all, Hector Oyarce watching from Iquique, Chile. But Emilio Gomez asking what time the semis were starting. And Sunday should actually be back on our original broadcast schedule available online. So the first semifinal should go off at 2:40 p.m. local time.
He's asking for a friend.
Yeah, so Emilio, you can tell your friend
that
we should be off at 2:40 p.m. local time here.
Mm-hmm.
It's currently 10:06.
Dazzle over in our LiveRC chat says, the Sontag battles are fun to watch. Well, we may just have one here in this one.
That was profound.
It was. Steve Woodyard says, let's go little Donnie Ward. That was Donnie Ward going to be starting 5th on the grid here. We're looking at our J Concepts track cam. Great view of the backside of the track and the wave section and how that section has really gotten worn throughout the weekend, gotten really rough.
That part of the track has been saying hi all weekend.
Because it's doing the wave?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We got former world champion Cody King in the trailer who has been in here for about 2 minutes and he's already scoffing at one of my bad dad jokes.
For 3 spot now, Mike has moved ahead of Tater. We've got Mike, Camden, and Tater now, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I got a feeling Tater's going to be closing the gap up on Mike, and it should be an interesting one.
Oh, Tater getting around Mike. Looks like Mike having a tough time in Sector 2.
So I missed it. Did he have a tough time, or did Tater just missile launch him?
Oh, I mean, wouldn't that still be a tough time if your kid T-bones
that's true. I would love it so much if this was like Mario Kart. And you had the little red turtle shell. Yeah, but you only had one per race, so you had to really use it wisely. You could only take out one guy with a red turtle shell. Oh, going upside down in the whoop section. I believe that was our 3rd place driver, Chris Morant.
Right, and then the turn marshal waited for him to let off the throttle.
And indeed it was. That was Chris Morant. Camden Lime now, I think, going to be moving up into the number 3 spot. Tater Sontag in 4th. No, into the 5 spot. I'm sorry, Mike Sontag in the 6th spot. So Cody Watson now to the front. Watson down the front stretch. Here comes that battle for 2nd and 3rd. Oh, trouble on the front stretch for Kyle. Chris Morant to 2nd now in the Sorsiki buggy. That is, in fact, a Sorsiki buggy, excuse me. Kyle Prask now having more troubles, and I believe that is going to move Mike Sontag. Indeed it does. Sontag now up into the number 3 spot. Camden Lime in 4th. Kyle Prask in 5th. Tater Sontag in 6th. Steve Colbert in 7th. Edwin Hartman, George Barrage, Donnie Ward Jr., Monty Houston, Tony Sadberry, Monty Houston now drops down. Oh, we're all changing up and down.
I think Tony is upset Barry. And down in the 11th spot, had started 8th, dropped a few positions. It's going to be a big hole for him to climb out of for a chance at a bump up spot.
Right now we are looking at Camden Lime in that number 2 spot. The HB Racing driver. Oh! Hard hit right there. That was Sontag and I believe Morant. Yeah.
It looks like Morant has gotten around Camden going into Sector 3. So it's Watson, Morant, and Lime, top 3, looking for a transfer spot to the 1/16th final.
Little mistake there for Morant. Comes back around into the whoop section now. Cody Watson right there in front of him. And now,
I think Sontag's gotten around Lime.
here we go. Mike Sontag, Tater Sontag. Tater has caught Mike.
And I thought Mike had gotten around Camden. Maybe Camden got him back.
I believe he may have gotten...
No, I think because Sontag should be the yellow buggy, and Lime should be the pink and blue. Yeah.
Okay.
So okay. No, it's Camden
Yes.
second now, Mike. Okay.
Okay,
That's
so
what
there's...
so
okay,
Morant's
Camden gets
dropped
by.
back.
Where did he go?
Morant dropped to 5th.
Wow, I
So
missed
it's
it.
Watson, Lime, Sontag,
Oh.
and Morant top 5.
Woo! Mike Sontag just about, coming back on the track, just about T-boned somebody right there, but he checked up. Good save for him. So that's going to drop him back, though. So now Tater Sontag up at the number 3 spot. So now it's Watson, Lime, and Tater Sontag, your top 3. Mike Sontag going to be in the 4 spot. He may have dropped further back than that. Wait and see when they come around the official scoring and timing loop on the front side. Nope, he's still in 4th. He is going to be 6 seconds back, it looks like, though. This is the battle right now. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Whoa, hang on to it, Tater. Tater getting wide. Bumping that outside pipe. What a save right there for Tater Sontag.
I just watched our new camera guy, Charlie, dump a bag of Cheerios into his face.
Okay.
And then wash down a full mouthful of Cheerios with water.
It's like skim milk.
That's disgusting. He's also having a hard time chewing and swallowing because I'm making him laugh.
Our race
He's
day
going to step out of
hobbies.
the trailer now.
Our race day hobbies pit lane cam here showing these guys. You guys already making some pit stops. And Tater Sontag now to the front. Cody Watson in 2nd, Camden Lime in 3rd, Mike Sontag in 4th, Kyle Prask in 5th. It's Colbert, Barrage, Houston, Morant, Hartman, Ward Jr., Beck, Holt, Sadberry, and Bright. Your running order here in this one. So right now, Chris Morant was running up front. He's dropped himself back to 9th, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Tater Sontag, your leader. Cody Watson in 2nd, Camden Lime in 3rd.
How cool that Tater and Camden, the two youngest racers on the stand, could be bumping up out of this one.
That is very true. We also see them, I know we'll see Camden. Tater, did he make it into the main for the 15 and under?
Yes, I believe so.
I believe he did too.
Unfortunately for Marlo Bright, having a dull and dark race down in the 13th spot.
And here comes Tater Sontag now. Sontag in for fuel. In and on the wall. That's Hooks. Man, Hooks to it. Look at that. He did the double-handed
but
McTwisty
this
grab.
time he had the left hand on the wing and the right hand on the side
That's true.
of the
On
body.
Truggy, he had both.
Yeah, on Truggy, he just had the left hand right over where the pipe should go.
That's always dangerous for multiple reasons. Glad we got a radio to the head after you flame out a car. Camden
Only
Lime.
if the driver has good aim.
Yeah, that's true. Camden Lime out front. Cody Watson up to 2nd. Mike Sontag to 3rd. Tater drops to 4th with a pit stop. However, we'll see how it shakes out here.
Looks like Watson may have dropped back to the 4th spot.
Somebody in the tarp.
Oh, and someone out of the lane here on the front. It's only like a 12-foot wide lane, so I can see why it's difficult to stay in.
Hey, you know what? Not all of us. 12-foot is a pretty narrow lane for some of us, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
I need like a full-size dirt oval track when I'm racing dirt oval. Full scale for like a 10 scale.
Right.
That way I can feel like I'm staying in the groove. Yeah, I stayed on the inside 60 foot wide.
Nice little whip there from
I believe that was Camden.
Camden.
Yeah.
Whoa, hopping a little bit through the whoop section.
So now Mike Sontag is up to second. Tater Sontag is in third, and Cody Watson is in fourth. The battle right now, Tater Sontag, Cody Watson. And we're looking at that battle.
The Sontag family must be getting some help from the TLR camp in pit lane. Whoa!
Ooh, that was Watson, I believe.
Yeah, car was upside down.
Mike Sontag goes upside down. Tater goes upside down. Here comes Watson now. Now we're going to have a Sontag versus
Watson to
Sontag.
the inside, coming on the back straightaway. A great move to the inside of Tater. Tater back to the inside at the end of the straightaway.
Oh!
Blast him into the entrance of pit lane. Oh, but he stopped.
He did stop, but here comes somebody else. That's going to be Kyle Prask, I believe.
No, it's George Barrage.
You're right.
George Barrage eating porridge in a carriage. And moving up to the fourth spot.
I don't know what that has to do with anything at all, but that is absolutely right.
That's his full last name. Camden Line, meanwhile, out front by a long way. And we've got a three-way battle for this third transfer position. Someone coming up way short.
That was Porridge. Porridge Barrage. Barrage Porridge. A bear eating porridge. Camden Line, Mike Sontag, and Tater Sontag. Now your top three. George Barrage still in fourth. Cody Watson in fifth. Kyle Prask in
Interesting
sixth.
how they shook back out there in order. Oh, I guess Watson did drop behind Barrage after that strange lap. But Tater Sontag, fortunately, with a bit of a gap now with Barrage. Less than a minute.
It would be
maybe like 10 feet.
Yes.
Into the wave there. Barrage starting to pour on the pressure. They're going to make it by. Let's see. They might make it by for one more after this, unless it just melts down again.
Yeah, it's going to be. Oh, Barrage
go.
trouble on the front side. But now, Tater. Now, Tater's got to hold it together.
It looks like Watson got by Barrage on the front there when he made the mistake.
Yes, so here comes Watson now. Tell you what, Tater is going to have his plates full of taters.
I'll tell you what.
I tell you what. Wow,
We
that's
got
a big old mosquito.
Porridge and taters. Yeah, we got lime and taters and Barrage's porridge on the top five here. 5 seconds left to go. Camden Lime and Mike Sontag have made it by. Tater Sontag has made it by. Oh, Cody Watson and Barrage. So they all made it by. Top five going down to the final lap here.
Here we go. This is going to be exciting.
Oh, Lime out of shape.
And oh no! Tater Sontag! Wild, out of control through the infield. Oh no! So Cody Watson, I believe, has moved up into the number 3 spot in the final bump. Mike Sontag still good. Oh, trouble on the backside. Everybody getting together, wheeling one another. Here they come back around to the front. Look at the inside. Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
Tater to the inside, trying to get by George. Not able to make it happen. Look at that finish. Holy cow.
He was a half second behind at the line. That was.
Whoa.
That's a bad place to put a turn marshal.
Woo.
You know what? Actually, it's not the turn marshal that's in a bad spot. We've got to stop putting the finish line in a corner or near a corner.
How can you be thinking about that right now? Oh, I'm thinking
because it's put the turn marshal in danger twice.
Just give him a hockey
4
mask.
races.
Give him a hockey mask.
And shin guards?
Shin guard. Give him a catcher's mitt.
Sure.
So Camden Lime, Mike Sontag, and George Barrage bumping up. Tater Sontag barely missing that one. With a 4th place finish, Cody Watson 5th, Monty Houston 6th, Chris Morant, Kyle Prask, Steve Colbert, Edwin Hartman, Tony Sadberry, Brian Beckhold, Donnie Ward Jr., and Marlo Bright. What a race right there. Woo. So Mike Sontag starts 12th on the grid and goes all the way to 2nd. Tater starts 2nd and unfortunately finished. Yay.
And we're going to take a quick break to go change out a cable here. So video will be out for a minute or two. And we'll be back with more racing action here from the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road Nationals, brought to you by Team Associated, Lead Finger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, AKA, and Lifetime.
And we are back. Thank you again for tuning in to the LiveRC broadcast of the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Our broadcast this weekend brought to you in part by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a. and Lifetime Scoring. Taking a look right now at our J-Concept sponsored track cam as we get set for race number 20, our D-Main for Truggy. This race is going to be, not that the others have not, but I'm just saying this one's going to be an exciting one. We got some big name drivers in this one. We've got Paul Cicarillo, Spencer Heckert, Chad Phillips, although it looks like he has not checked in yet, so hopefully he can make it out there. Mark Sousa, Jason Schreffler, Jared Wiggins, Tyler Hooks, Ethan Lefebvre. Lefebvre, man. Lefebvre. Graham Gonzalez, Camden Lime back out there, Cody Watson, and a whole bunch of others. Here we go. That
Heckert going for the triple on the first lap, and it worked out perfectly.
That was a fairly clean start.
Actually, that's Paul Cicarillo that got out front. Spencer Heckert ran second. Shane Ogden, no way.
Wow, from 12th to 3rd. Now, Shane is the father of Cole Ogden.
Yeah.
And Cole, I believe, is starting. Where's Cole starting in the A-Main for truck?
I didn't realize that he had done so well until we talked to him last night during
The beanbag toss?
the party.
Ooh, little bump right there. Spencer Heckert giving Cicarillo a.
Cole is 12.
Oh,
So-
but that's still the A. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, last spot
Directly
in the A.
So Cicarillo going to be out front driving, obviously, the Serpent car. Paul of Serpent USA and DeSoto Racing, which now is in control of what used to be, well, not used to be Aerotronics, but now brings in the importers. They are the importers of Sanwa.
Yep.
So Heckert in that number 2 spot. Shane Ogden in the 3. Gonzalez, Schreffler, and Chad Phillips, the HB Racing team manager from the East Coast, did not make the start of this one.
Bummer.
And a good pass right there. Spencer Heckert working his way as Paul gets all sorts of buck wild down the front stretch. Heckert moving his way into the lead. Shane Ogden in 3rd. Ogden going to be 3.8 seconds back from these two right now. Let's take a Savox instant replay. Check out this pass for the lead right here. Okay, so Paul's leading. Paul
Heckert goes for punched, little whip style.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Wow, what a save.
Heckert just about threw it away, though, there coming off that drop.
Almost just did it again there.
Yeah.
As we come back from that replay, it was coming out from no man's land.
That same hole. And now Shane Ogden has caught them and is trying to close the gap up on him. So a 3-way battle right now, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Oh, Heckert
Ooh.
coming up short on the gun.
Oh!
Nice.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but Ogden out of shape over the first double. That's cool that with, that 180 there coming on the straightaway and then 2 turns through the sweeper and then, another right-hand turn. It's like 5 right-hand turns around the perimeter of the track. You can kind of set up a pass there. Cicarillo upside down.
Upside down. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you talked about it a lot, that how many passing points in different ways around this track there actually are. Oh, Ogden tumbling. And I think it's made for a fantastic racing track as far as a spectator/announcer standpoint goes.
Yeah.
It's made for some exciting ones, that's for sure.
I think the fact that the track is difficult makes the mistakes more likely.
Yes.
We were talking to some of the drivers in qualifying yesterday. They thought because it's sort of one line, because there's really only one way to get through a lot of these obstacles, that it might be difficult to pass. But what we've seen so far, at least in these lower main events, has been pretty racy. Just people trying to get around the track, and that's what's creating the opportunities.
And this section right here that we're looking at, that leads into the finish line. And we had some people yesterday asking where the finish line loop's at. It's basically right there where that bucket is, where that turn marshal is sitting.
Just after the turn, yeah.
So that is kind of the last spot to make your last-ditch effort. So that's where we've seen a lot of our excitement.
That's where we've seen a couple turn marshals get demolished.
Yes, we have. How long will that bucket hold up? How many more hits can it take?
Well, I don't think the bucket's been hit because the shins have taken the brunt of the punishment.
No, that's true.
Spencer Heckert out front with Cole Caston running second. 1.5 seconds back at the line. This is Caston that we're following along with here. He's second place driver through the whoops. Uh-oh, and Heckert out of shape.
Oh,
they get together
no!
going for the double.
Oh, uh-oh. He better get going because here comes Ogden and Chicarillo. There's Ogden. Ogden comes up short. We're talking about pronouncing last names. How did Paul's name, how does that come out, Chicarillo?
Italian.
Okay. Even though there's no H. C-I somehow
Yeah.
makes a chi?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Fair enough.
Like in fettuccine, it's C-I-N-I at the end.
Wow, you are so right. Man, I'm just learning so much this weekend. I am leaving here a better man. That is maybe not a better man. But I'm leaving here with more knowledge. How about that?
How long will it be retained?
How long's the driveway?
It cannot be retained.
I give it to the end of the driveway. Cole Caston out front. Paul Chicarillo number 2 spot. Spencer Heckert in the 3. Mark Sousa in the 4. Shane Ogden. Just about to say Cole. Shane. Paul back up into the 2 spot now. Heckert has dropped to 3rd. We're looking at Paul right now driving the Serpent Truggy. And
great run here for Cole Caston, having bumped up from the E and getting himself up into the top 3 here in the D main, trying to move up another letter.
I'm drawing a blank here as to the Serpent truck.
What
They
about
have the new SRX-8 buggy. Do they have an SRX-8T truck, or is this still the
I think it's still
Cobra?
the S811. Well, please hold.
S811, I think, is the newest truck. Oh, and Paul goes upside down. Good turn, Marshall, though. Saves him right there. Now Paul is your leader as some drivers starting to make their final pit stop. Well, their one and only pit stop, hopefully, for them. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Chicarillo out front. Sousa in the number 2 spot now. Heckert in 3rd. Pickett, Caston, Ogden, Wiggins, Hooks, Watson, and it's all changing up as more drivers start making their pit stops. Here comes Chicky into pit. He's in and out. Good view there from our race day hobbies. Pit lane cam. And there you see Galen McCreary. Monster Energy in hand, watching his driver.
It's a little morning caffeine
Yeah.
in taurine. And L
Galen's a good guy. I bet you that's not his first this morning.
No.
No.
What does his moral fiber have to do with the amount of Monster he's been drinking?
Anybody that can hammer down 2-3 Monster Energy drinks in the morning is a good person.
I think that's a non sequitur. But Mark Sousa from Canada out front is unfortunately Cole Caston has dropped out of the top 5. Sousa, Chicarillo, and Heckert now taking over the transfer position. So I don't believe Sousa has pitted yet.
So, Aaron, you gave Tyler. Oh, trouble there. Paul Chicarillo getting together with Spencer Heckert. That's for the bum spot now. Heckert now to the number 2 spot.
Whoa, Heckert
Chicarillo
just punched it.
into 3rd as they work their way back into the center section. So, Mark Sousa out front now.
Truck's only 2 bumps, so
Yeah, so these two right here bowing
This
out
is-
before that final bump.
no, this is Heckert and Chicarillo. They're in 3rd and
They're in 2nd
oh,
and 3rd.
Pickett. Oh.
Yeah, monster. You need to go hang out with Galen for a few minutes.
There we go.
And, oh, wow.
Can I get some of that white can?
Yes. Again, as he steps up, drops down, he's put the pressure on Heckert. He's got a minute 14. Heckert, Heckert goes wide. Back and forth they go. Heckert continually hits that little and continually looks as though he's not going to make it.
Chicarillo way out in the Toolies coming onto the back straightaway there.
Out
and
in the
that's gonna be good.
Toolies.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of wrenches out there. There's a set of pliers. He just got hung up on a glow starter. Out in the Toolies. 45 seconds left to go. Mark Sousa, Spencer Heckert, and Paul Chicarillo. And Paul dropping back just a little bit right now from Spencer. Mark Sousa, the Canadian driver, looking to bump his way into the Truggy E-Main. And Paul, looking at his driving style right now, I think Paul is in full aggression mode.
Oh, he's in full-on case that jump mode.
Oh, Paul Ciccarello puts it in the hay bales. Oh, that's troublesome.
So, as the master clock has expired, Mark Souza taking the win, and Spencer Heckert grabbing that final transfer spot into the Truggy C main.
Blake going to come around for third after Paul took a quick trip to the hay bales there. Cole Caston fifth. And the rest of our drivers finished up here in this one. So that's going to do it for race number 20. Race 21 coming up next. Aaron, what do we got going on in our chat rooms? Anything?
Draco Serapins was bummed that we weren't following Mark Souza there. We were trying to watch the battle for the final transfer position. Adam Craig on
that's
YouTube. Looking forward to the Worlds in Perth in 2018. Alberto Lega says we should come to Mexico City since there are no championships there. That would be fun.
Why would it be fun if there's no championship there?
To bring a championship race to.
That would be cool. Okay.
Got a message from Leadfinger Racing on Facebook saying that Paul Ciccarello is running the older Serpent truck, but he's got the Leadfinger Racing body on it, so it looks like a whole new truck.
Oh, there we go. Talking about the Canadian leader, Mark Sousa, in that one.
I thought that was Justin Trudeau.
Get it. Okay. So, unfortunately, yes, that is often what we see in racing. All about the close battles, and when you get out to a big lead like that, sometimes you get lonely out there.
You're watching the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road National Championships live from Fremont, Indiana at the State Line RC Raceway. Our coverage this week brought to you by Team Associated, along with Leadfinger Racing Absolute Hobbies, AKA Products, and Lifetime Scoring Engine, the official scoring software of the Roar Nationals in many major races around the world. Widya Pilanaram saying hello from Thailand, part of TWT. RC Tombo from Texas, and Thornhill Racing was cheering on Tyler Hooks.
TWT has some pretty dialed pit boards.
Yeah, Widya also looking forward to watching the Maxima MX drivers in the finals. Ryan Cavalieri and Spencer Rivkin. Cooper Phillips bummed about his father's underperformance here. My dad failed me again, he says.
Ouch.
That looks weird. Look at the mechanic is staring at it like, what is going on? No, they're going forward.
I think.
Right. Yeah, the frame rate of the camera is making the front tires look like they're spinning backwards. But it's funny because the mechanic looked like he.
Have you ever had that happen, though? It starts backwards?
Oh, like if truck engines that would start backward.
I had an A-scale do it, and talk about weird, getting thrown out in pit lane, you punch it, and it doesn't run very, it just kind of burrows.
Yeah.
But still.
I was hoping that someone had put a front diff in backward.
Oh, wait a minute.
So the car was just like fighting with itself.
I have a story. I'm throwing my dad,
under the bus?
Greg Homer Garrison. I'm throwing him under the bus right now. When the Durango DEX 410 first came out, or not DEX, the 10 scale 4-drive, came out, he built it, okay? So he goes out, he sets it down on the track, doesn't go anywhere. Speed control, he's thinking, so he goes and buys a speed control. Puts a new speed control in, still's not working. So he goes and he goes and buys a motor. Still doesn't work. So I'm like, are you sure it's not working? He's like, yeah. And he gets mad and he punches it like this, and the car's sitting on the track. He put the diffs in opposite directions, and the car literally goes, "Raw!" and just was like the front end was going backwards and the rear end was going forwards, and the thing was just bending in half. So he bought a speed control, a motor when he didn't need to, and it turned out he had a diff in backwards.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, you didn't think that was as cool as I did.
I'm blown away that the chassis bent.
Okay, it didn't actually. I mean, you could see it. It was pushing itself.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it wasn't actually like tacoed.
Yeah.
You know,
Burritoed, perhaps.
Burritoed. For those of you watching, I was talking about the hand.
Tostada.
It was tostada. Chalupad.
No, that's just a Taco Bell thing. That's gross.
You don't like Taco Bell?
It's not Mexican food.
It doesn't. I didn't ask if you thought it was Mexican food. I asked if you didn't like it.
Yeah, I can mess with some Taco Bell every once in a while.
Yeah. Just not Buffalo Wild Wings. You got to stay clear of that.
And the greasy pizza.
Ooh.
Basically, just all the things that.
Yeah. Well. Are you sure it was a greasy pizza? Or are you sure it wasn't like maybe the dump truck?
Leftover remnants of Buffalo Wild Wings? No, I'm not really sure.
I was thinking it was a dump truck load of food you had yesterday.
Yeah, might have been that. No, I just eat like really, really obsessively healthy when I'm not on the road because, I gave up my right to be unhealthy when I decided to marry someone going into healthcare, apparently. But then I come on these races and I just get junk food handed to me most of the time because it's the only option. I just feel like death. Then I go home and just eat vegetables for 5 days.
And then you're right back on the road and
die.
You're back with
Burby saying hello from State Line in our LiveRC chat room. Ryan Albanese on YouTube saying that he saw a video the other day of a backward diff. Getting ready here. Let's see Jeff Parker from Roar. See? Took a ceremonial knee there. Yeah. Had to dodge a car that got up on the wrong side of the pipe.
Oh, a little bit of trouble here in this one. This is our 1/32nd odd, and in this we got Joe Laws, Bradley Rippey, Brian Morley, Brennan Schimmel, Kevin Morales, Mike Legui, Eric Fletcher back out there in this one. It's all changing up on my screen, so good number of good drivers out there in this one, of course. They will be trying to bump up to the 16th odd. The 1/16th odd. One lap in, it is going to be Brennan Schimmel out front. Brandon Hogan, the number 2 spot. Joe Laws. Oh, first and second get together. Third and fourth get tangled up now. Fletcher up in the mix with that one. Brennan Schimmel now dropping back. I believe that is going to be Hogan now to the front. Joe Laws into second. Bradley Rippey into third. Fletcher and Schimmel drops those two drivers getting the whole thing. Oh, good pass right there. Bradley Rippey now to the front. Rippey now your leader, and Fletcher up to second. Down the backstretch now. Brennan Schimmel follows with Fletcher. They were fourth and fifth, and they now are sitting second and third as they come around to the front side. Bradley Rippey. No, that's Joe Laws out to the front. My mistake. So it is Laws, Fletcher, Schimmel, Rippey, and Karlovsky. Your top 5 now. Hogan, Sainer, Dragon, Tejada, Morales, Vaughn, Legui, Collins, and Borley. And right now, good battle right now between Eric Fletcher and Brennan Schimmel as they work their way through the wave. Schimmel put the pressure on him. And, Fletcher make a little bit of mistake. There may have been some... Fletcher just giving him the wheel right there. So Fletcher back up into third, showing Karlovsky the wheel. These guys are all fighting for a and that was your leader, Joe Laws, upside down now. So Joe Laws drops to third. That is going to move Schimmel back to the lead. Fletcher to second. Joe Laws was in third, but he rolls it over. That's going to move Karlovsky back up into third. Now, this is going to get interesting. Fletcher getting sideways. Here comes Karlovsky. Fletcher gave him the wheel on the straight. Karlovsky gets by this time. Curious as to whether or not Karlovsky, if he was able to catch him, would show him the wheel back. But Fletcher said, woo! What a save for Fletcher. Back around to the front side they go. Brandon Hogan in fourth now, and that just outside the bump. There goes your top 3 drivers.
Somebody casing the jump over to the stairway to hell. Tumbled all the way down the steps.
That was Fletcher, I believe, in the number 3 spot.
That may have allowed Hogan to get by. We'll see when they come by the line over here. Yes, it does look like Hogan has passed in Sector 2.
I feel like we're in like a space program when you say that.
Sector 9.
Yeah, exactly. Schimmel, Karlovsky, Hogan, Fletcher, Morales, your top 5 here in this one. This is race number 21 of race 33 races. For those of you watching, oh no, trouble there for Hogan. Hogan goes upside down. So now Karlovsky and Fletcher go by. Karlovsky now up at the number 2 spot. Fletcher into the 3 spot. Hogan drops to 4th. Kevin Morales in the 5. 4 minutes down, 6 left to go here in this one as they work their way back around. Look at oh boy, Fletcher showing the wheel right there once again. We'll see how that one shakes down. And we may have to take a Savox instant replay of that whole mishap. Brendan Schimmel out front. Dwayne Karlovsky in the number 2 spot. Kevin Morales in the 3. Fletcher in the 4. Yes, let's do Savox instant replay. Take a look at this as they come down the front stretch. Now look here. Fletcher's got the inside, gets on the gas. Boom! Oh. There it was.
That was just bad driving in traffic from both of them.
It did not.
The car on the outside did not give him any room. He tried to go for the block.
Woo! Nice whip
and
right
then
there.
Fletcher did not stay tight. Like it was, they both just went for the same line.
So now it is Schimmel, Karlovsky, Morales, Fletcher, and Hogan, your top 5 here in this one.
Looks like Schimmel in the pit lane.
So Kevin Morales up into the number 3 spot. We'll see how things change up, if they change up, after everybody makes their pit stops. Looking right now at the Techno RC of Eric Fletcher in that number 4 spot as he is chasing down Dwayne Karlovsky. And looks like there goes Kevin Morales in for fuel. So Fletcher goes on by. Now we're looking at our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam. See the cars coming in and out. Good pit stop right there. That was Kevin Morales, I believe. So Brendan Schimmel out front. Eric Fletcher now into 2nd. Kevin Morales in 3rd. We'll see, though, when Fletcher has to make his pit stop. We'll see if he has to come around this time. He may be trying to go the entire 10 minutes.
I can't imagine a buggy.
I don't know. We'll see. He passes by that time with 3:30 left to go.
Also, he's out front by 3 seconds. Try to risk that. But we'll see.
Now, my question is, okay, so say you're not out front. Say,
yeah,
or even 3rd.
Okay.
And you know everybody is pitted, but you have not. Do you just go for
Let's see, here he comes. So Eric Fletcher into pit lane had just turned his fastest lap of the race before he decided he was going to come in. 35.5 last lap, 36.7 in and out of pit lane. It would really depend. If I was really close, I might consider it, but then at that point, like, you could run out of gas and then someone ahead of you could have a mechanical problem,
that's
and you
true.
would have been in contention to take it. Usually, I mean, that too, like, if you didn't plan on trying to go 10, you probably weren't driving conservatively enough in the beginning of the race anyway.
That's true.
Like,
Yep.
if you're going to go 10, you got to
really
commit to it.
Yeah, from the start.
Right. Looks like Pablo Tejada is going to try to make it all on one stop down in the 6th position, but again, like, it might not do him any good.
Yeah. I like this this view right here, our ProTech RC speed trap as they work their way down the backstretch.
And so something we'll see as we get into the upper mains there, the faster drivers often braking later, and that will mean that those speeds go up much, much higher. The drivers here in this one starting to get on the brakes already by the time they pass through our speed trap.
Minute 50 to go, so Eric Fletcher from 14th on the grid. He went from last to first. He is looking to try and bump up once again. Where is Fletcher? I saw him get out of shape, and
Last lap was actually a personal best for him, 35.489.
I believe this right here is going to be a battle. First, second, and third. Oh, no. Somebody going upside down. That was Fletcher going upside down. So did that allow Hogan to go by? I believe it did. So Fletcher now drops to fourth with 1:20 to go. Wow, first to fourth in one crash. Oh, but trouble up ahead of Fletcher. Those two drivers, that looks like Hogan and Karlovsky getting together. I believe Fletcher now back up to the number 3 spot. And indeed he is on the right side, coming back down the front stretch. We have got some close racing here in this one. Oh, and more trouble. Was that Schimmel? That might have been Schimmel upside down. That would move these guys up another spot. Indeed it was. So Schimmel now dropping down. It's now Karlovsky out front. Fletcher in second. Schimmel in third. Hogan in fourth. And Pablo Tejada in the number 5 spot.
45 seconds left to go. These drivers will make it by for 2 more laps. Coming by here to start lap 16. On pace to go 18.
So there's Dwayne. There's Eric.
Actually, it looks like Karlovsky may be the only one that gets by.
And it looks like our top 3 right now, they're going to be 4.3 seconds ahead of fourth.
Schimmel's got quite the gap back to Joe Laws. Just needs to keep moving forward at this point. Laws is going to need a mistake from someone ahead.
Well, Fletcher just made a mistake, but he's in that number 2 spot, and I don't know that he lost any positions with that mistake. As he works his way down the back stretch onto the right-hand side. Tucker.
5th spot, making a full run on
10 minutes.
1 tank of fuel.
How about it?
From 13th on the grid to 5th, you got close.
So Fletcher going to take second, bump up once again. This will be his 3rd time bumping.
Wow.
He bumped twice last night, and now he's bumping again here. Oh, maybe it's, wait a minute, maybe it's 4.
Please hold.
Might be, yeah. Check on that stat right there for me. Dwayne Karlovsky taking a big win here in this one. He'll be bumping up to our 1/16th odd final, along with Eric Fletcher and Brendan Schimmel.
Wow, Fletcher started in the 256th final.
Okay.
So he bumped from the 256th to the 128th to the 64th to the 32nd. So this is his 4th bump up.
4th bump here at the 2017 Aurora 8 Off-Road Fuel Nats. Our coverage this weekend from State Line Raceway, brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a., and Lifetime Scoring.
Checking out our LiveRC chat room here. RC37E pointing out, yes, that was his 4th bump up. Nick Smooth enjoyed my article on RC quote testing with air quotes. He's a big fan of anything that points out the absurdities in racing, and luckily for both of us, McSmooth, there are a lot of them. Richie Rich pointing out that the pothole is getting bad. I tell you, makes me think of the 40-Year-Old Virgin movie. Madruga.
Pothole getting bad?
No, the I tell you.
Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha.
Ryan Albanese in our YouTube chat saying he and his dad race together. He doesn't give him any breathing room when it comes to racing, like Tater and Mike were earlier.
As we're getting set to go here, this is race number 22, our Truggy C main. Look at our J Concepts track cam. So in this one, we've got Noah Dickerson, Alex K, Tanner Denny, John will get to the 3rd, Justin Fails.
Abort.
Yep, I didn't even start that mission today. It's a new day. I'm starting over. Griffin Hanna 6th. Evan Vale starts 7th, C.J. Gillen 8th, Anthony Westergaard 9th, Derek Weatherhold 10th, Mason Fuller 11th, Brandon Rose 12th, Mark Sousa 13th, and Spencer Heckart in the number 14 spot. 2 drivers will be bumping up out of this one to our Truggy B main. We got Shane Barrier cheering on Noah. Noah with 4 H's. Noah Dickerson starting out front. So Shane cheering him on. We got Leap and Lenny cheering on John McGinty the third. Let's see here. Steve Harris saying hello to you, Aaron.
Hello, Steve.
Off and underway. Good jump right out of the gate there for the X-ray drive.
Check, left the door open a little bit there. Tanner Denny had to look up to the inside, entering into that keyhole corner. And through the short chute, made a pass before the S-turn. Oh, Dickerson. Koskiuszek out front. Denny second. Dickerson lucky to get back to third. McGinty fourth, and then a little bit of a gap back to Evan Vale in fifth. Koskiuszek got a shape through the whoops. Here comes Denny.
Once again, our top 2 drivers out of this will be bumping up. We're back to truck. So if you're just tuning in, the truck format for the mains is the letter, as in ABC mains. The buggy format is Roar/IFMAR ladder system. So we're using ladder system for buggy mains, ladder system for truck mains.
Maybe we should call the typical alphabet system chutes. Because we're going to have chutes and ladders.
Yeah, chutes and ladders, yeah.
Koskiuszek out front, and now McGinty the third all over Tanner Denny, as Denny has dropped off the rear wing there of Koskiuszek's truck. McGinty with Dickerson right behind him. That's 3 trucks battling for 1 transfer position early on in this 15-minute main event. Looks like Dickerson with a mistake.
Now McGinty on the backstretch, catching that outside pipe.
Now Denny with a lot of breathing room as the 2 trucks behind him had both crashed there in a matter of a couple corners.
Now Griffin Hanna, the Serpent driver, up at the number 4 spot.
In
5th. So John McGinty the third, longtime Mugen driver switching over to HB Racing this year, dropping to the number 6 spot. Spencer Hackett in 7th. Weatherholt, Sousa, Jellin, Fuller, Vale, Rose, and Westergaard.
Koskiuszek with a fast lap last time by 31.8, his personal best at 31.9 for Denny.
And that was Dickerson upside down in the wave. That is now going to move Griffin
and a big
Hanna
collision.
in the third.
Big collision there on the front straightaway as well. That's going to shake up the running order a bit here. Hanna and that fails. Still third and fourth, so the crashes were behind them.
Your top 2 going to bump out of this one. It's Alex K and Noah Dickerson now. Dickerson back up in a second. Denny back up in there now. So Denny and Dickerson back and forth they go. Now Griffin Hanna in there. A fantastic battle as they come down the front stretch.
Dickerson shuffling
the
way back. So is John McGinty the third. So McGinty down to 9th, Dickerson to 10th. It's Hanna third, Heckert fourth, Weatherholt in the top 5.
So Tanner Denny in truck number 3 with Griffin Hanna in that number 6 truck right there behind him. Your leader coming down the front stretch. Here comes Tanner Denny down the front stretch now, up and over the double section. Tanner Denny, the TLR driver out of Arizona, in that final bump spot right now as he works his way through the whoops. Onto the staircase he goes. He's got Griffin Hanna trying to close the gap up on him. There you see Alex K through the wave, the Team Associated driver out of, where's Alex from?
Alex K is from Connecticut. Koskiuszek from Connecticut.
Koskiuszek.
There you go.
Boom. Nailed it.
Tanner Denny, boom, landing on that big tabletop as he tripled
did.
into the front straightaway section. Oh, wow.
Denny's upside down. No turn, Marshall. There goes Griffin Hanna. Griffin Hanna now up into the number 2 spot in that red and yellow truck.
Now we got a battle for the second spot. Denny just already turning to the right, caught a little rut there, and just enough momentum to flip him over, and now he's got some work to do. He's got to chase down Griffin Hanna. Still lots of time left to go, though. 10:30 left in this Truggy C main. Getting closer to a shot at the A final.
Not to mention Tanner Denny has set the fast lap on the track right now with a 31.
Denny with
Was
another
that Denny?
mistake there at the end of the front straightaway. Tried to jump a little too far over the corner, and now he's got a big deficit. Griffin Hanna with a lot of room behind him.
Heckert and Jellin, CJ Jellin, your top qualifier, I guess you might call him, for the junior race, the 15 and under race, that we'll see a little bit later on. 5 minutes down, 10 to go here in this one. Oh, this is a 15-minute race.
Yep.
That just dawned on me. Okay.
Yeah, the race is starting to get longer from here on out. Griffin Hanna throwing a little bit of style at the end of the front straightaway. That's where Denny made the mistake that allowed Griffin into the second spot. And last time by the line, Denny was quite a ways behind. Lost another 6 seconds on that last lap, so 2 bad laps in a row for Tanner Denny. Griffin Hanna with a good shot here at the B-main.
Koskiushik. Did I get it? Koskiushik? Kind of, close enough.
Good there.
That'll work. Out front here in this one, trying to run away with it right now as he comes down the front straight. That's Griffin Hanna. Thought that was Alex, as Alex is in a red and yellow truck as well. Griffin Hanna in the...
Koskiushik's got like a 10-second lead.
He is trying to check out here in this one. Alex is one of those drivers, I could potentially see him going all the way to the A from the C.
Oh, yeah.
I could see it happen.
And I think there are a lot of people that figured that's sort of where he'd be anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
He had a tough time in some of the qualifying rounds earlier this weekend.
Yep. I agree, totally. Looking at Griffin Hanna right now.
We're picking up here with Alex Koskiushik, our race leader. Jumping off the little ski jump there. Still driving aggressively. Nice save through the whoop section. Oh, coming up short. Wisely backed off there. He knew he was out of shape, jumping over to the stairway to hell. And with a short jump into the front of a car that spun out there. That was weird. Going nose to nose, a little Eskimo kiss. Koskiushik, even with that checkup for the double, still a 33-second lap. CJ Jellin with the fastest lap of the race last time by 30.870.
Wow.
He's trying to catch up. He's a half second behind Griffin Hanna. So now we got a battle for the second spot. That's about quite a ways behind those drivers.
There it is right there. There they go up and over the staircase, dropping down. Working their way back into the center section, up and over the catapult jump in the middle. Griffin Hanna.
There we
and
go.
Jellin has moved his way into second now. Through the wave, down the back straight now. So CJ Jellin up into second.
CJ Jellin rocking those Dr. Scholl's inserts. He's Jellin.
Woo! Man.
1 second gap at the finish line last time by. 2 young racers here. We'll see both of them rising through the ranks of the RC world for many years to come if they stick with it. CJ over the catapult. Hanna over the catapult.
Whoa! CJ goes upside down.
And Hanna back to the inside, coming onto the back straightaway to take over the second spot. Let's see how long Jellin waits. They both come into the pit lane at the same time.
How about that? Okay, so it's a battle of the pit stop now. Here they are, race day hobby in and out.
Funny because it looked like Jellin's pitmen there just gave themselves a high five for a good stop, but they got smoked in pit lane. Hanna 7.1 second pit stop. CJ Jellin 7.7. They lost a 7 second stop, so that was the fastest one we saw actually. Here's race leader. Actually, this is Griffin Hanna still.
Hanna working his way back into the whoop section. Now Tanner Denny has worked his way back into third. However, let's see. Tanner is pitted as well. That should be his only pit stop.
CJ Jellin, unfortunately, looks like dropping to fourth as Tanner Denny just put down a personal best, 31.102, climbing into the top 3. I believe he'll have quite a gap to make up to Griffin Hanna, about 4.4 seconds, and that's another 2.6 back to CJ Jellin in fourth. So Koskiushik and Hanna, the 2 yellow and red trucks, with a chance to bump up here. Here's Alex Koskiuszek off the ski jump into the keyhole. That's the best way to get by a lapped car, when they just flip over corners ahead of time. Koskiuszek tumbling down the stairway to hell, lands on his wheels.
Griffin Hanna right now is, see exactly how far back he is. He's a ways back. Tanner Denny in the number 3 spot right now. CJ Gellin in 4th. Spencer Heckert in 5th. Into the 3rd in 6th. Vale, Sousa, Weatherholt, Fales, Fuller, Westergaard, Dickerson off the track now. Dickerson and Brandon Rose. 4:15 left to go.
Koskiuszek has been solid all race long. Hasn't had to worry about anybody else. Here he comes by the line with a 32.531. It's like Koskiuszek coming up on Anthony Westergaard to put him another lap down, with Westergaard running in the 12th spot. Koskiuszek patient through traffic because he's had the time to do so. And with 3.5 minutes to go, actually it looks like Denny has caught Hanna. So a battle for second that we'll try to find here.
There it is right there. Into the wave they go. So Griffin Hanna in the red and yellow. Oh,
wow.
Tanner Denny.
Way faster through the wave section. Unfortunately,
Bam.
not able to upset him, but that was kind of weird.
They've also got the driver behind them is not racing for position, but he is not about to back out of this one by any means.
That's Justin Fales, who's currently running in the 9th spot.
There you see the red, white, and blue. And
Hanna jumped way long over the catapult there. Denny able to catch right back up to him.
Man,
and
Denny is fast through the wave.
Woo!
There
Rounding
he goes.
outside like a trailer park girl, coming onto the back straightaway.
Oh, Slim Shady would be proud. Onto the left side right now. So Griffin Hanna dropping out of the bump spot as Tanner Denny, he's got the magic line surfing the wave right now as he works his way back around. Alex Kay still going to be out front here in this one.
Denny's been up and down all race long. Started 3rd, dropped out of a transfer spot, had to climb his way back, dropped out, and now getting back in front of Griffin Hanna with just over 2 minutes remaining. Let's see if Hanna can hang tight and hope for a mistake from the Arizona native. Whoa, Hanna out of shape through the
Hanna,
front rhythm section there, and that's going to cost him quite a bit of time. So at this point, Denny can just try to keep it on all 4 wheels. Doesn't have to do anything special with less than 2 minutes to go.
Alex Kay still going to be out front. Your full running order going to be Alex Kay, Tanner Denny, Griffin Hanna, CJ Gellin, Spencer Heckert, your top 5. Evan Vale, Mark Sousa, Derek Weatherholt, Justin Fales, Mason Fuller, your top 10. Westergaard, McGinty the 3rd, Dickerson and Rose rounding out your field. So John McGinty the 3rd, Dickerson and Rose all off the track here in this one. Another look here at our ProTech RC Speed Trap as they come down the backstretch. 25.8 for
Spencer Heckert waiting late there to break.
Yeah.
New beta feature we're working on. Westergaard 23.2. $21.1 for Tanner Denny. Actually, a short straightaway for a Nitro off-road track over the last couple of years. CJ Gellin 23.2. Sure looks a lot faster in person.
50 seconds left to go.
.30 seconds left to go. Griffin Hanna. This could be an important battle if one of the top 2 drivers does not make it through post-race tech inspection.
Oh. And not to mention, or if something catastrophic happens, which Tanner Denny just crashed on the face of that jump, the Marshall just sat him on the face of the jump to get him going. And he struggled a little bit getting up the face there. But he's still going to get it done.
And Alex Koskiuszek on a victory lap.
So Tanner Denny going to take second, CJ Gellin third, Griffin Hanna fourth, Spencer Heckert fifth, and Alex K coming around to take the win here in this one. Alex and Tanner bumping up to in the A main. We'll see if we come up from the B to the A.
Have to see. You're watching the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road National Championships live on LiveRC.com, as well as YouTube Live and Twitch.tv. Thanks to Team Associated, our title sponsor for the weekend and makers of more World Championship vehicles than anybody else. Lead Finger Racing, the new style of Lexan shells for off-road RC cars, makers of the Assassin and Strife bodies, as well as the Hammer Wings. Absolute Hobbies, a one-stop online hobby shop for all racers' needs and wants. AKA Products, now two-time IFMAR World Champion tires. And Lifetime Scoring Engine, the official scoring software of the Roar Nationals and major racing events around the world. Have your local track. Check out LifetimeRC.com for more information. Going to go to a quick commercial break and come back with the 1/16th even final for the buggy class here at State Line RC.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of Nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
In the world of radio-controlled cars, only one company has dominated racing for more than 50 years. Team Associated radio-controlled cars and trucks are true champions by design. Together, we have won multiple national championship races and claimed more than 27 world championship titles. No other RC car company even comes close. So be part of the winning team and get behind the wheel of a Team Associated car or truck. Will you be the next world champion?
And we are back. Once again, we're going to thank everybody for tuning in. We're getting set for our 1/16th even buggy main. In this one, we've got Nate Jascott starting first, Mike Dana starting second, Julian Malevinit starting third, Jimbo Videra starting fourth, Jake Spalding fifth, Jackson Brunson starting in the number 6 spot, Aaron Kaufman 7th, Rodney Morney 8th, Austin Wick 9th, Abby Burku 10th, Carlos Sikora in the number 11 spot, Camden Lyons starting the 12th, Mike Sontag in the 13th, and George Barrage starting the number 14th spot. Of course, our live RC broadcast this weekend brought to you in part by Team Associated Lead Finger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a. and Lifetime Scoring. As we're getting set to go here, you can see the pit crews all lined up on the back straight. This is going to be I think this is a 15-minute race, if I'm not mistaken. Might be 10. Okay, might be a 10. Our last Truggy race was a 15. We're jumping over to Buggy now, so everything kind of changes up between Buggy and Truggy, that's for sure. 307 RC joining us, says good morning, good morning. Welcome to the show. RC37E says go Nate. Cheering on Nate Jascott, starting in that number 1 spot. Nate Jascott, the Team Associated driver out of St. Louis. Keenan White cheering on Let's Go Sikora. Jamie Lee. Rivkin, Spencer Rivkin's mom, joining in. Emilio Gomez wishing some good luck for Nate Jascott as well. As you can see, our Roar official, getting set to go. I am not really sure what that hand motion means. And we're off and running our 1/16th even buggy main. And it looks like a pretty clean start for our front runners here in this one. Just I say that, it changes up a bit. I believe Malevinet's going to move up to the number 2 spot early on. Mike Dana may drop to 3rd. Meanwhile, Nate Jascott out front here in this one. Clean start for Jascott. Look at this. Jascott has already stretched it out to about a half a straightaway right now on these guys as Jascott works his way into the wave. Jascott getting a little bit sideways there. Down the backstretch he goes. There's 2nd and 3rd. Julian Malevinetz, Mike Dana, Camden Lime from 12th on the grid. Well, he was up in the number 4 spot. Drops to 5 now. Jackson Brunson in the 4. Camden Lime drops to 5th. It's now Jascott, Malevinetz, Mike Dana, Jackson Brunson, Abby Burku, and Carlos Sikora, your top 10. And all sorts of trouble in the center section now. Nate Jascott still out front. Julian Malevinetz in that number 2 spot. As you can see, they're working their way around. There's Nate Jascott, your leader right now. Looking comfortable out front with that team associated car. Into the whoop section he goes. Julian Malevinetz in that number 2 spot. Camden Lime, the HB Racing driver. And I think that was maybe Camden make a little bit of a mistake there. So Camden was in 3rd, but I believe Camden's still in 3rd. Thought maybe Mike Sontag had snuck up to that 3rd place side. Now remember, we're back to buggy, so top 3 out of this one will bump to the 1/8 final. Nate Jascott still going to be out front here in this one. Fast lap of the race belongs to your leader. And trouble there. Not for your leader. That was Julian Malevinetz, I believe. Camden Lime going to be right there with him as well. That is 2nd and 3rd. They work their way through the wave. Malevinetz right there hitting a little hole, jumping up and out of the wave. On the right side they go, dropping down. It's Jascott, Malevinetz, Lime, Brunson, Sontag, Morney, Burku, Videra. And trouble there in the center section. Into the tarps now. That was Julian Malevinetz. That is going to drop him back in the field considerably right now as Nate Jascott trying to stretch out his lead. Camden Lime in 2nd. Jackson Brunson now moves his way into 3rd. Malevinetz into 4th. Mike Sontag into 5th. As they come back around into the whoop section right there, we're looking at Camden Lime in the number 2 spot. So now out front, Nate Jascott. See if we can find Jascott on the track in car number 1. As Jascott working his way around onto the right-hand side. Back around to the front. Here comes Nate Jascott. Up and over the front double section. The team associated driver leading us out here in this one. He started out front. He's looking to finish out front. Looking to try up to the 8th main, the 1/8 even buggy main. Jascott rolls it over, gets caught up there. Camden Lime still in the number 2 spot. And that looks like Lime starting to close the gap up on him just a little bit, 1st and 2nd. Top 3 wheel bump. Back on the left-hand side they go, down the backstretch now. There you see the Roar official Jeff Parker on the back straight. Jascott, Lime, 1 and 2. Jackson Brunson in the number 3 spot. Julian Malevinetz dropping to 4th now. Mike Sontag in the number 5. Jimbo Videra in the 6th. Hoffman, Spalding, Burku, Wick, Sikora, Dana, Morney, and Barrage, your running order. Look like some trouble there in the back of the pack. Somebody going upside down for quite some time. Nate Jascott coming around onto the left-hand side here. Jascott working his way through a bit of lap traffic. Into the whoop section he goes, doubled his way through. Jascott into the center now. Jumps up, steps down through the stairway. Camden Lime still in second. Jackson Brunson still in third. Whoa, your leader! All sorts of trouble there for Nate Jascott. Jascott came off of that jump. I'm not exactly sure what happened. So Camden Lime now taking over the top spot. Wow, what a wild ride right there for your leader, Nate Jascott. We're looking at Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam. So Camden Lime taking over the top spot now, as Nate Jascott having all sorts of problems. And now everybody's starting to make their pit stops. It's going to shake things up just a bit. We'll see how it all plays out. Jascott is back into the lead at this point. However, Jascott still has to come in for his pit stop. Camden Lime has made his pit stop. He came in, was in the pits for 7.8 seconds. Julie Malevinitz in the pits for only 6.7 seconds. That is fast. It looks like Jascott is in the pits, and he's out. So Jascott in and out of the pits. 8.1 seconds in the pits on that one. There's Mike Sontag. Sontag in the pits, in and out. ACTLR's Tyler Hooks helping out there in this one. So right now, the just a lightning pit stop there for Julie Malevinitz, 6.775. Jackson Brunson now to the front here in this one, car number 6. Leading the way, he's in the pits now. And he's out of the pit. So I thought he was. Oh, that's him. Now he's out of the pits. 9.5 second spin in the pits. A little bit of trouble there for him. Nate Jascott in the second. Camden Lime in the third. And let's go back and take a look here. Savox instant replay of Nate Jascott. Watch here. Nate Jascott hit something right on the takeoff of that thing. Then when he lawn dart in the landing, the car just started spinning. I thought he got stuck down in there, but it was able to get it out of there. But that right there is where he lost the lead to Camden Lime. But now Nate Jascott finds himself back out front here in this one with Jackson Brunson in the number 2 spot. And there you see Jascott through the whoops he goes. Up on top of the staircase, dropping down. Oh, Jascott with a mistake, though. So now we've got a battle for the lead once again. Nate Jascott and Jackson Brunson. Coming up and over the double they go there. It's going to be Jascott out front leading the way. Through the holes he goes, over the wave. Brunson looking for the inside. Brunson checks up and says, hey, man, we're both in bum spots. Let's race this clean and just work our way up into the 1/8 final. Coming back around to the front side. Oh, Jascott! Troubles for Jascott right there. That turn marshal was moving him with his eyes. Certainly wasn't going to stand up and help him. Jascott out front. Right now, Camden Lime was your early leader. He jumped up there. He is sitting in the number 6 spot here in this one. Oh, and more troubles in the wave. I believe that may have been Jascott. And that could change things up. Jascott's still in second. He's got Malevinitz right there behind him in third. Videra in fourth. Now Mike Sontag up into the number 4 spot. Videra in the 5 spot. Camden Lime in the number 6 spot right now. One minute left to go here in this one. So Jackson Brunson, car number 6, now your leader coming down the front stretch. We're looking right now at Nate Jascott as Jascott in the number 2 spot. Your leader through the whip section now. Oh, Jascott, all sorts of tumbles. Julie Malevinitz in the number 3 spot. Mike Sontag in the 4. Jimbo Videra in the 5. So Mike Sontag right now is trying to chase down Julie Malevinitz for that 3rd and final bump spot. They are 3.4 seconds apart at this time with 20 seconds left to go. And I think as long as these drivers can keep it on all 4s, they should be good. As time is expiring right now, 1 turn to go. Jackson Brunson with the 1/16th even buggy main win Here comes Nate Jackson. Nate Jackson. Now Nate Jascott. Here's the number 2 spot, and Julian Malevinitz going to seal the deal in the 3rd place spot. So Jackson, Nathan, and Julian all bumping up. Mike Sontag taking the number 4 spot. Jimbo Cavdera taking the 5. Spalding, Kaufman, Lime, Dana, Burku, Sikora, Wick, Morney, and Barrage. So good run for all of those drivers. We'll see our top 3 back up on the driver's stand here very shortly. As we head over to our chat box, let's see what's going on over here. RC37E said Nate is a daddy-to-be. Well, I did not know that. So Nate Jascott bumping up into the 1/8 even main, and congratulations to him. LFR1 said Camden looking for another bump. Yes, indeed he was. He definitely had the speed. Just a little bit of bad luck on his side in that one. Still a fantastic weekend. Unfortunately, that will be the end of Camden's Truggy run, or buggy run, I should say. As we get set here, our Truggy B main. This is going to be a exciting race to watch here. And perhaps the most exciting part so far in this one, Seth Van Dalen, the Techno RC driver, has returned to the Chevy C10 truck body. And wait till you see this thing. We'll see if we can find him when he comes around. Seth Van Dalen, that body has been the talk of the town this weekend. Here we're looking at J Concepts track cam on his Truggy, and it is the only Truggy that I have seen in a very long time that looks the way it looks. It looks like a actual truck, and everybody's been talking about it. Ironically, he switched bodies for the final round of quality. I'm not sure where he ended up, but I was very sad to see it go. So I am more than excited to see that body back on the track today. I think that's fantastic. Oh, Marshall going down on the wave. Looking at our J Concepts track cam right now. Now this is going to be a 20-minute race here in this one. 20-minute race. Got some big-name drivers in this one as well. Heading over to our chat here, our YouTube chat. Rick Harrison wants to know what time is the Buggy A main. The Buggy final, we are estimating probably somewhere. The semifinals, I believe I was told, start at like around 2:45, something like that. And then obviously the drivers transfer from the semifinals up to the final. There'll be a break in between there, and of course we've got our Truggy A final as well. So, yes, that's my answer. So 2:45 is when the semifinals, I believe, I've been told are supposed to kick off. Let's see. TG5879 says, someone should go Marshall for that kid that just fell down in the wave. I'm kind of thinking the same thing. I'm kind of with you on that one. As we head back over. Gio says top 7 move on this. No, Truggy is a more traditional format with the A main, B main, C main, that type of thing. Buggy is the only one doing the ladder system. So therefore, out of this, only 2 drivers will bump up to the A main. Only 2. So we've taken our top 12 Truggy drivers out of qualifying, and they are going straight to the A main. And now we are bumping up 2 out of this one. And here we go, Jeff Parker doing whatever that is that he does there. Looks like he's getting ready to fly. Oh, now he's really trying to fly, like angels in the outfield. We're down and quiet. Here we go for our B main. I'm back. Must have had a false start. In this one, we've got Mike Truey, Billy Fisher, Cole Tollard, Seth Van Dalen, Dakota Find, Michael Page, Mason Epley, Tyler Jones, Colin Weatherholt, Aaron Gomez, Austin Woodyard, Austin Pannone, Alex Kay, and Tanner Denny. So ironically here, we were told there would be no restarts today in most circumstances. Not sure what the situation is. Switching a Marshall out here. And there you go. Somebody just said that in the chat box. Here we go. Let's try this again. Our Truggy B main off and underway. Your top two drivers going to the A. Here they come down the front stretch. Beautifully sunny skies here at State Line Raceway, and nothing but carnage in the Truey leading the way, and Billy Fisher in the number 2 spot. So those two drivers, there's first, second, third, and fourth as they work their way around. There's Mike Truey, there's Billy Fisher, there's Cole Tollard, there's Tyler Jones. And right now, those four down the backstretch, they go first and second. The only two going to be bumping out of this one. Onto the right side, down the front stretch. Now already a flame out on somebody. Mike Truey, the Mugen-Siki driver out front. Look at this, Cole Tollard up into the number 2 spot now. Tollard gets by Fisher. Fisher into the number 3 spot. Tyler Jones in a 4th. Drop it down the staircase they go. Cole Tollard in that pink, yellow, and white, trying to chase down your leader, Mike Truey. Through the wave now. Truey trying to stretch it out just a bit. Tollard in the 2 spot still. Jones in the 3. Billy Fisher in the 4. Dakota Finn in the number 5 spot. So Dakota Finn, one of those drivers that this weekend we did not expect to see in the B main, let alone starting 5th in the prize there on that side of things. Mike Truey out front. Meanwhile, here comes Cole Tollard right there behind him. Truey hits that little notch in the jump, which if done right actually keeps you considerably lower. Makes up a little bit of time, I think. You do have to have a little bit more speed, it looks like. Here comes Truey working his way through traffic. Whoa! Over the top, back and forth. Tollard gets passed over the top by Jones, then tops him right back for the bum spot. So Tyler Jones, the TLR driver in the pink, white, and yellow, down the backstretch they go. Let's take a Savox instant replay of this. Watch this right here. Now, they're side by side over this section. Look at this. Tollard cuts over. Jones goes over the top. Tollard says, nope, I'm coming back. Jones says, no, you're not. I'm coming back to the inside. And Jones goes back by. Wow.
That was an amazing sequence here. Something that often really only happens in truggy racing on a track this rough.
That was fantastic. That was the different lines that we've been talking about on that front side, and it came into play and made for an awesome race right there.
An awesome race for the transfer spot early on in this 20-minute main. Tollard trying to keep... Jones coming up short. And the front rhythm section there, reaching up and grabbing that truck. Tollard now with a little bit of breathing room. He is 2.7 seconds behind Truey.
And Dakota Finn up into the number 4 spot now. Billy Fisher's dropped to 5th. Followed by Denny, Alex Kay, Weatherholt, Pannone, Epley, Gomez, Woodyard, Page, and Van Dalen. And unfortunately, oh no. So Seth Van Dalen off the track before the start of this race. Somebody coming in the pits already. Not sure who that was. It looks like that's Austin Woodyard. So Austin Woodyard coming in the pits 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this one.
That doesn't seem planned.
I guess we'll see how this plays out. Not sure what the deal is. But Woodyard had a 1 minute 30-second lap on lap 2. Yeah, I would say. Woodyard, unfortunately, I think has got some problems here in this one. Mike Truey, meanwhile, no problems whatsoever out front, leading the way, the Mugen-Siki driver. Truey out front, Cole Tollard in second, Tyler Jones in third, Dakota Finn in fourth. Billy Fisher rounding out your top 5 right now. 4:15 down, 15:45 to go. Back around to the front side he goes. There you see Mike Truey. Here comes Cole Tollard. Tollard down the front stretch now. Good battle here. Tyler Jones and Dakota Finn. Oh, Dakota goes over the top of Tyler as Tyler clipping that inside pipe. TLR teammate. So now Dakota Finn working his way up to the number 3 spot. Now, in order to bump to the A main, he's got to catch and pass Cole. Not having the weekend we expected. And we'll see if he can turn it around here in this one. Down the backstretch he goes onto the right-hand side. As he comes back right towards us down the front stretch. He goes double, single, double, taking a little bit of the safe line. Cole Tollard in second, Dakota Finn third. Mike Truey out front leading the way. Tyler Jones in fourth, Billy Fisher in fifth. Alex Kay in the number 6 spot. Tanner Denny, Weatherholt, Pannone, Epley, Page, Gomez, Woodyard, and Van Dalen. Your running order here in our B main for Truggy.
Mike Truey, a former buggy class national champion, will be looking for his first truck title. He has won the Dirt Nitro Challenge and Silver State in the truck category. Many years with Team Losi Racing, joining his former teammate Adam Drake at Mugen Seiki.
And in between there, he ran, what was Truey running? Truey's kind of bounced around a little bit here.
He was with Serpent.
Serpent. Now with Mugen.
And he ran X-Ray 8-scale cars before Team Losi Racing came out with the first 8 buggy.
And how about this? We've got
Dakota
Cole Tollard.
Finn.
Yes.
Finn has reeled in Tollard and making a battle here for the final transfer spot with still 13:40 left to go. We'll have to see if Finn can actually reel in Truey. He's all over Tollard. This is only a matter of time.
Finn down the backstretch right now, chasing down Tollard. Fast lap of the race, though, belongs to Alex Kay with a 30.1.
Yeah, the bump-up driver from the C main
Oh!
running on the 6th spot. Tollard with a mistake at the end of the front straightaway. Finn gets by for the 2.
So Finn now up into the bump spot. Cole Tollard, though, not out of this one as they work their way back around right now. Finn looks like he's feeling a little more comfortable as this race has continued on. He's not, I think you'll understand what I'm saying. He's not driving quite as stiff.
Right.
The car seems to be, he's whipping a little more. He's throwing the car around. Finn may be getting in his
groove.
groove. Oh,
Truey with a
Truey!
mistake.
Truey goes upside down.
And the top 3 all into pit
Oh,
lane. Truey up
boy.
on the pipe. That's going to stack up Tollard as well. So that's about as great as it could have possibly gone there for Dakota Finn. In and out with the lead.
And that is Todd Hodge there pitting him, and Finn in and out, yes.
Joe Law is actually picking up the truck there. It's like Alex Pascushek into pit lane here.
So looking at the pit times, Dakota spent 8.2 seconds in pit lane.
7.8, good stop for Tollard. 7.3 for Denny. 7.2 for Colin Weatherholt. And here's Tyler Jones, who stayed out 1 lap. Got some clean track and put in a good lap there, too, a 32.3. About a second slower than his best of the race.
So in the last race, Julian Malevolence had a 6.7, I believe.
That is smoking
Whoa! Billy Fisher, 6.3.
Wow.
Woo!
And he's got one of the fastest laps of the race as well, a 31.011. Back on lap number 13. So Billy Fisher, who started second, dropped back in the middle of the pack and trying to fight his way back toward the top 2. Right now it's Dakota Finn and Mike Truey. Finn a little out of shape through the keyhole corner. Looked like there's
Little bit of a rough
something
lap.
wrong. Truey now right up behind him.
Finn doing a little whip there, maybe just trying to shake it off. He caught that inside
I
pipe.
don't
Then
know.
he had
The
trouble
way
with
that
the
his
whoops.
car turned before the whoops was really weird. Like something had stopped the car from turning the front wheels. Seems to be okay now.
Well, I know that Dakota has been plagued with steering issues, it seems like, and maybe he could be having something going on here.
Still got 11 minutes left in this B main before he'd get into that half-hour championship final. Does not need to win the race, just finish in the top 2, and Cole Tollard is quite a ways behind this developing battle. Oh, touching the pipe, coming to the front straightaway. Mike Truey just a second and a half back.
as they head back into the whoop section. Boy, Finn bouncing all over the place in there, left to right, front to back. Mike Tree in second, Cole Tollard in third, Billy Fisher. Tyler Jones, your top 5, Alex Kay, Colin Weatherholt, Tanner Denny, Austin Pannone, Mason Epley, Michael Page, Austin Woodyard, Aaron Gomez, and Seth Van Dalen, rounding out the rest of your field here in this one. Coming up on the halfway mark.
New personal best for Dakota Fenn, 30.5, so it looks like the truck is just fine.
Alex Kay right now still holding on to that fast lap of the race, a 30.111 on lap 11. So one of only a handful of drivers to get down to the 32nd lap range in this one, and that includes...
Koskiushek is just 0.3 of a second behind Tyler Jones, so trying to knock on that top 5. Sorry.
No, you're fine. And Tyler Jones also was up front earlier on in this one. Had a little bit of bad luck, which dropped him back in the field.
Dakota through the whoop section, looking better through there than he had in several laps. Now dropping back to Cole Tollard, reeling in. Mike Truey was less than a second behind at the line last time by. And now a battle for second. Tollard out of shape down the stairway to hell, but able to recover without turn marshal help. Truey coming up short on the catapult. Tollard driving very well here. A resilient performance in the first half of this race. Let's see if he can stay on Truey and make this a battle for the...
Good save.
Couldn't have gone much better, considering. Jeez. Tollard up on 2 wheels again, heading into the keyhole. Looks like Truey working Tollard working a lot harder than Truey at this point to run at this pace.
I tell you what, Tollard has come a long way.
Yes, he has.
Since the beginning of his career. I don't know exactly what year it was that he started, but I remember seeing him when he was quite little. He's definitely come a long way.
Got a Savox instant replay here. Tollard out of shape over the first double. Knew he was out of line. Started turning in the air, landed on the tarp. And then right here, catches a rock there. Pitched him up on the left side tires. Was able to get the thing slowed down, back on all 4 tires, and still didn't miss the corner. And he's right on Truey with 8 minutes to go. So most drivers will be, actually everyone will be pitting twice in this race. Sometime between now and probably the 16 or 17 minute mark. Truey up on the pipe. And Tollard looking to the inside. Oh, blast him.
Man!
They got back into the right order there.
So the biggest takeout I've ever seen on Mike Truey. Tollard, look at the inside. Not quite close enough to make it happen. And Tollard in for fuel now. The biggest takeout I've ever seen on Mike Truey was at the 2011 Cactus Classic in four-wheel drive short course. So the race announcer asked that, all cars stop, straightaway close, let's line them up, we're getting ready to start. And Truey was just sitting innocently on the side of the track. And my dad, in four-wheel drive short course, comes flying down the back straight, rips around the right-hand side, decides, you know what? For the first time ever, I'm going to go ahead and just quad over this, step on, step off. Blast Truey's truck clear off into the parking lot. It just so happens Truey's down looking at his radio adjusting. He looks up and his truck is just gone. And he's like, what in the world happened? And my dad, being my dad, instantly looks at another truck to act like that wasn't him. So my dad acts like he's looking at some other guy's truck. So Truey's trying to figure out who it is. That is the best takeout on Truey I've ever seen.
That's too funny.
Back to the race, though. Dakota Finn out front.
And right in pit lane there. Joe Laws picking the truck up. Todd Hodge giving it a full tank of fuel and back down. Tollard was actually the first one of the top three to pit for a second time. And Billy Fisher in the fourth spot has not yet pitted. It's like Tollard now 2.1 seconds behind Truey for the final transfer position. And only another 1.1 back to Fisher. So Fisher was also the fastest of those three drivers on that last lap, making up over a second on Tollard. And Tollard made up nearly 4 seconds on Truey. So we might see a battle here. In fact, they're all within the same frame pretty much. Fisher reeling in Tollard. Looks like Truey's got hooks between him and Mr. Cole Franklin Tollard. Whoa, Tollard again out of shape here over on the ski jump section.
Into the whoops they go right now. Tollard, the team associated driver out of Wisconsin.
Yes.
Yep.
Question mark?
Question mark? Ron Bergen. Tollard into the wave section right now, trying to chase down Truey. Down the backstretch they go. They are about a straightaway length apart right now. And there you can see Truey coming down the front stretch. There's Tollard. So again, in Truggy, your top two bump. Tollard just out of the bump spot with 5 minutes left to go in this one. Most drivers have made all of their pit stops. The fastest pit stop that time around goes to Mike Truey with a 6.6. He was the only driver to get down the 6-second lap range in the pits. Everybody else in 7, 8, or 9 seconds in the pits. So the Mugatsiki crew, oh boy, Cole Tollard. Truey makes a little bit of a mistake, and Tollard all over the back of him now. Tollard giving him a little bit of a bump. And Truey going double, single. That seems to be maybe just a little bit faster than the double, single, double. Able to carry your momentum just a little bit more. So Tollard now closing up on him. They work their way by lap traffic. Lap traffic checks up to let him go. Through the switchbacks now. Dakota Finn still going to be out front. Dakota Finn has pretty well checked out here in this one. It's up to these two right now down the backstretch. Oh, Cole! Cole outpowering Mike Truey down the backstretch, comes right up behind him, gives him a little love tap. Oh, to the inside! Cole Tollard puts Truey off the track. Truey comes back on. Oh, Truey rolls it over now. Truey trying to hold it together. And that orange truck needs to let Truey go by. He lets him go by now.
How's this going to shake out here?
So now this is going to get exciting. If Truey can catch back up to Tollard, Truey is an old school just
throw them bows.
That's right. Truey almost tripled right there. He almost went double, triple. Truey is on a mission right now. I can see it. Look at the aggression coming out of Truey. And that last lap by Truey having a bit of a rough lap with that 34.3. We'll see what he's got this time. As here comes Mike Truey now. 3 minutes left to go. Through the wave he goes. He makes it through lap traffic. Down the backstretch now. Watch right here. Let's see if Truey does it again. He goes double. Literally almost triples. He jumps all the way into the face of that. That is crazy fast right there. 30.8.
Tollard a little out of shape through the whoops.
Tollard goes upside down.
The stairway to hell.
There's Truey.
Truey also had a mistake there. Tollard looking to the inside in the S-turn. Can't make it happen.
I tell you what, if Tollard makes contact with Truey again, Truey's liable to turn that truck around and just start wailing on him.
Tollard dropping into the hole through the wave section. That's going to give Truey a little bit of room with 2:30 left. Still plenty of time for this to work out.
This is getting exciting. Now you see Truey kind of backing it down on that front stretch. I'm telling you, he was just giving it everything.
Truey out of shape through the whoops. Tollard with a great run right along the inside of the pipe, but coming up short again, jumping to that stairway to hell.
Billy Fisher in the number 4 spot. Tyler Jones in the 5. Alex Kay in the 6.
Tollard 21.1 through the speed trap.
Whoa, Truey.
Truey out of shape. Here's Tollard looking around the outside. Wow.
Tollard goes upside down.
Spinning like a top.
Oh, Truey goes upside down.
Section.
Good time to crash, though.
Yeah. Yeah, with the turn marshal right there.
Wow.
Tollard out of shape again going down that stairway to hell. He's having trouble with the stairway and the left side of the track off the ski jump.
So now Tyler Jones has worked his way up into 4th. Alex Kay into 5th. Billy Fisher drops to 6th. Denny Pannone, Weatherholt, Epley, Page, Woodyard, Gomez, and Van Dalen.
Tollard 23.2. Denny 23.2 down the back straightaway.
And Tollard looks like he may be catching Truey.
Tollard's truck is so good through the whoops as we go to a Savox instant replay here. Here's Tollard right up on the rear wing of Truey. Looked around the outside. Punched it too hard. Yeah. Caught that little hole there.
Spun him out right there.
And weird how the truck just sort of stayed flat on its roof. And here comes Truey. Got a little buck wild through the whoop section. Flipped over. Fortunately for him, the turn marshal was already there. But Tollard right up on the rear bumper of Truey's truck again through this same section of the track.
40 seconds to go. So Tollard right now They're going to cross the line and get one more after this one. Tollard's going to pull it all out.
And you can tell that Tollard's already in panic mode.
Here they come.
Tree a little out of shape. Tollard able to save it.
This is where perhaps the experience of True comes into play, because it's still a lot of pressure. But True has done this many times. So I think True will be able to hold on to this one. Tollard is pushing it to the max. 10 seconds. Whoa! Tollard runs it up on the pipe. Tollard right now is wide open, trying to catch. Oh, and he makes a mistake. Hops the pipe. He's back. Up and over the double into the wave section.
Yeah.
That is time.
2 corners from the B, or 2 corners from the main. Dakota's already on a victory lap, so he's good to go. And
Truey's going to get it. Mike Truey taking second. Cole Tollard third. Cole, a wild ride right there. Tyler Jones will take fourth. So Dakota, the Phenom Fend, taking the win here in this one. He has made it to the A main, which is where we expected to see him. So good to see Dakota Fend possibly turning his weekend around after a bit of rough qualifying, I would say. Dakota Fend with the win. Mike Truey second. Cole Tollard third. Tyler Jones fourth. And Billy Fisher rounding out your top 5 here for our Truggy B main. Alex Kay, Tanner Denny, Austin Pannone, Colin Weatherholt, Mason Epley, Michael Page, Austin Woodyard, Aaron Gomez, and Seth Van Dalen.
Great race here as we work into the upper finals of the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road National Championships, presented on LiveRC.com. Thanks to Team Associated, Lead Finger Racing Absolute Hobbies, AKA Products, and Lifetime Scoring Engine.
And in our YouTube chat, we've got all sorts of people here saying what a great race that was. Leapin' Lenny says, great race, hashtag Truggy Nation.
And also, he pointed out that I said something nice about the Truggies earlier.
Oh, did he? He did, yeah.
Keenan White said it was a great race as well. And yeah, so I heard about this. Cole, we'll talk a little bit about the chat room stuff, and then we got some developments for the buggy semifinals here.
Juicy news.
Yeah, so Burmy Guy RC saying it was a great race. What truck does Cole drive? Cole Tollard races for Team Associated. Rage 17 is talking about setting up for the whoops. Derek Wood said Cole would really go somewhere with a truck that was set up better. Richie Rich talking about that pothole. Awadkowski saying yo. Adam Fekery was laughing at that last race. But the juicy news that we found out earlier today, 2 drivers in the buggy semifinals were docked a lap for the semifinals for not turn marshaling this morning. They would have been the first race to turn marshal this morning, and I know for at least the one of them that I talked to had a friend that was pitting with him, or someone that was pitting near him that had volunteered to do it for him and then just didn't go out on the track. But Austin Blair of S-Works and Cole Ogden of Mugen Seiki will be starting. They'll be a lap down when the race starts is how they're going to do it. Because at this point, they can't dock them a point off their qualifying. I mean, that doesn't
do any good.
Yeah, and so that's how they've worked it out. They're going to start the semifinal a lap down, and in a 20-minute race, like, that's not really recoverable. So,
man, there's 2 sides to this whole thing, to be honest with you, and coming from a race director standpoint, I mean, that's a huge bummer for those guys for sure. Especially if you had somebody lined out and then they kind of backed out or whatever. But still, it's one of those things. It's almost a little bit refreshing in a way to see the rules like that being enforced. You go to a lot of races, and I'm just as bad as anybody as a race director. You say, hey, here's the rules. If you don't marshal, you lose a lap. Well, then you're like, well, that guy, he was doing this, or well, he had a bad day. You kind of give them a little leeway and that kind of thing, and they're sticking to the rules this weekend, and
that ends up often being the biggest difference between the Roar Nationals and any other race, which is funny because, at a lot of these races, the non-sanctioned events, people talk about how they don't enforce the rules, they don't call rough driving, they don't call people out for not turn marshaling, they don't check weight, they let people go on, slightly larger fuel tank capacity. Everyone talks crap about the big races that don't follow the rules. And then when they get to the Roar Nationals, the biggest difference here is that the Roar guys are sticklers about their own rules. And then people complain about, they wouldn't have done that for anybody else. Yeah, they would have. They do it to everybody.
Yep.
Here's Jeff Parker doing the chicken dance.
Wow, that's pretty wild news. As we get set to start our 1/16 odd, we're off and running. A list of talented drivers here in this one as well. Looking to bump up to the 1/8 mod. The 1/8 mod.
Coming up next is the 1/8 stock.
Yeah.
1/8 Steven. Oh, someone in one of the chat rooms said that he was from.
Your leader goes upside down. That's Gary Stute on lap. Oh man, Gary rolling over in the wave on lap number 1. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Back when I was on my kick of all the cities here starting with F. Oh yeah, Eric Thompson said he was watching from F. Bloomington, Indiana.
And Victor Guerrero, the HB Racing West Coast team manager, had the lead but threw it away on the front straight. It is now Colton Cruz. Car number 3 leading the way. Charlie Moreno in the number 2 spot. Wade Moore in the 3. Spencer Heckert in the 4. Victor Guerrero drops to 5. Gary Stute. So Gary had the lead, rolled it in the wave, put it upside down, and that allowed Victor to take the lead. Then Victor on the front straight has trouble and hands it over to Colton now. So we got Colton Cruz, Wade Moore, and Spencer Heckert in the bump spots with Gary Stute in 4th. Galen McCreary, we saw him drinking that monster in pit lane earlier, and he's in the 5th place spot, hoping that kicks in to boost him up to 3rd or 4th. Sam Langer in the number 6 spot. Now Victor Guerrero up into the number 5 spot. And right now we are watching that battle between our leaders. Down the backstretch they go. Spencer Heckert now. Colton Cruz, how about?
Oh, boy.
That is Wade Moore and Spencer Heckert right there, 2nd, 3rd, and...
Wow!
Oh, wow! What a move right there. That...
If that had been the last lap, that would have been amazing.
I think he just pulled over and let him have the spot back. He let him have that back.
And that was okay that he went down to the next corner because that would have been a good place to stop.
No, not at all.
Yeah, Savox instant replay here of perhaps the kamikaze dive bomb of the century because he was way outside the lane.
He really was.
Crossed up over the tabletop, jumped way to the corner, landed a bonk.
Put him upside down.
And someone there went from past both of them. I think that was Gary Stute that made up 2 spots because of that sequence.
So that was Wade Moore. So props to Wade Moore on that one. Got in and definitely lawn darted right into the side of Spencer Heckert, but in that next turn he pulled over and let him go back.
I thought it was the opposite. I think
was it the opposite?
Yeah, Spencer.
Gary Stute right here, I believe.
Yep, the beneficiary of that dive bomb maneuver.
Yes.
Stute moving up to the 2nd spot.
Stute rolled it over on lap 1. He started first, rolled over on lap 1 in the wave, and he just did it again. So Stute and the wave not getting along too well.
It looks like Spencer Heckert already reaping the benefits of that good karma there. Moving up to the 3rd spot as Wade Moore has dropped to 5th.
Back on the track here in this one. Colton Cruz in the lead, and there's Gary Stute. Gary Stute going upside down in the number 2 spot. Spencer Heckert in the 3, Sam Langer in the 4, Wade Moore in the 5, Victor Guerrero in the 6. So right now, Sam Langer just out of the bump spot as we were getting our first set of pit stops in right now. And Brendan Schimmel coming in and out of the pits. 8-second pit stop right there. Golden Cruz out front. Gary Stute in the number 2 spot. Spencer Heckert in the 3. Sam Langer in the 4. Victor Guerrero rounding out that top 5 right now. With 5:10 down. 4:50 left to go here in this one. Fast lap of the race right now. Gary Stute with a 32.7 here in our 1/16th odd buggy main. This is race number 25. Race number 26 going to be coming up next. Colton Cruz coming around right now. Cruz in the pits, and he is in and out now. Your leader coming out of pit lane. An 8-second pit stop right there for Colton Cruz. We're looking at Colton Cruz on the left side. Our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam on the right side as these drivers come in for fuel. Cruz, Langer, Stute, Heckert, Guerrero, Morena, Berlovsky, McCreary, Moore. Six minutes down, 4 to go here in this one. Colton Cruz out front, Sam Langer in second, Heckert in third. Gary Stute in fourth after the his pit stop. Sam Langer in for fuel now. Spencer Heckert in for fuel. There goes Langer, there goes Heckert in and out. And good pit stop there for Spencer Heckert, a 6.6 second pit stop. Victor Guerrero now working his way up into the number 4 spot, but Victor has not yet pitted. So pitted.
So pitted, bro.
So pitted, bro. Just got pitted. Speaking of pitted, the Wave is pitted.
Yeah, the Wave is super pitted. Totally pitted.
Totally pitted.
Sam Langer and Spencer Heckert just 1.2 seconds apart. Another 1.2 seconds back to Victor Guerrero.
So Guerrero in the mix right now. However, he is not pitted yet. 7 minutes down, 3 to go. Okay, now this is what we were talking about earlier. If Guerrero pits, it's not impossible for him to catch up, don't get me wrong, but if Guerrero pits at this point, he's out of the top 3. Like, something's going to happen to happen.
Right.
So if you're Guerrero, if you're up, well, he's up to third, but he's still hasn't pitted. If you're Guerrero, at this point, do you just try to push it?
Only if he was committed to it early. Because if he, starting second, if he slipped back and then started punching it, trying to catch up, then at this point, I think, unless he is, like, really quite confident, like, oh, yeah, like, I can go 12 minutes on a tank, it's not a big deal.
I mean, but if you think about it, I mean, you're going to lose no matter what. You flame out.
Well, not necessarily, because if you run out of gas and then third place runs out of gas or receiver pack dies or something crazy on the last lap.
I guess or doesn't pass tech.
Right.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, meanwhile, Langer back to third now. Victor Guerrero in the 4 spot as they come down the front stretch. We'll see if we can find that battle between Langer and Guerrero with 1:52 to go.
Uh-oh.
And that is a 3-way battle right there. Spencer Heckert up and over the double jump. Victor Guerrero now into third. Langer into fourth. So those 3 drivers right there battling it out. Here they come back through the switchback sections.
One of them won't make it.
Oh, that's Guerrero.
Final, yep.
And Guerrero has not yet pitted. I've got a feeling he's going all 10.
Yeah, at this point, he
almost
might think that he has nothing to lose. He is right there.
Down the front stretch. Up and over the hits the top of him. 1:15 to go. Guerrero put the pressure on Sam Langer right now. Langer holding strong in the third and final transfer spot here in our 1/16th. Oh! Holy cow! Did you see that? Victor Guerrero freestyling up and over that double, and now he has caught the tail end of Sam Langer. Guerrero down the backstretch. Guerrero! Woo!
Wow. NASCAR.
Talk about some motor.
Slingshot engage.
Wow, shake and bake, baby. Look at that. Man. So Victor Guerrero now 35 seconds. He's not made a pit stop in this one. He's going for 10.
Well, Guerrero tumbling down
Oh,
the stairway.
no!
Langer crashed right
Langer!
there with him.
25 seconds to go here in this one. Spencer Heckert is out front. Colton Cruz is in second. This is the battle for the final transfer spot here up into the 8th odd main. This is our 1/16th odd buggy final. Your top three going to bump. Oh, Guerrero runs out of fuel. Guerrero with 10 seconds to go has run out of fuel.
A full another lap.
Yes.
So he was not even close.
Man. Still, though, 10 seconds in the race.
That's why I would have pitted.
That's why you would have pitted, and that's he knew, though, that was his only shot at it. Sam Langer now working his way around.
The top three locked in. Charlie Majorana finishing 4th is done.
Woo. So Charlie Morena finishing in the number 4 spot. The only chance that Charlie has, as we talked about, is something going wrong in tech for Heckert, Cruz, and Langer, which I highly doubt. So it is going to be Spencer Heckert, Colton Cruz, and Sam Langer moving on to our 1/8 buggy odd final. Man, what a race right there. Some tough luck. Man. Whew.
Got a 15 and under practice session for the drivers that will run the junior final later. Here at the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road National Championships, presented by Team Associated along with Lead Finger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, AKA Products, and Lifetime.
As we head over to the chat here, Colostic Game says, please put the mic down a tad and back up when you are screaming. Sorry, Colostic Games. Keenan White says, keep screaming, Mike. It's exciting. Smalls G says, heck no, scream and scream. It's called emotion.
On the LiveRC chat room, Country Boys RC pointing out the track is a big game changer today with the blown out spots. Chad Grana says, dang, that sucked. Depending on who you were cheering for. Josh McD asking if it's a lunch break. Sort of. This being the junior final practice session.
That is a fantastic idea. Get some lunch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is 12 o'clock. No wonder I'm starving. Checking out our J Concepts track cam here of the driver's stand. Hey, us announcers here will take a quick break during the junior final practice session, get a bite to eat, and come back for more from State Line RC Raceway.
And it looks like we are back, getting set to go away in Fremont, Indiana. Our live RC broadcast this week brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a. and Live Time Scoring. We appreciate everybody tuning in from around the world. Right now we're looking at our J Concepts track cam. View from the backside of the track right now, getting set to go here for this one. This is race number 26. This will be a 15-minute race for these drivers. These drivers looking to try and bump up to the quarterfinal, the 1 quarter even. In this one on the grid, starting first will be Mason Fuller. Starting second, Brad Shearer. Starting third, Chad Phillips. Starting fourth, Aaron Gomez. Starting fifth, Braden Jansen. Starting sixth, Nathan Perillo. Starting seventh, Alex Watsky. Starting eighth, Donald Elliott Jr. Starting ninth, and he's not checked in. We've got several drivers not checked in here in this one. Shane Ogden, Nate Jascott, Milinovitz. Looks like most of the drivers are ready. However, they do have their warm-ups to go.
Yeah, which means their cars just weren't turned on when they got walked across the line on their way into pit lane. I'm sure with a full driver stand up there shoulder to shoulder, it'll be all 14 cars hitting the grid for this one. Back to regularly scheduled racing, says Josh McNee in our live RC chat room. Richie Rich pointed out we just came back from a lunch break. 307 RC saying that we're killing it as always this weekend. Thank you, 307. Checking out our Facebook chat. Lorenzo Amtrak Davis telling John to rip it up. Obus from A-Main Performance Hobbies just joined the broadcast. My old roommate. Steve Woodyard asking how many go to the final. Well, there's already one in. Ty Tessman top qualifiers locked into the final, leaving 13 spots open. So it'll be the top 6 from each semifinal, and then the fastest of the 2 7th place finishers is who will complete the 14-car final. Angie Rohde saying hello. Steve Woodyard cheering on Austin Woodyard, of course.
Tom Rinderneck joining in, cheering on Mason Fuller. Mason will be starting number 1 on the grid. Mason, I know he took a win in the open class or TQ in the Reedy race.
Mason Fuller?
Yes.
He won the junior final.
Junior final.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Dallas Boyd saying hello to Mike Garrison, asking how it's going.
Hey, Dallas Boyd. Thanks for tuning in, Dallas. Good to see you. Kenny Johnson joining us.
Wesley Jolly watching from the UK says we're doing some awesome coverage. Thank you, Wesley, for joining us here for this 8-scale even.
Dylan Caldwell cheering
1/8
on
even.
Nate Jascott here in this one. Jascott bumping up from the 1/16th even. Brandon Heisel joining us.
Dylan Caldwell was actually last year's junior final champion.
Yes, he was. Unfortunately, not here this weekend.
Chris Chico in our YouTube chat room. What's going on, guys? Hello again from Germany. Let's have some nice races at LiveRC. Thank you, Chris, for watching. Flying Wombat 777 in our Twitch chat room, asking if there are any Team Durango buggies there. I don't believe so. Joe Duffy cheering on Mason and Nate. Cooper Phillips still following along with our broadcast here. Thank you, Cooper. Rooster74 in the LiveRC chat room asking what we would rate the track and layout. On a scale of 10, even numbers only, go.
10.
Yeah, I would say probably a 9. This is awesome.
You just said even numbers only.
I meant like full numbers.
Okay.
Good call, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's better than 8, so if we were doing even numbers only, I would say 10.
Okay, there you go.
What highway is that by the track? Andy2278 asks. That is Interstate 69. Smalls G asking, whatever happened to Jesse Roberts? He decided to retire from racing. Tim Dollar on YouTube asking, what's up, you guys? Are you tired? I've been watching since Thursday, and I'm tired, and I'm sitting on the couch. Tim Dollar, I am exhausted, but not getting enough sleep. Running off of adrenaline and excitement to crown a couple of national champions tonight. Haven't had any Monster yet. And actually, I didn't even have any coffee this morning.
Leapin' Lenny says he still sees robbers making furniture on Facebook.
That's cool.
I did not know that robbers did that. Looks like we're getting ready to start here. Race number 26, our 1/8 even main. Jeff Parker, our Roar official, putting the cars down in quiet.
And they're off. Top 3 in this one going to the quarterfinal on the even side of the ladder. Oh, a couple cars coming up way short on that last double. Someone getting bumped over. I think that was Aaron Gomez that got knocked onto his lid. Tough break from 4th on the grid. Has a hole to dig out of there in that blue and pink buggy. And Brad Shearer from Wisconsin, a part-time LiveRC cameraman, down the back straightaway in his team-associated buggy, taking an early lead. Mason Fuller got shuffled back outside of the top 5 there. So it's Shearer, Mason Perillo, Jared Wiggins, top 3, Jackson Brunson, and Chad Phillips rounding out the top 5 at the moment.
Brad Shearer of
coming up way short, jumping up onto the stairway to hell.
what is Shearer's paint?
Shearer It Designs.
Shearer It Designs. Running a, I believe that's a new paint job for this weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Whoa, that was interesting.
Trouble there.
Don't think that was. I think that was Mason Perillo.
Yeah.
That launched out of the. He got pitted, bruh.
He did, and that Marshall right there, a little bit afraid to get into the wave, and I can't say that I blame him.
No. Maybe can't swim.
So Brad Shearer to the front now. Braden Jansen, the number 2 spot. Perillo in the number 3. Jascott in the 4. Oh, and your leader goes upside down now. And the Marshall sets him on the pipe.
Man.
Wow. Just mid-air gets hit.
Early in this one. It's a 15-minute race, and these drivers are driving like it's the last lap.
As they head onto the backside of the track right now, Braden Jansen going to be out front now. Nate Jascott from 13th on the grid, your bump-up driver. All the way up to 2nd now. Jared Wiggins in 3rd. Mason Perillo in 4th. Gomez in 5th. Shearer's dropped his way to 6th, followed by Chad Phillips, Malevinitz, Brunson, and Watsky, your top 10 right now. 2:15 down, 12:45 to go for these drivers. And right now, Braden Jansen out front. Nate Jascott in the number 2 spot. Top 3 will bump out of this one, so it's Jansen, Jascott, and now Brad Shearer all the way back up to 3rd here in this one.
Nathan Jascott, though, what a great start from 13th on the grid. Interesting to see how quickly the qualifying position did not matter. We've got people that qualified in the middle and the back of the pack up front, people from the front of the pack up front. They're just sort of evenly shuffled all the way through.
Well, we talked to Joe Bornhorst last night, and Joe Bornhorst said the exact same thing, that if you're in the main, that's all that really matters.
Right.
Starting position is not going to matter on this track, according to his thoughts.
25.8 there from Shane Ogden, breaking a little bit later than Mason Fuller did, picking up another couple mile an hour. Sound like NASCAR there, mile an hour.
You did.
Aaron Gomez, Brad Shearer, Jared Wiggins all breaking way early. Nate Jascott 12.2. He was going super slow there.
So ironically, the fastest on the back straight is sitting 14th right now on the track.
Yeah, he's holding it on a little longer than everybody else.
Yeah, just there. Braden Jansen out front. Aaron Gomez in the number 2 spot. Brad Shearer in the 3. Jared Wiggins in the 4. Nate Jascott now drops his way to the 5 spot. Jansen, Gomez, and Shearer.
Upside down on the wave. Got pitted, bruh. Is that
Shearer? I think it was. Indeed it was, as he drops back now. The wave definitely taking its toll on drivers here today, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was Shearer dropping down to the 5th position. Jansen
out front in that number 5 car. Gomez in the 2. Jared Wiggins, techno driver, in the number 3 spot. Jascott has worked his way back up to 4th now, and I believe that might have been Gomez upside down there. Wait and see as they cross the line here. Gomez working his way around Braden Jansen in the number 2. Wiggins has now worked his way up into the 3, the 3rd and final transfer position. Getting ready to come up on the first 5-minute mark of this one, and we've already got somebody in the pits. That's Mason Fuller. So Mason Fuller coming in for a pit stop at the 4:30 mark.
That's too early.
Not sure the strategy behind that, but I guess we'll find out.
It's also been a little bit here, so I'm wondering if he just triggered the pit entrance. Well, no, because that should have shut off.
There's more drivers coming in.
Yeah, Julian
Malevenitz.
Malevenitz.
Yeah, coming in. Wow, Malevenitz was only in the pits for 5 seconds.
Yeah, quick stop there.
I'm wondering
Fuller. Yeah, Fuller having issues there up on the starter box.
Yeah, he is. I'm wondering if Malevenitz maybe came in, maybe lost a body clip or something. Because I don't know, 5 seconds? You think that could be a pit stop?
Well, I don't know. I think it'd be harder to put a body clip in quickly than.
I don't know. It just seems.
In the lap before that was his personal best.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Personal best last time by for Jared Wiggins and Aaron Gomez as well. As actually they've swapped positions, and Chad Phillips has moved into the 2nd spot. Jared Wiggins 3rd, Aaron Gomez 4th, and Nathan Jascott rounds out the top 5. Well, everyone trying to chase down Braden Jansen. 5th qualifier in this race has jumped out front and enjoying a comfortable about a 1.4 second lead at the line over Phillips. Another second back to Gomez. Those 3 drivers looking for bump up spots. Gomez only had 0.4 of a second on Jared Wiggins. And that's the 4-way battle we're watching right now. Gomez, Wiggins, Jascott, and Shearer trying to fight his way back into position.
Jared Wiggins was running up there in that top 3. He's dropped his way back into the number 4 spot. And only 0.6 of a second, though. Good battle down the backstretch they go. And Jansen crossed the line there. There comes Phillips. There's Gomez. There's Wiggins right there behind him. So everybody's still right there together on the front straight, side by side now. I believe that's going to be Brad Shearer trying to make a move, working his way back up through the pack. Shearer got the inside line as he's coming up on, I believe that's going to be Wiggins he's coming up on. And now he's up on the back of Gomez. This may change things up just a little bit here. Into the wave they go. This is not Brad's favorite section.
No. In fact, he's going to look back at this race and think about the wave and have nightmares of drowning.
He actually, I believe that he has a cruise scheduled, and after riding the wave so many times poorly this weekend, he has canceled his cruise.
He's in a lifeboat fighting for survival.
There he goes through the. Oh! Brad, make a little mistake.
This 8-scale even main for Brad is the Titanic of bump up attempts.
He's just trying to survive?
He's sinking. What are you thinking about? Coming
up
short on the catapult jump.
Oh, no. Is he upside down in there? He is.
Yeah. Is that Tater? Oh, man. Oh, jeez. This will be in the minute range, I bet.
Oh, that's rough.
What's yours lap going to be? What? Over, under, 1 minute.
Over. Over for sure.
Yeah. No, 53.5.
Wow.
We were both wrong. Anyway, Aaron Gomez has moved out front. Chad Phillips 2nd. Braden Jansen dropped to 3rd as he's gone in for his first pit stop. Jared Wiggins 4th and Nathan Jascott 5th. Here comes, I believe, Gomez and Phillips into pit lane. Yes, at the same time. Separated by just half second at the line. There's both of them up and down. Gomez beats Phillips out of the pits.
Both of them were relatively same amount of time in the pits.
Braden Jansen's stop was 2 seconds slower.
Wow.
Than Gomez and Phillips. So
Nate Jascott coming in. He's in and out for fuel now in the number 5 spot. So 8:30 down, 6:30 left to go here. The Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam.
Looks like that was Jimbo Videra from Nitro Pro Fuel and RC Addiction Products just winging that car out of pit lane.
Oh, trouble on the right side. There's several drivers. I believe it might have been, yes. So now Chad.
And Gomez came up short on the double.
They're going back and forth now. I believe
that's
Chad
Phillips made the mistake.
Yeah.
So Wiggins going to pick up 2. No, Gomez was able to get back out front.
And more trouble before the whoop section.
Not sure who that was, but I think Phillips.
There's Phillips right there.
Spot.
Wiggins in the 3 spot right there behind him.
Okay. Maybe that. No, Braden Jansen's way back after that pit stop.
Phillips making another mistake. Wiggins goes by now. Wiggins in the Techno RC, the orange and gray. Through the wave he goes. He's got Phillips behind him in the green and white. That is 2nd and 3rd. Down the backstretch they go. Onto the right-hand side. Aaron Gomez coming down the front stretch now. Here comes Wiggins. And Wiggins going upside down. That hands 2nd back over to Chad Phillips now.
Phillips, the East Coast team manager for HB Racing. And also the manager at Absolute Hobbies, one of our supporting sponsors this weekend. Aaron Gomez from Las Vegas. Young man driving the blue and pink, leading the way now. We'll see what the lead over Chad Phillips is. 4.3 seconds. Comfortable gap there for the race lead. Top 3 going to the next main event.
This is race number 26. Your 1/8 even main for our buggy class here. Right now you are looking at your leader, Aaron Gomez. Onto the right side he goes, coming back around to the front side now. Gomez onto the front straight. Aaron Gomez in the Mugen Seat car. Chad Phillips, the HB Racing East Coast team manager in that number 2 spot. Jared Wiggins in the Techno running in 3rd. Your top 3 drivers going to advance out of this one up to the quarterfinal. Jackson Brunson in the number 4 spot. He's going to be 1.1 seconds back from the bump right now for Wiggins. And trouble there for our leader. He went upside down as he's back going again now. Braden Jansen in the number 5 spot. Jascott in the 6th. Malevinitz in 7th. Perillo, Donald Elliott Jr., Brad Shearer, Shane Ogden. And it looks like, Aaron, you were correct. Brad Shearer off the track now, it appears. Aaron Gomez is going to be out front, 26 at a 15.02, I should say.
No,
he
it's
is
better.
5.2 seconds ahead of Chad Phillips.
Sort of.
Jared Wiggins in the number 3 spot. Jansen right now, 4.8 seconds out of the bump right now. Here in this one.
Just watch our director's life flash before everyone's eyes. Trying to break his own chair.
Oh, and I believe that might have been Wiggins going upside down. There's Aaron Gomez. Down the backstretch he goes once again. These guys starting to spread themselves out just a little bit right now as Gomez works his way back around to the front side. Chad Phillips is still in now. Jared Wiggins up into the number 2 spot. So Wiggins and Phillips swapping spots as they come down the front stretch. Looks like we got a battle on our hands for that. We'll see if we can find that. Here it is. Coming down the front stretch now. Wiggins in the orange-gray.
And 2 different rhythms there. Wiggins going double, single. Phillips going for the double, single, double. Oh.
Chad Phillips there behind him.
Up on
Green,
2
white,
wheels.
blue. J Concepts track cam give us a good look there at the face of that jump.
Oh, Phillips
no.
making a mistake
Goes
over the
upside down.
catapult.
Oh, wow. He got pushed over the wave on that one.
I'm not sure that he had help. I think he just drove too hard into there, didn't he?
Ooh, I don't think we may have to take a Savox instant replay on that one, see what just happened. That may have cost, it did. That cost him the bump spot right there.
He's
with a minute 50 to go.
1.6 seconds behind Braden Jansen at the line. Jansen fighting his way back into the top 3 as we pick back up here with Aaron Gomez. Coming up on, is that Lefebvre's car? No, it's Shane Ogden. He's running down in 10th, the lap down. Got a Savox instant replay here. Let's see what happened to Chad.
All right, so he gets thrown back out. Now watch right here. Boom.
No, he just hit the hole.
He did. He hit that hole right there. It looked to me like he got the wheel on him, but you were right.
He flew right over the berm.
So Gomez, Wiggins, Jansen, Phillips, Jascott, your top 5 right now. Braden Jansen jumping his way up into 3rd as Chad Phillips drops to 4th with that mistake.
Wow, Wiggins taking it very slowly through the wave. Staying above the surface. 5.2 seconds.
Trouble
Aaron
for
Gomez.
Wiggins. See if we can find Braden Jansen on the track in that number 5 car. As Chad Phillips trying to close the gap up on
Might be him right there.
You might be right. Right there closing in on Wiggins. It's Gomez, Wiggins, and Jansen in the bump spots with 30 seconds left to go. Chad Phillips in the 4, Nate Jascott in the 5. Oh, we got a flame out. Couldn't see who quite that was. Here they come back around to the front side.
Oh, Braden Jansen going big through the front section, trying to catch Jared Wiggins.
If I was Braden Jansen at this point,
I would back off.
yes, he's in the bump spot. However, Chad Phillips is
Right there, heading
yeah.
up the jump to the stairway
inching
to
his
hell.
way up on there. So time is going to expire. This is going to be their final lap. They will be doing when they cross the line. We'll see if any one of these drivers change things up. Aaron Gomez has done it. He has taken the win.
A solid drive.
Jared Wiggins going to be coming around for second, and that's going to do it. So it's Gomez,
Wow.
Wiggins, and Jansen. Top three, Chad Phillips just misses out with a fourth-place finish. His son in the YouTube chat should be happy about that.
No, quite a while ago when he crashed going over the wave there, he said, "Thanks for the hard work, Dad." I can't tell if that's sincere or sarcastic.
Yeah. So
It's
that's
either "Thanks for the hard work, Dad," or "Thanks for the hard work, Dad." Can't tell. Bill DeLong in our YouTube chat room cheering on Brandon Rose for race 27. Smalls G made a good point. Remember, drivers, while your buggy may have the ability to jump the triple, you as a driver may not. Cooper Phillips saying, "Yeah, my dad failed me." P-Ville Stig not happy about the results of that race either. "Dang it," he says in the LiveRC chat.
So on our Twitch TV, Flying Wombat 777 says, what is your thoughts on how bad is the track going to get over the finals?
I think once we get to the mains, it won't get much worse from there.
I agree. I don't know that from this point right here,
Yeah.
honestly, to the end that it's
Nothing
going to-
measurable anyway.
No, I don't think. I think what we're seeing right here is probably you're going to have some few different little things, some holes here and there, and some bumps here and there that form, but nothing too major. I don't think from here to the end of the show.
Smalls G in our YouTube chat saying Austin and Aiden Horn, I remember announcing races at Factory Tracks Raceway when neither of them could keep a car between a 10-foot wide lane. Al has brought his kids a long way. Yes, he has. And Smalls G cheering on the Factory Tracks Racing. Cooper Phillips says it was not sarcasm. Okay.
Okay. Now, speaking of the Horn brothers, our lineup here for this one, we've got Aiden Horn starting first, Charles Hicks starting second, Graham Gonzalez starting third, Jonathan Burkhalter fourth, Landon Lewis starting number 5 spot, Austin Horn in the 6th spot. So Aiden and Austin both in this race. Tyler Whitaker in the number 7, James Calhoun 8th, Kyle Phillips 9th, Brandon Rose in the 10, Paul Ciccarello in the 11th, Spencer Heckert, Colton Cruz, and Sam Langer, your 3 bump-up drivers, starting 12th, 13th, and 14th here for this one.
Interesting how the Horn boys both ended up in the even or the odd ladder. I wouldn't have guessed.
James Collette on Facebook says, let's go Peaches, a.k.a. Tyler Whitaker. Dane Simmons cheering on, says, let's go Team Lewis.
He's not a peach, he's a nectarine.
Will Cushing says, good work to Wiggins for bumping up out of that last one.
Kerry Garrison says, checkered flag emoji.
Checker flag, going racing.
Jason Beam cheering on Brandon Rose.
Looks like RN Hicks 8115 says, come on, Charles Hicks, you can bump.
YouTube chat room, Tim Dollar asked who the Cinderella story of the Nationals is. And IMAX21 says it's me, which is either a hilarious interpretation of what a Cinderella story is or a hilarious misinterpretation. I don't know. Bad Monkey FPV saying Brandon Rose for the win. Sean Hanna cheering on Spencer Heckert. Cooper Phillips says boogity, 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 doing his best Darrell Waltrip impression. What time will the A-main start? Chris Chico asking. Currently scheduled for a 5 o'clock local time start to the buggy final. Going back to Tim Dollar's story, Cinderella story of the main of the race so far. I don't know. I can't think of anybody that's stuck out as kind of exceeding expectations. I'll get back to you on that. Charles Hicks with a lucky start here as Aiden Horn crashed his way out. And Hicks stuffing the pipe down the keyhole, but able to regain the lead before the whoop section.
This here is a 15-minute race as well. And I tell you, even though it's a 15-minute race, that's super hard to remember. When you're on the driver's stand and you start off and you have a rough first lap like that, you have more than enough time to make that back up and get back up in the bump spots. But that is really hard to remember. Really hard to keep your composure sometimes when you're up there, and that happens right out of the gate. So it's going to be Charles Hicks coming around for lap number 1. And what in the world? Why did Charles Hicks and Austin Horn both go through pit lane?
That's odd.
We may have to take a Savox Instant replay there and see if they got wild and outside and missed the front straight.
Oh, yeah.
So now Paul Ciccarillo going to take over the lead here in this one. Charles Hicks in the number 2 spot. Jonathan Burkhalter, the team associated driver out of St. Louis, in the number 3 spot. Austin Horn in the 4. .140 down, 13:20 to go here in this one. Charles Hicks, Jonathan Burkhalter, Colton Cruz, Paul Ciccarillo, Austin Horn, Tyler Whitaker, Spencer Heckert, Graham Gonzalez, Aiden Horn, and Kyle Phillips, your top 10. Take a Savox instant replay here. See what happened here on our first lap of the pit lane madness. See why these drivers came in for the pit stop there. Stop and go. Wonder what the stop and go. I just received our producer on our headset here letting us know it was a stop and go. Here's one right here coming in. So what was the stop and go for? Interesting. Okay.
I just got word that for the 15 and under class, they're going to do a 10-minute B main and a 30-minute A main for the junior buggy division. That's interesting.
I think if you want my opinion on that, I think they're getting too far away from
how it's supposed to work.
Yes, they're just making it another class. I don't like that idea at all.
Nope.
It's supposed to be an exhibition race that So Paul Ciccarillo going to be out front leading the way. Jonathan Burkhalter in that number 2 spot. Charles Hicks in 3rd. Colton Cruz in 4th. Tyler Whitaker in 5th. Graham Gonzalez in 6th. Spencer Heckert in 7th. Austin Horn in 8th. Sam Blanger in 9th. Aiden Horn in 10th. James Calhoun in 11th. Kyle Phillips, Landon Lewis, and Brandon Rose going to be your running order here in this one. Paul Ciccarillo out front, putting the Serpent in the lead here in this one. Just as I say that, I believe that may be Paul we're looking at with Charles Hicks there, car number 11. So Charles Hicks through the whoop section there. You see he is our leader right now. Paul Ciccarillo in the number 2 spot. Oh, your leader goes down. Marshall goes down as well. So Hicks making a mistake there. That's going to hand the lead, I believe, over to Paul Ciccarillo as they come back through the wave section. Yes, indeed it does. Charles drop to the number 2 spot. Down the backstretch they go. Colton Cruz in the 3. Tyler Whitaker in the 4. Spencer Heckert in the 5. Here they come back. Oh,
short for Chicky.
Coming up short on that one.
Meanwhile, Hicks nailed the front section.
So all top 4 right now, all right there together.
Hicks came to a stop in the whoop so he didn't run Chicky over. And looks like Whitaker just got to the inside of Cruz there.
As they're working their way back around. Hicks looking for the inside. Oh, Hicks checks up. Oh, hits that inside pipe. Talking to some of the drivers yesterday, they said those holes in that wave section is almost blind from the driver's stand. So very difficult to see that section for them. Depth perception pretty tricky, they said, that's for sure. There's Charles Hicks right there, the number 2 spot. So Paul Ciccarillo still going to be out front Hicks still in the 2 spot, Whitaker in the 3. 3 drivers going to bump out of this one to the quarterfinal. Colton Cruz in that number 4 spot and Spencer Heckert in the 5 spot.
Hicks put in his personal best and then made a small mistake, drop a position. Paul Ciccarello has been out front for an impressive amount of time considering he started in 11th. The former slot car world champion has raced a bunch of carpet on-road. He's raced Nitro on-road. He runs electric off-road.
I knew all of that. I did not know he was a slot car world champion.
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that. So we've got also our bump drivers, Heckert and Cruz running up there in the top 5 and 6 as well here in this one. As they're working their way around right now, Colton Cruz going to be out front. Leading the way here in this one, Charles Hicks still in second, Spencer Heckert in third, Tyler Whitaker in the number 4 spot. This is the battle right now. Paul Ciccarello dropping to the number 5 spot. Looked away for just a moment there, and I did not see what happened to him. However, he is buried back there in 5th right now, as Colton Cruz going to be out front leading the way on a 27.512 pace. And now Charles Hicks back up into the top spot now. So Hicks taking over the lead. And there we're looking at Hicks right there working his way through the whoop section. He's got a 3.1 second lead on Cruz and Heckert. Heckert and Whitaker, look at that 3-way battle right now we've got going for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Remember, only your top 3 bumps. So the 4th place driver right now, Paul Ciccarello, on the verge of bumping, but he's got to get by Tyler Whitaker at this point. Through the wave they go. Head back around on the right-hand side. Now your leader, Charles Hicks, into the pits, making his pit stop. As he works his way out of the pits now, we'll see if we can find car number 12, going to be Spencer Heckert in that 3 spot. As Tyler Whitaker, he moves up into the lead now. Spencer Heckert into 2nd. We have Gonzalez at the number 3 spot. Aiden Horn has now moved up into 4th. Sam Langer into 5th. However, our pit stops now starting to come into play here as Rose is in for fuel. Paul Ciccarello has come in for his pit stop. Charles Hicks has come in for his pit stop. Hicks in the pits for 12.2 seconds. Now we're looking at our race day hobbies. And a flame out there on, quite tell who that car is. We're looking at our race day hobbies pit lane cam as the driver is trying to get in and out of the pits the best they can. And you can see here in this one, more and more of those headsets being used as well. Very interesting to see those start catching on. And now just about everyone except for Austin Horn has made their pit stop. Horn now finds himself in the number 2 spot on the track. It's Whitaker out front, Austin Horn in 2nd, Charles Hicks in 3rd, Colton Cruz 4th, and Spencer Heckert in the number 5 spot. With 6 minutes left to go here in this one, and trouble there for, that may be James Calhoun. I think it is, yeah. James Calhoun unable to get that buggy back going. With about 6 minutes left to go here in this one, Whitaker now out front, Charles Hicks in the number 2 spot. Heckert and then now Hicks back to the front now. So there we're watching our leader as he goes down the backstretch. On to the back side of the track he goes. Back around on the right. 5:30 left to go here in this one. Into the whoop section now for Charles Hicks. Tyler Whitaker in the number 2 spot. Heckert in the 3. Aiden Horn into that number 4 spot. So Austin Horn finally made his pit stop. He sits in 6th. Aiden sitting in 4th. Aiden is 3.5 seconds behind Heckert for the bump spot at this time. 5 minutes left to go. We're looking at your leader, Charles Hicks, as he works his way back around. Down the front stretch he goes. Double, single, double. Once again, your LiveRC broadcast brought to you this weekend from State Line Raceway here in Fremont, Indiana. Sponsored by Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, Lead Finger Racing, a.k.a. and Live Time. And here's our battle for second right here, Spencer Heckert and Tyler Whitaker. Those two drivers going back and forth. Oh, and a little mistake there for Heckert. Oh, Heckert goes upside down, and now Tyler Whitaker goes upside down. So now Aiden Horn has taken over the number 3 spot here in this one. Aiden Horn getting a lucky break, and your leader making a mistake, and the marshal not there to help him out. Charles Hicks gets caught on the pipe. Here comes Aiden Horn now. So now Heckert all over the back door of your leader as they work their way into the stairway, and your leader comes up short. Goes end over end. That's going to move now Heckert up into the number 1 spot. Charles Hicks drops to second. Aiden Horn into third, and Austin Horn into fourth. So the Horn brothers, third and fourth, now trying to work their way up into the field here in this one with 3:50 left to go. Down the backstretch they go onto the right-hand side. Aiden Horn in the final bump spot. Austin Horn right behind him in the number 4 spot. There's your leader, Heckert, in the red, white, and blue. There is Hicks. There is Aiden Horn. And there's Austin Horn. Oh, and Aiden goes upside down. Now we've got a battle for the bump. It's Aiden versus Austin. The two brothers. Through the stare down they go, as now they're coming up on Hicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right there together. Some fantastic racing here in our 8-scale odd. Aiden Horn goes wide. Oh, and Horn working his way through some traffic now. Down the back section they go. Aiden Horn up into the number 2 spot. Austin Horn into the 3 spot now. So both Horn brothers looking to try and bump. And let's send it down real quick here to Aaron Waldron for a Raw Speed race report from the pits.
We're just minutes away from the start of the Pro Truck National Championship final, and I checked on what both Dakota Fenn and Mike Truey, our 2 bump ups, are up to. Dakota Fenn was filling out his sponsor sheet and still had tires gluing up as he was getting his TLR truck ready for the final. And I just ran over and checked out the Mugen Seiki tent that's all the way down in the bottom of the field over here. And Ryan Mayfield and Adam Drake and Mike Truey were all thrashing to get Mike's truck ready. Mayfield had a screwdriver going into the bottom of the chassis. Truey was tossing him stuff across the table. It was a total madhouse down there. So needless to say, I don't think we're going to get to talk to either of them before they go up on the driver's stand. I'm sure both drivers are excited to make the final and have a chance to race for the national championship. Back to Mike.
Interesting bit of news right there coming from Aaron Waldron as he's out there for the Raw Speed race reports. Back on the track here in this one. During that little time there, Spencer Heckert takes over the lead once again. Aiden Horn in the number 2 spot. Colton Cruz in third. Now Paul Ciccarillo in fourth, and Austin Horn working his way in the wrong direction at this point. He's sitting in the number 5 spot with 1:45 left to go for these guys. A few of these drivers making some late race pit stops. So Spencer Heckert out front. Aiden Horn, there's Aiden heading into the wave. You see Spencer Heckert headed down the backstretch now. Oh, Aiden goes upside down. He tumbles but lands back on his wheels. Colton Cruz in the 3, Paul Ciccarillo in the 4, Tyler Whitaker in the 5, Hicks in the 6, and Austin Horn, who was in 4th, he is now fallen back into the number 7 spot. There we're looking at the Team Associated driver Aiden Horn, and now he has closed the gap. Wow. Oh, no, I thought he flamed out. That was Spencer Heckert. Heckert getting sideways to a complete 360 in the whoop section. It looked like he flamed out, but I think what he was doing there, and actually a brilliant move on his part, he actually checked up and just stopped to let Aiden go by because both drivers are in bump spots. Heckert's in a bump spot, Horn's in a bump spot, and Cruz in a bump spot. So Heckert at this point, he said, hey, you go ahead. Let's both bump up instead of taking each other out trying to race for the win. And that wasn't even Heckert that I'm talking about. So Heckert is still out front. Aiden Horn in the number 2 spot. So maybe that's why they waited. That's Heckert right there. That's not Heckert either. There's the battle between Heckert and Horn. As they got several drivers out there on the track that extremely similar paint jobs this year. Everybody going to the same painter. Back around to the front side here. Spencer Heckert in the red, white, and blue. There's Aiden Horn. Here comes Paul Ciccarillo in the yellow buggy down the front stretch. Colton Cruz in 4th. So Colton Cruz just out of the bump spot right now. Time has expired. This is going to be these drivers' last lap. As they're working their way around. So Colton Cruz is going to get the free one here. So these top three guys got to keep it clean. Colton Cruz, he's a little ways back, but still not out of it. There's Spencer Heckert taking first. Aiden Horn taking second, and that's going to do it. Paul Ciccarillo taking third. So your top three drivers moving on to the quarter odd final. Had to think about it for a minute there. So it's Heckert, Horn, Ciccarillo, Cruz, and Gonzalez, your top five. Hicks, Horn, Langer, Whitaker, Lewis, Phillips, Calhoun, Rose, and Burkhalter rounding out your field here for race number 27. Those top three drivers will be moving on to your quarter odd buggy final. As we get set here for the next one, race number 28, we'll head back over to our chats. We'll head over here to Kia Maxwell. Says, how many bump to the next race? In the truck class, 2 drivers bump. In the buggy classes, 3 drivers bump. And coming up next, we are getting set for our Truggy A main, race number 28. Quite a bit of excitement building next. Our Truggy A main, and let's send it down to Aaron Waldron right now for another Raw Speed Race report on the track.
Had to come get an up-close and personal look at a couple of the sections that we've seen being a big factor. These divots are over here, and you see where the drivers are getting totally pitted, bro, going up the face of that jump. And that ridge that goes down, what they were calling the state line, has just big craters dug into the side of it, not to mention the holes that developed in the flat spot of the track. And then we'll head over here to what we've been calling the catapult double. And we can't see this from either of our camera angles, but you can see just how torn up the face of this jump is. And this was the crater right here that was formed by one of the track crew members accidentally stepping on the top of the jump. But he didn't cause this to break up over here or on this side of the hole. The lip of this jump is just absolutely wasted, and that's why we see a lot of the cars coming up off the top of the jump all sideways. And over here, coming down the stairs have actually held up relatively well, but this is what we were talking about with some of the drivers saying that going from the dustier sections of the track to where the groove is sort of swept off by the cars in the wind, that's what changes the cars handling so much. They go from sliding around in the dust to getting into the groove, and they traction roll and act all weird. And then the final section I wanted to look at, something else that we haven't been able to get a very good look at from our overhead cameras, is how torn up the face of this jump is. Going into the very tricky rhythm section, they're trying to jump off this over on top of the tabletop and make it a triple. No wonder this jump is so hard to clear. We're going to send it back to Mike as we get ready for the driver introductions for the Pro Truck Final.
Pretty interesting to see some up close and personal shots of the track there. Definitely gives you a whole new perspective of what these drivers are dealing with as we are getting set here for our 45-minute 8-scale Truggy A main. At the end of this 45 minutes, well, a national champion will be crowned here for the 2017 Aurora National Championship here at State Line Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Of course, our broadcast this weekend brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a., and, of course, Live Time Scoring. As you can see, our A-main group of drivers taking the driver's stand right now, finding their spots on the stand as we get set for our driver introductions. We'll head over to our chat box over here. We got, hey, Dave Strand tuning in. Saying awesome job, Mikey G. Appreciate that. Very much, very much. Let's head over here to the YouTube. Why is the Truggy main only 30 minutes? Jesse Burkhart asks, no hour-long Truggy main. No hour-long Truggy main. However, my understanding is the Truggy main is now 45 minutes, which is what it has been in years past. The 30-minute Truggy main they had listed was not the correct time on that. So for quite a few years, as long as I can remember, the buggy main has been 60 minutes, the truggy 45. So let's head it back down to Aaron for another Raw Speed race report.
I know there's somebody standing down here in pit lane that I just can't help but ask a question. So we're going to go over here.
All right.
And Larry Commissar down here in pit lane. Now, have you ever heard anyone compare you to the song, Derek Commissar?
Always, yep.
Do you prefer the Falco version or After the Fire?
After the fire, definitely. The best.
Because I've been singing it all weekend. I think everyone online is sick of it.
Oh, yeah. It's a great tune. Great.
Well, thank you, the commissioner.
Have a good day.
Back to Jason.
Fantastic. Oh, Larry Commissar, if you guys have been following along with the broadcast, along with all of Aaron's jokes that he's been pulling out this weekend, one of them has been singing to Commissar every time Larry hits the track. So finally nice that Larry and Aaron can meet down there in pit lane as they get ready for this one. Looked like Larry's actually looks like possibly pitting Mike Truey in this one, your bump driver from the B main, who'll be starting 14th. So and let's send it back down here to Aaron for yet another Raw Speed Race report.
Down in the staging area, and I'm going to go stick a microphone here in Brad's face. Brad Schurer helping Brent Telke get Ryan Cavalier's truck ready for the final. How you doing, Brad?
All right, so far. Yeah, a few more changes, and we'll see what goes on.
And Team Associated guys all working together to get ready for this championship final?
Yeah, Cav needed some help, happy to help out, and we'll see what happens.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Brad getting ready for helping out Ryan Cavalier here for this 30-minute main event.
The TLR AT 4.0, aka tires, Spectrum servos, stock TLR body, Reds engine, VP fuel, Spectrum radio. He is sponsored by TLR, Reds, aka Spectrum, Horizon Hobby, Orion, VP Power Master, Stick It One Racing, Darkside Designs, Lunsford, MIP, OCRC, LiveRC, State Line Raceway. Special thanks to Kevin Gahan, Todd Hodge, and the whole TLR team, and of course his wife for all the support. That is Dakota Fend. Qualifying in the 12th position, Cole Ogden. Qualifying in the 11th position, driving the Mugen, Proline tires, high-tech servo, Proline body, OS, engine, Flashpoint fuel, high-tech radio. He is sponsored by Mugen CQ Racing, OS engines, Proline, high-tech, Trax Power, Tekin, Flashpoint RC, Upgrade RC, Lunsford, Cal RC, and Pro Motion. Also Darkside Designs. Thanks to Tim, Steve, Larry Daniel, and Team Mugen. That is Adam Drake. From Tracy, California, driving the S-Works, aka tires, ProTech RC servos, ProTech Samurai engine, VP fuel. He is sponsored by S-Works, amain.com, ProTech RC, VP Fuels, and AKA Austin Blair. From Wildemar, California, driving that Hot Bodies Racing T817 Proline Blockade X2 tires, Proline RSX3 servo, Proline Enforcer body, Team Orion WS7 engine, Nitro Pro 25% fuel, very specific in the order here, KO Propo RR radio. He is sponsored by HB Racing, Team Orion, Proline, Nitro Pro, Absolute Hobbies, KO Propo, Stick It One Racing, Custom RC Graphics, J&T bearings, MIP, OCRC Raceway, promotion t-shirts, and 110% Racing. Special thanks to Eddie Larrett, Victor Guerrero, Torrance de Guzman for all the help, and the entire Hot Bodies Racing team for the great effort. My prayer goes to Colby Poe and his entire family. Rest in peace, Randy Poe. Cody King! From Raymore, Missouri, driving the Kyosho with AKA tires, KO Propo Servo, Kyosho body, MX engine, MX fuel, KO Propo radio. He is sponsored by Kyosho, MX, AKA Team Orion, KO Propo, GS Hobby, JTP, Upgrade RC, TD Paint, Lunsford, MIP. Thanks to Ophir and Joe Pillars and my family, and the good Lord Jesus Christ, that is Jared Tebow. From Chandler, Arizona, driving the X-Ray XT8, Proline tires, Protec servo, X-Ray body, Protec engine, VP fuel, Airtronics radio, sponsored by X-Ray, RC America, Proline, Hootie, A-Main, Protec, VP fuel, Stick It One Racing, and 110% Racing, that is Tanner Stees.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
From New Philadelphia, Ohio, driving the Techno, Proline tires, MKS servo, Techno body, OS speed engine, Nitro Pro fuel, Sanwa radio. He is sponsored by Techno RC, Proline, OS engines, MKS servos, Nitro Pro fuel, MIP, Avid, Sanwa, PT Racing Oils, Tekin, SMC batteries, TXT Skin Graphics, and 92-0 Designs. Thanks to all. Qualifying in the 5th position. RC8T chassis, J Concepts tires, Savic servo, J Concepts body, MX engine and fuel, M12S radio. He's sponsored by Team Associated, MX, much more. J Concepts, Savics, Upgrade RC, Kicker, Makita, OCRC, RC Lunsford, MIP, Pacific Coast Hobbies, and Dark Side and LiveRC. That is Ryan Cavalieri.
To the start of the race.
From Surprise, Arizona, driving the RC8T, your 4th qualifier, from running J Concepts tires, Reedy servo, J Concepts body, MX engine and fuel. He is sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, MX, Stick It One, Hobby Action, Lunsford, Makita, Kicker, and Live RC. Wants to thank his dad, his pit crew guys, and everyone who helped me get to where I am. That is Spencer Rifkin.
Less than 5.
Your 3rd qualifier from Medina, Ohio. He's running the Techno NT48-3, aka Impact. Your in receiver pack, Techno, aka Futaba, 7 Designs, PT Race Oils. Special thanks to Daniel Lewis, and that is Ryan from 7 Persons Canada, running the X-Ray XT8 17, Proline tires, MKS servo, Proline body, OS engine, VP fuel, Airtronics radio. Thanks to his sponsors, X-Ray, RC America, Proline, OS, MKS, VP fuel, Orion, A-Main, Lunsford, much more. Avid, Stick It One, Dark Side Designs, 110% Racing, Live RC, Red RC, and Neo Buggy. Thanks to the whole State Line crew for all the hard work and hospitality. Thanks to my family for all their support and help. And thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Without him, I wouldn't be here today. That is Ty Tessman. And now from Chandler, Arizona, driving the Mugen MBX7 TR, J Concepts Triple D's tires, MKS servo, J Concepts finisher body, Reds engine, Flashpoint fuel, Sanwa radio, Mugen, sponsored by, Mugen, J Concepts, Reds, MKS, A-Main Hobbies, Yokomo, Stick It One Racing, Flashpoint, Orion, Sanwa, Hobby Action, OCRC, and MIP and Lunsford. Ryan Mayfield, your top qualifier. All right, all right, all right. We're getting them warmed up. These guys are ready to go. These guys are ready to go.
Adam Drake. Cody King.
Don't break them before you race them.
Mike True. Dakota Fend. Tanner Stees.
Marshall's looking great. We got a 45-minute Truggy A-Main ahead of us here, guys.
Jared Tebow. Cole Ogden. Ryan Mayfield. Ryan Lutz. Spencer Ripken. Joe Bornhorst.
So our Truggy A-Main drivers have all been introduced. They're now taking their warm-up laps at this time. Ryan Mayfield, your top qualifier. Of course, Ty Tessman set the fast lap times in seating practice. Of course, we've got Spencer Ripken out there. Ryan Lutz has been one that has been wanting to watch all weekend long. He's starting third, and that's because in near every qualifier, he was able to put himself in the top three here in the truck class. So he's going to be one to watch in this one. Of course, Spencer Ripken, your defending buggy champion from 2016. Ryan Cavallari, Joe Bornhorst. So Bornhorst, another one you can't count out. Bornhorst still climbing the ranks here. Tanner Stees putting in a fantastic run. Jared Tebow, your top qualifier from round one of buggy yesterday. Didn't quite have the same amount of luck in truck. However, he's starting the number 8 spot. Of course, Cody King, your 2011 IFMAR World Champion. We've got Austin Blair, Adam Drake, Cole Ogden.
All right, we have had a 2-minute call, so we are going to add 2 minutes to our warm-up here. Remember, pit guys, just 2 people. Watch.
And it sounds like they're the track announcer. Alex Sturgeon running the ship this weekend for the track. It sounds like maybe a 2-minute Racer's Minute has been called here for this one. Looking at our J Concepts track cam, this is from the backside of the track. So in this one, once again, it's Mayfield starting on top. Tessman, Lutz, Ripken, Cavallari, Bornhorst, Stees, Tebow, King, Blair, Drake, Ogden, Fend, and Truey.
And just heard that it was Spencer Ripken who asked for the grace period here for a slightly later start.
We have to wonder at that time what could be going on with Ripken's truck. Everything looks good. There you see Richard, the King Saxton, holding on to Ripken's truck there.
Yeah, and they don't seem to be doing anything to it.
No?
Oh, they just put the body back on before we cut to this camera shot. So could have been just a very small change. Not even say issue. Could have just made a slight adjustment there, but they needed a little bit extra time.
Body's on. Looks like they're topping it off with a bit of fuel here. There you see Britt Telke, the team manager for Team Associated, pitting for Ryan Cavallari.
Todd Hodge was the one that set down Dakota Fenn's truck.
Of course, Gord Tessman, taking care of Ty Tessman.
Oh, Ty's truck. Okay, that makes sense.
You're a funny guy. Funny guy. Got Joe Bornhorst out there. Pretty cool that, not sure if he's back today, but.
Oh, yeah. John.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe's father, John. Actually, this is the first time that John Bornhorst has ever watched his son race at anything bigger than a club race.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
In person, anyway.
Yeah.
He came up to me yesterday. I was super excited to tell me that he watches us on live on the internet all the time.
And Ripken now back out on the track here for the remaining few minutes of warm-up. And other than getting tangled up with some drivers right there, Ripken looks like the truck seems to be working fine. So all seems to be good. That is, looks like Tessman pulled over and stopped there for just a minute. So Rivkin or Tessman maybe making some radio adjustments up on the driver's stand.
Let's get our chat rooms going. Start pumping out your predictions on who's going to win this. We've seen people in the LiveRC chat room saying Lutz. MX304 pointed out that it was Spencer Rivkin that called for the extra grace period. Who do we think will win the truck title? Will it be record holders record holder Ryan Mayfield? Will it be Ty Tessman, who wins his 4th title to bring himself back into a tie with Ryan Mayfield? And it's Derek Kane Lobos on Facebook saying hello to me. Thank you for watching.
And I just saw as well, somebody asked, and I forgot where I saw it, on which chat room, about the docked lap. That is not for the Truggy A-Main.
No, that's for the Buggy semifinal. And
correct.
Actually, they're both in the same semi, which is weird.
That is strange. So
a bunch of people in the chat room here saying Tebow, Lutz, Tebow, Ogden, Mayfield.
As you can see, we're walking here down the back of the back straight behind everybody.
Tebow, Lutz, Cavallari. Yeah, cool looking shot here at the starting grid as Jeff Parker from Roar tells him to hit the track. And we're off with a 45-minute championship final for the Truggy class.
And what a start right there. Oh, no. Trouble right off the start as he went flying off into pit lane.
Who's that?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been Tanner Stees.
Oh. Yeah, he's back here with Dakota. Dakota did not get a very good start as well.
No, so Finn off to a rough start here in this one as well. Meanwhile, out front, Ryan Mayfield in control here on lap number 1. Wow, Ty Tessman. Do you see Ty Tessman's line right there?
Well, Mayfield went into the pit, and Tessman was able to get around it, shot right up to his rear wing.
Here they come down the front stretch right now. It's Ty Tessman trying to close that gap. The first two already put a couple car links right now on Ryan Lutz, number 3 spot. Spencer Rivkin in the 4. Your top 4 kind of spreading out here a little bit on the rest of the field here for lap 1.
Mugen, X-Ray, Techno, Team Associated, and HB Racing in the top 5. Incredible parity here in the 8-scale truck class. And cool shot there through the S-turn, jumping into the wave section.
And there was Cody King, of course, running the number 5, followed up by Cavallari, Bornhorst, Truey, Drake, Blair, Stees, Finn, and Ogden.
Mayfield with a 75/100th of a second advantage at the line over Tessman, as those two have pulled away from Ryan Lutz by over a second.
Tessman dropping in just a little bit through that whoop section there, catching the rear end, and it kicked it straight up.
Wow, and looks like he found a hole in the face of that tabletop as well. That X-Ray XT8 2017 shot off at an awkward angle.
I was extremely surprised to see, whenever you were out there on the track walk for the Raw Speed Race Report, the face of that jump.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea.
I didn't either. The track looks so much more beat up in person than it does on camera.
It really does. It absolutely does.
I walked out there, and that was the first time I had been on the track surface in a while. I was walking around looking at the size of the holes, like, my goodness.
And now Ryan Lutz has dropped down to 4th. Spencer Rivkin moving his way up into the number 3 spot.
We saw last year Spencer Rivkin was really the only driver that had anything for Ryan Mayfield, and unfortunately suffered a flameout that knocked him out of contention, left Mayfield out to cruise to his 4th title. Tessman in the mix here for sure, and we'll see if Rivkin can make this a 3-way battle.
Oh, and Ryan Mayfield rolls it over. Tessman goes by. Mayfield gives him a bump back.
I like that. That's the kind of contact I think is awesome.
Yes, that was good. Nobody got taken out. Oh, Mayfield making another little mistake now. So Tessman to the front now. Rivkin in that number 3 spot. Ryan Lutz in the 4th spot. And on this front section, we saw Mike Truey when he was going for the bump up in the B main. We saw him trying to, it almost looked like he was tripling. Yeah, they could be doing that. It almost looked like he was trying to triple on the front side and jumping into the face of that third one. We just saw Ryan Mayfield do that, so I think that may be the fast line if you can pull it off.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can do that to catch back up to Ty Tessman. Meanwhile, Ty going to be out front 1.8 seconds ahead of Ryan Mayfield now.
Mayfield has got a good look there of Tessman's truck tiptoeing down the stairs, but he just got it wrong over the catapult double, and that's going to allow Mayfield to close back up. And Ryan Lutz is right up on Rivkin's rear wing as well, so it's a 4-way battle out front.
Fast lap of the race right now does belong to Ryan Mayfield, your top qualifier, with a 30.8. He's the only driver to get down to the 30-second lap range right now. Everyone else 31 or above.
Top 4 separated by just 2.6 at the line. Still very early in this one, 3:30. We'll have to see when the drivers pit, and thankfully a feature here in live time. We have the pit times and the last time they pitted, as well as how many times each driver is pitted, so we don't have to keep track of that anymore.
Here they come back around to the front side. And there you saw Tessman. Tessman jumping into that third one as we were just talking about, which that is great. However, that eventually is going to wear and tear on that jump after 45 minutes of doing that, especially if more drivers start doing that. So Tessman out front, Mayfield in second, Rivkin in third. Your full running order going to be Lutz in fourth, Cavalieri, King, Drake, Finn, Tebow, Truey, Blair, Stees, Bornhorst, and Ogden.
Last lap, Tessman and Mayfield both with faster laps than anybody else has done all race long. Both of them into the 30s and back-to-back fast laps of the race for Ty Tessman, now down to a 30.571 as he's opened up a 2-second lead on Mayfield.
Well, Mayfield there for a minute looked like he was reeling Ty back in, and then kind of like Ty just kicked it into high gear, and now Ty starting to spread it out just a little bit.
Using that divot in the face of that double to sort of get that truck set up for the next right-hand corner. Not sure if it was on purpose, but it looked pretty. I was talking to them about the X-Ray XT8 2017. They said it's really hard to, make an 8-scale truck now different than what else is out there. But Gord pointed out that truck has longer front suspension arms than pretty much anything else in its class.
Interesting. So Tessman, Mayfield, Rivkin, Lutz, Cavalieri, your top 5. Adam Drake. A lot of people coming into this race, seeing the track and the track conditions. Oh, Cody King going upside down there. Looks like letting Jared Tebow go by. Coming into this race, they thought this is more of an old school style track that some of the more experienced racers like Adam Drake and Mike Tree would see it to their advantage. And Adam Drake right now running 6th. Pretty good run for him for right now.
Fastest car on a personal best anyway for Spencer Rivkin on that last lap, 30.7, as he is 3.6 seconds behind Mayfield and 2.5 up on Ryan Lutz. Sort of sitting in a lonely third place at the moment. And we'll have to see if Mayfield can start chipping away at Tessman's lead. He lost 0.3 of a second on the last lap. This time by 31.7 for Tessman, 30.4. So Mayfield cut off 1.3 from the lead.
And look how fast our fast laps are getting now. Mayfield and Tessman both. Mayfield now again with the fastest lap at a 30.414. Ty Tessman with a 30.458. So they just continue getting faster. And now Rivkin clicks off a 30.7. Of course, Ryan Lutz with a 30.9. There's Dakota Finn. Now Finn started dead last.
And he had a horrible start. He's already climbed his way up to 5th.
Yep.
He is quite a ways behind Rivkin. So the process won't happen quite so quickly from this point forward. It looks like Rivkin within 1.6 seconds. Actually, he lost some time to Ryan Lutz there. Lutz up to the 3rd position. And Cavalieri is up to 5th. Drake to 6th. Fenn with a rough lap. Yeah, 34 has dropped him down to 7th. So he's got a couple of spots now to remake.
And now we're looking here at Ryan Mayfield as he works his way around to the front side. Mayfield trying to close that gap up. He's only 1.4 seconds back from Tessman. That last time by the line, Tessman with 30.7, Mayfield with 31.2. And on a track like this, consistency is very important, but consistency is extremely difficult for these drivers with the changing conditions and just the different lines. Oh, wow. Mayfield right there. Got one wheel up on the high side, and then the other wheel dropped down that little divot there. And there you can see starting to close the gap back up now on Ty Tessman.
It seems that Mayfield's been able to do that at will. He makes a bobble and then loses a little bit of ground, but when he gets a couple of corners put together, he just sucks right back up under the rear wing of Tessman's truck. Tessman has been, I think, more consistent, but hasn't been able to just turn up the wick quite as easily as Mayfield has. And the two of them within a half second at the finish line last time at the 7:45 mark. Looks like Dakota Fenn may have just come in for the first time. It'll be the first truck to pit for round number 1, as did Mike Truey.
Well, and as they come back around to the front side, that last time by, Ryan Mayfield was a 31, Ty Tessman, I should say, with a 31 flat. Mayfield with 31.5, so Tessman trying to stretch it back out. Mayfield, to me, seems to be a little bit faster in the final 2 sectors. It's sector 1 that Tessman starts to stretch it out a little bit on Mayfield. From what I've been noticing here, looking at the sector times as they work their way into the wave. Mayfield down the back section.
This lap, Mayfield was faster in both sectors 1 and 2. And lost a little bit in sector 3, but he still made up a half second.
Big mistake for Tessman. Tessman gets on the pipe, spins around. Mayfield now goes to the inside. Ryan Mayfield is now your leader here in this one with 8:40 down and 36:20 to go.
And let's see if Tessman's no longer the pace setter, if he can just hang out on the rear bumper of Mayfield's Mugen truck and let Mayfield lead for a little while. Tessman can sort of see what he's doing, the pace he's carrying through some of the certain sections, or if he's just going to try to pass him right back.
Aaron, I think the big thing that's going to play a part coming up next is not only the close battle they've got going, but they've got a lot of traffic up ahead of them. These guys are usually pretty good about things, but on a track like this, even trying to get out of the way can be tricky. So
that's true. One of the Techno drivers in and out. Ryan Lutz with a 6.5 second pit stop. Rivkin into pit lane, hasn't yet triggered the out at 7.4. So Rivkin with a little bit of a slower stop, at least compared to Ryan Lutz, losing nearly a second in pit lane. That could be a big deciding factor at the end of it. Here come the two leaders.
Both Mayfield and Tessman. Oh, trouble in pit lane. I was not able to see. They landed back on the wheels, luckily. So Mayfield in and out with a 6.9. Tessman in and out as well. Tessman goes upside down in the whoop section.
He wheelied about 6 or 7 whoops and didn't let off the throttle. Ended up rocking back over on his lid. And Mayfield now with, looks like a couple of Mugen Seiki teammates between himself and Tessman, as well as Jared Tebow.
While we still have a long way to go, this is the last place that you want to let Ryan Mayfield get with the truck. That is for sure. Is a little bit of a gap, get his confidence up. No pressure on him whatsoever. This could very well be what Ryan Mayfield needs to take yet another Roar National 8-scale truck title.
10-20 down and 34-30 left to go. Let's see in that first round of pit stops, Ryan Mayfield had a 6.9 second stop. 7.6 for Tessman, losing 7/10 of a second in pit lane. Ryan Lutz had a 6.5. Looks like so Lutz had the fastest stop for round number 1.
I believe his pit guy is Daniel Lewis of Techno RC.
Yeah, I think Matt Walter is pitting him as well. Is it a two-man team?
I'm sure. I would imagine it is. I'm sure it's Daniel and Matt. So it's Ryan Mayfield out front. Your full running order going to be Tessman in second, Lutz in third, Rivkin in fourth, Dakota Finn in fifth, followed up by Cavallari, Drake, Tebow, Ogden, Truey, Bornhorst, King, Blair, and Tanner Stees. Looks like Stees off the track here in that one. Just a shame to see.
Mayfield coming up a bit short. We saw how chopped up the face of that jump is as well, and that's why you don't see the drivers here trying to go for the triple-double. Mayfield coming up short,
and he's
jumping
upside
down. Tumbled down the stairway to hell.
So now Ryan Mayfield goes upside down. He's got Ty Tessman right behind him, and they're trying to work their way through traffic right now, and they've got Jared Tebow in between them. Tessman clipping that hole there. Tebow makes a pass on Drake.
Yeah, as Drake had pulled over to let the leaders go, Tebow said, "Thank you."
Yeah, he'll make the pass as well. And Tessman making a mistake on the front section now. So Ryan Mayfield trying to stretch it out just a little bit as they work their way back into the whoop section. The ironic part about this whole thing, they're trying to put a lap on Tebow right now, and Drake and some of the other drivers. Those guys have been in this position before. I mean, it's not like
Mayfield out of shape in the S-turn section. Tessman just dove to the inside. I didn't even think he was close enough to take advantage of that.
So Tessman now to the front. Now, as I was saying, they're lapping guys that are normally on the lead lap with them.
Right.
So this track and everything. Oh no! What a save right there. Tessman just barely missed an upside down car there on the face of that last double jump. Ryan Mayfield closing back in on Ty Tessman now as they work their way back around. Tessman bumping that inside pipe. Mayfield checks up a bit.
Interesting that you say that, too, because it's not just that they're putting down a lap on Tebow and Drake, but that they're doing it by the 12-minute mark.
Yep, already into this one.
Mayfield out of shape coming onto the back straightaway. Tessman stretching out a 1.2 second advantage just in the back of the track alone. We'll see how quickly Mayfield can reel him back in.
And take a look at the fast lap right now by Ty Tessman. A 30.134, almost down to the 29-second lap range here in the main. Incredible. So Ty Tessman is turning it up here in this one. A 30.4 is Ryan Mayfield's fast lap time. Ryan Lutz kind of running a lonely third at this point with Spencer Rivkin in fourth and Dakota Finn in fifth. Right now we're watching that battle between your leader, Ty Tessman, and Ryan Mayfield, the Mugen driver. They come back around.
It looks like, man,
Ryan,
Tessman.
Tessman rolls it over. No turn marshal to help him out. That's going to be Ryan Mayfield.
We saw someone do that in the B-main as well through the second part of that double apex right. And the truck just catches and flips over and slides on its lid.
I believe there is a hole forming, almost like a braking bump forming on the tight inside.
Which, what a weird spot for it.
Well, from talking to some of the drivers, it actually came from when they ran the track when it was wet.
Oh.
There was a extra wet spot there, and it actually kind of started to dish out a little.
Oh, okay.
And then as the weekend has gone on.
Oh, yeah, you can see it right in the apex of the turn there. The outside tire sort of dips into it.
So it's just kind of slowly gotten worse, but it's almost hidden, and several drivers have said, you can't see it on the driver's stand. So
you can't see it from the cameras at all.
No, so the only way you hit it is once it's way too late. And that's, I think, what just happened to Ty Tessman. So Ryan Mayfield now back to the front with a 7.8-second lead right now on Ty Tessman.
No, it's
1.2. Yeah. So Ryan Lutz in the number 3 spot. Our sector time is confusing me here. We got so much scientific knowledge going. A lot to handle. There's Ty Tessman closing the gap back up on Ryan Mayfield.
1.8 as they entered sector number 2.
And Mayfield now coming up on his former associated teammate Ryan Cavallari, and Cavallari lets him go by. Here comes Tessman.
Yeah, Tessman a little bit faster, and it's actually a tiny bit slower in sector 2 this time, but he was a half second faster in sector 1. And for the overall lap, Tessman was about 7/10 of a second faster, so the lead under 6/10.
And Tessman
close on that now.
He is all over the back door of Ryan Mayfield right now. They've got a clear track ahead of him. We're looking at the pits. Looks like Mike Truey has flamed out. They're trying to get him back going. That's Tanner Denning of TLR. As they work their way back onto the left-hand side, down the backstretch they go. Ryan Mayfield.
Yeah, tough for the Mugen Seiki guys. All 3 of them are in the same race.
Yeah,
I'm sure they don't mind, being in the final and all.
No, not at all. I'm sure not. But, Mike Tree spent a lot of time on the TLR. Oh, look at Ty Tessman.
Wow.
Block pass right there. A beautiful pass on Mayfield.
And Mayfield
comes up short. It goes upside down. So that is going to cost Ryan Mayfield
that
now.
Was a brilliant move from Tessman. Lined up on the inside of the whoop section, carried a bunch of speed in there, and didn't try to accelerate going through them. Already had a head full of steam before he headed in there. Drove right to the inside, nice and easy.
Tessman just muscling his way through right there. Ryan Mayfield in the number 2 spot. Ryan Lutz still in 3rd. As we were saying, though, Truey spent a lot of time on the TLR team for a very long time. And, even when you switch teams and stuff, that doesn't instantly end good friendships and stuff with other team drivers.
And especially if the Mugen guys were already all taken up. He just had to go asking around for some help.
Absolutely. So Ty Tessman now takes over the top spot as looks like Dakota Finn coming in for a pit stop. We're going to start seeing a few more pit stops come into play.
Dakota's worked his way back up to the 5th position as he's had sort of an up and down race so far.
And it's good to see him in the A main to start off with. But and just as we mentioned Dakota, it looks like Ty trying to put a lap on him right now.
That would put the top 4 on the lead lap if Fenn drops behind Tessman here. Tessman starting to stretch out a lead over Mayfield as the defending champion has made a couple of mistakes. And as I've said a couple times throughout the weekend, Tessman and Mayfield have more truck national championships than anybody else. Currently, Mayfield leads Tessman 4 wins to 3, so this would even the score here. And as Mike has alluded to many times throughout the week, this would be X-Ray's first Nitro Off-Road National Championship in the United States.
And I think the fact that they've signed Ty Tessman to the team,
that's
that's huge in itself. But even, just putting in the performances that he has already has been huge. But a national championship for X-Ray in North America for off-road, I think that could be what it takes to really take that brand to the next level in the off-road scene here in North America for sure.
Ryan Mayfield running 2nd. Ryan Lutz in 3rd. Techno-RC driver that, while a couple years ago it was really awesome to see Ryan Lutz end up on the podium, especially in the truckie class, it's sort of become not a given, but it's no longer surprising. We're like, Ryan was in contention again.
Yep.
And, of course, he just won his 2nd Silver State Championship back in March in Las Vegas. He's not out of this one by any means. 9.9 seconds behind, I believe. 2nd spot. Let's see when they cycle around through.
Now, ironically, so Ty Tessman has caught Dakota Finn And this was, several laps ago. And now Finn seems to be
pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, so.
Now, Tessman just dove into pit lane. Nice weaving through the pipes there.
So now he is in and out.
Stayed out. Yep. So Mayfield's going to pick up the lead here. Tessman a little squirrely coming out of pit lane.
A 7.2 second pit stop for Tessman.
They pitted on the same lap last time, but Tessman pitting a little bit earlier this time, opting for a 9-minute pit window here. So he'll pit at 9, 18, 27, and 36. Roughly.
Here they come back. Oh, Ryan Mayfield tumbles his way into the pits. Not the way Mayfield wanted to come in the pits. He comes out of the pits. And Mayfield with a 7.7 second pit stop there.
And losing a half second to Tessman in pit lane. And that's something that, especially before this live time feature that allows us to install a couple of timing loops in pit lane, really had no way of comparing who was faster in and out of pit lane other than just what it felt like. But now you can quantify just how much a half second lost in pit lane means on the track. Tessman with a little bit of traffic ahead, including HB Racing's Cody King, all sorts of out of shape, trying to jump up onto the stairway to hell.
Right now, Ty Tessman out front leading the way here. Ryan Mayfield second, Ryan Lutz third. Spencer Rivkin in fourth, Dakota Finn in fifth, Ryan Cavallari in the number 6 spot, Jared Tebow in seventh, Joe Bornhorst, Cole Ogden, and Cody King rounding out your top 10. Look at our second place driver, the Mugen Seiki Racing driver from Phoenix, Arizona. Your defending Roar National Truck Champion. That is Ryan Mayfield.
Mayfield coming up on, I believe that's teammate Drake ahead.
I got a feeling there will be no issue. Well, just as I say that,
Adam had already pulled out into the loose stuff and stopped.
So didn't think there was going to be an issue with getting by Adam Drake there for teammate Ryan Mayfield.
No, there was an issue for Drake there because
sure Drake just about drove off the track. He said, "I will exit now. See you later."
Mayfield's Mugen Seiki teammates Trury and Drake running 11th and 12th at the moment. Tanner Stees, Tessman's X-Ray teammate, the only one off the track currently, as we pick up here with Ryan Lutz in the third spot.
So Ryan Lutz with that techno ride this weekend has done, I think, a fantastic job of. He has consistently been. I just think of him as third. It seems like every round he's
consistently there. Second, third, little bits here and there. Talked to him a lot at our Raw Speed Race reports after the round was over.
And he's right back in third right now, which, with 23 minutes to go, being in third, even though he may be a ways out of the lead at this point, that's still striking distance. I mean, he's still in contention for this because we have no idea what's going to happen, and it always seems like the last few minutes of these long mains like this, that's when things change up.
We saw Tessman out front in the Dirt Nitro Challenge, absolutely gone. And then receiver lost power, car flew off the track. Anything can happen in these long Nitro main events.
Absolutely. There's no telling. As Ryan Lutz makes his way down the backstretch, working his way by Adam Drake there.
And he went way wide coming onto there, sort of missed the breaking point into that 180.
22 minutes down, 23 to go.
Here's Spencer Rivkin.
That did look like Jared Tebow.
Yeah, for a second really there. Blue in the front, dark in the back. I haven't slept much.
He's also his car number that he's got on the window /
has a little bit of red on it.
Yeah, it looked like a star.
Right.
So, that is Spencer Rivkin in the number 4 spot. Look at the new fast lap on the track and who just said it.
Oh, Dakota Finn.
Dakota Finn with a 29.9. Wow. The only driver to get down the 29-second lap range, and it is Dakota who we have felt like has been a little off pace this weekend for him.
Oh, well, actually, that was 10 laps ago.
Regardless.
Yeah,
still Dakota
that's
Finn.
crazy fast.
Yeah.
But Spencer Rivkin just had a personal best 4 laps ago, so he's trying to maintain that gap over Dakota.
So Dakota Finn right now still running that number 5 spot. Tessman, Mayfield, Lutz, Rivkin, Finn, your top 5. Cavallari, Tebow, Bornhorst, Ogden, King, your top 10. And Truy, Drake, Blair, and Stees rounding out your field here in this one.
See if Mayfield can start reeling Drake as we pick up, reel in Tessman as we pick up here with Ryan Cavallari. The team associated drivers, looks like Dakota Fenn a little out of shape there. Cavallari catching him to make this a battle for 5th. Mayfield, or Cavallari and Rivkin, not quite as crazy fast in qualifying as we probably would have expected. Looks like Dakota having a little bit of trouble keeping that TLR truck in between the pipes. Cutting here to our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam.
You can see all the pit crew, and as you were talking about, just about everybody there has got 2 people pitting. One person to pick up the car, the other person to actually fuel the car. And it looks like we've got trouble. I think that's Austin Blair. Yeah, that's Matt Gosh.
And Austin's father, Steve, working on something on the right front of that S-Works truck. Tough break for the Northern California. Looks like maybe something in the
pillow balls, maybe.
Well, I'm wondering if he broke a front arm and they're trying to change the. Looks like they're trying to replace the right lower front arm or something. Trying to thread the pivot ball back into it.
That is the absolute worst feeling when you're trying to work on something in pit lane. It is way too hectic down there.
Trying to hurry, so then you're making more mistakes. Then you try to slow down, and then you feel like you're wasting time.
Your leader, Ty Tessman, coming up a bit short there. Tessman out front. Ryan Mayfield still in second. Ryan Lutz in third. Okay, so what was, let's see, Ty's pit schedule, we decided was, you said he was coming in at 36, so what would be the
Well, so the next one should be right around 27.
Okay.
He's got about 3 minutes to go. Mayfield is not too far off of that. Like he's not extending the pit window so far that he's going to, cut out a stop. So both of them are going to pit 4 times in this 45-minute main.
And Ryan Lutz now coming up on his teammate Joe Bornhorst. Very good friends off the track, and of course teammates. Still competitors on the track. I would imagine Bornhorst going to let him go by here. not quite
not for lack of trying.
No, not quite as smooth as Adam Drake letting Mayfield by, but he got by.
I think this was more smooth. Adams was more obvious.
Maybe that's the word I was looking for. Not quite as obvious as Adam Drake.
25, 35 down. Austin Blair has re-entered the track. So whatever it was, they got it fixed.
Austin Blair, the S-Works driver, trying to put his A-main rides into the A-mains. The A-main rides into the A-mains. And he's done it. Looking back again, once again at Ty Tessman, Canadian driver, out front leading this one with Ryan Mayfield in the number 2 spot. Ryan Mayfield was your top qualifier. Tessman did take 1 round of TQ in truck. And now he's looking to take home another national championship
title. Wouldn't that
title.
be something? Mayfield clearly seemed to have the upper hand on Tessman in qualifying, but the Canadian putting it together when it matters most.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Mayfield heading through the S-turn into the wave section, going nice and tight there. It seems to be the only smooth spot left in that lane.
For a lot of these drivers, when you kind of lose sight of the guy in front of you, it's a little bit harder to push yourself and go faster when you don't have somebody to kind of latch onto or something to gauge off of. So depending on where Ryan Mayfield is on the track and where Tessman is on the track, Ryan may not have something really to gauge himself on. So it could be very difficult to.
I don't know that Mayfield ever needs a problem knowing how hard to punch it.
Well,
But he did lose another half second in pit lane on this stop. So that's just a full second in the last 2 pit stops alone.
Yes, and now we're looking at Jared Tebow in that number 8 spot. Tebow in the number 8 truck in the 8th place spot.
For as many different Nitro off-road races as Jared has won, the fact that he's only ever won 1 national championship each in buggy and truck, and they both came in 2010, has always been surprising to me. Because he's won a lot of Dirt Nitro challenges, won a lot of Silver States, he's won a lot of the Neo races. Of course, he has yet to win a world championship. He's come close. But the fact that he only ever swept the Nationals 1 year in 2010 and then hasn't found his way to the top of the podium again since, it's always kind of never really understood.
And there he comes back into the pits. See Joe Pillars, and I'm not able to tell who the second pit guy was there. Oh, and that was, I think that was Tebow off the track as he comes back on there. So it's Tessman out front.
Mayfield back in the pits for his third stop. So again, he's staying out about 50 seconds longer than Tessman did.
Wow, Mayfield's pit time that time, 6.6. Tessman's pit time was a 7.9.
But when you've got like a 16-second lead.
That's true. That's still 1.3 seconds, though.
Yeah.
So Mayfield trying to chip away at it. Ryan Lutz still in third. Spencer Ripken in fourth. Ryan Cavallari in fifth. Dakota Finn, Joe Bornhorst, Jared Tebow, Cole Ogden, Cody King, Mike Truey, Adam Drake, Austin Blair, and Tanner Stees. Here they come back around. And right now we are looking at Cole Ogden. Ogden, Mugen Siki driver, working his way onto the back left side of the track. Ty Tessman working his way around to the front side of the track.
Spencer Ripken still rolling around in the fourth spot. Quite a bit ahead of teammate Ryan Cavallari. Unfortunately not within striking distance of Ryan Lutz as we follow along here with HB Racing star Cody King. An important pickup for HB here in North America after they lost Ty Tessman to X-Ray. Running some white wheels on that truck. Actually looks pretty nice. He's got kind of one of those paint jobs where you can almost get away with both, because he's got the warm red and yellow in there, but then it's got the white and blue in the back. It sort of cools it off. And also, Bob Kendall, our cameraman and photographer extraordinaire, always comments on just how easy it is to get great photos of Cody King's truck.
Oh, well, there you go. I do like his paint job. You know, you're talking about Jared Tebow winning the Roar Nats, and he hasn't won one since 2010. That kind of goes along with the saying that, you know, winning a race or a championship, the first one is not the hardest. It's winning another one.
Well, he raced for many years before he even won either of those, and it was surprising because by that point, there were many times that he would sweep the Dirt Nitro Challenge and Silver State no problem, and then go to the Nationals and something would happen.
And we've seen him as TQ multiple times at the Nats and the Worlds.
Right.
And then something just doesn't quite go as planned. Yep. 14:20 left to go here in this one. It's Tessman, Mayfield, Lutz, Rivkin, Cavallari, Finn, your top six. Joe Bornhorst in seventh. Jared Tebow in eighth. Cole Ogden ninth. And Cody King rounding out your top 10 right now. Now we're looking at Adam Drake, the Mugen Siki driver, sitting in 11th. And there's a pit guy on the track there. Looks like a flame out on Mike Truey. Not sure that that's going to make much of a difference. However, my understanding is pit guys are not allowed on the racetrack. As they work their way back around onto the right-hand side, down the front stretch now. Now we're back to Ryan Mayfield, Mugen Siki driver, Reds Engines, J Concepts Tires. Mayfield in that number 2 spot. He was your top qualifier this weekend. Of course, our LiveRC broadcast this weekend brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a., and, of course, the live time scoring.
Tessman with a 4.8 second lead, I believe it was, on Mayfield.
13 minutes left to go here.
This is the kind of race, too, that we're used to seeing Tessman win, where he's really strong at the beginning, might ward off a couple of challenges, and then he just puts his head down, doesn't make mistakes. He may not have the fastest laps or be super flashy, although he does have a faster single lap than Mayfield. I mean, he just sort of works his way into a rhythm. His parents do a phenomenal job with him in pit lane, and he just kind of disappears.
So we're looking at Mayfield as he works his way around. We'll see where Ty is on the track in comparison. There's Ty.
Lutz isn't too far behind Mayfield, actually. They were both in the same frame. Here's Tessman working his way to the front side, double, single. And that's interesting, too, because Lutz has not been doing that line through the front section. He's just been going double, double, which we don't believe is quite as fast, but it is easier for him to do over and over without crashing.
Definitely much safer, that's for sure. $11:55 left to go. Tessman, Mayfield, Lutz, Rivkin, and Cavallari now your top 5. Dakota Finn still holds fast lap of the race in that number 6 spot with a 29.9 for Finn. Ty Tessman right now out front, just ahead of Ryan Mayfield. Mayfield working his way into the whoop section now. Ryan Lutz in that number 3 spot. Lutz 2.9 seconds back from Mayfield. That last time by, Ryan Lutz had a 30.6. Mayfield a 32 flat.
Yeah.
So a rough lap for Ryan Mayfield. Here we're looking at Ryan Mayfield now through the wave he goes. He's got Ryan Cavallari behind him. There you saw Ryan Lutz.
Yeah, Lutz still right there. He's no. Lutz had a scary save through the whoop section. And as you were saying, it can be tough if you don't have someone ahead of you to sort of reach out for and try to chase to go get. Mayfield hasn't had that in a long time, but Lutz has been able to see Mayfield out of the corner of his vision and try to go get him for a while. Uh-oh, someone dead in the lane. Wow, Lutz jumped over him back there.
That is Dakota Finn flaming out on the far right side, so that is not good.
8.
Finn, and actually I think he was in 6th maybe when that happened, perhaps.
Looks like Cavallari might be off the track as well.
Oh, wow. So several drivers having some troubles. King looks like maybe Cavallari and King.
King just went by.
There goes King, so maybe King making his pit stop or something that lap. Ty Tessman, Ryan Mayfield, 1 and 2. The battle is going to be to watch. I think it's going to be Ryan versus Ryan.
Yep.
Mayfield versus Lutz.
2.2 seconds. There's Mayfield hopping through the whoop section, and Lutz hopping through there.
That was Cavallari's truck being carried off the left-hand side of the track, so Cavallari out of this one definitely as of right now. We'll see if they can get him fired back up.
Lutz jumping right out of the crater in the catapult jump. Here is a shot of pit lane from our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam. Trying to refire Cavallari's truck. He's still in the top 10, so that'd be a nice finish to salvage here. And there he goes.
9 minutes left to go in this one.
Nine minutes to go. Mayfield down the back straightaway. Last lap for Tessman was a 30.7. This time by for Mayfield, a 33.6 as he's gone into pit lane.
So Lutz going to go by into second now. However, Lutz has not made his pit stop yet.
Yeah, he'll need to pit one last time here. That was Mayfield's last pit stop. And Tessman into pit lane for the final time. Up on the block. Back down. They're using a Proline fuel stick because they helped design it. Here's Lutz onto the back straightaway. Should be coming in any lap now, and here he is. Whoa. So Mayfield's stop was a 6.9, one of the fastest that he's had all race. Mayfield just went by the line. Lutz out, and he's right behind him.
Lutz with a 6.6.
Made up nearly 0.3 of a second.
Just in the pit stop.
Oh, Mayfield coming up short, jumping down to the stairway to hell. And Lutz right up under his rear wing. So now we got a battle, baby.
Up and over the catapult they go through the switchbacks into the wave now. Ryan Mayfield in that number 2 spot. Ryan Lutz in the 3 down the back stretch. They'll be coming up on some lap traffic here momentarily.
Two totally different driving styles, two totally different trucks, two different engines, two different lines through the front rhythm section. Coming up on, looks like that's Cole Ogden in the whoop section. Lutz to the inside, but can't make it happen.
Down the stairway they go there. I believe that is going to be Ogden.
Ogden out just in front of him there. Lutz looking for a way around through that S turn. Mayfield not leaving anything open onto the straightaway.
Of course, Mayfield and Ogden, Mugansiki teammates.
Right, but I don't think Cole will do anything crazy. And there we see. Mayfield out of shape.
Making the mistake. Ryan Lutz goes by.
And that choice of rhythm there biting him because that last single jump is that last single jump there was not intended to have an upslope. And so Mayfield, unfortunately, popping out of shape there. Lutz going by for the second spot. Let's see if Mayfield can regroup and go get him with 6:40 left to go. That's just over a qualifying heat. Battle through the whoop section. Looks like Mike Truey and Cole Ogden between them. Joe Bornhorst just ahead. So Techno RC teammate for Ryan Lutz just ahead after they just navigated past a couple of Mayfield Mugen Seiki teammates. 6 minutes left to go. Here is Lutz diving into the whoop section. Had a 1.4 second gap on Mayfield last time by.
So Ty Tessman pretty much in control of this one with 5:45 left to go. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen something wild and crazy happen in the final stages of a race. However, at this point, I don't know that Lutz is going to be able to catch Tessman. With nothing else
I
happening.
wouldn't say so.
And here comes Mayfield, though. Mayfield putting the pressure on now. What we talked about with Latchin. Oh, no! Ryan Lutz goes off the outside there. Lutz making a big mistake. So Mayfield now back up into the number 2 spot. So Ryan Lutz making a huge mistake on the stair step, jumping off to the left side. And now Mayfield has moved his way back into the number 2 spot. Down the backstretch they go. Onto the right-hand side. Here comes Mayfield back around to the front now. And now Lutz back into the position where he's chasing Mayfield.
Mayfield went to the double through. Anyway, hit the pipe, didn't let off. Yeah.
He hit that loose dirt that you were talking about in the Raw Speed Race Report there on the outside. You get out of the groove, and it is just...
Oh, yeah, the right side tires were in the groove, so they had all sorts of traction. They just pushed his truck off to the left.
Yep. As they're working their way back into the whoop section now, you see Mayfield in the number 2 spot. Lutz in that 3 spot. Spencer Rivkin still in 4th. Jared Tebow has worked his way up into the number 5 spot. Joe Bornhorst in the 6th. Cole Ogden in the 7th. Dakota Finn in 8th. King Drake Truey. So Cavallari, Blair, and Steve is not out there on the track here in this one. 4 minutes left to go, and Ty Tessman out front in the lead, in control of this one. Ryan Mayfield in 2nd. Closest battle on everybody's watching right now for that 2nd and 3rd place spot. We're watching it right now as well. Ryan Mayfield and Ryan Lutz. Ryan Mayfield, the Reds Racing J Concepts Mugen Seiki driver. And, of course, Ryan Lutz. I think I said Ryan Lutz there. I meant Ryan Mayfield, the Mugen Seiki driver. Ryan Lutz, the Techno RC.
3.5 minutes left for Ty Tessman to race his way into the history books. Put himself back on even ground with Ryan Mayfield with 4 truck titles each.
Whoa. Ryan Lutz getting sideways through the whoop section there. Good save for him, though.
And this would be Tessman's first. He would join Ryan Mayfield with more than one different brand of him. The only 2 drivers to have ever done that. They're also the only people that have won this class more than once anyway.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're probably watching online as well.
Just chewing their fingernails down past the cuticle. They've come a couple of times now here in 2017. The brand new 2017 spec XT8 truck. Come along here with Ryan Mayfield as he worked his way through the whoop section. You know, Lutz still there, just about 1.2 seconds back.
Lutz is actually gaining a little bit of ground on him here. That last lap by, they both had 30.6. Right. But a few laps ago it was about a second difference there almost. Mayfield into the whoop section now, working his way through. He's got Jared Tebow behind him. And sure, the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel National Championship title here in our 8-Scale truck class. It would be the first for X-Ray and the second for Ty Tessman. I'm sorry, yes, that would be the third for Ty Tessman. Fourth for Ty Tessman. Been a lot of stats this weekend. A lot of stats. It's been a long weekend. A fantastic weekend, but a long one, that's for sure. Ty Tessman out front leading the way. There is your leader right there. Ty Tessman pretty lonely out front here in this one. 50 seconds left to go. And as we mentioned, X-Ray right now has to be ecstatic. Probably a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious. This is about the longest 40 seconds, I think. Ty make a little mistake. Hang on to it, Ty. Ty going double, single, double. Ty looking to make history in multiple ways here in this one. 25 seconds. So Ty's going to cross that line and get one more lap after this one. As Ty heads through the wave onto the back left side, he goes down the back stretch now. Back onto the right-hand side. 10 seconds left on the master clock here in a 45-minute final. Down the front stretch he goes again. Playing it safe, going double, single, double. No reason to risk it. That is time. The drivers will be done when they cross the line. So Ty Tessman is on his victory lap right now as he's working his way around one final time here at State Line Raceway in 8-scale truggy. Ryan Mayfield comes around, has finished up in second. Ryan Lutz will take third. And ladies and gentlemen, you are watching history being made. Coming around, your 2017 Roar 8-scale off-road fuel 8-scale truck national champion, Ty Tessman. Ty Tessman taking himself to a championship win with the X-Ray. The brand new X-Ray XT8. And he has done it. He has won X-Ray's first off-road 8-scale fuel national championship title. Let's send it down to Aaron Waldron for a raw speed race report in the pits.
A fourth national championship here in the 8-scale Nitro truck class for Ty Tessman. Your first with X-Ray. How are you feeling?
It feels really good to win with the new company. My truck was good. It's just sketchy out there. Like, it's hard to make clean laps every time. But I think I ran the right tire. My truck held up the whole time, which is an accomplishment in itself on this track. But I'm super happy to win and get my another national championship. I just want to thank my sponsors for all their support over the years. Thank the new X-Ray for trusting in me. So it's really good to win with the new car. But I just want to thank my family for all their support. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for everything. I wouldn't be where I am today without him.
We heard after these 5-minute qualifying runs that it was gnarly to drive for that long, and then you just went out there and put in 45 hard minutes. You had a great battle with Ryan at the beginning. How tough was it to stay focused?
It was tough out there. Just to do 5 minutes without crashing is hard. It's pretty much impossible to do it without crashing in 45 minutes, which most of the laps were not perfect. They were just kind of getting around, just cruising around, trying not to blow off the track. And it didn't feel pretty, but it was enough to win, so I'm happy with it.
Congratulations, Ty.
Thank you.
And finishing up in the second spot, Ryan Mayfield, now tied with Tessman for the most titles ever. You got close. You had the lead there for a little bit in the beginning, but just couldn't make it happen at the end.
Yeah, just gnarly. You know, like I said, the track's really hard to drive, and for some reason my tires are really sensitive to, like, when the clouds were out. Like when it was shady like it is now, I really didn't have a good feeling. When it was sunny, I could drive the piss out of the truck. So, but overall, that was good. I had some two really bad crashes. The one on the straightaway cost me a long time. I didn't want to hold it wide open to get the marshal's attention, just in risk of hurting the motor. So, but overall, it was a solid main. Pit stops went well. Fuel mileage was awesome. And yeah, if I could have maybe, I don't think I was as fast. My tires probably fell off a little bit. I ran a small pin, and I think I could have been closer without the crashes, and maybe gave him a shot for it. But overall, I'm glad to get second. Me and Ryan had a fun time battling there for a minute. And, yeah, we'll go on to buggy. I mean, if you guys thought truggy was gnarly, wait till you watch these buggies go around the track.
On the front straightaway, we saw you doing double, single for a long time, and you had a couple of crashes there as Lutz started to catch up to you. When did you make the decision to go to the double, single?
Well, after Lutz passed me. Lutz passed me doing that, so I'm like, I got to try that. So I started doing it, just playing for buggy to see what it does, and it was easier for sure. But like I said, I ran a pretty small pin tire, ran my qualifying tires, and I was just hoping the speed of it was going to allow me to get a decent lead at the beginning and then be okay. But they were fine in the grooves, but in the dust, like through the jump sections, I just didn't have any drive. So, yeah, like I said, buggy is going to be insane. Truck was fun. Buggy might not be fun. But you're going to see a pretty wild main event, I think.
Congratulations on the second place finish.
Thanks, guys.
And Ryan Lutz, we talk to you every round. Congratulations on a podium finish here at the Nats.
Thank you very much.
You caught Mayfield at the end. Couldn't quite make it happen, but I'm sure it had to feel good just to be in contention.
Yeah, it was cool to catch him, and then I blew it. I got in the dust.
Did you all at the beginning, or did you know that your truck was going to be good at the end?
I know it's going to be good. It's always good. I just got to get my beginning of a race pace up a little bit. I always seem to struggle a little bit to find my groove at the beginning, and then I start to get it. So I just got to start getting it earlier.
Congratulations, Ryan.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Still got a lot of racing left to go. A couple of semifinals, junior final, buggy main. This is going to be an awesome rest of the day.
Well, what a fantastic race there. Finishing up our Truggy racing. So a big congratulations goes out to Ty Tessman and, of course, X-Ray for their first Roar 8-Scale National Championship title. Can Ty do it again in Buggy? We will have to wait and see, as Ty is your TQ for Buggy. But before that, we got coming up here in just a minute our Buggy quarter even final. Starting off with Billy Fisher leading us out, followed by CJ Jellin, Colin Weatherholt, Justin Fales, Mason Epley, Noah Dickerson, Chandler Elliott, Matt Gosh, Derek Weatherholt, Adam Johnson, Cole Caston, Aaron Gomez, Jared Wiggins, and Braden Jansen. Now these drivers here will transfer, the top three will transfer on to our semifinals. We're looking at our J Concepts track cam, and as you can see, it is pretty windy out there, shaking the camera just a bit, you might say. But you can see even the tarp over the top of the driver's stand shading the drivers. The wind, might start playing a part in this as the wind starts picking up. If it gets a little windier out there, you never know. It's definitely not helping with moisture in the track, that's for sure. So again, race number 29 coming up here in just a minute. As we get set for that, we are going to take a quick commercial break. Once again, thank you for tuning in to LiveRC broadcast, the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nats. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
When it comes to true champions by design, Team Associated radio-controlled cars have everyone beat, hands down. With multiple national and world titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars and trucks on the track today. So get behind the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
And we are back here looking once again from our J Concepts track cam as we get set for our quarter even buggy final. This will be a 15-minute race. The top three out of this one will bump up to our even semifinal, which will be taking place here just before too long. As they all taking the track here, getting all warmed up. We see a couple drivers rolling it over. Trying to keep that to a minimum. Keep that in warm-ups as we get set. Again, our lineup for this one going to be Billy Fisher starting first, CJ Jellin starting second. CJ will also see him in our 15 and under race as well. He is our TQ, I guess you might say, for that. Colin Weatherholt starting third, Justin Fales starting fourth. Mason Epley will be starting in the number 5 spot. Noah Dickerson in the 6, Chandler Elliott in the 7, Matt Gosh in the 8, Derek Weatherholt in the 9, Adam Johnson in the 10, Cole Caston in the 11, and then our bump drivers from the 1/8 even buggy final. Aaron Gomez starting in the 12, Jared Wiggins in the 13, and Braden Jansen starting in that number 14 spot. As we head over and look at our chat here for just a second, over our LiveRC chat box, Burmy Guy RC says, Buggy is going to be brutally savage. I love that description of what these buggy races are going to be. So up next, we've got our quarterfinals. We've got our odd and even quarterfinals. Then we go into our semifinals. Our drivers transfer out of the semifinals into our hour-long final, which is where we will crown our 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nitro Buggy Champion. So still quite a bit of racing left to go here. We're on race number 29. And as you can see, the Roar official getting everybody fired up, getting set to go here for our quarter even buggy final. Cars are down, and they're off and running. Here we go. Our quarterfinal, the even group, off and underway, and a pretty deep. Oh, wow. pretty decent start until you get to the front straight. And then we got cars going upside down every which way. Oh, a little bit of trouble up front there. Here they come through the whoop section. Back around to the front side now, into the center, through the stair step. Oh, tumbling right there. Now it's going to be Colin Weatherholt taking over that number 1 spot. So Weatherholt, now your leader, as they work their way back onto the backside. Through the wave they go. So we saw the Truggies, and I tell you what, 45 minutes of Truggies just straight pounding on this track. That's not helping the case any, that's for sure. The track's only getting rougher. As they come back around to the front side, Weatherholt out front, Matt Gosh in the number 2 spot, Justin Fales in the 3. So Matt Gosh, a former A-Main finalist at the Royal Nationals, trying to work his way back up into the A-Main as well. He's got to bump from this to the semifinals, and then from here, he's got to try and bump himself up into the final. So the only driver guaranteed a spot right now in the actual hour-long final is your top qualifier, Ty Tessman. Everyone else has to still make their way out of a semifinal. Down the backstretch right now goes Colin Weatherholt. Colin out front, trying to stretch out his lead a bit here in this one. Matt Gosh start 8th on the grid, finds himself in 2nd. Gosh now running the team associated car. Of course, Matt Gosh, his prime time, or from most well-known time, I should say, in RC was when he was part of the Jammin' team. And after that, he joined the A-Main team, and now my understanding is he's actually part of the associated team. So, yeah, so Weatherholt, Gosh, and Fisher now your top 3.
I just talked to Cody King out in the trackside area, and he was just kind of laughing and shaking his head. He's like, man, it was really fun to drive my truck for 30 minutes without a pressure line.
Wow.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, it was like go down the end of the straightaway, and the engine wouldn't shut off. It was running on so bad. Like, man, it hasn't done that all week. What's going on? And then they pulled it into pit lane, and they noticed the pressure line was missing, and Eddie Larrett just had to thrash to try to put one on there, and then, then that changed the engine again completely. So
sure.
But I asked him what he thought of the track, and he just started laughing. He's like, it's so gnarly. I'm scared to even put my buggy on the track.
And that's a IFMAR World Champion thing.
Right.
So, I mean, the track definitely taking its toll on these drivers, that's for sure. So now, check this out. We got the Weatherholt family. 1 and 2, Colin and Derek Cousins. You got Billy Fisher in the number 3 spot, CJ Gellin in the 4. Top 3 will advance out of this one up to the semifinal. So Colin Weatherholt out front, lead the way. Derek Weatherholt in 2nd. As they're working their way onto the backside of the track. Right now we're looking at Derek in that number 2 spot with Billy Fisher. Oh, Billy Fisher tumbling off the end of the back straightaway right there. A tough place to crash for Billy Fisher. So Fisher now dropping down. CJ Gellin will take over 3rd. Fisher drops to 4th now. So that's going to be the battle for the bump spot between CJ Gellin and Billy Fisher. Right now we're looking at Derek Weatherholt.
Yeah, that's pretty much one of the youngest drivers and one of the most experienced drivers in this race, battling for the final transfer position in the semi.
And that was Colin rolling it over, I believe. Yes, no, that was Derek. And what a tough place to be marshaled right there.
Yeah. Put him out in the sand.
Yeah, Derek Weatherholt, the Techno RC driver. Colin, the TLR driver. Oh, more trouble for Derek as he tumbles on the right side. And he said, you know what, I'm just going for this triple. I am just going to send it. And he did. So Colin Weatherholt out front now. CJ Gellin in 2nd. Billy Fisher in 3rd. And now Derek Weatherholt back up to 3rd. There's Billy Fisher. So Techno RC teammates, Weatherholt there and Fisher back and forth.
See how Weatherholt's car bounced when he landed up on top of the staircase?
I have seen, and more trouble there. That was CJ Gellin, I believe.
Rolling it over, entering the wave. Got pitted, bruh. So dropped from 2nd to 4th.
That right there moves these guys back up into bump up spots, the 2 Techno teammates.
Meanwhile, Colin Weatherholt, 4.7 seconds out front. Would love for these guys to just keep crashing and bashing into each other.
And Colin Weatherholt got out front early on. Billy Fisher, of course, started this one in the lead. Oh, and Derek Weatherholt comes up short. CJ Gellin tries to miss him, and he comes up short. Meanwhile, Billy Fisher takes full advantage and moves his way into the number 2 spot.
Now Gellin in attack mode from 4th, trying to get around Weatherholt. Look to the inside through the wave, but no room there. Weatherholt going wide at the end of the straightaway. Gellin looks to the inside. Weatherholt slams the door shut.
That was close, too. I tell you, Gellin. Wow. Almost bumped.
Yeah,
look at that.
Around the outside.
Gellin laying it down right there, making his move. Billy Fisher.
That's something that only the young kids pull off because they just don't care. I'm
No
on the
worries
outside.
at all.
I can wood it.
Jelen goes upside down. Jelen catching a little landmine on the face of that roller there.
Got a little help.
And Billy Fisher
rolling
goes
over.
upside down. That is the worst place to crash,
Yep.
too, in the waves. And
Well,
Fisher going to lose multiple spots here in this one.
And the turn marshal there has to put his back to that because he has to be facing the jump so he doesn't get hit.
Of course.
See how upside down Weatherholt's car was in the air there?
Yes. Weatherholt going upside down. So Colin Weatherholt out front now. Derek Weatherholt second.
Weatherhold upside down again, but this time coming to a stop.
So there
in the
goes
middle of the
CJ
whip section.
Jellens. And now, oh boy, look at the freight train behind him.
Choo choo.
That is Fails, Gosh, Fisher, Dickerson, Wiggins, and Gomez.
Yeah, Savox instant replay here. Derek Weatherholt this last time through the front section. Little sideways in the turn before it. Sawing at the wheel. And then out of shape big time. Came up way short on the tabletop. Nearly came to a stop there. That was ugly.
So now Justin Fails has worked his way into
Wow.
third.
Good run for Fails here in the quarterfinal.
Matthew Gosh into fourth, though Matt Gosh going to be chasing him down.
And so it was Billy Fisher there that's kind of slipped away here from the battle for the transfer spots.
And we got several drivers already making some pit stops. We're looking at our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam.
So he's got the fastest stop here in this first stint. So far, only Derek Weatherholt and Adam Johnson have pitted. Adam Johnson's still in pit lane.
I would say Derek said, you know what, I'm having a few rough laps here. Let's come into the pits, maybe chill out, regroup ourselves, get some fuel while we're at it, and try this again.
Taking a shot at it, if you will.
Yes.
Coming up on about 30 seconds short of the halfway mark of a 15-minute race. Top three will bump out of this one into the even semifinal.
Colin Weatherholt. And now CJ Jelen has moved up into the lead. Now Colin goes back by as CJ comes in for fuel.
Yep.
However, Colin has not yet pitted, so this may change things up. Justin Fails up at the number 2 spot.
Jelen opting to pit a little bit early. Another lap would have put him a little closer to an even 7:30s because now he's got to run the final 8 minutes of the race and potentially 8:30, 8:45, depending on when he comes by the finish line.
You're absolutely right. Now, let's see if we can find our leader here. Colin Weatherholt in the number 3 TLR buggy, the green, white, and blue, as he's working his way around.
There was the Wiggins
Weatherholt in for fuel now.
Parents that just got Jared in and out. Nice leisurely pit stop here for Weatherholt. Oh, I think that was Elliott, actually.
I was going to say, Weatherholt's pit time, a 6.4.
Oh, yeah.
So Weatherholt.
Yeah, I was watching Chandler Elliott's. Elliott's stop was 9.5.
Yeah, Weatherholt just straight getting it right now. But look here, Matthew Gosh up in the number 2 spot.
Colin Weatherholt upside down again, entering into that wave section.
That was our leader. That may change it up where Gosh falls back a bit now.
I think now Fails is right behind. That's not Dustin. That was Cole Caston. Never mind. Dustin Fails is only 1.6 seconds behind Colin Weatherholt and less than 9/10 from Fails back to Jelen. So the top three all separated by 2.5.
As you can see, your leader working his way through there into the switchback section. 6 minutes left to go.
Checking out our ProTech RC Speed Trap. Justin Fails holding on the throttle. Actually, Jansen and Caston both 23.2 as they wait until after the speed trap to start hitting the brakes. Billy Fisher 21.1.
I'd be curious to see somebody blow out and just go wide open down the straight and never lift.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that view because our camera, our ProTech Speed Trap camera, is set up right in direct line of that.
For as many times as we've set up cameras and antennas and stuff in harm's way, we've never had one hit. We did have one grazed at, I think it was Nationals last year, but still. 12.2 there. Colin Weatherholt stomping on the brakes early. Derek Weatherholt, look at that. Jansen, 28.4. He was noodled going through the speed trap.
So Colin Weatherholt right now out front, leading the way here in this one. CJ Jelen in the number 2 spot. Justin Fails in the 3. Matthew Gosh in the 4. Billy Fisher in the 5. Dickerson, Gomez, Epley, Wiggins, Elliott, Jansen, Weatherholt, Caston, and Johnson. So Derek Weatherholt, who we saw up front running in the front of this one in the bump spots early on, he is now buried in the field here, and this one in the 11th place spot. So it's Colin Weatherholt out front, Justin Fales in that number 2 spot. And that's going to be, Justin Fales going upside down in the whoop section now. So Colin, a little bit more breathing room on him. Weatherholt and Fales still in bump conditions, bump spots. CJ Jellin in that 3rd and final bump spot. Matthew Gosh, 7 seconds back right now from Justin Fales for that final bump. And now it's all changing up here as they're working their way back around. Colin Weatherholt out front. Justin Fales in that number 2 spot. Here comes Weatherholt. We're looking at Colin Weatherholt down the front stretch. Driving the TLR buggy, going double, single, double. There behind him is going to be Justin Fales. Fales driving the Serpent car with that new lead finger racing body on it. As they work their way down the stairway, back into the center section right now, CJ Jellin, the HB Racing driver, I believe, in that number 3 spot. Into the wave they go now, back into the backside. How about X-Ray? CJ Jellin and the X-Ray driver. So Billy Fisher in the 4 spot, Matthew Gosh in the 5. 3:30 left to go. Colin Weatherholt looking to take a win here in the even quarterfinal and go, oh no, Colin Weatherholt tumbles all the way off the track. Good turn marshal though right there. That is going to hand the lead over though. New leader is going to be Justin Fales, the Serpent driver. So Justin Fales now your leader here in the quarterfinal as he works his way through the wave, diving through traffic. Down the backstretch he goes. Here comes Fales onto the right-hand side of the track over the little speed double. Back around to the front side. Double, single, double. Taking the safe line. Oh no! Lap traffic actually tumbled and landed on top of Fales' car. And Weatherholt now trying to show him a wheel on the inside. These two drivers just need to stay as calm as possible and realize they're both in bump spots at this time. Here in the number 3 spot, though, CJ Jellin has closed the gap up on him now. So CJ right there with the X-Ray XB8 machine. Up and over the double into the wave section goes CJ. Your top 3 drivers now, 1, 2, and 3, all right there together. Billy Fisher, little ways out of 4th right now. Fisher, Techno RC driver. Back around to the front side they go, down the front stretch. And as you can see, CJ going double over the top. So CJ trying to go double, double, single. Not able to make the move on Colin. Here they come back into the stair step section. CJ's going to make this one exciting. CJ wants to win. Battle for the lead right now. Fales, Weatherholt, and Jellin. And Weatherholt shows Fales a wheel. They bump and go upside down. CJ Jellin goes launching up into the air on that one. So Jellin get the wheel in that back turn and all sorts of troubles now for Fales on the front side. Meanwhile, Colin Weatherholt going to be your leader, trying to stretch it out just a little bit. These 3 drivers, I tell you what, Billy Fisher has a shot at catching these guys with 1:40 to go. With the way they're racing right now, they are bumping and grinding and definitely not working together to bump up whatsoever. Well, Colin Weatherholt right now has stretched it out just a bit. Fales in the number 2 spot. CJ Jellin in the 3 spot as they work their way into the wave section. And I see a turn marshal running. I believe that was our 2nd and 3rd place drivers may have got tangled up. If not both of them, at least one of them had something happen through that section. There's Justin Fales. Where is CJ Jellin? There's CJ. Now everybody's spreading out just a little bit here. To go here in our even quarter, up and over the double. Onto the backside, through the wave, up and over. It's Colin Fisher just outside the bump spot. Your full running order with 45 seconds left to go is Weatherholt, Fales, Jellin, Fisher, Wiggins. Your top 5, Epley, Gosh, Dickerson, Weatherholt, Jansen, Gomez, bouncing around now, Jansen, Caston, Gomez, Johnson, and Elliott. 25 seconds now. It's a pretty secure deal right now, assuming these 3 drivers just put it on cruise control and keep it on all 4s. Down the back stretch goes Colin Weatherholt. Weatherholt back around to the front side. Justin Fales to the number 2 spot. CJ Jellin in the 3. Billy Fisher in the 4. Mason Epley in the 5. 3, 2, 1. That is time. So CJ Jellin crossing. He's going to get the free one. So now it's guaranteed bumps for your top 3 as Billy Fisher comes around to finish up in 4th. And Billy is done. And that means Colin Weatherholt, Justin Fales, and CJ Gellin all going to be bumping up to the even semifinal here for Buggy at the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals. It's going to be Colin taking the win. Justin Fales closed that gap up on him, though. So it's Weatherholt taking the win, Fales taking second, and CJ Gellin will be taking third, bumping into the semifinals. What a fantastic race right there for our quarter-even Buggy main. Of course, our LiveRC broadcast this weekend brought to you in part by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a. and Live Time Scoring. Let's send it down to Aaron Waldron for a Raw Speed Race Report with our winner.
First of two quarterfinals here for the 8-scale buggy class. Colin Weatherholt got out front and got to stay in control for most of the race.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky there at the beginning. The top two actually drove over each other on the front section there.
How long is it to hang on to a buggy on such a gnarly track for that amount of time?
It's not so much that it's gnarly, it's that it's high bite and gnarly, so the stuff just gets really edgy. So it starts biting, and then it'll catch around in the ruts.
What was your goal coming into the race? Did you think you have a shot at the semis?
Make the semis, yeah.
You know that you now qualified for the Worlds?
Yep.
Congratulations, Colin. And then Justin Fales, we talked to him a little bit earlier, right? The Serpent buggy. Congratulations on bumping up into the semi.
Thank you.
Did you think you have a shot at making this far?
Honestly, I don't know. I had a lot of trouble in qualifying, but I'm starting to figure out the track now, starting to be a lot more consistent, and it's starting to work out.
Did you, how'd your race go? Was it a hard fight, or did you feel like you were pretty in control the whole time?
Most of the race I was in control. I was doing faster lap times than first, I think. I was just flipping a bit more. So I still need to work on consistency, but other than that, I'm good.
Sometimes I'd crash, sometimes I wouldn't. Cars started cutting out with like a couple minutes to go, so I started getting all scared and everything.
You excited for the semi?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
CJ Gellin taking the third spot here in the semifinals. We got one quarterfinal left to go to set the grid for the second semi.
Okay, so we are back in studio here as we're getting set for our quarter-odd buggy main. We have a very special guest in our studio. Our top qualifier this weekend for our LiveRC chat room is Tony Tiger 68. Yep. Tony Tiger 68, and he is here with us in studio. Tony, where are you coming from?
I came from Brighton, Michigan.
Brighton, okay, how far away is that?
About an hour, 45 minutes from here.
Okay, so you came all the way down here, and now you're hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Came down to see some friends, too. I got a lot of friends down here, obviously. This is one of my home tracks.
Okay, that was my next question for you. Do you race here often?
I do. I have quite a bit over the years. I was actually signed up for this race. I own my own business, though, so work is really crazy right now.
It's tough.
Couldn't justify taking that much time off of work right now.
That's the trouble, and I think the struggle with a lot of people for the Roar Nats is it takes. I mean, if you want to be here for every day, you're basically here a week. You know, it seems like. So
it's a huge commitment.
Yeah, it takes its toll for sure. So you do a lot of local racing yourself. What class do you run?
Mainly Nitro.
Okay.
8-scale buggy and truggy.
Okay, buggy and truggy.
I have raced a lot of electric over the years, but definitely my passion is Nitro.
Okay. Now, what other tracks nearby here? What are some other local tracks you run?
Well, you guys have actually you've met Larry Commissar.
Yes. Yes.
Aaron talked about Larry Commissar quite a bit. Larry actually owns one of the best tracks in the Midwest.
Okay.
It's called simply The Track.
Okay.
And it's a phenomenal facility too. He's got a driver's stand that rivals anybody.
Okay.
He's got 10-scale track and big track for the A scales as well.
Okay.
We've had some big races there. I don't know if you guys recall him, Bill Bridges.
Yeah. Okay, absolutely.
Well, Bill was a very good friend of mine, and amongst many people actually, he was very good friends with a lot of people. But we had the benefit race for Bill every year, and we had that at Larry Commissar's track.
Okay.
And I think one year we had nearly 400 entries.
Yeah, at the track.
Yeah, at the track.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's just a really cool place. You could go on Larry's Facebook page and see it. He's got a really beautiful aerial photograph not long after qualifying at that race. You get to see it all grooved up. It's a clay track. It holds together really well. But yeah,
that's fantastic.
Then in Michigan for indoors, we've got AMS Raceway, which is Mike Sontag and Tater Sontag. That's their track. And then of course Dirt Burners, which is where Bill Bridges came from.
Yeah.
So glad I had a chance to bring up Bill. Unfortunately, Friday was the 4-year anniversary of his passing. So yeah,
That's tough.
Yeah, wish Bill was still with us. He's got a lot of friends, and there's a lot of us that miss him. Racing's never quite been the same since he's been gone.
Yep, the RC community, we were talking about that a little bit. It's a tight. It's almost a family, and whether you personally know somebody or not, it's just when you hear about something like that in the racing community, it just bums everybody out.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a tough deal.
Yeah, Bill was definitely a strong guy. He fought hard, after his illness. But anyway, guys, I'm going to let Aaron have his seat back here. And
before you go, we have to ask you real quick, the buggy final. Who's your pick?
Boy, that's a tough one. My pick, I would love to see Dakota win it. Dakota has been a long time trying to win this race in Nitro Buggy.
Yep.
I believe he has won it in Truggy.
Yep.
He's won just about everything there is in electric. I really would like to put my money on Dakota, but from watching over the weekend, I'm not sure. Tessman's going to be hard to beat, without a doubt.
We'll see.
We'll absolutely see. You never know.
That's right.
If anybody could pull it off, it would be Dakota, without a doubt.
There we go. So we got a Dakota fan in the house.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I've known Dakota since he started racing Nitro. I can remember he was probably 6 or 7 years old when he started racing Nitro.
Was there ever a time Dakota was just terrible? Will you at least make me feel better and say yes?
No, he was never terrible.
Oh, well, see?
I can remember when he was human, though.
You're right. Oh, there you go.
And I can remember racing with Dakota. In fact, I've beat Dakota, myself, a handful of times over the years. Not just luck, there was days, where,
sure.
when he was young.
Sure.
And, you look back at where he's come from and where he's, been and be able to say that you've raced with him for all these years. It's been,
that's fantastic.
It is kind of neat. Yeah. There's a lot of racing history in this area.
That's cool.
Adam Drake actually came from not too far from here.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where he was born originally, but he lived in Saline, Michigan for a while. It's an hour from here.
Wow.
Yep. So,
I've learned a lot about Adam Drake.
That's where it all kind of started. Alan Horn, Bill Bridges, Adam. I'm probably forgetting some names. There's a guy named Ford Price. Those guys all started racing, from this area, and they all met up at a track over in Ohio, not too far from here, called Tarkar. And I believe Watts has been there. A lot of people have been to Tarkar before.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And Adam was actually originally from Michigan.
Wow.
I don't know that he was born there, but
sure.
I know he lived in Michigan for a spell.
Wow. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again for joining us. Thanks for making the trip down. Nice to meet you. Thanks for joining our LiveRC chat.
This is a little bit better than just being on the keyboard.
Yeah, see, there you go. Well, thank you for joining us. Glad you made it out.
All right, thanks, guys.
As we get set to go back to our racing right now, our quarter-odd buggy final getting set to get underway here. And we are off and underway. In this one, we got a lineup of very talented drivers here in this race. We got Anthony Westergaard, Tyler Hooks, Denny, Pavitas, Pannone, Holmberg, Stube, Vale, Schreffler, Heckert, Saxton, Aiden Horn, Chicarillo, and Sousa. So a lineup of very talented drivers on the track. Now, this is a 15-minute race. Your top 3 drivers, of course, will bump to the odds semifinal. As they're working their way around here for lap number 1, we'll see who comes out on top of this one. Anthony Westergaard going to be leading the way. Tanner Denny in the number 2 spot. Drayton Stube in that 3. Kyle Holmberg in the 4. And Tyler Hooks round out your top 5 right now. So Tyler Hooks, Aaron gave him the ultimatum that he's either got to go all the way or just drop out early, or just blow out early. And it looks to me like he is well on his way to try and go all the way as he's sitting 4th. 1 spot out of the bum spot. Still a lot of racing left to go here in this one. But we got a good bout on our hands for 1st and 2nd. Anthony Westergaard out front. Tanner Denny, the TLR driver, in the number 2 spot. Kyle Holmberg, the Kyosho driver, in 3rd. And Drayton Stube in 4th. Tyler Hooks in 5th. Your leaders side by side, wheel to wheel right there, coming down the front section. Westergaard checked up a bit right there and said, all right, go ahead. Let's do this the clean way. Tanner Denny goes on over the top of him right there. And I think Westergaard just wants to make it to the semi. Oh, no. Westergaard and Denny both tumble on the stair step coming down now. So I think they both just want to make it to the semifinals. So Westergaard, he's not too concerned. Oh, look at this. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car pileup involving Westergaard. So that's going to change. Look at this freight train now. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Oh, within the short chute, coming out of the wave. Oh, and more trouble for second and third as they tumble across the line. Back down the front stretch now, Drayton Stube up into the number 2 spot. Kyle Holmberg in the 3, Evan Vale in the 4, Tyler Hooks in the 5. Back into the whoop section they go now. All these drivers right there together. The track's so gnarly right now and so rough. Another driver tumbling. And I got to tell you, these drivers right here at this level on I would say, on any other track, 1 to 2 wrecks maybe in a main event, but this track is so gnarly, taking its toll on these guys. I mean, they're wrecking, once every other lap, it seems like. So, and it's not a lack of skill by any means, that's for sure. Let's watch this. Boom. Down the front stretch they go across the line, and they actually both land back on their wheels. That's incredible right there. That's one way to crash. So those two drivers get tangled, go flipping end over end, and now it's going to be Tanner Denny out front, Evan Vale up into the number 2 spot. And would you look at that? Tyler Hooks up into the number 3 spot now. Tyler Hooks up into the number 2 spot now. So Tyler Hooks down the backstretch. We're following him right now. Tanner Denny trying to check out just a little bit early on here in this one. Here comes Tyler Hooks. So Tyler, primarily an 8-scale racer. We saw him at the 10-scale indoor off-road Nats last year. However, he seems to be a little more at home here in the 8-scale Nat world. As he's working his way through the switchbacks, up and over the catapult he goes in that pink TLR buggy. Anthony Westergaard in the 3 spot. Spencer Heckert right now in the 4 spot, just outside of the bump. We got Austin Pannone, and now it's changing up a little bit as Pannone jumps up to 4th. Heckert drops to 5th. Drayton Stube in 6th. Evan Vale, Jason Schreffler, Aiden Horn, Mark Pavitas, Paul Ciccarillo, Kyle Hornberg, Richard Saxton, and unfortunately Mark Sousa is not out there here in this one. So we're still watching Tyler Hooks in that number 2 spot. He's got Westergaard behind him in 3rd. Oh, and Westergaard tumbles on the stair step. That's going to chip. Pannone now putting the pressure on him as they work their way back up and over the catapult jump. There you see the red and yellow buggy. That is going to be Anthony Westergaard. Austin Pannone going to be right there behind him. Down the backstretch they go, onto the right side, up and over the double, coming back around to the front side now. So Westergaard, Pannone, and Pannone is not alone as he's got Stube and Heckert right behind him as well. Through the whoop section. Oh, Westergaard makes a mistake. Pannone gets into him. And, I thought that driver came through the whoop section. I thought that might have been Tyler Hooks, but it was not. So Westergaard got the pressure. Oh, what a block. Showing the wheel to Anthony Westergaard. Putting the move on him as they head into the wave. Now Westergaard gets out of the line there. So Pannone up into the 3 spot. Westergaard into the 4. Drayton Stube trying to close that gap up on Westergaard as they come down. Drayton Stube getting out in the loose stuff. They're just about flying off into pit lane by accident. 5 minutes into this one, and as you can see, several drivers coming in for pit stops already. Kyle Holmberg spent 17 seconds in the pits. I got a feeling may have had an issue. Same with Richard Saxton, spending 12 seconds in the pits. Saxton well capable of making his way into the semi. Of course, a champion in himself. And there is Tyler Hooks. Hooks makes a mistake now. Tyler Hooks drops to 3rd. The pink TLR buggy, and he traction rolls at the end of the back straight. So Tyler Hooks unable to make the double on the right side. He loses 2 positions now. Tanner Denny to the front. Austin Pannone into 2nd. Westergaard into 3rd. Tyler Hooks works his way back up into the number 4 spot now as he chases down Westergaard into the whoop section. And just I say that, though, Hooks goes upside down. That's going to allow Evan Vale now. Vale up into the 4 spot. Heckert in the 5 spot. Hooks drops to 6th. 5:50 down, 9:10 to go. This is the quarter odd buggy final here in this one. As they're coming back around to the front side now.
If you missed the truck class final in which Ty Tessman just won a record-tying 4th championship, you can see a replay on our homepage. As we try to determine the starting grid for the odd semi here. Tanner Denny, Austin Pannone, Anthony Westergaard. Mike, how's the race gone so far?
Sorry, caught me in a mid-stretch / yawn. I know.
A strawn, if you will.
A strawn, yes. No, I tell you what, this race is going really well. Tanner Denny got out front early on, and I don't think he has any intention of giving that spot up. The battle, though, has been between Austin Pannone, Westergaard, Heckert, Vale, and Tyler Hooks. Tyler was running up there just for you in the bump spot, and then he thought of you, I believe, and he said, you know what, up now. So Hooks now back up in the 8 spot. He was down a little bit further there. So it's Tanner Denny out front, Austin Pannone in 2nd, Westergaard in 3rd. They're spreading out just a little bit now. Oh, Westergaard getting lucky on the front section there, bouncing from wheel to wheel. You know something that we haven't seen a lot of? These cars and hard crashes these guys are taking, there's really, all things considering, these cars are holding up tremendously. I mean, you look back, if they would have been doing this 5-10 years ago, these cars wouldn't have, I mean, half these guys wouldn't have been finishing.
No, and I think that's been one of the nice things about this track being so tough and so slow in many areas, is that even the most catastrophic crashes don't result in broken parts. So one of the many reasons why I really like the way the track is shaken out.
Well, and there we see our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam. We got Galen McCreary standing there. I believe he's going to be pitting, or did pit for Tanner Denny. So Tanner made his pit stop last time around with a 7.5 second pit stop. Fast pit right now belongs to Aiden Horn with a 7.2 second pit stop. Got some rough ones too. We got Holmberg with a 17.5. It's still going to be Denny, Pannone, Westergaard, Hooks, Bale, Stube, Horn, Heckert, Chicarillo, Treffler, Pavitas, Saxton, Holmberg, and Sousa.
Looks like Pannone and Westergaard not too far apart. Just pick up here with race leader Tanner Denny tiptoeing his way through the whoop-de-doo section. And now heading through the S-turn to the crater jump, or the 6-1, half dozen the other, 6-6, 36.
Yep.
6 half dozen. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that was. Nope, not what I thought. Okay.
Tanner Denny.
Nope. Jinx. Austin Pannone, Anthony Westergaard running in the second spot. Hooks up to fourth, but
wow,
quite a ways behind Westergaard. I'll have to see exactly what it is when he comes by the finish line here.
So Tyler Hook's best shot right now would be a 10-minute pit stop, but I don't think he's going to pull that.
Well, yeah, that won't. I mean, they've only pitted the one time, and they'll only need to pit the once. So.
Oh, that's right. This is only a
15-minute race, right?
That's
so
right. Yeah.
He does have 5 whole minutes left, and if he can start chipping away here, I think he's right about like 8 seconds behind or so.
So 4:45 left to go. Tanner Denny. Fast lap in this one, actually, Mark Sousa with a 32.4. Unfortunately, Mark is running in the 14th spot, 6 laps down. Did not get out there, I don't believe, for the start. Or if he did, he had a problem on lap 1. So Tanner Denny crossed the line. Austin Pannone in the number 2 spot. Anthony Westergaard in that 3.
And Westergaard is really the one that's, can't say in danger, but he does at least have someone behind him. He's 5 seconds behind. Actually, only 3.8 seconds behind Pannone. So Westergaard starting to chip away at that gap a little bit. Picked up a couple of tenths on that last lap. And let's see where Tyler Hooks is.
So there's Westergaard.
Hooks is 10.8 seconds behind Westergaard. So that's gonna be tricky.
It's gonna be tricky, but the thing about it is, with 4 minutes to go, man, that is. What does that equal out to be? How many laps they got left? Let's see, roughly 8 laps?
Sure,
we'll go with that.
Sound wrong?
7 to 8 laps here and left in this one, so a lot can happen there. We're looking at Westergaard right now. Westergaard in that final transfer position as he's working his way up on a bit of lap traffic, driving the queue. He goes. Lap traffic rolling that double, letting him on by.
What a sketchy jump, too, because they're trying to land right up on the top and get the car settled before dropping down the stairway to hell.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
Westergaard just tiptoeing through the wave. It's like the water was really cold and he didn't want to,
be conservative, but you can't be too conservative at the same time for fear that 4th and 5th may catch back up. And Evan Vale now has taken over the number 4 spot. So Evan Vale and Tyler Hooks have swapped position. Evan Chicarillo back. Now Aiden Horn up into the 6. Chicarillo in the and Holmberg, your running order. Tanner Denny still out front. Really, Tanner right now is only 4.8 seconds ahead of Austin Pannone. So Tanner got out front early on, and has been relatively unchallenged in this race. However, he hasn't really gapped the field. And Westergaard, that was the mistake. right there that Tyler Hooks needs.
Yeah,
He's
going to need a few of
more.
those.
Yeah, Westergaard.
Oh. He just for a jump in which proceeds a right and coming up for the whoops, but could be having 3 young drivers here jumping into the semis.
So now working their way into the semis each has 14. So if you were doing the letter system, as I'd like to call it, it'd be your top 28 drivers, which would be basically
A and B.
Your A and B, correct. So these guys, if it was the ladder system, they're trying to work their way into what you would consider the A and B group kind of mixed together. For those of you out there wondering kind of where they rank up, if it was an A and a B and a C main, that kind of thing. 1 minute left to go here in this one. Tanner Denny in control. He has been in control from, I believe, the start, if not pretty much close to the start. Austin Pannone in the number 2 spot. Anthony Westergaard in the 3 spot. Tyler Hooks in 4th. Evan Vale rounding out your top 5 right now, followed up by Horn, Schreffler, Heckert, Pavitas, Saxton, Chicarillo, Sousa, Stube, and Holmberg. Talk about a throwback Thursday. Mark Pavitas and Richard Saxton racing each other in 9th and 10th. And with 20 seconds left to go, we're looking at Tanner Denny as he comes around to the front side. Denny coming back around into the whoop section now. Up and over the staircase, double dropping down. Austin Pannone in 2nd. And Anthony Westergaard has not yet crossed the line. Where is Westergaard? There's Westergaard. And now Evan Vale going to be right there behind him with time expiring. This is going to be the last lap. We have got a battle for the final bump. Here comes Tanner Denny. Denny is going to get the win. The battle between Westergaard and Vale. Oh, and Westergaard goes upside down. So now Evan Vale into the number 3 spot. Unbelievable right now for Evan Vale. Up and over the double. Now Vale makes a little bit of a mistake. Vale swapping back and forth through the wave. One final time. He's got to be all nerves right now. Down the backstretch they go. One final corner. Here comes Vale. Up and over the double. And he has done it. Evan Vale on the last lap takes over the bump spot from Anthony Westergaard. What a turn of events. So Tanner Denny, Austin Pannone, and Evan Vale will now be going on to our quarter semifinal. Wow, what a race right there. Let's send it down to Aaron Walden for a Raw Speed race report.
Tanner Denny taking a relatively easy win here in the quarterfinal, just getting some extra track time for the semi.
Yeah, which was easy. That track is probably the hardest track I've ever driven on. This weekend for me has been really hard. I've been up and down. Well, I won't say really any ups at all, but been a lot of downs all week. Been chasing setup. Driver's been terrible, so we'll see if I can take some lines I made out there and take them to the semi and see what happens.
That race, comparatively to what you're about to get into, maybe a little bit on the boring side. Was it difficult to stay engaged?
Yeah, it was hard just not knowing really what was going on. But it's probably the best it could be, because if you're racing with people, then
it's like Tanner sort of got yourself into position and you were good.
Yeah, the speed's been in the car all weekend, just the driver hasn't been there. Driver finally decided to show up today. Got a good, consistent run. Really happy with it. I just want to give a shout-out to Porkchop sitting at home. He's really helped me. Gave me a lot of setup tips and really got the car dialed for this weekend.
Was the semi your goal? Did you kind of meet what you were looking to do?
Actually, my goal was like top 50, but, we're killing it. So, pretty happy making the semis. That puts us in the top 30, which is good. So,
yeah, now you're qualified for the Worlds, too.
Yeah, pretty excited about that. Told Mom and Dad that if I make it, they're sending me. So, we're going to be headed to Australia in 2018.
Congratulations, Austin.
Thank you.
And then Evan Vale getting the final transfer spot in the last lap there. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a rough start, but I just held in there and never gave up. So I don't even know what to say.
You haven't been able to sit still since you crossed the finish line up here. You were pumping your fist. Was this not what you expected?
Not at all, honestly. I was just trying to finish the race. And I I'm just happy. I can't explain it.
Anybody you want to say thank you to?
All my family and friends and my sponsors. I just can't thank you enough. So thank you.
Congratulations, Evan.
Thank you.
Now we know who's going to be racing the semifinals. We've still got a lot of racing left to go.
And we are back in studio now as we get set for our first semifinal, the even semi coming up next. What a wild and crazy weekend of racing we've had here from State Line Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Of course, we want to thank all of you, the LiveRC viewers, for tuning in. We've got our semifinals coming up, and then we'll head into our final to crown our 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road Nitro Buggy National Champion. Ty Tessman is the champion in our truck class, and we'll see if he can do it again in our buggy class. He'll be starting in this one. Once again, our LiveRC broadcast this weekend brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a., and of course, Live Time Scoring. Those drivers working their way back out there. As we get set now for the semifinals, we're going to step away here for just a minute. We will be right back here for race number 31, our even semifinal here at the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals.
This is the ProTech RC LS5. It's a 5-port long-stroke .21 nitro engine, perfect for buggies and great for truck. It features everything you'd expect, like an easy-to-tune, heat-resistant carburetor, turbo plug, large cooling head, and explosive power, all at a price point that blows away the competition. When you need unbelievable torque and gallon-after-gallon reliability, head on over to A-Main Hobbies and pick up the ProTech LS5.
And we are back. As race number 31, our even semifinal, getting set to take the track. In this one, we've got Jared Tebow starting number 1 on the grid, Ryan Cavallari starting 2nd, Dakota Finn starting 3rd, Cody King starting 4th, Tanner Stees starting 5th, Joe Bornhorst starting 6th, Blake Pickett starting 7th, Michael Page starting 8th, Alex Kay starting 9th, Griffin Hanna starting 10th, Tyler Jones starting 11th, Colin Weatherholt starting 12th, Justin Fales starting 13th, and CJ Jellin starting in the number 14 spot. This will be a 30-minute as these guys getting all checked in right now. We saw, of course, Colin Weatherholt, Justin Fales, and CJ Jellin literally 15 minutes ago on the track for their 15-minute final. So these guys getting some serious track time today, that is for sure. As they ran their 15-minute race. Now this is a 30-minute race, so that's going to be a total of 45 minutes. If they transfer out of this into the final, that is a 60-minute race. So 1 full hour, which is that is a lot of driving. That is for sure. And separates the men from the boys, I guess you might say, in crowning a champion. That's for sure. These guys are all getting checked in right now. Again, in this one, we've got Thibaut Cavalieri, Fend, King, Stees, Bornhorst, Pickett, Page, Alex K, Hannah, Jones, Weatherholt, Bales, and Jellin. As you can see, the pit crews working their way onto the back straight right now, getting set to get lined up. Take a look here at our J Concepts track map. How about track cam, track map, track cam, same difference? Off and underway. Here we go. Semi number 1 and trouble right out of the gate. I believe that was Dakota Finn with all sorts of trouble. It is going to be the Kyosho of Jared Tebow leading the way here in this one. Tebow out front leading us out. Ryan Cavalieri in the number 2 spot. Cody King in the 3 spot. These two racers have raced together for many, many years and have put together some fine racing. And I've talked to Jared before. I've talked to Ryan before. These two drivers definitely like racing one another. They know what each other drive like. They know what they're going to be doing on the track, and they are able to race clean, but yet close at the same time. So Jared Tebow, Ryan Cavalieri jumping out of the gate early on here in this one, 1 and 2. Cody King in that number 3 spot. First and second, already trying to stretch it out just a little bit. They are going to be 1.5 seconds ahead of third. 1 lap into this one. Tebow with a little bit of trouble in the whip section there. He regains his composure. Ryan Cavalieri checks up on the double, and just as I talked about, these two work together well on the track. Obviously, they are competitors, but at the same time, they have respect. Oh, no! Ryan Cavalieri comes up short on the catapult. That rolls him upside down in the center section of that, and that is going to cost him tremendously. So now Cody King has worked his way into the number 2 spot, followed up by Mikey Page of RJD Hobbies. So Mikey Page now putting the pressure on Cody King. Fantastic run for Page now. King, the HB Racing driver. Mikey Page, the team associated driver. Side by side, Page has got the inside.
Wisely backed off there as it didn't look like Cody was going to shut off going down the stairway to hell.
Up and over that double once again. Man, the cars, they get kicked weird off of that as these we've gotten into the semifinals. It seems like every car gets kicked kind of barrel rolled to the left, it almost seems like.
Yeah, the face of that jump just getting worse and worse. They're still sort of loaded to the left side coming out of the right-hand turn preceding it, and I think they're kind of trying to get the car starting to turn to the right anyway because the next corner begins before the landing ramp ends. So just a really tricky, tough section made even more extreme by the fact that the faces started to wear away.
Well, absolutely. And Mikey Page there giving a little bump to Cody King. This is once again your battle for second and third. Jared Tebow trying to check out early on here in this one. And we saw Jared Tebow. He's out. Oh, Ryan Cavalieri, more troubles for him. He gets up on that outside pipe. He's going to go a little bit wide. That's going to let Tanner Stees, the X-Ray driver, sneak by. And Tanner goes wide now and gives the spot right back to Ryan. Ryan moving now back up to the made that miss down in the middle of that, and that cost him. So now he's back in the number 3 spot as of right now.
Out of each semi, and then whichever 7th place finisher is faster.
Okay, so top 6 plus the 7th place finisher, and of course our top qualifier, Ty Tessman, who is already locked into the main event. So now we're watching that fight right now as Ryan Cavallari has worked his way up into the number 3 spot. Michael Page dropping back. So it's now Cavallari, Stees, and Page, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Meanwhile, it's Tebow and Cody King, former teammates, 1st and 2nd.
For a long time, both of them raced for Kyosho.
Very true. Cody King making the switch from Kyosho to HB Racing. And down the front stretch, that's the battle right now that we're watching between Michael Page in the orange, yellow, and purple, and Tanner Stees in the purple, white, and blue.
And that's for 4th, which would be the first beneficiary of a mistake or a problem for any of the top 3. Alex Koskiuszek trying to maintain some of that magic he saw or found in the truck class. Work his way up to another bump up today on Sunday at the Nationals. King out of shape on the first double. Doesn't look like anyone's.
No, in your full running order right now with 4:15 down is going to be Jared Tebow first, Cody King second, Ryan Cavallari third, followed up by Page, Alex K, Stees, Finn, Jellin, Weatherholt, Pickett, Bornhorst, Fales, Jones, and Hannah. So right now, Dakota Finn sitting 7th. He is the one just outside of the direct transfer. So the only shot
to the race for him. Huh?
Yes. Now, if it finished the way it sits right now, if Dakota Finn was the fastest 7th place finisher out of the 2 semis, he would then transfer. But that is his only shot as a 7th place finisher.
And he is like 10 seconds behind Koskiuszek. So
it's going to be tough for him, that's for sure. And some of the other drivers like CJ Jellin, obviously a bump driver, he wants to make it up. But I think he's probably pretty happy that he's in the semi, let alone the final.
New personal best for Dakota Fenn that lap, 33.016, and he made up 3 seconds on Koskiuszek. So actually, looks like the gap may be just 5 seconds, not quite as extreme as we thought. And we know Dakota's going to have a little bit more of that big race experience and handle the pressure a little bit better than Koskiuszek here.
That's a long race, too.
Yeah.
Long race.
Koskiuszek less than 1.2 seconds behind team associated teammate Michael Page. So, and now Fenn dropping to 8th behind CJ Jellin. So the middle of the field here is really going to be the battle to watch, although can't ignore what Jared Tebow's doing out front.
So, and just as I started to talk about him there, we saw Jared Tebow. He TQ'd in commanding fashion. He looked pretty confident round 1 of qualifying in buggy, and just kind of slowly, not going to say slowly went downhill, but
just wasn't able to regain that magic.
Correct. And so he is out front now. He looks pretty strong out here in this one. He's got a 5.2 second lead over Ryan Cavallari, who's worked his way back to 2nd. Michael Page in 3rd, Tanner Stees in 4th, Alex K in 5th. Cody King was running 2nd. He's dropped to 6th now. The one I'm keeping my eye on as well is in our 12th place spot, Joe Bornhorst. Joe having a little bit of a rough run here in this one, so we'll see if he can work his way up into the top 6 spots and advance onto the final as well.
And it's difficult to say this because he was 2nd qualifier, but Tebow is typically known more for his prowess in heads-up racing, and especially these longer main events, than he is for being able to go out and put down just a smoking fast 5-minute run. So, and we know he's been excited about the track. As you said, we talked to him after that first TQ run. He was excited about how he and Joe had been working together to get that car moving and get it figured out for this. And if he goes out and wins the semi like this, I think he's going to go into the final with just a ton of confidence, and who knows, could win his 2nd title.
And a little bump in there as Alex K gives Tanner Stees a little boost and is able to get by him there. So Tanner Stees now dropped to the number 4 spot. Alex moving up into the number 3 spot. You know something, and you could...
Koskiuszek there with the mistake, as you were saying that.
You may have a little bit better answer to this, but a lot of these drivers, now this is the 30-minute main. You hear a lot of these drivers after the mains and stuff, well, I changed tires last minute. What is the reasoning behind changing tires last minute? And will, for instance, I know, like Tebow's been one of them that...
Stees and Koskiuszek going into pit lane. Tebow is saying what, sorry?
I was just going to... Tebow's one of them that, either he or his mechanic or somebody has decided, hey, we need to change tires for this race. What is the thought process behind that? Because I've always been one, if your tires are working, why would you change?
Well, especially as 8-scale racing has progressed over the last several years, we've gone to smaller pin tires. It used to just be everyone ran Crime Fighters, which now is a big block pin. So, as the tires have gotten better, they've gotten more aggressive with tire strategy. You run qualifying tires that may not last 30 minutes. and you hear, like Ryan Mayfield said in the after the Truggy final, the tires that he went out on were much better when the sun was out versus when the clouds came over and blocked the sun and the track temperature dropped. So I think a lot of the changes there, especially the last minute changes, are, well, let's look at the cloud cover. Is the cloud cover going to change? Do we think the track's going to be any different 30 minutes from now than it is now? And also, are we going to try to go for something that's going to be faster at the beginning of the race and may not last as long? Or are we going to try to go for something that may not be as fast in the beginning when track position is more important? You give up a little bit of that track position at the beginning. Is someone tumbling out of the lane there? I think that was Steve.
Yeah, I think it was.
And so you give up a little bit of that track position at the beginning to have something later at the end. And, you know, with RC being such a mental game, I think sometimes the drivers kind of psych themselves out, and, you know, it's really a crapshoot then if those last-minute decisions work out for the better or worse.
Yeah, I agree, and hopefully all the drivers have good luck with their tires. But, again, we've noticed this weekend no one specific tire brand or tire tread or anything seems to be more dominant than the other. It's just a whole lot of factors put into one. We're now watching Ryan Cavallari from Team Associated in that number 2 spot. Jared Tebow, of course, out front. Cavallari and Alex Kay, teammates, 2nd and 3rd for Team Associated. Tanner Stees, the X-Ray driver, in 4th. C quarterfinal. He's your TQ. You're starting first for the 15 and under final. And now he's looking to make it into the final with a 5th place finish. Still a lot of time to go. We're only 10 minutes in, 20 to go. Michael Page, the number 6 spot, Tyler Jones. And now look, Dakota Finn and Joe Bornhorst slowly working their way back up in there as well.
You're right. Dakota was down, you know, to the 8th. And it's still an 8th. He was down to 9th. We'll have to see if he opted for a tire that may be a little bit better at the end of the race because he had such an ugly start. You know, there's still a lot of time left. The race is only 1/3 of the way through.
That's very true.
But, you know, I can only imagine, like, Dakota, you heard a gentleman that stopped in here after being in our chat room the whole time. It's been so tough, I think, for Dakota to keep going to this race, knowing that he's literally won every other Roar Off-Road National Championship there is.
Yep.
Except this one. And so I think for this to be at his father-in-law's house and not even make the main, I mean, that would be
pretty tough.
Yeah. Here is Michael Page running in the 6th spot. So that would be the final. Oh, actually, he's in 5th now. The last direct transfer position to the championship main event. Well, 6th would be, which is what CJ Jellen's in at the moment. Page going a little wide. Jellen trying to jump to the inside.
I think that might be Tanner Stees right there in front of Michael Page.
Oh, 3-way battle.
Yeah, so I think Stees may have had a little bit of trouble there on the front straight, which allowed Page. Oh, Page making a mistake now. CJ Jellen is trying to close that gap up on him. Oh, CJ getting right up behind him there. Down the back straight they go, coming around with 11:45 down, 8:15 to go. Everybody's made their first round of pit stops. Here they come through. Oh, CJ clipping that inside pipe, tumbling. So that knocks CJ back just a little bit. Tanner Stees getting a little wild. Here comes Page. Michael Page looking for the inside line on him. Not quite close enough to make it happen.
This is one of the gnarliest tracks I've seen in a very long time.
It is wild.
I thought it was so funny when Cody King told me outside. Oh, Steve's out of shape. Page gets by.
Page actually helped him, though, as he went by. He actually spun him back around.
Cody King told me he was scared to even put his buggy on the track just because it's so gnarly.
Oh, and Page getting loose coming off that drop away. Catches that inside pipe, catches it again. So that's going to cost him some valuable time, and it looks like that may drop him back just a bit as CJ Jellen going to move up ahead of him. I don't think Tyler Jones has moved up ahead of him.
No, I think that was Griffin Hanna that got by him, but he's a lap down.
So right now, Tanner Stees in that final transfer spot in the number 6 spot. Tyler Jones in the 7th place spot.
He would have to wait to get in on time. Jones is...
That's going to be a long 30 minutes for whoever finishes 7th.
Jones actually just 0.4 of a second behind Tanner Stees.
So closing the gap up.
6 seconds back to Dakota in 8th. So Dakota's... I mean, he's not running out of time, but he does need to start moving.
Yeah, absolutely. That's for sure. And that's, you look at some of these guys' lap times, and these guys are all pretty dang close with their laps. So just a few mistakes is really all that separates these guys. And trying to make that time back up can be extremely difficult. And more so difficult on a track that, they don't wreck in it at all in a 5-minute race or something. I think makes things a little more exciting when you got guys crashing here and there and that kind of thing, because it kind of bunches every second lead on Ryan Cavallari. We're looking at that battle now for 6th between Jones and Stees. Tyler Jones has worked his way into 6th now in the pink and blue down the back straight. Tanner Stees behind him in the blue, white, and purple. I think what pink, white, and blue
seem to be popular this weekend.
Yeah, it's really popular.
He's into the following bump because there was no lip.
And it looked like trouble there. Not sure which pink, white, and blue one that was. Whether that was Jones, it looks like maybe. So Steve's now going to be moving back up into the number 6 spot. Jones drops to 7th. Back around to the front side. Won't be long. We'll be seeing some more pit stops.
Pretty sketchy to be doing anything but a double, single, double through the front anymore. A lot of the buggy drivers have been used to going triple, double.
And Dakota Finn now, as we just saw, has snuck into the view of camera.
In the 8th position.
Yeah, so Dakota Finn, the TLR driver, is closing in on his TLR teammate of Tyler Jones. Somebody is upside down. Which one is that? That was Tanner Stees, I believe. So Dakota Finn now is into the number 7 spot. Dakota may make his way all the way to the main here in this one. It's going to be close. Oh, good save. And right there, I got a feeling that right there is where experience comes in, because Dakota knew not to punch it to get over the pipe. Just calmly drive over to it, and you can hop over that pipe.
Yeah, he saw well in advance there. He knew he was going to land outside of the lane. Kept under control, slowed down, rolled over the pipe, and then got back on the gas instead of panicking and making it worse.
Absolutely. So we're looking at, got our pit stop times down here in the bottom left side, and we're looking at our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam as these guys coming in.
There's Bales, I believe.
In and out.
A 7.2 for Mikey Page and a 7.5.
How about that? A 6.420 for Jared Tebow, your leader.
Yeah, the fastest stop of that round of pits.
Yeah, and fast lap of the race now goes to Tyler Jones.
Wow.
32.3 on lap 28. They're on lap 29 right now. So.
And 2 laps ago, Mikey Page did a personal best, 32.753.
Wow.
So those 2 drivers, and those are the drivers right on the cusp here. Tebow out of shape going into the pit lane. That might allow, Cavallari, Cavallari's going to take over the lead, because he's already pitted a second time, and he's only half second back at the finish line there, and that was before Jared made the mistake.
So Cavallari now up into the number 1 spot. There you see Ryan Cavallari working his way over the stair step. There's Jared Tebow. And I believe, is that Stees they got between them? I think that might be Tanner Stees, our 8th place driver.
Look at Jared Tebow, half second faster in pit lane again than anybody else. Joe Pillar's on it with that fuel gun.
And I believe Joe is solo pitting, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Well, with it being a clockwise track, the tank's on the left side, so it's actually probably easier.
Yeah.
Might have been Cavallari that just crashed. Yeah, Tebow
it was
getting by him going into sector 2.
So it's now Jared Tebow out front once again. Ryan Cavallari 2nd. Alex Kay in the 3 spot. Tyler Jones in the 4. CJ Jellin in the 5. Michael Page in the 6th. And Dakota Finn in the 7th. So Dakota right now is trying to catch up to Michael Page.
Got a Savox instant replay here. Here's Tebow through the front section over the tabletop. Cavallari at the top of the screen, though, hitting the pipe, rolling it over, getting stuck on the pipe.
That's what cost him right there. Tebow snuck on by. And there you see our leaders, Jared Tebow and Ryan Cavallari, and right there behind him is Dakota Finn. Now, with that being said, now is Dakota Finn's opportunity to try and kind of latch on to these guys, maybe learn what they're doing a little bit different. These guys are racing hard.
Yeah.
Back and forth they go. But try and latch onto him a little bit, and maybe they will pull him up to where he needs to be to pass Tyler Jones. Who knows?
Long-time former teammates here, Jared and Ryan.
and raced together all along. Both of them have finished on the podium at the Worlds. Both of them are national champions. Jared coming up short on the launch ramp double, and Ryan getting around the outside to take the lead.
And both, ironically, are 10-scale world champions in both two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive classes.
Yep.
But both are missing a world championship in 8-scale buggy.
That's true. I know Ryan's best finish at the 8-scale Worlds was second in 2014. And I think Tebow's best finish was back in 2010 when Cody King won. Tebow was third.
As they work their way onto the backside of the track right now, Ryan Cavalieri leading us out. Jared Tebow in that 2 spot. Alex K in the 3. CJ Jones and Michael Page.
It'd be interesting to see how much Jared pushes the issue here. Actually, both of them running Maxima MX engines and fuel, too. So teammates in that regard.
True.
Yeah.
And Ryan making the jump this year from
AKA to J Concept.
Yes, and Jared making the jump from Proline to AKA.
Yeah,
so,
back to AKA after 1 year hiatus.
Everybody kind of changing things up. I believe, is that Tyler Jones there right behind him?
Yeah, it looks like Tyler's having a problem with the front suspension.
So that could be the answer, though, for Dakota
he's
Finn.
Still in 6th.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Dakota Finn may be in luck here in this one.
Still a long time left to go, 9:45, but that might be the lucky break that Dakota hasn't had all race long.
Uh-oh.
All weekend long.
Turn marshal's running. Who is that they're marshaling?
I think that was Fails.
Thought maybe it was Tebow that got caught in that.
No, but Dakota's right behind Tyler Jones.
Yeah,
Jones' car is definitely wounded.
There goes Finn. Finn now has worked his way into the number 6 spot. So Finn is in a transfer position now to the final. As they work their way back around to the left-hand side. Maybe all Finn needed was our LiveRC chatter, Tony Type. It looks like Tyler Jones, that front left shock on the top is definitely not attached to that shock tower. So.
Tough break for the 2015 junior champion.
He's still driving that car extremely well, though.
Considering.
Considering the track and everything. I mean, that makes the car extremely hard to drive anyway, but.
Right, it'd be tough on a groom track.
It really would, yeah. And Ryan Cavalieri out front right now. Jared Tebow in second. Alex K in third.
Dakota that just let somebody go?
It's possible. Blake Pickett is right behind him, so a good battle now between.
Oh, man, yeah, 0.3 of a second there.
Yeah, Dakota Finn and Blake Pickett, car 3 and car 7.
Looks like Dakota coming up a little short, jumping to the stairway to hell.
Another mistake.
No.
There's so many cars right there together, and I believe
that's Pickett ahead of Dakota, I think.
Yes, so Pickett now moving his way into the transfer position. No, that's Tanner Stees now.
Oh.
So Tanner
Stees has been there, though.
Into the 6th spot. Dakota Finn dropping to 7th.
And Pickett has lost a couple of positions.
Yes, and now Dakota back up into the 6th spot. Stees drops to 7th. Flip-flop, flip-flop. Through the whip section, and we're looking at Dakota Finn right now.
I'm actually wearing tennis shoes.
Yes, you are.
Koski Ushak only 1.2 seconds behind Tebow.
So he's really picked up the pace here in this one as
young
well.
Connecticutor starting to make his way. Yeah, believe it or not.
All right, fair enough. 7 minutes left to go here in this one. We got our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam.
So one-man pit stop for, I think that was Alex K.
Good pit stop as well.
Yep, J.R. Mitch from J Concept helping him out. I like how the pitman there in the gray t-shirt threw the car back down. He walked away like, what? What? He was going to pick a fight with the next car that came in.
Jared Tebow has now taken over the lead from Ryan Cavalieri as Cavalieri drops to 2nd. 1.6 seconds back from Tebow. Alex K going to be in 3rd still. CJ Jellin in 4th. Michael Page in 5th. Dakota Finn in that final transfer spot at this time. And he is going to be 2.5 seconds ahead of Tanner Stees, followed up by Tyler Jones, Blake Pickett, Colin Weatherholt, Joe Bornhorst, Griffin Hanna, Justin Fales, and Cody King.
Closest battle right now is still CJ John. Never mind. How interesting would this be with a couple of younger racers, Alex Koskiuszek, CJ Jellin, Michael Page making it into the final? It'd be great if we see, frankly, either Tanner Stees or Tyler Jones making it in there on time as they swap the 7th spot back and forth a few times here. Dakota Fenn still trying to work his way closer to Michael Page and the rest of the field. See if Koskiuszek is able to reel in Jared Tebow. Tebow hasn't yet pitted for a 3rd time, and so we don't know yet what that gap's going to be after pit stop cycle through. Cavallari was just ahead of Tebow before Tebow ducking into pit lane here. So Koskiuszek may have something for Tebow.
So Tyler Jones still holding on to that fast lap of the race with a 32.3. Ryan Cavallari out front, leading the way, though. Jared Tebow in the number 2 spot. We're following Jared right now.
And is that, I think that's Koskiuszek behind him.
I believe you might be right.
It's a yellow and red car, but yeah, that is. So here is the battle for 2nd. Tebow and Koskiuszek.
Here they come down the front stretch now. You see them taking the safe line at this point.
I live in the New England area. I know how little Koskiuszek can get to run outdoors. Dakota Fenn into pit lane as well.
Oh, in trouble for Jared Tebow.
But a big break there for Koskiuszek.
Oh, he takes out the bucket.
Beat it, bucket. Oh, and he stopped there. That was cool because he knew he cut that corner off.
Yes, so that was good thinking, quick thinking on Jared's part to make sure that he doesn't get docked whatsoever for that.
Yeah.
Very quick thing. You know, I've seen a lot of the times these drivers will do that, and I don't think they intentionally, or some guys are, but don't intentionally cut the track by any means because they don't want to risk that. I think just the adrenaline pump and that kind of thing, they don't even think to stop.
It's just like, what's the shortest distance for me to get back on the track?
Correct.
And that often means cutting the corner.
Correct. Not really thinking about the consequences or meaning to do it. Ryan Cavallari. Oh.
That's the sign of experience, though, that he didn't make a mistake and then make it worse.
That is true.
Like we saw with who was it that jumped off the edge of the track over there? Dakota.
Yes. Yep.
Here's Koskiuszek working his way into the whoop section.
Uh-oh. Working his way upside down.
A little too fast going in through there. Still maintaining the 2nd spot.
Here comes Jared Tebow. Jared Tebow closing the gap up on him now. Michael Page in 4th. CJ Jellin still in 5th. Now Blake Pickett is up to 6th. Dakota has dropped to 7th. So things changing up a bit now for Finn. 3 minutes left to go. This is that battle for the final transfer spot into our final. Into the wave they go. This is the battle down the backstretch. Blake Pickett on the right side. Of course, the orange and blue yellow wheels TLR of Dakota Finn right there behind him, and Tanner Stees right behind them. So we've got a 3-way battle now for that final transfer spot.
Well, yeah, 3-way battle for a direct transfer spot and a purgatory spot.
And Tanner Stees goes upside down. Yeah. So Dakota Finn now up into the number 6 spot looking for. Blake giving him a bump. Blake turns him all the way around. There goes Tanner Stees now. So, Blake Pickett showing Dakota Finn the wheel, and that puts Tanner Stees in 7th, and that knocks Dakota Finn. And Pickett goes upside down now.
Justice for Pickett, frankly. That was not a clean move, and he should have stopped.
Wow.
And then Stees out of shape. Finn hits him. They get stuck again.
There goes
Page
Pickett.
goes by, right?
Page.
He's already
in that. So
who is that? Page's buggy?
Yes, it is. So but he's trying to put a lap on him.
So it's still Pickett
trying to get by these two.
Yikes! 140 left to go. This is kind of panic time for Dakota. He's got to get at least in the 7th to have a shot at time. But if they're battling like this, they're going to slow themselves down anyway.
So right now, he is in Dakota Finn in that 8th place spot. He's got to get to, like Aaron said, at least 7th to even have a shot. For a direct transfer, though, he's got to get to 6th. Somebody going upside down there. And that was Michael Page, which is a lap ahead of him, so he's not in this battle. So now Dakota Finn working his way through the corner. Finn hitting the inside of the wave there. Down the back. Transfer spot is up for grabs. Coming down in the number 7 spot. Blake Pickett in the 6th spot. So Blake Pickett in the race. Dakota Finn pushing on Tanner Stees now. Finn to the inside. Finn up into 7th now. So Finn now in the 7th place spot to where he potentially has a shot at making the final. Stees shows him a little wheel there. Stees checks up though. Down the backstretch they go, 35 seconds. They're going to cross the line. They're going to get one more after this one. Onto the right side now. Down the front stretch they go. So Finn, oh wow! Tanner Stees jumping into the back of Finn, puts them both upside down. And right now Finn just fighting right now to hold on to 7th, let alone a direct transfer to 6th. So Blake Pickett in that number 6 spot. Up and over the catapult. Here comes Finn. Time is going to expire. 3, 2, 1. That's time. They'll be doing when they cross the line. Blake Pickett, all he's got to do is make this corner up and over the double. Here comes Blake Pickett. Blake Pickett has got it. The final direct transfer for Blake Pickett. Michael Page is done in 4th. Wow. And ladies and gentlemen, taking your semi-even win, Ryan Cavallari, the team associated driver out of California, taking the win here in this one. Ryan Cavallari. Alex Kay going to be coming around for that number 2 spot, it looks like. Followed up by the Kyosho of Jared Tebow in 3rd, Michael Page in 4th, CJ Jellin in the number 5 spot, and Blake Pickett in 6th. Those 6 drivers, a direct transfer to the 2017 Roar 8-scale off-road fuel national 8-scale buggy final. Dakota Finn in the number 7 spot. We're going to sit it down now to Aaron Waldron for another Raw Speed Race Report.
Ryan Cavallari taking the semifinal win. You look good. You got to feel good.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I mean, I made some mistakes at the beginning and kind of fell back and then put some good laps together, found some, getting a win and see how everything goes now.
Congratulations, Ryan.
Thank you.
And then finishing up the 2nd spot here. Who finished 2nd now? Yeah, Alex. Dude, that was awesome. Congratulations on a great run.
Thank you. Car was great. Track's rough and it's fun.
You decided to make the buggy main here at the Nationals?
Yeah, finally.
Finally, you tried this once or twice, huh?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, Alex. Finishing up here in the 3rd spot, Jared Tebow. That was kind of a hard-fought race for everybody, but you still got it in there and got a shot at the championship.
Yeah, my car started out really good. Sorry, I can't see my eye. I got something in my eye. I don't know. My shocks just felt like they just overheated. I could barely go around. I had a lot of issues second half. First quarter, I thought I was just going to pull away and be gone. I don't know. Something happened. It was a nightmare out there at the end. I think my engine bearing's going out too. So new set of shocks, new engine for the final. We'll see how it goes.
That's a lot of work. Congratulations, Jared. And then CJ Jellin, awesome job, dude, making the buggy final.
Thank you.
Are you realize how big of an accomplishment that is?
Really big.
Yeah, you seem pretty happy.
I am.
Where do you want to finish in the final? Where do you think you'll be?
Probably top 10, hopefully.
Congratulations, CJ.
Thank you.
Now we're going to jump in here with Blake Pickett, grabbing that final guaranteed transfer spot in the championship. I bet this exceeded your expectations a bit.
Oh, yeah. It's my first time ever being in a buggy national like this, so I'm pretty excited. Track's deteriorating like crazy, and we went out on a limb and tried some new tires. We ran all weekend, and they turned out really good. My car just kept getting better as the race went on, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And then Dakota Finn in an interesting spot because you got to wait to see what the time's going to be like for the 7th place finisher in here to know if you're going to make the show.
It's just rough out there and wasn't able to recover, but we'll see.
You've had a pretty up and down weekend. You've had a couple of good runs, but just some bad luck, and I'm sure that's got to be extra tough with home track advantage here.
Yeah, like I said, it is what it is. Things happen, so we'll see.
Good luck, Dakota.
Thanks.
They're the key drivers here, bumping out in that first semifinal, and now we'll see what the rest of the A-Main final grid looks like after this.
Well, thank you, Aaron. Always good to hear from those guys. Pretty interesting to hear what they have to say after the race. And man, I can tell you what, just from the look in Mr. Tebow's eyes, I don't think he was too happy with that one. We'll see him come back in the final. We'll see how that all shakes down. Ryan Cavallari, though, seem to be pretty stoked on that one. We're getting set now for our second semi. This is our half odd, our odd semi. As you can see, the drivers stand full from left to right. And in this one, we've got starting first will be Team Associated Spencer Rifkin. Starting second will be the Techno RC buggy of Ryan Lutz. Starting third, Mugen Seeki's Ryan Mayfield. Starting fourth, A-Main S-Works Austin Blair. Starting fifth will be the Mugen Seeki of Adam Drake. Starting sixth will be the Mugen of Mike Truey. Starting seventh, the Mugen of Cole Ogden. Wow, so Mugen starting fifth, sixth, and seventh right there together, along, of course, with Mayfield starting third. Starting eighth will be Austin Woodyard. Starting ninth will be Cole Tollard. Starting 10th, Seth Van Dalen. Starting 11th, John McGinty III. Starting 12th, Tanner Denny. Starting 13th, Austin Pannone. And starting 14th, Evan Vale. Now, if I am not mistaken, this race right here, this semifinal, this is the one, unfortunately, to my understanding, that Cole Ogden and Austin Blair have received a one-lap penalty. On the start, they will start one lap behind from everyone due to a turn marshaling infraction.
Yep, they will start the race one lap down, which in a half-hour race like this is pretty much the death knell for any chance to bump up. Anything can happen. That's why they're going to go out there and try to put it in there.
We shall see. It should be an interesting one for sure, no doubt about that.
Yeah, I heard you as I was walking down the driver's stand ramp there talking about Tebow's eyeballs, and he's kind of always been that way at Nitro races. He said he doesn't blink very often, so his eyes are just destroyed by the wind up there. You can see how much the tarp on top of the driver's stand there is blowing around too. It's really kind of windy and weird and dusty outside.
I was more referring to the angry eyes that he had on, not so much the look of his eyeballs.
Right.
He just had an angry look on his face.
Yeah. Spencer Rifkin, the defending national champion, third qualifier after the 4 rounds of IFMAR qualifying here.
Another great look here from our J Concepts track cam. Once again, as you guys are tuning in, we want to thank you all for watching this weekend here from the LiveRC broadcast of the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals here at State Line Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Your broadcast brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a., and, of course, Live Time Scoring as we get set for our odd semi. 14 drivers getting set to line up here in this one. Top 6 once again will advance. And how this will work is the 7th place finisher out of this one's time will be compared to Dakota Finn, the 7th place finisher out of our even semi. Whoever has the faster time out of the two, they will also transfer to the main event. And, of course, we have to add in our one driver who goes directly to the main. That is our top qualifier, X-Ray and Truggy national champion here this year, Ty Tessman. So a 30-minute race here coming up next as these guys are getting all warmed up. Now, as you can see, all of the spectators starting to line the fences here for our semifinals. Now, after this race, this is our next to last race. Obviously, the only race we have left after this one is our 60-minute final, where our Roar Off-Road Field National Buggy Champion. That will be coming up momentarily after this one. However, there's going to be a little bit of a break in there. I don't know exactly off the top of my head how long that break will be. A little bit of break so that these guys right here from this semi will be able to get their cars dialed in. Aaron coming back on with us. He might be able to answer that for us.
What's that?
The break between this race and the final.
Yes.
What are we looking at?
The junior. So they're going to run a junior B main
That's
and
right.
a junior A main.
I forgot about the juniors.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that. The junior race will be coming up after this. That is correct. And we are off and running.
And so an interesting note here for Austin for Austin, Blair, and Cole Ogden, the scoring director is going to remove one lap after they've completed one full lap here, and that way we'll know on the scoring table where exactly they fall in. So there you see Austin Blair and Cole Ogden. They did go by the finish line for the first time, but that one lap has been removed. And I'm honestly really quite proud of Roar for sticking it in there. I mean, people are going to be upset either way. You enforce the rules and you're a jerk. You don't enforce the rules and you're a jerk. The main events had already been long set up. They had already been started. Sorry. If you want them to follow the rules, they're going to have to follow them all, and that's one of them.
And you know who is not worried about these rules whatsoever right now? Spencer Rivkin. Rivkin out front, leading the way here in this one. Ryan Lutz in the number 2 spot. And Rivkin making a bit of a mistake there. So Spencer Rivkin, your 2016 Roar 8-Scale Buggy National Champion, he wants to dominate once again this year and defend that title. Can he go for another title here in 2017? Right now, he's out front here in the semi. He's got Ryan Mayfield, the number 2 spot now. Cole Tollard in the 3. Ryan Lutz in the 4. Adam Drake in the 5. Seth Van Dalen. Rounding out your top 6. Those are in the 6 transfer positions. A minute 30 in, but we've still got 28:30 to go here in this one. You're looking at Spencer Rivkin, the team associated driver out of Arizona. Again, you're defending Roar National Buggy Champion. Down the backstretch he goes, onto the right-hand side. Rivkin coming around to the front side, going double, single, double. Ryan Mayfield in the number 2 spot, 2.9 seconds back for him right now. And Rivkin with a big mistake. Lands back on his wheels, though. That turn marshal was ready to go, though, for him. Here comes Ryan Mayfield. Now, Ryan Mayfield obviously missed out on the Truggy National Championship. A few mistakes here and there. Things didn't quite go his way, and Ty Tessman was able to take that title away here earlier this afternoon. So Mayfield out for blood here in this one and the finals. He would like to walk away a national champion, and he didn't do it in Truggy, so now it's all up to Buggy.
And Buggy's where, for as great as he's been in the truck class over the last decade plus, Buggy is where he's been extra unstoppable since joining Mugen, taking the wins at both Dirt Nitro Challenge and Silver State. And this was the battle for the last year's national championship. Looked just like this, especially at the finish line, as Spencer Rivkin took the win with Mayfield a half second back.
Well, and these two drivers working their way around right now. Ryan Mayfield, Spencer Rivkin in that number 2 spot. Ryan Lutz in the 3, Seth Van Dalen in the 4. Adam Drake and Mike Truey, 5th and 6th for those final transfer spots. Oh, trouble right there. And I believe that might have been... some lap traffic. Oh, that was Seth Van Dalen as they're working away by him. Oh, and trouble there for Mike Truey. So Truey rolls it over now. Adam Drake moves his way up into 5th. Mike Truey drops to the number 6 spot. Austin Woodyard just out of the direct bump in that number 7 spot. Here in this one, still a lot of time left to go. Ryan Mayfield out front. Spencer Rivkin in the number 2 spot. Austin Woodyard in the 3 spot. Ryan Lutz, Adam Drake, your top 5. Ryan Lutz now trying to close that gap up a bit on Rivkin as Mayfield has worked his way into Mayfield out front.
The top 6 at this point: Mayfield, Rivkin, Lutz, Drake, Austin Woodyard. Wouldn't that be a story? And Cole Tollard, another youngster, trying to race their way into a direct transfer spot, top 6.
Somebody was asking in the chat earlier what the Cinderella story from this Nats is.
Well, shoot, right now it's CJ Jellin having a great run there in that last semi to get into the show.
That is very true. And I tell you another one that I thought was pretty cool. He hammered his way into it, but Blake Pickett. It was good to see Blake Pickett up there as well. It's always cool to see some drivers that wouldn't normally find themselves in the final, and they've made it there, and you can see the emotion on their face and just in their voice. Really, honestly, from here, it doesn't even matter to them. They've made it to the final, and they are stoked.
Yep. Dakota Fenn turned a 52-lap 30:05 is the time that the 7th place driver in this race will have to beat, and it's laps ahead of that now because we've got 4 rounds of pit stops and lots of crashing left to go here, but that's the mark that we'll be looking for.
As they're working their way around, Ryan Mayfield still out front here in this one. Spencer Rivkin in 2nd, Ryan Lutz in 3rd. Adam Drake in 4th, Austin Woodyard in the number 5 spot, Mike Truey in that 6th, and Cole Tollard in the 7th spot. So Tollard right now, the man on the bubble, I guess you might say. Mike Truey in the final direct transfer spot, but he's got Cole Tollard closing the gap up on him. Through the wave they go. Mike Truey, the Mugen.
Wow, Tollard's car hit the wave and got pitted, bro.
Whoa.
Whoa.
He got so pitted.
So pitted. Cole Tollard, the Team Associated driver, in the pink and yellow. So now Tollard going to drop back. Drury going to have a little bit of breathing room right now. And now Tollard's got to be a little bit worried about John McGinty III and Evan Vale. All three of those drivers pretty close. And Van Dalen right there with him.
Man, wouldn't that be something if
Wow.
Van Dalen could drive his way into the final?
Only if he would run that truck body that he's got on his buggy. That would be the topper.
Van Dalen was third at last year's junior final. Here's Cole Tollard.
So now we're looking at Cole, and he's got company coming up behind him. That's going to be Evan Vale. Down the front stretch, Evan up and over the top now. Evan, the bump driver, out of the quarterfinal.
Yeah. Evan was so stoked to be in the semis already that.
And now he's looking at possibly going to the final.
He might lose his stuff if he bumps into the final. He was so just ecstatic just to be in this race.
Well, and they're working their way up on, I believe that is going to be Austin Woodyard. Yes, indeed it is. So Woodyard in that number 6 spot now. So John McGinty III dropping down to 9th. So that has moved Woodyard up into the final direct transfer spot. It's Mayfield, Rivkin, Lutz, Drake, Truey, Woodyard, Tollard, Vale, McGinty III, and Van Dalen. Tanner Denny have a little bit of a rough run here in this one. And look at this. Woodyard, Tollard, McGinty III, and Vale all going to be right there together as they come around here. We're looking at Cole Tollard. He's chasing down Woodyard. Woodyard right there in front of him in the white, green, and orange. Into the whoop section they go now. Woodyard and Cole Tollard put the pressure on him. Meanwhile, right there behind him is going to be John McGinty III. Trouble.
Woodyard that
it was.
Just got the wheel.
Yes, it was. So Woodyard feeling the brunt of that one.
And that's one of those situations that, like, relying on the Roar officials to, or any officials at any event that says they're going to crack down on rough driving, like, that's one of those situations that's hardly ever going to get called, especially this early in the race. Like, it's just not a reliable way to try to manage this.
I would agree.
No. Like, should he have stopped? Probably. Did he need to stop? No. Are they going to say anything? No. So?
Will he say anything?
I don't know.
We'll see.
It won't amount to anything.
Ryan Mayfield still out front. Spencer Rivkin in second. Ryan Lutz in third. Everybody's starting to make their first round of pit stops here in this one. With 8:30 down, 21:30 to go here in this race.
A lot of time left. And Ryan Mayfield doing what he does best. He does have 2.5 seconds now on Spencer Rivkin.
And Cole Tollard right now is sitting in that final direct transfer spot. However, a few more drivers to make a pit stop. Now, Adam Drake is one, I've got a feeling, if anybody...
But tonight's gonna be a good night.
That too. But
now, Drake just pitted, though? Oh, he hasn't pitted, so
no.
Yeah. Drake's probably going to try to do this on 2 stops.
That's where I was headed with that. I got a feeling Drake is going to go a full 10-minute tank. 2 stops for Drake. And Tollard goes upside down now. So John McGinty III now working his way up into a direct transfer spot. The HB Racing driver recently made the switch from Mugen Siki. Onto the backside of the track they go. Cole Tollard trying to catch him now. And Seth Van Dalen behind Cole Tollard. Whoa, Tollard getting loose as he comes down into the front section. Back onto the left-hand side he goes.
Cole tumbling out of the lane just as we pick up here with Ryan Lutz and Techno RC running in the 3rd spot, as 4th place behind him, Adam Drake, did just come in for a pit stop at 10:06. So we won't see Adam Drake's advantage for only pitting twice until like the 25th
24 to 27 minute mark when everyone starts to come in for their third pit stops. Until then, it's going to look like Adam's a little further behind than he should be.
That's the tough part when you decide to make a decision like that.
Yeah.
You think to yourself, you hear the where you are in the runnings, and it's kind of hard to remember. Hey, I've got one less pit stop than these guys, so that's all most likely going to change.
Speaking of one less, Cole Ogden started this race with one less lap than everybody, and he's worked his way all the way to 7th. And he did just have a personal best 32.389.
Wow.
Only Mayfield and Rivkin have done a faster single lap than that. Ogden is moving.
Now I have to be the one to say, if Cole Ogden can come back for being a lap down, I'm not sure which of the two had somebody lined up to marshal for him, and then their lineup.
Both of them.
They both did.
Yeah.
So they both did somewhat of their part to line somebody up, and then their.
Yeah, and then the person that they got to throw marshal for them blew out.
And then they got penalized for it. So
right.
What a slap in the face if Cole Ogden comes back. He's in 6th right now.
Yeah.
Cole Ogden is
nuts.
in 6th place. Now knowing the rest of that story, that both of them had somebody lined up and whoever they had lined up failed to show up.
Yeah.
I'm super pumped right now for Cole Ogden, and I'm hoping. Look at Austin Blair. Blair now hot on the heels of Cole Tollard, John McGinty the third.
Yeah.
And Ogden right in front of him.
Wow, wouldn't that be a story?
That would be your Cinderella story right there.
No
Those
kidding.
guys get punished for their volunteers not showing up.
And then it still ends up working out okay, and they fight their way into the mains.
Yes.
That would be an awesome interview on the driver's stand. I hope it happens.
Oh, absolutely.
Blair being very patient there and picking up 2 spots. Those may have been lapped cars.
I don't think so.
No, I think one of them was McGinty, actually.
I believe
no.
Tollard
we
was
did
in
get
there.
Tollard. Interesting. So Blair, 1 spot out of theoretically the A main, as it would knock Dakota Fend out on time.
Wow. That would be quite the turn of events. Meanwhile, Ryan Mayfield, car number 3, leading the show right now. Mayfield out front in control of this one. Spencer Rivkin in that number 2 spot. Brian Lutz in the 3 spot. Mike Shrewey in the 4. Adam Drake in the 5. Oh, in trouble there. That's McGinty the 3rd in that number 7 spot. And McGinty pulling over right there, letting
Rivkin go by.
Yes. Rivkin in that number 2 spot.
Mayfield, I think at this point, has gone up to the front desk at the hotel, returned his room key, and checked out.
That's pretty much what it looks like to me.
14 minutes in, so just a minute away from the halfway point, at which time we'll start to see a lot of people, pretty much everybody, coming in between the 15 and 16 minute marks based on their first pit stop. Checking out our ProTech RC speed trap. Cole Ogden 23.2. 17.9 for Rivkin, getting on the brakes early. Austin Blair 21.1. 19.3, 19.4 for Woodard and Lutz. Tollard 21.1. 25.8. Tanner Denny driving it deep into the corner. Seth Van Dalen 19.3. 19.3 for Pannone. 19.4 for Mayfield. 21.1 for Vale. One of the new awesome, 19.3 for the Drake. So a very cool 23.2. Ogden driving it in deep. You know he's pushing hard. A new beta feature working on for Live Time RC.
Right now we're looking at Ryan Mayfield as he works his way onto the back straight right now. On the right-hand side, coming back around. And Mayfield now coming in for fuel into pit lane. Mayfield in and on the wall. And he's out. Oh, no. Mayfield has flamed out. Ryan Mayfield, your leader, has
man.
flamed out. So Ryan Mayfield is mechanic there. J.R. Mitch trying to get him fired back up and back onto the track. Ryan Mayfield flaming out.
Wow.
What a turn of events here for Mayfield.
14.9 second stop, losing 7 seconds because of that flame out.
Man. Not enough, though, to lose the lead.
Well, he hasn't come by yet.
No, he has
Lutz
not.
hasn't come by, so.
Waiting for Lutz to come by, and then Rivkin, Truey, Drake, Ogden is up into 6th. McGinty the third is in 7th. Austin Blair is in 8th.
Ogden is on fire, and that sounds kind of unpleasant, actually, so that maybe that's not the best metaphor. And he's not flying because he's on the ground. He's driving very well.
Mayfield right now is out front still, even after the flame out. If you're going to flame out,
20.2 seconds. So a 27-second lead drops to 20 seconds. Cole Ogden, Mugen Seiki Racing, Reds Racing Engines. And you know what he's running for tires now? He'd been J Concept, right? Yeah. Black tires. Got it. Okay.
I can tell you here in just a moment. Cole Ogden, J Concept.
Yeah. That's all.
So Cole coming down the front section right now.
In a guaranteed spot after fighting his way back from a lap down at the beginning of the race.
That is awesome. And Austin Blair is in 7th now. So 6th and 7th for Ogden and Blair. So Blair even has a shot at this.
Yeah.
Now, Drake does not have to pit.
Although I will say that would not have happened in the other semifinal.
Don't think so?
No, look how many first-time semifinalists you have here.
Yep.
Woodard, Bale, Van Dalen, Pannone,
That's true. That's true. Okay, now coming around to the front side. Look here. Ogden has now caught Adam Drake, his Mugen Seiki teammate, and that's for that number 5 spot. So Ogden dives to the inside on Drake. Drake holding that tight inside. This is the battle for 5th right now. And at this point, Ogden, I would imagine he knows somewhat of where he's at, but he's still just pushing full tilt. Just trying to.
Teammate Adam Drake there.
Drake.
Yeah, that is a battle for the 5th spot.
Yeah, Drake not making it easy right now.
Man, I hope Cole goes back to the Mugen Seiki pits and just razzes Drake until the start of the buggy main. I caught you from a lap behind.
Here they come into the whoop section now, and Drake is doing a fantastic job of covering every open door that Cole could possibly take. Now a little bit of breathing room as Cole made a mistake coming out of the whoop section there. Ryan Mayfield still out front. Your full running order going to be Mayfield, Lutz, Rivkin, Truey, Drake, and Ogden. Your top 6. Blair on the number 7 spot, followed up by Tanner Denny, Cole Tollard, McGinty the third, Pannone, Vale, Van Dalen, and Woodyard.
Missed where Lutz, I think, had taken the 2nd spot from Rivkin, but got it back.
It looks like Rivkin now back up at the number 2 spot.
Yeah.
As they come back around to the front side.
Here's Rivkin in the blue and purple, and Lutz behind him in the blue, pink, and orange.
A lot of pink.
Yep. More pink than anything else.
Yep. Mike Truey now in the number 4 spot. So we've got Mike Truey and Adam Drake, 2 longtime pro drivers, both Mugen drivers now. Racing 4th and 5th here in this one. Cole Ogden, of course, a Mugen teammate as well, in 6th. Austin Blair in that number 7 spot, probably trying to work his way by Adam Drake. And Adam's not going to give it up easy, that's for sure. But Cole's going to keep pushing. That battle between Adam and Cole down the front stretch here in just a minute as they're working their way around. Ryan Mayfield.
So just past the 20-minute mark, which means we've still got at least 1 round of pit stops left. Yeah, 1 pit stop for
one for
everyone but Drake. Drake's already done. Everyone else will pit one more time.
Has Drake made his?
Yes, he pitted at the 20:04. So that might be cutting it close. That last run could be 10:35. But Ryan Cavallari's winning time in the previous semi was a 54-lap 30:12. And Mayfield is quite a ways ahead of that at the moment. He will lose about 7 seconds because of the pit stop. So this semi might be a little bit faster. Again, we're looking for the faster of the two 7th place finishers. Dakota Fenn, a 32-lap 30:05. And right now, Austin Blair's on a 52-lap 30:11. So at this point, unless Blair picks up the pace a lot, Dakota Fenn would be in the main, and Austin Blair would not.
So Blair right now with a 30:11. What was Finn? 6 seconds. He's
Yeah.
got to make up 6 seconds in 8.5 minutes. I think he can do it.
He could, but he's also got to pit again. So he's going to have to make up 14 seconds.
I still think he can do it. I'm rooting
Whoa,
for him.
tumbling.
Ryan Mayfield.
Tumbling. I'm not sure who that was.
Your leader coming around right now, working his way up on Cole Tollard.
I'm beyond impressed with Cole Ogden. Holy cow. He's now passed both of his Mugen Seiki teammates.
He is
Mike
up to
Truey
4th.
and Adam Drake. Beat it.
And we'll see how far back he is from Ryan Lutz at this point. So down the backstretch, there goes Ryan Mayfield. Austin Blair still in the number 7 spot. He's closing the gap up on Adam Drake now. However, Drake does not have to pit again. There we're looking at Austin Blair. Yeah. Oh, and he put it in the pipe there. Austin Blair, the A main driver, driving the S-Works buggy. Making quite a name for S-Works this weekend.
Yeah.
For Blair. And we found out that while S-Works does not make a truggy just yet,
They are working on it.
They are working on it, and that's what he was driving in the...
So that's what Rivkin and Blair in the pit lane. Rivkin's out. Blair's out. Here's another associated driver coming in. That's Cole Tollard.
Got Brad Shearer there pitting along with Cole's dad. So 6:55 left to go in this one. The final pit stop's being made. Uh-oh, flame out on that was Woodyard.
Tough break for Big A in the 14th position.
It's now going to be Mayfield, Rivkin in the number 2 spot, Lutz. So good battle now between Rivkin and Lutz for 2nd and 3rd.
Wow, they
and
quite a ways behind Mayfield.
Battle, yeah, a good battle right now though for 6th and 7th as Drake, Denny, and Austin Blair. Blair has dropped to the 8th place spot after the pit stops now. We'll see if that changes up here. Meanwhile, closest battle on the track going to be Spencer Rivkin and Ryan Lutz. So Spencer Rivkin in that number 1 car. He started first on the grid. Ryan Lutz started second on the grid here in this one. That's going to be our close battle to watch right now. We're looking at Austin Blair down the backstretch on the right side.
Mayfield's last lap, 35.1. Over a second slower than Rivkin, but at this point it doesn't really matter. Blair still trying to drop that pace down to a 52:30.05.
There we're looking at Spencer Rivkin, the team associated driver.
He's got to pick up 21 seconds now plus. Oh, he did pit. So Blair is 21 seconds off of the time he'll need to make the main. That's not going to happen. So
how far back? The question is, he's quite a ways back from Drake too.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. So
I'd like to see Dakota make it, but I'd really like to see Austin make it as well. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but
no.
5 minutes left to go here in this one. 5 minutes. As we are now watching another Throwback Thursday, Flashback Friday, Take Me Back Tuesday, Way Back Wednesday. It's Mike Truey versus Adam Drake. Down the backstretch they go. Mike Truey in the number 5 spot. Adam Drake in the 6th and final transfer spot. Austin Blair in the number 7 spot. And, I would say that Austin Blair might have a chance if they got – oh, I say that. I jinxed him. I started to say anybody else in sixth place, I'd say, well, six may crash or flame out or something like that. Not Adam Drake. Not Adam Drake. He's too solid. Adam Drake is one solid driver, one consistent driver. And as I said that –
well, it would be weird if he was a liquid driver.
Drake did roll it over, but he's going to have to do that quite a bit more in order for Austin Blair to catch back up here in this one.
Cole Ogden is up to fourth from a lap. That should be demoralizing for everyone else.
That makes me wonder. I don't think anybody, honestly, if you ask anybody out there, hey, who's going to win the national championship title this year, I don't think anybody would say.
That would be a Cinderella story and a half.
But honestly, and nothing against Cole, it's just not the first person that comes to your mind. You'd say Cole Ogden, he's going to be the national champ this year. But with the drive that he's put in here in this one, he's got the speed to do it. Obviously, he's got the consistency to do it. It's not that he caught up to local club racers to make his lap back up. These are the world's best. And he went from literally last, a lap down off the start, to now fourth, and not terribly far back from Ryan Lutz in third.
Dakota Fenn's seventh place finishing time was a 52:30.05. And Blair is down to a 52:30.18. So he's 13 seconds slower with 3 minutes left to go. I don't think this is going to happen.
.245 left to go here in this one. Ryan Mayfield out front, Spencer Ripken in the number 2 spot, Ryan Lutz in the 3, Cole Ogden in the 4. And now the battle is on between Ryan Lutz and Cole Ogden. Unbelievable. Ryan Lutz, the Techno. Meanwhile, we're looking at Ryan Mayfield, yeah.
And Austin Blair. Austin Blair is going to come up about 10 seconds short, it looks like.
So there is Lutz and Ogden. And ladies and unbelievable driving from the Mugen Seiki driver Cole Ogden. So if you are just tuning in here on LiveRC, the story behind Cole Ogden for this one is going to start in the, or I should say, he had the starting position of this. You had Austin Blair for them, but the volunteers were no lap down from everyone else. We talked about it before, and we were super bummed for these guys as they've been driving good all weekend, and there was just no shot at them coming back from being a lap down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Cole Ogden now is Spencer Ripken with 45 seconds to go. Not only is he up to third, he's looking at a direct transfer to the final. Austin Blair in the number 7 spot. He's on a 52:30.15. He would have to better that time by almost 10 seconds in the next 30 seconds somehow, or something would have to happen to Adam Drake. He needs to finish 6th or better for a direct transfer. His time, if he finishes 7th, will be compared to Dakota Finn, who finished 7th in the even final, which at this time it's going to be Dakota. However, still a fantastic run for Austin Blair in the A-Main Hobbies S-Works. So 10 seconds as this one winds down. Up and over the step down. Oh, your leader tumbling. And right now he just needs to keep that thing together. That is Ryan Mayfield. That is time. Time has expired now. As they're working their way around, one final time, your leader down the backstretch onto the right-hand side. And coming across the line, there's Ryan Mayfield, your odd buggy main event winner, Cole Ogden, coming in third. An absolutely incredible run right there. Ryan Lutz coming in for the number 4 spot. Austin Blair coming in 6th, so now your top 6 are locked in. They are guaranteed. It is Ryan Mayfield taking the win, Spencer Ripken 2nd, Cole Ogden 3rd, Ryan Lutz 4th, Mike Truey 5th, and Adam Drake 6th. Looking at the finishing time here of Austin Blair, it was a 52:30.13. That means Dakota Finn will take that final transfer spot for the final, the hour-long final that will be coming up here in just a little bit. Unbelievable. Cole Ogden and Austin Blair, my hat is off to both of them for a fantastic drive here in this one. What a run. Let's send it down to the podium right now for Raw Speed Race Report.
Ryan Mayfield, a former champion in the 8-scale buggy class and defending champion in the truck class. Pretty easy win there in the semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, not really. Cole Ogden actually won because he was a lap. You know, they took a lap away from him for not marshaling. So, but that's cool. The Mugen cars are fast. So, you know, I get to start up pretty close to the front. I'm assuming the car was good. I did just cruise around. I had a couple mistakes just when I wasn't kind of focused. You know what I mean? I'm like, just get to the finish. So, but yeah, I'm happy. That's the best the car's been. The track is insane. But I put together a semi-clean run, and I'll take that. So we'll go prep the car for the main event. We'll see how this thing shakes out.
You feel extra confident in what you might be able to get down in the final after the semi went the way it did?
Well, I know I can run a consistent main now. You know, that the car was very predictable and very comfortable. So as long as I can just do what I just did and maybe cut a couple of the mistakes that I did. I mean, the mistakes we're making out there are really not anything we can prevent. It's just like you come off jumps and the thing's doing something weird, you know, and it doesn't matter how good your car is. So when my car's on the ground, it's working dialed. When it takes off the jump, sometimes I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going to happen. So we'll see how this hour goes. I think it'll be okay, though.
Thank you, Ryan. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Finishing up in the second spot here, defending champion Spencer Rivkin. It was a pretty tough track out there, but you're looking pretty good and a chance at a second straight title.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's really tough out there, and you don't really know what it's going to do when you go off the jumps. But I had some errors on my part, bad driving on my part. I felt like I drove probably the worst I've driven all weekend, so to come back with a second, I'm probably in the top 4 to starting, which is perfectly fine. I'm happy with that. Come back with another open mind, and car's working good, the tires are good, and we'll see what happens in the hour main.
You think it's something you need to change the car, or is it all up to you?
Nah, it's all up to me. The car's perfect.
Congratulations, Spencer.
Yeah, thanks.
And finishing up in the third spot, man, you were moving.
Yeah, man, car's good. You know, I dialed it in and started a lap down, and I just didn't wreck. Had to do what I had to do to get into the main.
You think that knowing that you had started at such a deficit kind of lit a little fire under your feet?
For sure. You know, I was just like, you know what, I just got to put my head down and turn clean laps, don't wreck, and just get it in the top 5. And, you know, I'll come away with a third, so I'm happy.
Your average lap time was actually the same as Mayfield. That was way faster than the first semifinal. So you might have a shot at winning this thing.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cole.
I appreciate it.
And for the 4th spot, didn't quite have maybe the semifinal that you were totally looking for. It'd be nicer to start up a little bit closer to the front, but you're in the show.
In the show, yeah. Had some mistakes, and I just think I was messing with my throttle trim and my brakes and my endpoints, and just been so rushed. So hopefully I have a little bit of time to get it all sorted out for the main, and I think it'll be good.
You got a lot of confidence still, riding a little bit of a high from that truck main. You got the track figured out?
I think I got the track figured out. I just got to, I think, get my radio and everything calibrated properly in my brain, and we'll be good.
Congratulations, Ryan.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
And then Mike Truey, another one of the Mugen Seiki teammates. That car was on fire in that semifinal.
Car was good. Mugen car is always known for being pretty good on the rough tracks, so it's showing here. Obviously, Ryan's going good. Cole went good. Adam, hopefully, will get in on time. He was not too far behind me, so yeah, can't complain. You know, OS engines were good. Proline tires were good. Everything about it was good.
It's been a while since he won the Buggy Class National Championship. You think you got something for him?
We'll see. I mean, this is probably the most demanding track I've driven on in many, many years. And I know at the end of it, my brain's going to hurt.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
We got Junior B main and A main coming up next before we get in that 60-minute championship final. Still a lot of great racing left to go.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Wow, what a race right there. And I tell you what, my mind is blown, and I got to throw some props out there to Ryan Mayfield, asking him, how does it feel to win or whatever, and he says right there, hey, I didn't win. Cole Ogden won that race. He started a lap down and finished third. I thought that was pretty cool. His Mugen Seiki teammate right there, so props to those guys for sure, and props to Austin Blair as well. And in the meantime, we will be right back. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Stick with us right here on LiveRC for the live broadcast of the 2017 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of Nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
In the world of radio-controlled cars, only one company has dominated racing for more than 50 years. Team Associated radio-controlled cars and trucks are true champions by design. Together, we have won multiple national championship races and claimed more than 27 world championship titles. No other RC car company even comes close. So be part of the winning team and get behind the wheel of a Team Associated car or truck. Will you be the next world champion?
Welcome back to the AMAN.com Performance Hobbies broadcast studio here at the State Line RC Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. I'm Aaron Waldron here with Mike Garrison as we get ready for a junior final, actually a junior B main and A main before a 60-minute championship final, the final race of the weekend coming up next. We just finished two very action-packed 30-minute semifinals. A lot of storylines going into this one, but perhaps the big one, Ty Tessman, already winning a truck championship with X-Ray, and he will start the main event from the pole because he got that direct transfer spot after qualifying.
You know, I think a lot of guys coming into this one, especially with him taking TQ and the truck qualifying, assumed or pick him to be the instant winner of this one. But after watching those semifinals, I got to wonder. I think it's anybody's guess right now, and I think one guy you cannot count out going into this is going to be Cole Ogden.
Well, that's true. I mean, I was going to say we had a couple of drivers closer up to the top of the grid here, but the biggest developing story, at least in the later stages of today, was that Cole Ogden started the semifinal one lap down because he had a term marshal or a volunteer, an arranged substitute that was supposed to term marshal for him this morning that did not show up. And because qualifying was already over, the mains had already been set up, it was going to be absolutely impossible for Roar to be able to dock him from qualifying. The Roar management team opted to dock him and Austin Blair, who had the same problem, one lap before the start of the semifinal. And it didn't matter to Ogden. He unlapped himself, raced his way into the final, finished third in the semi. He will start the championship main event from 8th on the grid. And his average lap was right around the same time as Mayfield. It would have been a close race for the win there had they started on the same lap. And so Ogden might be a force to be reckoned with, along with Tessman, Mayfield, Cavallari, you know, the drivers that we expect to see up front.
Well, and I think you ask anybody in the pits, and Ogden's a great driver, don't get me wrong, but he's not going to be anybody's first pick. But I think after that, I think he changed some minds for sure. And the other one we can't count out is Austin Blair. He actually made it all the way up to 7th as well, just shy of the direct transfer in the 6th place spot. And it came down to between him and Dakota Finn. Dakota Finn's time with a 7th overall finish in his semi was about 10 seconds, 9 to 10 seconds faster than Austin Blair. Therefore, Dakota Finn got that final spot into the final.
Yeah, another one of the big stories of this whole weekend has been Dakota Finn here at his in-laws' backyard track. Hosting the Roar Nationals this weekend has not had much luck, and really it came down to seconds for him to be able to get in the final spot on the grid for the 60-minute championship. He will start 14th. Starting in the 3rd spot, because we've got Tessman up front, Mayfield, who won his semifinal, Ryan Cavallari, who won his semifinal, a former 2-time national champion in the buggy class. The Associated team coming on strong here at the very end of the weekend when it matters the most. Cavallari, Koskiushek, and Rivkin starting 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, fantastic run for all the Associate guys. The Mugen team coming on strong. Mike Truey putting on a fantastic run in that last semifinal as well. And, of course, the big story, I mean, you can't count it out. Ty Tessman already making history. He's the 4-time national champion in the truck class. He got the first national championship for X-Ray, which is amazing for X-Ray. You know those guys are stoked. And now he has the potential to do it again here in buggy. So a lot of history making being made and being done here in Fremont, Indiana at State Line Raceway.
Yeah, Tessman and Drake right now, both 3-time champions in the 8-scale buggy class. If either of them win today, that would be a new record 4th title. Among the Associated and Mugen drivers here, Michael Page actually starting in the 7th spot, another member of the Associated team. As I said, Cole Ogden, a Mugen driver, making his way in. We did have a couple of quite unexpected. We did not expect CJ Jellin, a youngster actually coming up here in the junior class final in just a few moments. And Blake Pickett, a phenomenal run, finishing 6th in his semifinal, got a direct transfer spot into this championship. He was beyond words.
Well, and Blake, I tell you what, he had no fears or no pressures running with the big guys, you know. And I mean, he acted like he'd done it 1,000 different times, and super cool to see him up there. And CJ Jellin, correct me if I'm wrong, but he bumped from the,
I think he was in like at least the quarters.
At least the quarter to the semi and then to the final. So, I mean, he had to work hard to get there, and he got it done. And CJ all smiles all the time anyway, but
Right.
yeah, he was all smiles on the driver's stand, so it's going to be interesting to see. We'll first see him in the 15 and under mains coming up, and then we'll see him in that hour-long final.
And with all that track time in practice, he just might be lights out in the junior final. It is going to be interesting to see drivers like, Tessman, Mayfield, Cavallari, Rivkin, Tebow. They're going to be disappointed if they're not contending for the win in this 60-minute main. But then you have drivers like Alex Koskiuszek, who, after a few tries now, has finally made, the buggy final at the Nationals. Michael Page, I don't know if, he's really got expectations going into this. I know CJ Jellin, Blake Pickett, they didn't really come here banking on the fact, I need to at least make the final. That's the minimum goal. They've already exceeded their goals just by making it here, so they get to go around, drive 60 minutes with the fastest drivers in the world, and see what they can come up with. So we've got an awesome afternoon/evening of racing coming up, including a junior buggy B main. It'll be the next cars to hit the track. We hope you've been enjoying the show here today and this weekend, and we hope you'll continue following along with us on LiveRC.com as well as Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitch.tv. Our coverage this week brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, AKA Products, and Lifetime Scoring Engine. We're going to kick it back out to a track view and wait for this junior buggy B main to finish. And we've got a lot more coming up for you later today.
When it comes to true champions by design, Team Associated radio-controlled cars have everyone beat, hands down. With multiple national and world titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars and trucks on the track today. So get behind the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
This is the ProTech RC LS5. It's a 5-port long-stroke .21 Nitro engine, perfect for buggies and great for truck. It features everything you'd expect, like an easy-to-tune, heat-resistant carburetor, turbo plug, large cooling head, and explosive power, all at a price point that blows away the competition. When you need unbelievable torque and gallon-after-gallon reliability, head on over to A-Main Hobbies and pick up the ProTech LS5.
Hello, I'm Justin Fales here at the 2017 Nationals. I'm using the LFR Hammerwing and LFR Assassin body on my buggy, and on my truggy I have the LFR Strife body and LFR Hammerwing. I think these products are very durable, very stable. They're always my go-to. And for more information, visit www.leadfingerrc.com.
So we're sitting here arguing over the chat room conspiracy about whether or not Cole actually did as well as he did, and the answer is, if you math, he did. But we Roar back in 2015 to add this to the Roar Fuel Off-Road National Championships, and the way that they ended up doing 18 drivers that were, someone flamed out at the start. That may have been either Tater Sontag or Tricon Coons, unfortunately, is not going to make the start. But they had more than 14 drivers that made it. They were originally going to have people try to sign up for this, and then it turned out that there was going to be too many to try to do. Well, there are 16 of them, so they were going to try to do a B main and then only bump some of them, and finally they just said, go ahead, let's run them all based on their qualifying times anyway. So, Camden Lime out front in the HB Racing 817 buggy. I believe he's running RC Concept engine and AKA tires.
Looks like Mason Fuller in that number 2 spot. Brendan Schimmel in the 3 spot. Kyle Phillips in the 4 spot. Cody Watson in the 5. Valentine Jr. in the 6. Austin Wick in the 7. Spencer Heckert. Brandon Rose. And I thought CJ Jellin was in this.
Thought he was too.
Apparently he's not. Well, yeah,
Wow.
so's the TQ as CJ Jellin. But CJ making the final,
Oh, that's right. Yes, because he made the final, they had to pull him out of this race.
Okay.
Yeah, I did hear that.
Okay, fair enough. So Camden Lime leading the way here in this one. Mason Fuller in that number 2 spot. First and second battling out. Now, Mason Fuller, primarily a 10-scale off-road racer. And no turn marshal right there in that
Well,
section.
he was just getting somebody else that had done
Well,
nearly
there's
the
nobody
same
on that
thing, but
bucket.
flew further. He's just over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Talking to his buddy. So Camden Lime out front, or was out front, and no, he's still out front. Mason Fuller was one going upside down. Kyle Phillips, the number 2 spot. As I was saying, though, Mason Fuller now coming into the 8-scale world. Brendan Schimmel in that number 4 spot. Cody Watson in the 5. Valentine Jr. in the 6. Rick Mechanic, Schumacher, Heckert, Karlovsky, Ford Jr., Basson, Rose, Coons, and Sontag, your running order.
Lime, Fuller, Phipps, Schimmel, and Valentine Jr. the top 5. Valentine Jr. with a terrific start from 12th on the grid all the way up to 5th. Oh, and that contributed also to the fact that they decided to just go ahead and run everybody because it would have been 17 drivers. But because CJ Jellin got pulled out of it. So Lime leading the way by 5.7 seconds over Mason Fuller. As we follow along here with the orange and yellow. This is Fuller in the 2nd spot. Coming up short on that right side double, and that's a long way for the turn marshal to go. Plus there's traffic. That's going to cost Fuller a couple spots. Phillips to the 2nd spot, and Schimmel the 3rd.
Camden Lime, he's been doing pretty well this weekend, and he was pretty excited when we talked to him about this the junior race. He seemed to be pretty pumped up about that, and the chance at the junior title. Kyle Phillips in that number 2 spot, Brendan Schimmel in the 3.
Yeah, Camden Lime was kind of saying that was his goal this weekend, was to win the junior race.
Yeah, really. Yeah, he said the rest of it was
Yeah.
just kind of, whatever. But
Right.
his goal was to win the junior race, and, well, he's doing it right now. He's out front with a fast lap, too, of a 34.1. Kyle Phillips going to be 4.8 seconds back from him in 2nd, and Mason Fuller in that number 3 spot. .440 down, 25:20 to go. Valentine Jr. and Schumacher, your top 6. Heckert, Mechanic, Wick, Watson, Karlovsky, Donnie Ward Jr., Vasson, Kuhn, Sontag, and Rose. Your running order here in this one. We're looking at our leader right now, Camden Lime, as he's working his way around. Kyle Phillips in that number 2 spot. Mason Fuller in the 3. These guys spreading out just a little bit right now. This is a 30-minute race. After this, we will be going into our final race of the weekend, the 1-hour Roar National Championship final for our 8-scale buggy class.
And I misspoke. Actually, Camden Lime, because he switched to HB Racing, is now running the Team Orion engine.
Oh, okay. So Camden Lime out front here in this one, still holding fast lap at 34.1. Brennan Schimmel in that number 2 spot. Kyle Phillips in the 3. Mason Fuller drops to the 4 now. Spencer Heckert in the 5. Ethan Mechanic in the 6. Anthony Schumacher, Watson, Valentine Jr., and a Wick. Your running order. Oh, trouble there. That was Mason Fuller going upside down. Mason Fuller in the yellow and orange TLR buggy. Worked his way up and over the catapult there, whipping a little bit. Mason Fuller now has worked his way. A good battle between Kyle Phillips and Fuller. Down the back section they go. Onto the back side of the track. Back around to the right side. And side by side down the front stretch. Now that is a battle for second and third. Mason Fuller looking for a way by Phillips down. There it is right there. Phillips goes really wide in that turn. Mason Fuller dives the inside, takes full advantage of that. And oh, Kyle Phillips and Mason Fuller both upside down. So now the turn marshal gets him. Phillips looked like the marshal holding on to that buggy a little extra time there. So Lime out front, Fuller, Phillips 2 and 3, Schimmel in the 4, Heckert in the 5, Schumacher in the 6, Mechanic, Watson, Valentine Jr., Wick, Ward Jr., Karlovsky, Vasson, Coons, Rose, and Sontag. Your running order here in this one. Let's take a Savox instant replay of all that. And as you can see, here we go. As they jump up top, boom, right there. Phillips landing right on that pipe, sends him into a spin. And in your top right side there, you see Mason Fuller upside down as well. So they're coming back around now. Anthony Schumacher trying to put the pressure on Mason Fuller. 7:30 into this one. 7:30 down, 22:30 to go. So we're going to start seeing some pit stops here before too long out of these drivers. And as I say that, there comes Mason Fuller. Mason Fuller into the pits. It is amazing the talent that these young drivers have. Not even a lot of them at 15 and under. I think a couple of them might be 15, but not very many of them. A lot of them are much, much younger than that.
Oh, yeah, this is a really young field. It's been fun to watch. Out front, though, not very close. Here's Fuller in the orange and yellow. Very easy to spot that car anywhere. He's running about nice and easy through the whoop section. Picking up here with race leader Camden Lime. The Team Orion powered HP Racing buggy with AKA tires. Taking it easy over the ski jump there on the right hand side. At this point he knows he's way out front, so there's no reason to push it. Up and over the catapult double. Lime on a Sunday drive. Still lots of time left, 21 minutes to go. Owen Karlovsky down the 11th spot coming in for his first pit stop. Kyle Phillips hasn't yet pitted, but he's off the track.
Camden Lime working his way around. Mason Fuller in the number 2 spot. Brendan Schimmel in the 3. Ethan Mechanic in the 4. Spencer Heckert in the 5. Schumacher, Watson, Wick, Valentine Jr., Ward Jr., Karlovsky, Vasson, Phillips, Coons, Rose, and Sontag. So Camden Lime right now leading us out. As we talked about at the start of this race, his whole goal this weekend, he was hanging out with us here in the studio, and his whole goal was to come here and win this junior class final. And that is what he's doing right now. So he's getting the job done. If we look at our ProTech RC Speed Trap down the back straight, got some sweet camo shorts there, the left side of the screen. Working their way around. There's Rose, 21.1. Vasson, 19.4. Here comes Coons with a 38.7. Woo! Sontag with a 23.2. Fuller, 25.4. Working our way back around right now. Coming up on the 11-minute mark. It's Lime, Fuller, Mechanic, Schimmel, Schumacher, Eckert, Watson, Wick, Valentine Jr., Ward Jr., Karlowski, Vassen, Coons, Rose, Sontag, and Phillips. And I believe we are looking at, I think that is our leader right there, Camden Lime, the HB Racing driver running the Orion engines.
$11 minutes down and 19 minutes left. Still lots of time left. Camden Lime really kind of in a class of his own here, but he needs to avoid things like that in order to just have a serious problem. Could be a race ender.
Right now, Camden trying to put a lap on the entire field at this point. Ethan Mechanic in that number 2 spot. Mason Fuller in the 3. Anthony Schumacher in the 4. Spencer Heckert in the 5. Brennan Schimmel, Cody Watson, Michael Valentine Jr., Austin Wick, Johnny Ward Jr., Karlowski, Vassen, Coons, Rose, Sontag, and Phillips. So Kyle Phillips was running up front early on in this one and now off the track, unfortunately, here in our junior buggy A main. This is our 15 and under drivers. Coming in next will be our official 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals 8-Scale Buggy Final. 60 minutes to crown our 2017 national champion. Ty Tessman already taking the championship title in our truck class. And he's going to be starting on pole in the buggy class as well. However, we've got a lot of heavy hitters. I think with these track conditions, it's anybody's guess at this point. And there we see the battle right now between Heckert, Fuller, and Schumacher. Fuller in that yellow and orange TLR buggy. And a good battle right now. Three-way battle. Those nothing but carnage. Mason Fuller goes upside down. Another one on top of the staircase upside down. And I believe that might have been Schumacher. We'll have to wait and see when they come back around here. 13:30 down. 16:30 to go. Camden Lime right now out front. Killing it here in this one. Ethan Mechanic in the number 2 spot. Spencer Heckert in that 3 spot. $14 minutes down, 16 to go now. Looking at Mason Fuller right now as he's battling out with Cody Watson. Watson right there with him, and they're coming up on some drivers now as they work their way into the wave. Mason Fuller in the yellow and orange TLR buggy down the back stretch. On to the right-hand side, and Fuller diving to the inside. Good line for Fuller there. It looks like we've got some drivers coming in for fuel, one of them being Cody Watson. So Watson in for fuel now. That's going to be Mason Fuller up into the number 5 spot. Everybody else kind of spreading themselves out just a little bit here in this one. See if we can't find our leader, Camden Lime. He is out front right now. Lime in the pits. Car number 1 is we go to our race day hobbies. Pit lane cam, and Camden Lime's pit time 7.9. There's Tater Sontag. Tater in and out of the pits. Tater running that number 15 spot right now. However, he's clicking off some pretty fast laps with a 34.3. So Tater trying to get it all together and move his way up through the ranks here in this one. $15:30 down, $14:30 to go here in this one. And there you see Mason Fuller coming in for fuel now, the TLR team drivers. in and out. That is his dad, Mike Fuller, there holding the car while one of the TLR members helping to pit him there. So Camden Lime out front. Spencer Heckert still in second. Anthony Schumacher in third. Top three really spread out here in this one. Fuller in the number 4 spot. Watson at the 5. And Ethan Mechanic, have not yet seen him come around as he was supposed to be in that 6th place spot. And he is dropping down now. So Brennan Schimmel works his way up. Oh, and Mason Fuller. There's Mason Fuller coming around now. And trouble there, I believe. That might be our leader. I think that is Camden Lime. Indeed it is. So Lime onto the right-hand side of the track he goes. Coming back around to the front side now. Camden with a rough lap on that one, a 39.9. And he's working his way up on Spencer Heckert, our 2nd place driver, trying to put a lap on him. Schumacher still in 2nd, Fuller in 3rd. Cody Watson in 4th. $17 minutes down, 13 to go. Camden Lime still out front here in this one. Fast lap of the race goes to Mason Fuller. Mason Fuller with a 32.3 on lap number 24. Going to give him that fast lap time. Lime, Heckert, Schumacher, Fuller, Watson, Schimmel, Kanik, Wick, Valentine Jr., Ward Jr., Karlowski, Coons, Rose, Basson, Sontag, and Phillips. As we're 19 minutes into this one now with 10 minutes and 55 seconds left to go. Looking at the Protec speed trap and going so fast they're pulling his shorts off. We head back to our regular camera. We are now following Camden Lime. So I tell you what, these youngsters, they have kind of set their own paces out there and spread themselves out just a little bit. As Camden Lime going to be out front leading the way. Nearly a lap ahead of Spencer Eckert. Mason Fuller in the number 3 spot. Schumacher in the 4 spot. Cody Watson in the 5. Brennan Schimmel in the 6. Austin Wick in the 7. Valentine Jr. in the 8. Johnny Ward Jr. in the 9. Ethan Mechanic in the 10. Brandon Rose in that 11. Trike and Coons in the 12. Owen Karlowski in the 13. Sebastian Vasson in the 14. Tater Sontag in the number 15 spot. And unfortunately, Kyle Phillips off the track here in this one. He was running up front too in our lead bunch. Looking at our leader right now as he's working his way onto the right-hand side of the track, coming back around to the front side. Up and over the double, goes double, single, double. Back around, and good line right there for your leader. Your leader chooses to roll the staircase double there Oh, I thought that was him that rolled it over. So now he's worked his way through traffic. Clear track ahead of him right now with 9 minutes, 25 seconds left to go for Camden Lime. And Camden joined us earlier in the broadcast. I believe that was yesterday, if not the day before. I'm losing track of days here. Camden joined us in here and did a little guest announcing. Gave me a break from the mic. I went and ate some dinner, and he did some announcing with Aaron. Then he came out and hung back with us again yesterday, along with Joe Bornhorst coming in and hanging out with us as well. Always kind of cool for those guys to be able to come in and hang out, check out the studio. So Lime still out front here in this one. Heckert in the number 2 spot. Mason Fuller in the 3 spot. Schumacher in for fuel right now. Schumacher with a 7-second pit stop. That's a pretty quick pit stop there for Schumacher. 8:30 left to go here in this one. And as I mentioned, no real close battles on the track right now. And it looks like maybe trouble for Ethan Mechanic, as Ethan looks to be dropping down in this one. Indeed, trouble for him. So that's going to move Tater Sontag up into the number 13 spot. There's your leader right there, working his way through the S section, coming into pit lane. Looking at the Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam. He is in and out there. You see, I believe that is Tyler Hooks with TLR. And Mike Sontag waiting for Tater to come in and pit. There's Mike Fuller. .720 left to go here in this one. Lime, Heckert, Fuller, Schumacher, Watson, Schimmel, Wick, Valentine Jr., Ward Jr., Rose, Coons, Karlovsky, Tater Sontag, Ethan Mechanic, Sebastian Bassett, and Kyle Phillips. Your running order here. This one is winding down now. 6:45 left to go. Lime out front here. Heckert in the number 2 spot. Fuller in the 3 spot. .530 left to go here in this one. Still going to be Camden Lime, Spencer Heckert, Mason Fuller, Anthony Schumacher, Cody Watson, Schimmel, Wick, Warren Jr., Rose, Valentine Jr., Coons, Karlovsky, Sontag, Bassett, Mechanic, and Phillips. Camden Lime out front. A dominating run here for Camden. Young HB racer. Spencer Heckert in that number 2 spot. Mason Fuller still in 3rd. No real close battles. The closest battle we have right now, Mason Fuller and Anthony Schumacher. Let's see if we can find them on the track. Mason Fuller in car number 2. Anthony Schumacher in car number 11. Those two drivers going to be our closest battle. That is for 3rd and 4th, that final podium position here in our junior class, as Mason Fuller just crossed the line. Now Schumacher has taken over that third place spot as they work their way around. And, somebody flaming out. That may have been Mason Fuller. That is Mason Fuller. So our third place driver, what was our third place driver, is now flamed out. So tough luck for Mason Fuller on that one. So Fuller drop it to the back of the pack here in this one. Anthony Schumacher now works his way up into third. Cody Watson into fourth. We'll see if we can get Fuller back going again. Camden Lime still out front. 3:45 left to go. So coming up very shortly following this race is going to be our hour-long buggy final to crown the 2017 Roar champion. Ty Tessman taking that win in the truck class, starting on pole in the buggy class. We'll see if 27 minutes down, 3 to go. With 2:10 left to go, we're following Anthony Schumacher right now in that number 3 spot. Through the staircase he goes. Oh, Schumacher getting caught up a bit there. Cody Watson the 4 spot. Austin Wick in the 5. 1:55 left to go here in this one. So right now, Camden Lime, he came here to this race with hopes to win the Junior A final. And he is well on his way, well on his way to doing that right now. 1:20 left to go, and we are now looking at our leader right now, Camden Lime. His dad, Tim Lime, here this weekend as well. 1:15 to go down the back straight. Camden, the HB Racing driver. Whipping it over the front jump there, trying to save it. Oh, jumping to the infield. Good save right there. That's Bob Ingersoll, looks like. Do a little volunteer turn marshaling here for this one. Bob Ingersoll of Roar. .50 seconds left to go. So Camden going to cross the line and get one more after this one. Oh, comes up short. Hard hit right there. Turn marshal, good turn marshal right there. There goes Lime on the left side. Oh, trouble in the wave section now. So Lime struggled a little bit here on these final few laps. He's getting excited. He's getting pumped up with 28 seconds left to go. Here he comes around to the front side. Lime, this is going to be his last lap as he comes onto the left side. Wow. Car's hitting head on. Lime gets caught up in that. Oh, man, he's just got to stay out of this carnage right now with the lap traffic. It'd almost be worth just pulling over and letting him go by. There you see he drops down, does not jump that big double. 5 seconds left on that master clock. Camden Lime on his final lap as he's working his way around right now. Time has expired. Down the backstretch he goes now. Your 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Buggy National Junior Champion, Camden Lime. Lime taking a big win here in this one. Spencer Heckert taking second, and Anthony Schumacher coming around to round out your top 3 here for our 15 and under Junior A final at the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals here at State Line Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Our live RC broadcast this week brought to you by Team Associated, Leadfinger Racing, Absolute Hobbies, a.k.a. and Live Time Scoring. Once again, we want to thank everybody for tuning in. Coming up next is going to be our 60-minute A final to crown our 2017 8-Scale Buggy National Champion. As the drivers make their way off the stand here from our junior class. A fantastic run right there. Camden Lime taking the win. Heckert second. Schumacher third. Watson, Wick, Fuller, Schimmel, Ward Jr., Rose, Coons, Sontag, Karlovsky, Valentine Jr., Vasson, Mechanic, and Phillips. Your full results order there from that one. Our junior 15 and under Buggy A main is complete. And let's send it down to Aaron Waldron for a raw speed race report on the driver's stand.
Well, he told us earlier this week that winning the junior final was his goal in Camden Lime. He made that a reality and made it look easy.
Yeah, I just put my car to work and just been driving consistently the whole race. I don't remember one mistake I made. Started rolling the dragon back so I wouldn't make a mistake, and it was just an amazing race.
Did you make any changes to your car throughout the weekend, or you just go out and try to focus on keeping it rubber side down?
I made a lot of changes in my car. Torrance did a lot of stuff. I kind of just took a break and thought about racing for a little bit, just so I could get ready for this race. Basically, he just changed some stuff on the car, and it was really good. And tires were amazing. I don't even know how bald they were, but it doesn't matter.
You started wearing the headset. How'd you like that?
The headset was good, but the batteries died, so I didn't use that. I'm so stoked that I've finally accomplished this. Been wanting to get this since it started. Didn't get it last year. I was running with all the top guys and some mechanical issues with the car, but this year I kind of finally came back, and kind of stinks for Austin Woodyard and CJ. Well, I guess it doesn't stink because they both made the semis, but it was a really good race.
How old are you, Camden?
I'm 12 years old.
So you got a couple more years yet in the junior class.
Yes.
Congratulations, Camden.
Thank you.
And finishing up in the second spot, Spencer Heckert. Incredible job.
Thank you. Just made too many mistakes. That's all I can say.
Did you think that you had a chance to win this, or were you kind of surprised that you finished second?
No, I definitely think I had a chance to win it. I just made way too many mistakes and drove.
You have anybody you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all my sponsors and my dad for all their help, and also Galen McCreary.
And how old are you, Spencer?
I'm 15.
So this is your last year in the junior class. Bummer. Congratulations, though.
Yep, thank you.
And then finishing up in the third position, Anthony Schumacher, driving the Team Associated Buggy. Congratulations on the podium finish.
Thank you.
You have anybody you want to say thank you to?
Just all my sponsors, my dad, Richard Saxton for all the help that they gave me. Anybody else who actually helped me. I don't want to name names just because I might forget them and they might feel left out.
How'd that race go for you?
The start was a little hairy, but towards the end I just started driving, and I knew it was the 30-minute main, so pit stops were coming and things could happen in that time span.
And was this kind of, did you meet your goal, or did you hope that you might have finished a little higher?
I was hoping I would finish a little bit higher, but I'm happy with third. It's nationals. There's a ton of talent here. I'm not too worried about it.
Congratulations, Anthony.
Thank you.
And the top three finishers here in the junior final, and one race left to go. It's the reason we've been waiting all week long.
Well, fantastic to see all those drivers. Very happy for those guys. Of course, Camden Lime taking the win. Spencer Heckert second. Anthony Schumacher third. So, unfortunately, we won't see Spencer Heckert and Anthony Schumacher in our youth division next year in our 15 and under, as this was their final year for that. However, we will see Camden Lime back again, but you never know. Spencer Heckert and Anthony Schumacher, they may be in the final for the big dogs next year. So our 60-minute A final for the Roar National Buggy Championship here for 2017 from State Line Raceway coming up here in just a few minutes. Stay with us here on LiveRC as we will be right back to bring you the 60-minute A final.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of Nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
In the world of radio-controlled cars, only one company has dominated racing for more than 50 years. Team Associated radio-controlled cars and trucks are true champions by design. Together, we have won multiple national championship races and claimed more than 27 world championship titles. No other RC car company even comes close. So be part of the winning team and get behind the wheel of a Team Associated car or truck. Will you be the next world champion?
AK Tires, Spectrum Servo, stock TLR body, of course. Reds Engine, VP Powermaster Fuel, Spectrum Radio. Special thanks to TLR, Reds, AKA Spectrum, Horizon Hobby, VP Fuel, Orion, Stick It One Racing, Darkside Designs, Lunsford, MIP, LiveRC, OCRC, and State Line RC Raceway. Thanks again to Kevin, Todd, and the rest of the TLR crew, plus my amazing wife and Joe Laws. That is Mr. Dakota Fend. Qualifying in the 13th spot from Silver City. Running the Team Associated, J Concepts Tires, Reedy Servo, Associated Body, Reds Engine, Byron's Fuel, Sanwa Radio. Special thanks to my parents for all that they do, and Colby Purdy for some awesome pit help. Shout out to Mario Rossi with Reds Racing and the whole AE crew for providing great support. Big thanks to J Concepts for the awesome tires. And last but not least, the big man above, Blake Pickett. Blake Pickett. Driving with the Mugen, Proline Tires, High-Tech Servo, Proline Body, OS Speed Engine, Flashpoint Fuel, High-Tech Radio. Sponsored by Mugen CQ Racing, OS Engines, Proline, High-Tech, Trax Power, Tekin, Flashpoint RC, Upgrade RC, Lunsford, Cal RC, and Pro Motion, and Darkside Designs. Special thanks to Rhonda, Tim, Daniel, Steve, Kevin, and the Mugen team. Adam, Drake, your 12th qualifier. Qualifying in the 11th spot from Chandler, Arizona. Running the Mugen AVX7R with Proline Tires, MKS Servo, Mugen Body, OS Engine, Flashpoint Fuel, Futaba Radio. Sponsored by Mugen, MKS, OS, Futaba, Proline, Flashpoint, MIP, Avid, Lunsford, Stick It One, Track Power, and Hobby Action, Mike Truey. Qualifying 10th from Red Bluff, California. Running the X-Ray with Proline Tires, Protec Servo, X-Ray Body, Protec Engine, VP Fuel, Sanwa Radio. Thanks to my sponsors, X-Ray America, A-Main, Proline, Protec, Sanwa, Hootie, 110% Racing, Stick It One, VP Fuel, Ogio, Hook Tire Sauce, and Cal RC. Want to thank Kevin Palmer, the Tessman family, the State Line crew for all their hard work, and also to the whole X-Ray RC America team. Young CJ Jellin from Medina, Ohio, running the Techno with AK Enduros on his car. Futaba Servo, Techno Body, Block Engine, Byron's 25, 8% Fuel, Futaba 4PX Radio. Sponsored by Techno, AK, Byron's Fuels, Block, Futaba, Tekin, Protec, PT Racing Oils, Dutch Oven Designs, Diggity Paints, Lutz RC. Special thanks to all the Techno team for helping me get ready for the race. Ryan Lutz from Medina, Georgia, right here in America. Running the Mugs Engine, Nitro Pro Fuel, Futaba, 4PX Radio. Sponsored by Mugen Seiki Racing, MKS Servos, Futaba, Advantage RC, Products, Speed RC, and Ogio. Special thanks to my dad for all the pit help. And he also has really, really good handwriting. That is Cole Ogden from Lincoln, Illinois. There it is. Running a Team Associated, J Concepts Tires, Reedy Servo, J Concepts Body, OS Engine, VP Power Master Fuel, Futaba Radio. Sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, Futaba, OS Engines, VP Power Master, RJD Hobbies. Special thanks to my dad and Kevin for all the help. Michael Page from Raymore, Missouri, qualifying 6th, running the Kyosho, AK Tires, KO Servo, Kyosho Body, MX Engine, MX Fuel, KO Propo Radio. Sponsored by Kyosho, MX, AKA Team Orion, KO Propo, GS Hobbies, JTP, Upgrade RC, TD Paint, Lunsford, MIP. Thanks to Ophir, Joe Pillars, the family, and the good Lord Jesus Christ, that is Jared Tebow. Qualifying 5th from Surprise, Arizona. Running the RC8 B31. J Concepts Tires, Reedy Servo, J Concepts Body, MX Engine and Fuel. Sponsored by Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, MX, Stick It One, Hobby Action, Lunsford, Makita, Kicker, SP Racing, and LiveRC. Want to thank my dad, my pit guys, and everyone who helped me get to where I am. That is Spencer Rivkin. Qualifying in the fourth position from Naugatuck. I love the pronunciation help. Thank you. Connecticut. He is running the Team Associated RC8 B31, J Concepts Tires, Reedy Servo, Reedy Powered Servo, J Concepts Body, OS Engines, VP Powermaster Fuel, Sanmo Radio. Thanks to Team Associated, Reedy, J Concepts, OS Engines, VP Powermaster, MIP, and Stick It One. Special thanks to JR Mitch, Brent Thelke, Jason Rona for all the help this weekend, State Line crew for their fantastic family facility race set, and of course my parents for everything they do. That is Alex, I'm going to kill your last name again, Kachezik. Alex K. From Costa Mesa, California. Running the Team Associated RC8 B31, J Concepts Tires, Savix Servo, J Concepts Body, MX Engine and Fuel, Sanwo Radio. Sponsored by Team Associated, MX, much more. J Concepts, Savix, Upgrade RC, Makita, Kicker, Darkside Designs, OCRC, LiveRC, RCE, PCH, Lunsford, and MIP. That is Ryan Cavallari. Qualifying 2nd from Chandler, Arizona. Running the Mugen MBX7R. J Concepts Tires, MKS Servos, J Concepts Silencer Body, Reds Engine, Flashpoint Fuel, Sanwo Radio. He's sponsored by Mugen, J Concepts, Reds, MKS, A-Main Hobbies, Yokomo, Stick It One, Hobby Action, Flashpoint, OCRC Raceway, MIP, and Lunsford. That is Ryan Mayfield. And your top qualifier from Seven Persons Canada. Running the X-Ray XB8 17 with Proline Tires, MKS Servo, X-Ray Body, OS Engine, VP Fuel, A-Main Hobbies, Radio. Got that in there. Thanks to my sponsors, X-Ray, RC America, Proline, OS, Orion, MKS, VP Fuel, Hootie, A-Main Hobbies, Avid, Lunsford, much more. Stick It One, Darkside Design, 110% Racing, LiveRC, Red RC, and Neo Buggy. Thanks to the State Line crew for their hard work and hospitality. Thanks to the whole X-Ray RC America team for working hard together. Thanks to my family for all their support and help. Most importantly, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I wouldn't be here without him. That is Ty Tessman. Ty Tessman, your top qualifier.
We are minutes away from the start of the Pro Buggy Main here at the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road Nationals, and that's the reason we've all been here since many of us Tuesday and Wednesday, and of course all of you watching online back at home. I'm Aaron Waldron here with Mike Garrison, and we'll be bringing you the action from this 60-minute final to determine the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road Buggy National Championship. Mike, who you got?
Man, I don't know. It's such a tough call at this point. I think Ty Tessman obviously already taken home the truck title, so you can't count him out. He's starting first, but if the pattern continues, starting in the back of the pack seems to be kind of where the winners are coming from. So You can't count out some of the guys bumping up, possibly Cole Ogden, possibly some of the guys starting further down. Jared Tebow obviously laid down a TQ run in qualifying. I honestly don't have a pick at this point. It could be anybody.
Yeah, I think Cole Ogden might be the big story here. We'll have to see if he can carry that momentum from his incredible performance in the semi into potentially running for a podium finish or a win. We've got a bunch of drivers in here that would be looking for a first title, a bunch of drivers looking for a second title, a bunch of drivers that are just flat out glad that they're in the show. And who do you think is who's the driver that you're hoping for a big surprise from?
Man, I think honestly, I think it'd be awesome to see CJ Jellin.
Yeah.
CJ going to be the youngest driver on the driver's stand here in this one, I believe, correct?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
By far.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I asked that question. That was a dumb question.
Yeah.
But CJ Jellin making his way into the final, and I'm stoked for him. I think that's super awesome. Kind of jealous of the kid, to be honest with you. I was somewhere hitting a T-ball or something when I was his age, not on the driver's stand with the world's best. So.
Yep, and we'll have to see between the drivers running out front. The starting grid here, Ty Tessman first, Ryan Mayfield second, Ryan Cavallari third, Alex Koskiushek finally making the main at the 8th scale Buggy National Championships here, starts fourth. Spencer Rivkin, defending champion, rounds out the top 5. Then we got 2010 national champion Jared Tebow in 6th. Mikey Page starts 7th. Cole Ogden, as we said, one of the dark horses here in 8th. Ryan Lutz looking for Techno RC's first national championship after a 3rd place finish earlier in truck is 9th. CJ Jellin, the young man, in 10th, disqualified himself from the junior final by making the final. I think that's an okay trade. Mike Truey, a former national champion back in 2008, starting 11th. 3-time national champion Adam Drake starts 12th. And then Blake Pickett in his first national championship final, 13th. And home track local Dakota Fenn racing in his in-laws' backyard. We'll have to see what he can do from the 14th spot. We've got a whole bunch of action coming up here, 60 minutes to determine a champion. And we're going to head back down trackside for the final race of the weekend here from State Line RC.
Did you see that? So right now our buggy final drivers making their warm-up laps right now. As you can see, sunny skies. We started out this week here in Fremont, Indiana with nothing but rain.
Torrential downpour.
Flooded skies, flooded grounds. Lake LiveRC was located right outside the trailer.
Oh, yeah.
And now?
I was wearing boots and a red poncho, looking like a Hershey's Kiss on Christmas.
You know what's bad? Is we have been here for so long. That seems like so long ago.
I know. That's because we haven't slept a whole lot.
That's true.
Here is
But
Ty
who needs
Tessman.
sleep?
Oh,
Oh,
getting
boy.
a last-minute engine adjustment here to that OS Speed B2102.
Guy.
And there's Tim Long holding Ryan Mayfield's car in the 2nd spot.
Here we go. They are down and quiet. And they are off. Here we go. A 60-minute A main to determine the 2017 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nitro Buggy Champion.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Trouble right off the
Cavallari
start.
getting into Mayfield there in turn number 2.
Mayfield upside down again. So
Man.
Mayfield. Wow. And Tessman goes upside down on lap number 1. Here comes Ryan Cavallari now.
Trying to go around the outside. You see a hole developing there in the face of that tabletop, and that's what sort of stopped Cavallari's momentum. Cavallari looking for a way around Tessman in the S-turn. Tessman with a great line through the wave section. Spencer Rivkin jumping up to 3rd. Ogden up to 4th from 8th. Watch
Unbelievable. Cole Ogden, ladies and gentlemen,
Cavallari
look
to the
at this.
inside of Tessman. Tessman punched her on the outside, though, able to hang on.
So Cavallari trying to show him a wheel right now. Cole Ogden has now worked his way up into the number 3 spot.
Wow.
Unbelievable for Cole Ogden right now as he chases down Ty Tessman and Ryan
up
Cavallari.
with the Atlanta native, Cole Ogden, on fire today.
Absolutely phenomenal run so far today, even if it ended right here. Cole Ogden's still going to be the talk of the 2017 Roar Nationals for sure. And right now, he's all the way up to 3rd, just ahead of Jared Tebow and Dakota Fenn. Now Fenn dropping down.
Yeah.
Rivkin jumping up into the number 5 spot, it looks like.
Still a terrific start from 14th on the grid to 6th for Dakota Fenn.
I was watching his wife nervously waiting for the results of the semifinals when I walked up there, and I told her as long as he passes tech, like he made it in on time. She's like, really? Like, yeah, like we're watching the time on the way down there, and it's going to be fine. And then I walked over and I checked the laptop up in the scoring computer. I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh, thank goodness. Like, big old sigh of relief.
Absolutely. Well, now Ty Tessman out to a little bit of Cole Ogden is now up to second. So Ryan Cavallari had a little bobble on that lap. A 37.8 dropped him back. And here we're looking at Cole Ogden, the Mugen Seeker driver.
This is madness. Anyone who thought that the semifinal performance there was a fluke is eating their words now. Yeah, Mike Garrison.
There's a lot of people in the chat that just happen to be swarming around, and it got me thinking, So Cole Ogden right now laying it down, just absolutely phenomenal right now. Ty Tessman is out front. Cole Ogden in second. Jared Tebow in third. Ryan Cavallari in fourth. Dakota Finn in fifth. Ryan Mayfield in sixth after that catastrophic frills lap for him. Pickett, Lutz, Alex K, Truey, Rivkin, Page, Drake, and Jellin.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing from Cole Ogden right now. It's just, he's never done this at the Roar Nationals, been this competitive, this early, that impressive in the semifinal. I think he may have finished in the top 5 or so in truck one year, but I mean, like this is something else. Even if this ends up in nothing, it's sure been a lot of fun to talk about.
He was 1.6 seconds faster than Ty Tessman. He is now your leader. Cole Ogden is now your leader. Ladies and gentlemen of the 2017 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals, Ogden, a lap down in the semi, was awarded a penalty. Oh, I guess you'd say awarded.
Right, yeah.
Given a penalty of 1 lap. He started 1 lap down, somehow made it up to third, and now he is leading.
And Tessman with a mistake has dropped down. That's going to give Ogden a little bit of breathing room. And I thought it was interesting that Ryan Mayfield, after winning his semifinal, said, yeah, but like Ogden should have won that, and he's going to be one to watch in the main. And Mayfield called it. Cole is, at least here in the opening minutes of this one, I mean, hope that he doesn't just go out and burn his tires off.
Wow. Well, they've got a lot of racing left to go. That's no doubt. We've seen it happen before. But right now, Cole Ogden, and I would imagine at this point, the number of jaws that have hit the ground with what's happening is probably a Guinness Book of World Records. I mean, it's just, wow. So it's Ogden, Tessman, Tebow, Cavallari. Dakota Finn from 14th on the grid is now 5th. Ryan Mayfield after the bad start in 6th. Ryan Lutz in 7th. Blake Pickett in the 8th spot. Rivkin drops to 9th. Truey in the top 10.
I don't understand, but it's a lot of fun. Ty Tessman slipping back off of Ogden a little bit, trying to keep him in sight.
31.8, a new fast lap, the only driver to get down the 31-second lap range.
Wow. What is going on here? Tessman, we know, one of the most successful drivers of the last 5 years or so. We know that he has what it takes to win these races. We know that this could be a very calm, calculated move.
Wow.
Let Ogden get out front and burn those tires off. He knows he just has to stay close.
Did you just see Cole Ogden right there? He hit that hole. The car went sideways. He literally scrubbed that thing so close to the ground. He could not have gotten any closer to the takeoff and landing and still made that jump. That was incredible right there from Cole Ogden. And, I think a lot of it, from what little I know about Cole Ogden, he runs on emotions for sure. And I think Cole Ogden was pretty fired up over the whole thing. And I think instead of letting that anger or whatever get to him in the sense of, ruining his weekend or whatever, he turned that thing into just straight passion.
Joe Bornhorst in a red T-shirt coming on the straightaway is just clapping like crazy for Cole as he came onto the back straight back there. You're right. Cole is a very emotional racer and feeds off of that. Most people, when they get a little fired up like that, it slows them down. But like I asked him after the semifinal if that sort of lit a fire under his feet. And, he's burning right now.
Unbelievable right now. Ty Tessman in the number 2 spot. He's fallen back 3.1 seconds back from Ogden. Ryan Cavallari is now back up to the number 3 spot. And look at this, though. I honestly think at this point, Ogden's biggest competition, aside from Tessman, is probably going to be Ryan Mayfield.
Right.
Mayfield dropped all the way back to 10th to start this one out, and he's now back up to the number 4 spot. So Mayfield's going to be one you're going to want to keep an eye on. Mayfield is only 1/10 of a second back from Cavallari now. Cavallari and Mayfield are going to be going back and forth for that number 3 and 4 spot.
Here is Cavallari and Mayfield going through the whoop section. Cavallari with a little bit of a gap, but got out of shape going through the whoop section. Mayfield a little more controlled through those bumps. And they were actually 2 seconds behind at the line last time by. Mayfield perhaps with a little bit of a bobble on the front side of the track. Here's a cool shot here of what we've been calling the wave.
Wow, that's a really neat angle right there. And you can see that ridge runs almost diagonally. I mean, not almost. It does. Runs diagonally across the track, which is a very unique feature.
Right. We don't see that a whole lot. And because the track's been so loose, and especially since it started blowing out, it is totally different than it was at the beginning of the weekend.
Absolutely. Now, these two drivers, obviously longtime teammates, part of Team Associated, and then Ryan Mayfield made the switch to TLR, and then this year he's now on the Mugen Seiki Racing team, and of course Yokomo for 10 scale. So these two drivers, no strangers to racing one another, and this is the battle for third right now as they come back around. And Mayfield coming in for fuel now, 7:30 down here in this one. Mayfield going to be the first one out of the bunch to pit, so he is in and out right there with a 6.7 second pit stop. Pretty fast pit there for Ryan Mayfield.
That was a good one. Yep, Tim Long on the fuel gun, and I'm not sure who that was that picked up the car.
I got a feeling that might have been J.R. Mitch.
Yeah, good call. So Ogden, Tessman, Cavallari, Tebow, Mayfield, of course, is pitted now. Ogden in pit lane.
So Ogden in and out. Ogden with a 7.7.
Oh,
is that
off
Ogden?
the track.
That was Ogden, I believe.
Yeah,
it was. That was Cole Ogden.
A little overzealous on his way out of pit lane. So we'll have to see after this first round of pit stops all go through who's got what. And we may see Tessman here trying to cut out a pit stop like Adam Drake. Tessman. Mugen saw an orange shirt running out of pit lane. Ryan Mayfield may have flamed out.
Cole Ogden still
running. Ryan Mayfield. Oh. Who is it? Mugen car of some kind. You sure it wasn't Mayfield?
We're talking to our producer here in our headset.
Yeah, sorry.
Trying to figure out who that was. I believe
Somebody
it was
getting
Ryan Mayfield. It was Ryan Mayfield.
Oh,
Mayfield
man.
wow. So right there, the stars are aligning for Cole Ogden as
he does have to take down the 2014 world champion Ty Tessman, though.
He's back to the front.
Oh.
So there it is, Cole Ogden back leading this one.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Cole Ogden to the front. Cavallari in second now. Tebow in third. Ryan Lutz in fourth. Ty Tessman now dropping to that number 6 spot. Now to the 7th spot. What is going on with Ty Tessman? Looking at the scoring right now, Tessman has dropped back to 7th, down to 8th. Oh, Ogden stuck on the pipe now. Ryan Cavallari may go by. We are looking now for Ty Tessman. Tessman is now back to 10th, so I believe Tessman may have had a flame out as well. Could that be the case? Unbelievable. Ty Tessman and Ryan Mayfield.
I thought we were in Fremont, Indiana, but we were in the twilight zone.
I don't even know where we are at this point, as there's Ty Tessman coming around with a 1 minute, 21 second lap time.
Man.
We'll have to see what happened and make sure. There is Ryan Cavallari.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he didn't miss a lap. I'm assuming something had to have happened. Well, he would have had to miss several laps at 121. Tessman flamed out. We've just got official word that Tessman did flame out. Unreal. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your Mugen Seiki driver, Cole Ogden, is leading this one ahead of Ryan Cavallari. 7.7 seconds ahead of him right now. Jared Tebow in the number 3 spot. Ryan Lutz in the 4. Mike Truey in the 5. Spencer Rivgan, Dakota Finn, Alex Kay, Adam Drake, and Blake Pickett, your top 10.
This is Bizarro World. And Cole Ogden out front, following along here, though, with...
This is perhaps the...
This is Tebow and Tessman. Tessman's behind him, but apparently
they're a lap apart.
Cavallari is right behind, or close behind, Cole Ogden.
Down the front stretch, yeah.
Battle for the lead, shaping up on the left side of the track. And Ryan Cavallari, a multi-time national champion, has already won championships with 2 different manufacturers. Of course, still with Team Associated, with whom he won his last title. And Cole Ogden looking for the biggest win of his career and his first World National Championship. Cavallari, though, the wily veteran, is definitely veteran. My bad. has definitely raced at this level before, knows what it takes to win these major races. So what Ogden might have in sheer determination right now, Cavalieri may match in experience. We'll have to see how this shakes out over the next 48 minutes.
I tell you, to be honest with you, if this was the first couple laps and Ogden got out front, that's surprising enough. But I mean, we're 12 minutes into this thing,
Right.
and by this point, usually, I'm not going to say everybody's sort of where they're going to finish necessarily, but you kind of see how it's going to work out.
I love how everyone coming onto the straightaway is cheering on Cole.
It's awesome. It is absolutely awesome, and the other racers that aren't in the final that have the talent to be there, they may not even be friends with Cole, but literally everyone around the entire track right now is cheering on Cole Ogden.
You got to respect what he's been able to put together so far in this one. And even after the semifinal, that was an incredible drive.
We just saw two drivers get to. That was Tebow.
And was that Cavalieri?
It might have been Jared Tebow. Now up into the number 2 spot, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So those two drivers get together. Look at that. That is just too cool.
Will Tebow be able to reel in Ogden?
Now, see, Tebow is another one. Tebow, round 1 qualifying TQ for Buggy. Here comes Tebow down the front stretch.
2.8 seconds behind at the finish line. So Jared Tebow looking for his second national championship. This is one of the races where he's had this and the 8-Skill Worlds are the two races where he's been Ogden off the lane, Tebow by for the lead, and this changes everything because Tebow is one of those drivers that we've seen get out front and just disappear. Ogden we haven't seen in that sort of situation, and
that's absolutely true.
A mistake from Ogden. Not to say that we've been expecting mistakes like that. We just haven't seen him at this level put together 14 minutes like that at this sort of pace. So we'll see now if Ogden's able to reel Jared in, if Jared's just going to sort of drive off into the Indiana evening here.
This national championship has been just absolutely a wild one. I'm going to say the greatest one I've seen, watched, been to so far ever. This has been the most exciting, no doubt. And I tell you, Jared Tebow here this weekend, and ironically, just before the event, he decided last minute, I'm not going to fly out there.
Oh, that's right.
I'm going to drive out here, and I'm going to bring my entire family.
Right. Wife and 3 kids.
Jared and his wife and his 3 kids are all here in attendance for this year's Nats, and now their dad and husband out there leading the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road National Championship. This is fantastic right now for Jared Tebow. Cole Ogden still in that number 2 spot. Sitting in second, still impressive right now. And now Ryan Cavalieri, just as I say that, moves his way up into second. Ogden drops to third. Spencer Rivkin, last year's champion, in the number 4 spot. Ryan Lutz in 5th. Truey, Finn, Alex Kay, Adam Drake, and Blake Pickett running out your top 10. Tessman sitting 11th. Page in 12th, and C.J. Jelen and Ryan Mayfield off the track.
I'm really quite shocked that Mayfield's out of the race so early. Did not see that coming. He's had a really great record so far this year of finishing races, and thought he would contend for the title here. Did not expect that we'd come to this race and leave without Mayfield winning either class, so that's a little weird. But Tebow out front trying to win for the first time since 2010. He's been with Kyosho all that time. In fact, switched to Kyosho, I believe, in 2009. And, this would be quite the story for him. Switched back to Kyosho, you're right. He ran 8-Scale for Kyosho back when he was driving 10-Scale cars for Team Associated. And then went to the O'Donnell 8-Scale car. TQ'd the 2008 Nationals and then didn't win. And then switched to Kyosho in 2009. Next year, he won both championships. And it looked like at that point, with him back home at Kyosho, that he was going to go on a tear. But he hasn't had the luck since, at least as far as the Roar Nationals goes. He's won a whole bunch of other major races. And here is defending champion Spencer Ripken with a tumble.
And he's upside down now. And looking here on the official timing and scoring, Cole Ogden has dropped back to the number 5 spot. Dakota Finn is up to 6th.
I think that was Lutz that just went by Ripken for the 3rd spot.
So Ryan Lutz is now up into 3rd, the Techno RC driver down the back stretch. I like the fact that Joe Bornhorst is not cheering for Ryan Lutz, but he's out there cheering for Cole Ogden.
Yeah.
That shows the impact that Cole Ogden has had on everybody this weekend. Oh, and look at Cole. Cole getting right up in there with Rivkin now. This is a good battle here as Ogden in that 5 spot chasing down Rivkin, and there's Lutz. Lutz makes a mistake now. So Lutz and Rivkin getting together a bit. Rivkin goes by. Rivkin back up to the number 3 spot. Lutz drops to 4. Dakota Finn, I believe, is going to move up to the number 5 spot, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he does. And Cole Ogden in the number 6 spot. So we're looking at Spencer Rivkin right now. So Jared Tebow out front by about 4 seconds over Ryan Cavallari. Jared Tebow, the Team Kyosho driver, running the Maxima engines, Maxima fuel, a.k.a. tires. 17 minutes down, 43 to go here in this one.
Tebow out front looking to give
look at this battle.
Maxima MX their first national championship. Another Maxima MX driver, Spencer Rivkin, trying to hold off Ryan Lutz.
And Rivkin in for fuel now, coming into pit lane.
It's like that's Mike Dana and maybe Richard pitting for him?
I believe, Richard Saxton in and out there.
7.4 for Spencer Rivkin's fuel stop there. So Ty Tessman, because he wouldn't have triggered the pit in lap when he flamed out and got carried back. So that's why he's the only one that hasn't registered a pit stop yet. Lutz and Fenn still need to pit. Great run for Fenn so far.
That's what I was
up
just
to the
getting
4th
ready
spot.
to point out to you.
Where did that come from?
He has struggled all weekend. He barely made it into this. He made it purely by luck. I mean,
by time.
By time, but he did not get a direct transfer. It came,
No.
as you were saying, he finished 7th. It came down to who was the fastest 7th place finisher. And now he finds himself in the top 5. He drops to 6 right there behind Cole Ogden. But so right now, Rivkin, Lutz, Ogden, Finn, all right there together. Good battle between all of those guys as we look at our Race Day Hobbies pit lane cam. So there's Ryan Lutz right there. He's got Cole Ogden now ahead of him. So Rivkin in 3rd. Ogden moves back up into the number 4 spot with 18:40 down, 41:20 to go here in this one.
Even if Ogden doesn't win this race, running in the top 5, if he can finish it out in the top 5, that would be quite the performance.
The fact, if he doesn't finish this race at all, the fact that he came back to lead the first.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I mean,
the fact that he could at this point blow out and finish 12th, and doing what he did at the beginning of the race was impressive.
Yes, it's still going to go down the history books, that's for sure.
Well, no, because the RC industry is really bad about tracking its history. There are no books.
Let's say the memory books.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's memory. And Ogden followed Rivkin as they both
monkey
tumbled.
see, monkey do.
Yeah, and Lutz coming up on him now. So now we got a battle between Rivkin, Ogden, and Lutz.
Yeah, 3-way battle. For the 3rd
that's
spot.
Ogden. Ogden goes upside down. Lutz goes on by. So Lutz now moving up to the number 4 spot. 19:30 down, 40:30 to go.
Let's see what Fenn can do if he can make his way up. Still just not even 1/3 of the way through this race. A lot of time left. The top 7 drivers have all pitted for their 2nd time, so they're all on the same strategy here.
And there's Dakota Finn
Actually,
right there.
Cole Ogden is going to stop one more time than everybody by the end of the race. He's only going 7.5. Everyone else is going 8.5.
Good point. Ogden right there. So Finn gets by Ogden now, and as Finn is in the top 5, he's got Ogden right behind him. Ogden just pushing him through that section right now. And Ogden around the outside. Ogden trying to Ogden showed him a wheel. They bumped a little. Finn takes the spot right back from him. Down the backstretch they go. Mike Truey going to be in the 7 spot. Adam Drake in the 8. Meanwhile, Jared Tebow out front here in this one. And Jared Tebow now and Ryan Cavallari. We've got a battle for the lead on our hands as they head onto the backside of the track. There's Jared Tebow. Down the backside on the right side. Coming back around now. Started in the 6th spot on the grid. He is now up into the lead. And there you see not far back from him down the front stretch is Ryan Cavallari.
Tebow and Cavallari the only, actually, Tebow, Cavallari, and Rivkin, the only world champions in this race, and they're all standing right together on the driver's stand.
They sure are. What a fantastic shot right there.
And Ty Tessman, sorry. So from left to right there, we've got Tessman, Rivkin, Tebow, Cavallari, and then
C.J. Jellin.
Yeah, C.J. Jellin, who may win a world championship before he's done if he keeps this up.
I got a feeling that's probably not going to be a problem.
Tebow down the front straightaway, double, tabletop, double.
So Tebow right now out to a 5-second lead. So he's gapped out just a little bit now on Cavallari. Spencer Rivkin, Ryan Cavallari's team associated teammate in that number 4 spot. 3 spot, Ryan Lutz in 4, Dakota Finn in 5th, Ogden, Truy, Drake, Tessman, Alex K, Pickett, Page, Jellin, and Mayfield. Looking at our ProTech RC speed trap.
Jared Tebow, 21.1 as he got on the brakes in the middle of the trap. Ryan Cavallari, 21.1. 25.8, Adam Drake driving it a little harder into the turn. Spencer Ripken, 23.2.
Oh, that was Ogden right there, traction rolling at the end of the back straight, I believe. Dakota Finn.
Oh, so Finn from the 5th spot was battling with Lutz and blew off track a bit.
And now Ryan Lutz has closed the gap up on Ryan Cavallari.
And here is a battle for the 3rd spot. They are a bit behind Spencer Ripken.
So there they go through the switchback sections into the wave.
Can't say enough for how Ryan Lutz has improved over the last couple of years. He went from being in the main and running around mid-pack and might run into a good finish here and there to really being a contender for a podium spot at every major race we go to.
Well, you know, I think I have to say, in my opinion, I think Ryan Lutz has finally found a full equipment package that, oh, wow! Lutz and Cavallari, I believe, just made contact, and Cavallari getting the short end of the stick on that one.
And who was that sitting upside down? Was that
I don't know if that was Tessman or not, but Lutz and Cavallari made some contact there. Cavallari crashed, it looked to me like, on that stair step down, and then Lutz coming in hot. And I'm not sure that he necessarily meant to, but they got together and it put Cavallari back on his lid. But where I was going was, I believe Lutz finally has a complete equipment package that is together,
absolutely
working good. And I'm not saying what he was running before by any means wasn't good. I just don't think it necessarily worked for him. I don't think he could get it
definitely
dialed in.
didn't click the way it has with this stuff.
Absolutely not. I think the OS-powered Techno,
the block.
The block. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's
based upon
block. Yeah.
based upon an OS engine.
Right.
The block-powered Techno, I think, is kind of the ticket for him, you know, and I think everything's working really well for him right now. And I think now is his time to shine. That's for sure.
Dakota Fenn running about 2.4 seconds behind Ryan Lutz, I believe. Now fend up on the pipe a little bit. Here comes Cavallari right behind him. And you just see Lutz a bit out of frame there. So that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th all right together. And Rivkin's not far ahead of that. But Tebow is enjoying a little bit of an advantage on the melee behind. Cavallari looking for a way around Fend. It's almost like he's holding him up. Fend with a little mistake.
Wow.
Cavallari goes by.
That was a super close pass right there. And Cavallari just about got clipped in the rear wheel there by Dakota Fenn. Oh, Dakota tumbling. So more troubles, and that's going to let Cole Ogden go by. Oh, nope, maybe not. That's not Cole Ogden.
Nope.
Maybe. Nope. Yep. Nope. And there you see Joe Bornhorst. Oh, he's not even using his own hat to cheer. He stole it off the guy standing next to him.
So Ryan Mayfield will not be rejoining the race. His transmitter's in pieces.
Did that come before or after?
Draw your own conclusion.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
With Jared Tebow out front by a long way. Spencer Rivkin out in the 2nd spot. Lutz 3rd. Cavallari 4th. Dakota Fenn 5th. Those 4 drivers are all stacked up together.
As they're working their way around right now. And I tell you, this would be, that's Drake trying to save it there. For Jared Tebow, I think this would be probably, aside from maybe winning a world championship, this would be.
Yeah, I think the biggest win of his career would probably be his first 4-wheel drive world championship in Japan back in 2007. And then second is probably the 2-wheel drive world title in 2013. If he wins this buggy race, I think that would probably be the 3rd biggest win of his life.
I think emotionally too. I think it's going to be huge for Jared if he can win this one. Right now he's on track to do so, but we are not even to the halfway mark here in this one. It's Jared Tebow out front, Spencer Rivkin in the number 2 spot, Ryan Cavallari in 3rd, Ryan Lutz in 4th, Dakota Finn in 5th. Ogden, Truey, Drake, Tessman, Alex K, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, CJ Jellin. And unfortunately, we have received word that Ryan Mayfield will not be returning to this one.
Probably not.
Oh, that was Ryan Cavallari, I believe.
We received word in picture form that he will not be returning to the
Photo
race.
evidence that he will not be returning to the race.
Happy Gilmore missing the 6-inch putt. And here comes the putter throw. Wait, he's restrained himself. This could be a new Happy Gilmore.
You know, the thing about it is, it irritates me if you see some frustration, and things like that happening on a local level and that kind of thing. But these guys, this is their livelihood, and the amount of pressure and everything that's on the line for these guys, I'm not going to say it makes it right, but it definitely justifies it a bit.
No. Depends on perspective. So, whoa, and what's up with Tebow?
Jared Tebow.
Hold on. Let's wait for confirmation. But our scoring screen, because we haven't seen it yet.
Well, I'm watching him on the scoring screen plummet to the bottom. Tebow in the 6th now.
Maybe he missed the loop.
Tebow in 6th, drops to 7th on the timing. He's back to 6th. This is bizarre to me, but look at on the track right now.
Wow. So
Spencer Rivkin,
defending champion.
And he's got Ryan Lutz behind him right now. So now Spencer Rivkin.
Wouldn't this be a story?
Trying to take the national championship once again. Ryan Lutz trying to take the first right now for Techno RC and for himself.
Tessman went back-to-back in 2014, 2015. He was the first driver ever to win the buggy race twice in a row. If Spencer Rivkin does so, that'll be 2 pairs of wins. That's bizarre.
Wow. This is unbelievable right now. What a turn of events here in this one. So now it is Rivkin out front. Ryan Lutz in the number 2 spot. Ryan Cavallari in 3rd. Here comes the battle for the lead down the front stretch. 28:45 down, 31:15 left to go right now here in this one. Into the whoop section now. Rivkin, the team associated driver out of Arizona. Rivkin make a little bit of a mistake there. Techno RC driver Ryan Lutz out of Ohio.
It looked like Lutz just blew the corner, but he was going outside to the smooth part of that tabletop jump.
Yeah.
And this is interesting because, Rivkin's a world champion.
Yep.
But he's still really young.
Yep.
Ryan Lutz is quite a bit older, has been racing for a long time, but hasn't yet won one of these races. This is an interesting little matchup here. Rivkin did hold off Mayfield to win this race last year, so I would say he can stand up to the pressure, but the fact that Lutz hasn't been there yet maybe takes the pressure off of him? I don't know.
We'll see, and right now it looks like Rivkin starting to stretch it out a little bit. And, the other thing about Ryan Lutz is he's played a lot of roles in the RC industry, not just as a professional driver. He's been a team manager. He's played a part in product and development, that kind of thing. He's got his own business, Lutz RC. So he's played a lot of roles in the RC world.
A slower car bouncing off a pipe over there, and Lutz barely able to sneak between the car and the pipe. Rivkin making a mistake, and that's going to allow Lutz to close back up.
And take a look at the number 7 spot right now. Ty Tessman, our top qualifier after that flame out, chugging along, and he's worked his way back up to 7th now. Oh, and
Rivkin got stuck between the big jump there.
So that means Ryan Lutz is now
back
your
out
leader.
Front. What?
Wow.
The first 30 minutes of this race have been so bizarre.
We said before this race started, let's hope this is an exciting race.
Oh, yeah. We both agreed we didn't want this race to be a blowout. And we didn't want to say that on camera because then it would make us look petty if it did turn into a blowout. And it's like, oh, well, the LiveRC guys are going to be mad. Got a Savox instant replay here. Here's Spencer Rivkin. A little wild over that tabletop. Got her back down for the S-turn. And then who knows what happened back there. But, whoa, buddy.
Hang on to her. And he did not.
Who knows what the face of that jump looks like now.
But Ryan Lutz now taking over the top spot, now leading here in Fremont, Indiana at State Line Raceway. So first we saw Ty Tessman, your top qualifier, flame out.
Wait. So Tebow had a 2-minute and 49-second lap.
Now he's back on top.
Missed a bunch of laps, and now he's back out front.
What?
So we'll have to get confirmation from timing here.
Okay, so now nothing has happened to Jared Tebow. This is just bizarre. How does he miss that many laps?
I don't know. We're working on it. We've got a direct line to the official timing tower.
Okay.
Okay, so Tebow's transponder has stopped working, so they will be hand counting him.
Now,
that's the right way to do it.
Okay, I'm not going to question. I'll let it go.
I think the argument that you should penalize somebody for a transponder that malfunctions is completely bogus. Decide the race on the racetrack.
Yeah, yes, I would agree.
There's no way for these drivers to diagnose a problem with a transponder. It was working at the beginning of the race. This is the right decision. That's all there is to it. I will not even entertain different explanations. Tebow is the leader right now. He's still got a chance at winning another national
I agree.
title.
He's the leader. I'm not asking you to entertain anything. I'm just saying, if it comes down to a cross the line at the same time, how are they going to decide that? Because how are you going to say that the hand counting was accurate?
Well, because they're going to be on video.
Fair enough. Okay, we'll see.
That's why we're here.
Hopefully it doesn't come down to that, but we'll see. Jared Tebow, so now out front. So Ryan Lutz not leading this race. Apparently Tebow's transponder went not working. And so now Ryan Lutz in second, Rivkin in third, Cavallari in fourth, Dakota Finn in fifth, Ogden in sixth, Truey in seventh, Tessman in eighth, Drake, Alex Kay, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, and CJ Jellin. Dakota Finn working his way into the top five.
No kidding. Dakota with a great run. Tebow, Rivkin, Lutz, Cavallari, Fenn, top five. New personal best lap of the race for Ryan Cavallari, 32.1 last time by. Tebow, Rivkin, Lutz, Cavallari, and Fenn. The running order at the moment. Tebow with a gap over Spencer Rivkin, former champion, over defending champion. Ryan Lutz with a shot at his first national championship.
So Tebow out front. Tebow leading the way. Ryan Lutz second, Spencer Rivkin third, Ryan Cavallari fourth, Dakota Finn fifth, Ogden sixth, Tessman, Truey, Drake, Alex Kay, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, CJ Jellin. As you can see, Ryan Cavallari coming in for fuel here. Several drivers coming in. So Jared Tebow out front leading the way right now, looking for a national championship win here in this one.
Incredible run still in the works for Ryan Lutz. Would love to see him on another podium. Defending champion Spencer Rivkin not out of this one by any means. Ryan Cavallari I'm sure he would love to win yet another championship. Running fourth, Dakota Fenn. As much as Dakota Fenn, I'm sure, would have loved to have won this race, I'm sure he'll be happy just to finish in the top 5. And Cole Ogden, we'll be talking about his run up toward the front in this race for a while. This is probably more where we thought he would finish.
23 minutes left to go here in this one. Things seem to be calming down a little bit. Not quite the wild and excitement we had early on. So Tebow's still out front leading the way. Ryan Lutz in second. Spencer Ripken in third. Cavallari and Dakota Fenn, your top 5 fast lap of the race. Can't really count that one. So we'll go with the next fastest. How about be a 31.8, it looks like, by Cole Ogden, going to be the fastest. 31.4 by Ryan Cavallari, going to be the fastest.
Tebow, Lutz, and Rivkin still top 3 following along here with Ryan Lutz looking for a second place finish. I believe that's Ogden right behind him. That would be a lap down. The blue, orange, and pink Techno RC buggy onto the front section now, going double, single, double. You see the face of that second takeoff jump down there getting beat up as well. Because at this point we've had tens of thousands of laps on the track. And the course is showing the appropriate wear. No real battles much anywhere. Lutz and Rivkin may not be too far apart. About 5 seconds separating second and third.
Cavallari getting tangled up there. Watching Ryan Cavallari, our 4th place driver, as he works his way around onto the right-hand side. Dakota Fenn in 5th. So 39, coming up on 39 minutes down, 21 minutes left to go. It'll be Tebow, Lutz, Rivkin, Cavallari, Fenn, Tessman, Ogden, Truey, Alex K, Adam Drake, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, CJ Jellin, and Ryan Mayfield.
Got a Savox instant replay here. Cavallari through the S-turn section. And heading into the wave. Oh, he spun out, caught a pipe there. And had to turn back around.
39-30 down, 20-30 to go. Jared Tebow still out front here in this one.
20 minutes left to go. 2/3 of the way through this one. Cavallari rolling it over again. So Cavallari, like Cole Ogden, a bit of a flash there at the beginning of the race, but has not been able to keep it up since.
It's Tebow, Lutz, Rivkin, Cavallari, Fenn, Tessman, Ogden, Truey, Alex K, Adam Drake, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, CJ Jellin, and Ryan Mayfield. And right now we are looking at our current leader, Jared Tebow, the Kyosho driver. Tebow working his way into the wave section. Back onto the backside of the track right now. Tebow out front with an 11-second lead on Ryan Lutz.
So the official Roar rule about the personal transponder states, when personal transponders are used, please interrupt me if anything exciting happens, I'll read this out. When personal transponders are used, these must be fastened to the vehicle in a permanent manner. The race director can direct the placement of transponders and require a change of position in the event of bad reception. If a transponder is not installed, is lost, or falls out during a race, the driver will not be scored in that race. The driver is responsible for ensuring that the correct transponder is fitted to the vehicle and that the correct personal transponder number has been provided for the scoring program. If duplicate transponder numbers are received at registration, then the original A and B number has priority over the duplicate. Placing a transponder in a location that may damage the transponder is prohibited. Final results will be based on the transponder counts. So it doesn't really say anything in there about, I mean, if Tebow has been running the same transponder all week and it hasn't had a problem, then
it says right at the bottom it's based on transponder.
Right. Yeah, so this could be challenged, I guess. I mean,
you should have entertained my idea.
Well, just because, like,
I'm not saying morally it's right. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying if you go by the rules, if they're going to enforce the rules and dock somebody a lap because their volunteer turn marshal isn't out there, where are the rules now?
Right.
And I'm saying I'm sure
that's true.
They won't come into play, but this is why we see controversy when it comes to sanctioning bodies.
Yep.
So that's.
Although there is a rule 14 HF, numbers are essential vehicle identification for the officials to assure fairness as well as for scorekeeping should the racer's transponder fail to operate.
So they have two rules that go against
contradict each other,
which makes absolutely no sense.
Right.
So therefore,
which is why I think it goes back to scoring the race in good faith, which is to do everything possible such that the championship is decided on the racetrack.
I would not want. I want to see Jared win this race more than anybody. I just, it frustrates me when I see the rules bent and changed depending on what's going on and who it is.
Sure.
So.
But yeah, it's unclear what happens if the transponder fails during the race. And really, like, I think that what it says about the numbers, you have to have the right number on the car so that the cars can be scored correctly in the event of a failure. And really, I think if you have somebody that goes out and puts in a lights out 60 minutes and wins the race, and they don't because their transponder failed and there was no way for them to prepare for it, and the rest of their car stayed together, I think that's more bogus than saying, oh, well, his transponder failed, so he doesn't count.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how that is all handled, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And I think either way, there's going to be the fact that they have two rules that go against each other just makes zero sense. So we'll see how that plays out. Meanwhile, back on the track, Jared Tebow is your leader. Ryan Lutz in second, Spencer Rivkin in third, Ryan Cavalieri in fourth, Ty Tessman in fifth, Ogden Finn, Truey, Alex K, Adam Drake, and Ryan Mayfield in running order here in this one. 15 minutes left to go. No real excitement taking place on the track at this point as everybody is pretty spread out, which in most cases, not all cases, but in a 60-minute main, usually by 45 minutes. This is kind of what we've come to expect. Everybody's kind of found their place, and aside from anybody, flame outs or breakage or something like that, this is kind of how it is. And there we see, I believe that's Ty Tessman coming in for a quick splash and go. Tessman.
Really surprising to see Tessman have issues like this in a race.
So there's your leader right there, Jared Tebow. Onto the backside of the track he goes. And I tell you what, Tebow looked dominant in the first round of qualifying, and he looks dominant here in the main as...
no kidding.
He's just been untouched after he got out front, and he's just on cruise control, I think, at this point.
Yeah, first round, it looked like, man, this could be Tebow's weekend. Second round, I came back to earth. Third round, okay. First round was good.
Yep.
Semifinal, Tebow will be all right. Final, Tebow's going to win.
So here we go, back through the whoop section. He works his way by Dakota Finn there, putting a lap on him. Ryan Lutz going to be 8 seconds back from him at this point. And now we're looking at Ryan Lutz, our second place driver in that pink Techno car. 46-40 down, 13:20 to go. Tebow Lutz, Rivkin, Cavallari, Tessman, Ogden, Finn, Truey, Alex K, Adam Drake, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, CJ Gillen, Ryan Mayfield. And right now we're looking at Ryan Lutz. Oh, Lutz tumbling right there. Oh, Lutz putting it in the pipe. He is stuck. And back going once again. Spencer Rivkin sitting in third right now. So Jared Tebow out front. No real excitement going on here in this one. Right? Dominating. We're seeing a Jared Tebow that we haven't seen for quite some time, and it's good to see him back in full force, that's for sure. As Tebow, Lutz, Rivkin, Cavallari, Tessman. Ty Tessman, obviously, Mayfield had the flame out, unable to return to the track, and now Ty Tessman, he had a flame out, dropped him back. He was able to come back and is now in the 5th place spot. Of course, Cole Ogden at one point was leading this one. We thought Ryan Lutz was leading this one at one time. And, of course, Jared Tebow has taken over the lead and not looked back at this point. So Tebow working his way through traffic right now. Oh, Tebow gets caught up in a bit of traffic. There's about 4 cars ahead of him as they head down the back straight. And onto the right-hand side, back around to the front side now. And a battle now between Ryan Cavallari and Spencer Rivkin. So a little bit of excitement building. And now those two get together. Cavallari just pushed Rivkin straight off the track in the whip section, it looked like to me. We'll have to take a Savox instant replay of that one. And Tebow kind of getting caught up in the middle of this as they're working their way around. There's Rivkin and
luckily,
Cavallari.
Yeah, luckily for Tebow, he's got all the time in the world.
He can sit back and watch this one for just a little while.
Might be kind of entertaining when you've been out by yourself for that long.
So here comes the Savox instant replay. Let's see exactly what happened. Okay, so, nah, that wasn't really. He didn't mean to push him off the track. He just got loose in the whoops there and ended up pushing him off the track. So not intentional by any means, but Rivkin did get the short of the stick on that one, and Rivkin ended up in the infield. Oh, Rivkin rolling it over on his third. Rivkin in 4th, Ty Tessman in the number 5 spot. Coming up on the 50-minute mark with only 10 minutes left to go here in this one. We're looking at Jared Tebow, your leader, down the side straight there, working his way into the whip section. Ryan Lutz still in 2nd, Ryan Cavallari in 3rd, Spencer Rivkin in 4th, Ty Tessman in 5th, Ogden, Finn, Truey, Alex K, Adam Drake, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, CJ Gillen, and Ryan Mayfield.
Tebow, Lutz, and Cavallari, names that we've seen on the podium at many races over the last few years. As we check in here with Alex Koskiuszek running in the 9th spot. I'm sure he's going to be pumped. He can bring home a top 10 in his first time making the final in the buggy class at this race. Well, actually won the open 4-wheel drive class at the Reedy race a couple years ago. Tiptoeing his way through the whoop section here. That yellow and red Team Associated buggy following right behind Adam Drake on the track. Although Koskiuszek is actually 1 spot ahead. Ty Tessman off the track again.
Another flame out for Tessman. So,
that doesn't
but you know, before this race, we saw Gord making engine adjustments on Ty's car.
It looks like
on the starting grid.
There's another X-ray car getting. Oh, CJ Gillen may be flaming out as well. Because we saw another X-ray mechanic there.
So 51 minutes down, 9 to go. It's Tebow, Lutz, Rivkin, Cavallari, Ogden, Finn, Tessman, Truey, Alex K, Adam Drake, Blake Pickett, Michael Page, CJ Gillen, and Ryan Mayfield. Working their way back around to the front side right now. Tebow out front here in this one. Lutz in the number 2 spot. 8 minutes, 15 seconds left to go here in this one. Tebow, Lutz, Rivkin, Cavallari, Ogden, Finn. Ahead of time?
No.
As of right now?
Yeah.
I would imagine the track announcer seeing that the scoring went for that long.
Oh, that's true. I guess we haven't. We don't know if the track announcer said anything.
Yeah, I would imagine the track announcer probably said so.
I don't know. I wouldn't really be cool with that, actually. I don't think the track announcer should have that sort of influence over driver psyche.
You mean telling him that his transponder's not working? Well, I was thinking more, if anything else, he was just reading the order as Ryan Lutz being out front because it went for so many laps.
Oh, right.
And I'm wondering if the reason it was caught, maybe
Jared screaming down,
yeah, exactly, or Joe Pillars or somebody.
Yeah, his mechanic running over. Like,
yeah, so I think he's probably aware of it at this point. But I think he also knows there's nothing he can do about it.
Right.
So
except for go out and
finish the best that he can and
drive his car and
hope
win
for
the
best.
race.
Yeah.
And hope this works out the way that it should.
So 53 minutes down, 7 minutes to go.
That's about one fuel stop, really. Let's see, actually, Tebow's pitted for his last time. Lutz, looks like, Drake's definitely done pitting. So Pickett and Page are the only two on the track still that haven't pitted for their final.
30 seconds left to go, on his way to winning here at the 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals at State Line Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Tebow looking for another national title. It would be his second in the 8-Scale Buggy class, but it's been 7 years. It'll be 7 years since he won his last title.
Yep.
And I
pretty
think
amazing gap between championships here, and how cool to be able to do it in front of his wife and 3 kids.
I think that makes it the best part right there, all of that. And I think this is going to be a big, Tebow goes upside down. I think this is going to be a big, big win in many ways. Could be the turning point to see a Jared we saw, many years ago.
Well, we got the FMAR Worlds coming up in China for 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. And Jared, of course, was the 2-wheel drive champion in 2013. Came up one spot short of going back-to-back in 2015. And so we'll have to see how he does on a track surface that we don't yet know if that's going to be a dirt or turf track. Sounds like probably going to be turf, but it's currently dirt. He's got third place Spencer Rivkin behind him, 2 Maxima MX powered buggies. Checking out our Protect RC speed trap down the back straightaway. Tebow out of shape. Rivkin backs off. They both live to see another turn. Tebow tumbling off the ski jump there. Just trying to keep it moving. Ryan Lutz coming by the finish line.
Ryan Lutz, he can't be counted out of this one at this point. Rivkin, I believe, is a full lap down, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is. So Lutz the only one really with a chance to beat Tebow, assuming nothing happens. And he would have to put in some pretty miraculous laps. But right now, Tebow and Lutz the only one. Rivkin is on the same lap, but he is 34 seconds back, it looks like, from Jared Tebow.
This race in the closing stages here. 4 minutes to go. Tebow just needs to keep on keeping on at this point. Rhino RC team. And Spencer Rivkin likely will not be going back-to-back as champion here in the 8-Scale Buggy class. But to finish third a year after winning, an incredibly bright career ahead of him.
I can only imagine at this point right now the face that Jared's wife Megan and their kids, Rosalind, Cole, and Nash, they have got to be just super pumped right now for their dad and, of course, her husband, Jared, as this is absolutely phenomenal for Jared as he works his way back around to the front straight with only 3 minutes left to go. A family road trip to Indiana could end in a national championship title for Jared Tebow.
There, elbows out. Like a
right.
true motocross racer.
Tebow bringing the moto style up on the driver's stand.
Not wearing the goggles, though. We saw him in truck.
No goggles.
And flanked there by Ryan Cavallari on camera left, his right, and then Spencer Rivkin on the other side. And that's CJ Jellin to the far left of the screen, the other driver you can see there in that window. And with 2:30 left to go, unless disaster strikes here in the closing laps.
We've got on the track, not even really battles, I wouldn't say, is Jared Tebow that last time by. Looks like he is roughly, we'll see what he's got here when Lutz comes around to the line. Lutz makes his way by now. 6.6 seconds back from Jared. Rivkin is quite a ways. The switchbacks now. Working his way through the wave and onto the backside of the track he goes, and everybody pulling out of the way. Tebow is on his way to victory. Ryan Lutz is trying to close that gap up. Here comes Tebow. Ryan Lutz with a 32.4. He is now 5.7 seconds behind Tebow. One minute left to go now. Jared Tebow coming down the front stretch here. He's only going to be making a couple more laps as he works his way into the whoop section now. Jumping his way through there. Ryan Lutz in that number 2 spot. Spencer Rivkin in the 3. Ryan Cavallari in the 4. Cole Ogden in the 5. Pickett, Michael Page. Jellin and Mayfield, your running order. 30 seconds left to go now. 30 seconds. This is going to be Jared Tebow's last lap. As he works his way around right now, Ryan Lutz going to get one more as well. Up and over the stair step one more time. Up and over the little tabletop. 10 seconds to go. Up and over the catapult. Through the wave. 5 seconds left on that master clock. Down the backstretch now. 3, 2, 1. That is time. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2017 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel National Champion, Jared Tebow. And you can see the emotion right now in Jared Tebow as he's pumping his fist. Right now, everybody congratulating Jared. What a fantastic run for Jared Tebow. Unbelievable. A crazy turn of events here. And we're going to send it down to Aaron Waldron for a Raw Speed Race Report with our Jared Tebow.
Down here with Jared Tebow winning his first Roar National Championship in the 8-Scale Fuel Buggy class since 2010. Congratulations.
I don't really know what to say, man. I'm so happy.
You made the decision at the last minute not to fly down here, but instead to bring your wife and 3 children and to win this in front of them. I bet makes it extra sweet.
Yeah, it's awesome. I can't talk. Thanks.
No problem, man. Congratulations, Jared. Second place, Ryan Lutz, another podium finish. Wonderful job. You're getting kind of used to this.
Yeah, this year's been really consistent. Everything's coming together and doing really well. I'm bummed at myself at that one. I had it, but drove a good run, got second. That's my highest finish in Nitro, so Nitro buggy. So pleased with that.
What's next for you after this one?
Hey, next race, 3 weeks away. So just want to say hi to my wife, hi Christine, and thanks everybody for watching and supporting me. Really appreciate it.
Congratulations, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you.
And 2016 national champion Spencer Rivkin got close. You were in the mix there for a little bit, walking away with a 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, the start was honestly really good for me, and then I come around in the straightaway, and I was dead last on the 2nd lap. So not that anybody else had any problems either, but I'm glad I worked my way through. My car was unreal in the main. I drove really good. My tires were the perfect choice. But yeah, like you said, the track's pretty rough, and it was a good experience for me for the future, and we'll move on to the next one.
Congratulations, Spencer.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for everybody.
So I think we're going to try to go find Jared after he's had a minute here to collect himself, and otherwise I'm going to head back to the A-Main broadcast studio for a studio wrap-up.
Wow, what a turn of events right there. A huge congratulations to Jared Tebow. A well-deserved win and a national championship title right there for Tebow. We will be right back for an in-studio wrap-up here from the 2017 Roar Off-Road Nationals. Stick with us right here on LiveRC.
When it comes to true champions by design, beat hands down. Titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars. And trying the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
This is the ProTech RC LS5. It's a 5-port long-stroke .21 Nitro engine, perfect for buggies and great for truck. It features everything you'd expect, like an easy-to-tune, heat-resistant carburetor, turbo plug, large cooling head, and explosive power, all at a price point that blows away the competition. When you need unbelievable torque and gallon-after-gallon reliability, head on over to A-Main Hobbies and pick up the ProTech LS5.
Down here in the LiveRC tent, and Jared got a chance to come down here and celebrate with his wife and children who are watching in the LiveRC tent. And now Jared's talking to a Kyosho fan here. We're going to try to get another word with him. Obviously, that's cool, dude. Obviously an emotional day for you.
Yeah, just, people don't realize all the work that goes into it. And, when you don't get the results that you want and you try, it's just, when it actually happens, it's just, can't really believe it.
It's kind of up, but not quite up at the top of the charts here. Semifinal went okay, and then something clicked in the main.
Yeah, my car felt really good the whole time. Just, I kept, just kind of having some errors just driving. My car was good in all the qualifiers, and then was trying some different tires, and that's just kind of what happened. It was, really similar to what happened at the Worlds. Everyone, and I went that way for the semi, and it just didn't suit me at all. So I basically did exactly what I did at the Worlds and went, to what the tire, like the impact, and I made a couple shock changes. I thought something broke in my car in the semi, but I think my shocks just overheated. So I went up on my oil and put a stiffer rear sway bar on, and actually I put my Truggy engine in because my bearings went out in that semi and my buggy motor, and it was just like I leaned the bottom 1 hour and the Truggy engine ran perfect. My plan was to go 10 with my other engine, but we decided not to just because we weren't sure with the different engine for the final. But my car was great, and the track was just really, really difficult, and just so happy.
Did you know that you had a transfer?
Halfway through, I dropped to 9th, and she's like, "All right, kids, let's go back. Daddy broke." And then, I started popping up again. Yeah, I have no idea.
For you and Joe to be.
Yeah, I haven't had any title since 2013, and it's, as a racer, you always want to win, and it's so hard. I put so much work in, and people just don't realize that, and it's really special. Me and Joe have been working together for 8.5 years now, and he works hard just like I do, and we both want to win really bad, and I feel like I've been letting him down a lot, and just haven't been able to have my head cleared and drive the way that I feel like I should be driving, and the track suited me really well, and just super happy. Can't really believe it. It's before the race, Rosalind was asking how many championships I had, and I had 16, and I said if I win I get 17, and that's my motocross number. It's like my favorite number, so it's pretty cool to get my 17th national championship today, and have the whole family here is really.
When you've got a wife and kids back home versus when it was just you and you could go out and practice and travel the world and not really have those missing those moments back home.
Yeah, it's a lot different. If I have a bad weekend, when I go home, it's not as easy just to go to the track for a bunch of days in a row. And, when I get home, I'm the dad and the husband, and I have to make sure everything's going good at home and help Megan. And, so many things change, and even just the pressure change to keep doing good, to keep my contracts, to get the bonuses, to pay for everything for the kids, and have a mortgage, and all sorts of things. A lot of stuff changes as you get older, and the pressure is a lot harder, and that's something that I've had a hard time dealing with. And then just the sacrifice, the mentality, the attitude you have to win is different. The people that can win, have won, understand what it takes. But it's tough trying to be a good father and a good husband and a good racer all at the same time.
And what about at a race like this where I'm sure sitting over in the pit area, that you've got stuff to do, but that your 3 little ones are out riding bikes and playing around, and I've seen your Instagram channel. I'm sure you'd be out, loving to ride around bikes with them.
Yeah, it's been, it's actually been really good. It was super last minute, Monday night at 6 p.m. We're like, hey, why don't we all just go? We called. They had 1 room left. And actually, I talked to the guy, because at first they said they had no rooms. I'm like, oh, we actually have 1 room. And I talked to someone. They're like, oh, yeah, I canceled on Monday. So, I got whoever's room that was. And it was great to have them here. They really helped clear my mind. And, they're here only for me. Joe is here for me, but, he wants some other guys to do good too. Not that, he's not totally for me, but, family, it's like they're only here for me. And something with that is just something special. It's hard to beat having the family here. And it was, in the hotel, it was totally hectic, trying to, give 3 different baths and get them all to bed. And, then we try to get to bed, and it's like they're up at 6:30 no matter what time we go to bed. So it was definitely different. I have a certain routine and certain things I like in the hotel, and that was totally off. And, maybe that's just what I needed just to clear my head a little bit.
And so coming up later this year, we still got a couple of races, especially the IFMAR World Championships for 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive in China. You won the World Championships at 2-wheel 4 years ago. You were really close 2 years ago. What are you thinking about going into the China Worlds?
I'm feeling good. I think this is just a big weight off my shoulders. I can tell myself I can still do it. I can still, I finished it out. The track was really tough. I kept it together, and that's really important for me mentally. Japan was really difficult mentally because I kind of threw it away at the end. And, hopefully now I can have a little bit of confidence and just keep working hard and, try to do the best I can do. I always try to give my best. It's so mental. I've been really working on.
Anybody you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, all my sponsors, Kyosho MX, AKA KO, GS Hobbies. They all still believe in me. Team Orion also, and we never gave up. Mark always has a really good attitude for me, and he's always really rooting for me, helping me with the tire situation, and that's really important. We have a great relationship there, and especially Joe, he helps a lot. Booking all the travel stuff, making sure everything's ready, the pits are all ready. Handling all my tire stuff when I'm here, and any extra things that I need, always being my cheerleader and trying to make sure I'm happy, I'm fed. If I need a marshal, if he'll jump out there. Ophir Kamarian, he helped a lot this week, and at home and here, and just a big career, and just that the family could come out, and just really happy. Looking forward to tonight. And
congratulations, Jared.
Thanks so much. Thanks, guys.
We collected quite the crowd out here. I'm going to head back inside for the AMA.com broadcast booth, and we can wrap up here from the 2017 Roar Fuel Off-Road Nationals in Fremont, Indiana.
Stay with us here on LiveRC, as we will be right back with a studio wrap-up here in just a few minutes from a very exciting 2017 Roar 8-Scale Fuel Off-Road Nationals here at State Line Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. Once again, stick with us. We'll be right back to wrap up an exciting week of racing here on LiveRC.
Welcome back to the AMain.com Performance Hobbies broadcast studio for the final time here at the State Line RC Raceway in Fremont, Indiana. I'm Aaron Waldron here with Mike Garrison. We just finished watching two incredible finals to wrap up this day of main events here at the World National Championship. And let's jump right into talking about the buggy final here. Jared Tebow, a wonderful performance, winning his first title since 2010, but we must point out that the ruling is still unofficial. The cars need to go through tech inspection, and also we understand the Roar officials here at the event are combing through the rule book to determine that there are no formalities that would cause the ruling of the race to change. Jared Tebow did have a transponder failure during the race, and so they hand counted him, which is what would have happened in the past, but they just want to make sure that they get this right and that there's no cloud hanging over the event.
Well, and I mean, I think it was more than obvious on the track. Jared drove like we haven't seen Jared drive in a long time.
Right.
A phenomenal race. Jared deserved the win. No matter how this comes out, Jared is the winner. I mean, Jared is the national champion, and I almost think at this point, Ryan Lutz being the guy that he is, if they said, hey, Jared's disqualified, what Ryan's going to say, no,
no one wants to win like that.
Nobody wants to win like that, and Jared deserves it, and you could see the emotion in his face, which I'm not going to lie to you, it kind of got me teared up a little bit.
I know, I was standing right in front of him.
Yeah, it was like, man, you just see the passion that this guy has for the sport, and as far as the rules go, it's a tough situation for sure. We've heard all sorts of different rumors flying around that, they have one rule that says this, one that says that. And, in the end, I hope Jared gets the win, and I hope maybe Roar can look back at the rule book and adjust some things. I think there's some things that need to be adjusted, and this might be an eye-opener as to looking at them and making it better for the future.
I agree. I think the big takeaway here isn't that they may need to call this or that or whatever. Jared Tebow should clearly be the winner of this event, no matter what the rules say. If that means that the rules need to be adjusted going forward, I do believe that Roar, its officials, and the spirit of that rule book is to provide the fairest and best result and to respect what happened on the racetrack. And because there is a Roar rule in the rule book that says that the race director and its rule committee has the ability to make adjustments to the rules in order to protect to respect the results of the race and make it fair. I think that rule trumps everything else in there, and I trust that Roar will make it right, and perhaps this is a growing experience going forward, as you said.
I think
go for it.
I was just going to say, I think the only time that this would be an issue, which we kind of talked about when it happened during the race a little bit, is if Tebow and or anybody, it doesn't even have to be Tebow, but if somebody's being hand counted and somebody with a transponder is working, if they are in a close enough race that it comes right down to the wire and it comes down to a hand counting, I don't think at that point it's like, man, you can trust that guy hit the button at the exact time.
Well, no,
you could do the video review,
right?
That kind of
and
thing.
you have the video replay.
But it's one of those things. That's where it could be an issue.
Sure.
In this race, it was clear cut. I mean, it was cut and dry. Jared Tebow dominated this race, and I couldn't be more happy for him, to be honest with you.
And couldn't be much happier either for Ryan Lutz, scoring a couple of podium finishes at this race. It's been really wonderful to see what TechnoRC has done in such a short time to go from a company that was making option parts for a Revo to making some of the best race cars on the planet. They've got two wonderful drivers here in the United States in Ryan Lutz and Joe Bornhorst. Ryan scoring a couple of podium finishes. We thought Joe might have a shot to be a little more competitive this weekend than he was, but I'm sure he'll rebound. The two of them have won a bunch of races all over the country, and a great drive here from Lutz.
Absolutely, absolutely. And how about our third-place finisher, of course, Spencer Rivkin?
Yep.
That's right.
A wonderful job there from the reigning national champion. I'm sure he would have loved to go back-to-back, but it's great to see Spencer, who, has done really well in a lot of electric races, actually grew up racing Nitro and going to the Nitro pit. And, I think winning last year the national championship was kind of an eye-opener to a lot of fans that only watch Nitro off-road, didn't really realize that he was going to be able to come out and, go toe-to-toe with Ryan Mayfield like that. But I think coming back at this race and finishing third on the podium, kind of fought hard all weekend in order to get to that spot, that's going to earn him a lot of respect, and a wonderful drive for that young man as well. And in the truck class, Ty Tessman, a record-tying fourth championship in the truck division.
And X-Rays first.
Yeah, and X-Rays first Nitro off-road title.
With a new truck.
Yeah, that's true.
What a way to debut a new truck right there, taking a national championship win. That's pretty fantastic.
XT8 2017, new Proline shell on that truck, and just went out there, put his head down, had a great run. It wasn't that, the people that he was racing with broke. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't that, something had gone wrong. Like, Ty just went out there and methodically won that race.
He did. He absolutely did. Unfortunately, we saw a lot of weird things happen in the buggy race. Ty flaming out, Mayfield flaming out, having some problems. But Ty clearly had no issues whatsoever in the truck race, and he was the man to beat, and nobody could get it done this weekend.
And Ryan Mayfield, defending champion, came up so close to winning another championship in there. Instead, he's now tied with Tessman for the most titles ever in that class. Mayfield, I thought, was very gracious with being excited about a second-place finish there. Of course, he wanted to win. But he, very much respects how well he and Ty raced together. And then third place, who finished there? Oh, that's right, Ryan Lutz. The only driver on the podium in both classes.
That is true. But Ryan, I would say, had a pretty successful weekend. Didn't walk away a national champion, but next best thing is podium on both.
He's been in the mix at every race he's been to this year. And, of course, our junior national champion, Camden Lime. Incredible show for Camden. He came in here. He told us early in the week his goal was to win the junior championship. Got it.
Came here. He specifically told us he came here racing the national part. Yeah, he was here for that. Yeah, whatever. That's cool. I came here for the junior race, he said. And by golly, he got the job done.
Yeah, and the junior race, I think, is one of the coolest things that we've seen at the Nationals in a very long time.
Absolutely.
Love seeing the younger racers out there get to showcase that young talent, and gives us a chance to see who's going to be the next Spencer Rivkin, who might be the next Ryan Cavallari, who could be the next Ryan Lutz.
Jared Tebow.
Yeah.
National champion.
Wonderful opportunity there for those younger drivers. And I can't say enough about what Kevin Myers and the State Line RC Raceway track crew did this week, rescuing us from a torrential downpour, a ton of water on the track.
And in the pits.
Oh, yeah. The pit area was underwater. And to go from people worried about the fact that they didn't get the tarp on the track, and they get the tarp on the track, and then they take it off, there's all this water and all this mud, and they did a phenomenal job. And on top of that, took care of everyone wonderfully. I told the ladies over there working in the barbecue buffet on multiple occasions, this is the first RC race I've been to where I feel like I'm going home heavier than when I showed up. The best track food I've ever had.
How many pounds of taco meat was there?
40 or 45.
45 pounds of taco meat.
And then they ordered 40 pizzas.
Exactly. They ran out of taco meat, so then we're going to throw pizzas in the mix.
Yeah.
Just incredible people, incredible facility.
games of cornhole, a campfire, a DJ. This was awesome.
It really was. It really was.
Thank you, everyone, for watching online. And thank you so much to our crew, our camera members, Bob Kendall, Brittany Joe Garrison, and Charlie Diekman, our producer, Eric Jensen, our director, Brandon Rohde. And up here, we've got Mike Garrison, and I am still Aaron Waldron. Thank you so much for watching us this week, and we'll see you soon coming up from the next event. Hope you had a lot of fun.
This is the ProTech RC LS5. It's a 5-port long-stroke .21 Nitro engine, perfect for buggies and great for truck. It features everything you'd expect, like an easy-to-tune, heat-resistant carburetor, turbo plug, large cooling head, and explosive power, all at a price point that blows away the competition. When you need unbelievable torque and gallon-after-gallon reliability, head on over to A-Main Hobbies and pick up the ProTech LS5.
When it comes to true champions by design, Team Associated radio-controlled cars have everyone beat, hands down. With multiple national and world titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars and trucks on the track today. So get behind the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
Hello, I'm Justin Fales here at the 2017 Nationals. I'm using the LFR Hammerwing and LFR Assassin body on my buggy, and on my truggy I have the LFR Strife body and LFR Hammerwing. I think these products are very durable, very stable. They're always my go-to. And for more information, visit www.leadfingerrc.com. And just a quick word here from the booth. We have heard from Roar that they have decided the results for the 8-scale buggy A-Main are official as far as the Roar rules go. They found nothing in their rule book by any interpretation that they feel changes the results. There will be a 15-minute window for anyone who chooses to protest the rules, and they will revisit the decision. But for now, the ruling on the track stands. We will let you know if anything changes, but for now, Jared Tebow, national champion for 2017.